Tokyo, Japan, Flevent Street, the Heart Clinic. It was nearing midnight, yet Flevent Street pulsed with life. Neon lights flickered like nervous heartbeats across rain-slicked pavement. The air buzzed with tension, a cocktail of crime, cigarette smoke, and cold steel. In this part of Tokyo, danger was constant. Gangs prowled, villains loitered. No one walked here without a knife tucked somewhere. Except for one place. The Heart Clinic. A 3-story apartment building turned underground haven. Its humble white sign, a black heart outlined in ink, was more sacred than any shrine around here. It was the one place where criminals of all stripes could walk in bleeding and walk out stitched up. No questions asked. No IDs. No judgment. Just healing. And so, Flevent's unwritten rule was clear: don't touch the clinic. Any thug dumb enough to cause trouble near it, they wouldn't make it to morning. Every gang, villain, and black market medic within a 10-mile radius would tear them apart. Because the moment the Heart Clinic shut down, the whole underworld lost its only safe harbor. Inside, on a spotless steel chair, a Japanese woman named Kiku sat still, eyes closed, breathing shallow. Her bloodstained shirt had already been tossed into a bin for incineration. 2 bullet wounds in her side, still weeping sluggishly. Hovering over her was a man with blonde hair and kind, steady hands. Corazon, Caucasian, Italian roots, always with that sly grin. He worked in silence, needle dancing through skin, stitches neat and precise. "Never thought I'd see you bleed," he murmured. Kiku the untouchable. "Guess you're touchable after all." She grunted, too tired to banter. "Had to happen sometime. That's why I married a doctor." He smirked, wiping blood from her skin. "Knew you kept me around for something. But I'm surprised you got hit by court guards." "Not exactly," she muttered, waving off the glass of whiskey he offered. "Was leaving the country. Message came in. Reed Estros put out an open contract on Yairozu's head. Couldn't say no to a payday like that." Corazon raised an eyebrow. "So the son finally got sick of waiting for the old man to keel over." "Something like that," Kiku replied with a bitter smirk. "The money was real." He nodded. "So those bullets came from Yairozu's guards?" "Amateurs. Better than most, but still garbage." "They hit you," he teased. "I was distracted," she snapped, then softened. "Got some news this morning, didn't have my head in the game." Corazon went quiet, finishing the final stitch. Gently, he bandaged her side and leaned back with a sigh. 2 inches to the left, and I'd have lost you." "Lost us," she corrected. He froze. Then, slowly, he pulled her into his arms, voice trembling as realization bloomed across his face. "We're having a baby?" "Ow, ow." Kiku yelped, swatting his shoulder. His hug had pressed into the fresh wound. Sorry, he said, backing off in a panic. Instinctively, he raised his hand and activated his quirk. A soft blue glow shimmered from his palm, passing over her body like a scanner. Data flooded his mind. Vital signs, blood loss, organ condition. He shifted the glow toward her belly. Concentrated. "How is it?" she asked quietly. Corazon's face softened. "You'll be fine," he said, then smiled as the light pulsed gently over her. "Age 4. I feel different, but nothing's happening," Law whispered, disappointment dripping from every word. Barefoot and shirtless, the 4-year-old waved his arms through the air in clumsy punches, his messy hair sticking to his forehead. He'd been homeschooled, sheltered, and protected all his life. Yet even now, alone in the living room, he couldn't awaken his quirk. Dr. Corazon knelt beside him, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Hold still," he said, placing a glowing hand on his son's chest. His scanner quirk flared to life. You've changed," Corazon muttered, eyes flicking through invisible data. "Quirk factor's definitely there. Increased mitochondrial activity per cell 2. Try this." He extended his hand and mimicked a slow, controlled activation motion. Law mimicked it precisely. Nothing. Corazon's smile dimmed as he watched his son's shoulders slump, frustration setting in. "Maybe you got Kiku's quirk," Corazon offered, attempting levity. He held out a hand and flicked through a rock-paper-scissors motion. "Try this." Law did. Still nothing. His hands remained as they were. No steel, no barrel, no transformation. Just skin and bone. He had seen his mother, Kiku, in training. Her arsenal quirk could morph her limbs into anything. Shotguns, sabers, sniper rifles with digital scopes. A living armory. She was terrifying, beautiful, heroic. Law's breathing quickened as he waved his arms more aggressively, shaking his hands like he could force something out of them. Anything. Corazon stepped in, gently grabbing his wrists. Law, enough. The boy looked up, trembling. But, my quirk. I wanted to help you and Mom. Corazon's face softened. He crouched down and rested a hand on Law's shoulder. You're already better than 99% of people just by being our son. Quirk or not, that won't ever change. Law bit his lip, staring at the floor. But I want to be like you. Like Mom. To protect people. To fight beside you. Corazon exhaled and gave a crooked smile. Then you don't need a quirk. It helps, sure. But being a real doctor? That's something quirks can't do alone. Not even All Might can pull someone back from the edge of death. He reached out a hand. But we can. I can teach you. Teach you everything I know. You could be the closest thing to a god in this world. Law blinked, breath catching in his throat. For a moment, he saw his father in a new light. Towering, brilliant, divine. To be a god, Law murmured, almost reverently. Then his face lit up. Yeah, teach me. Corazon laughed and scooped the boy into his arms. Then your training starts now. Extra lessons starting tonight. Wait tonight. And thus began Law's long, grueling path to becoming the world's greatest doctor. Age 5. You sure you're qualified to be doing this? The man on the table grunted. His body was a map of bruises, his leg peppered with 6 bullets. Law, now 5 years old, barely looked up from his work. Dressed in child-sized scrubs and a surgical mask, he carefully extracted the first bullet. Don't talk, he replied flatly. The man winced. I'd rather not have a 5-year-old poking around in my HHHH. Law pressed a thumb into the now exposed wound. I said, shut up. The man's eyes widened, then lowered. Ashamed, outclassed by a child. I don't want a wannabe bank robber with super speed questioning my competence. Law muttered, reaching for the next tool. Behind the sterilized curtain, Corazon stepped through with a laugh. Clad in the same outfit as his son, he pulled up a chair next to them. That's right. Keep these patients in check, he chuckled, having just finished treating another member of the same botched heist. Are we going to be okay? The man asked, eyeing Corazon. You'll live, he waved dismissively. Snipe hit you, right? Yeah, his bullets curve. My speed's useless. As the adults talked, Law tuned them out. He focused on the 5th bullet. Scalpel in hand, he took a steady breath, and everything changed. His vision shimmered blue, like he was looking through glass. He made a small incision, then froze. The man's leg slid clean off the table. What? The man didn't scream, didn't bleed. Where the severed leg lay, there was no blood, no pain, just stillness. The tissues remained intact. The vessels continued to pulse. The leg was still alive. Corazon's head snapped toward the scene. The patient began panicking. A flash of motion. T-Z-Z-Z-Z-T. The taser landed, and the man slumped unconscious. Law. Corazon's voice was calm, clinical. Why didn't you let me take over? Your mom's coming home soon, remember? Law said nothing. He dropped the scalpel and shuffled out of the room in a daze. Corazon placed the detached leg on a second table and examined it. He made 2 incisions of his own. Blood flowed normally. Then he reached for the strange boundary Law had created, the invisible cut. It was like pressing against glass. No bleeding, no mess. Yet the organs inside were alive. He blinked, still circulating blood, still receiving nerve impulses. Technically, it's still connected. He turned toward the unconscious man. A sigh escaped his lips. This can't get out. He moved to a locked cupboard, input a code, and removed a syringe filled with a clear, lethal compound. One step, one stab, a sharp exhale. The patient would never wake again. Too bad about that spinal fracture, Corazon muttered coldly. You almost made it. Returning to the leg, he pressed it back against the body. In an instant, it fused. No seam, no mark. as if it had never been detached. His eyes widened. Perfectly restored, he whispered. He stood there in silence, trembling, not with fear but awe. A quirk that lets you dissect people without harming them, reshape them, preserve them like puzzles, and reassemble them at will. He looked down at his hands, then laughed quietly. All these centuries they called surgeons the hand of God. His smile widened into something twisted, reverent. But my son really is the hand of God. His laughter echoed through the sterile walls, drifting past cold steel and quiet death.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
7 years old. In the same operating room where Law first used Hand of God, lies an unconscious woman, her body missing the top half of her head as the oxygen mask placed over her mouth keeps her unconscious, but very much alive. The same invisible barrier of space rests at the point of separation from her body. At the other end of the room at a metal desk sits Law with the top of her head still very much alive in front of him. With his father looking over his shoulder, amputate, Law commands while he carefully cuts her head down the middle, splitting her skull and brainstem in one swift motion. Once again harmlessly dividing her body. There it is, Khorasan says as he points to the blinking little bead attached to her brainstem. Focusing on the bead, Law raises his hand in a grasping motion, placing a little vial of water beside the head. He focuses on both the water and the bead. Shambles, he commands. A single drop of water swaps places with the bead, dropping the blinking bead into her vial and placing a harmless drop of water on her brainstem. Releasing a tired sigh, Law wipes the sweat from his brow. This was the final surgery of a very long day, the 7th bomb he's removed from a person's head in a row. Looking around, he focuses and sees the bubble enveloping the room. A faint blue tinge hung in the air that was only visible to him. Room, he commands, and the bubble seems to pop. Room is the basis of his quirk. All his other techniques must be performed within this operating room. However, some effects will persist outside of this room. The room cannot exist without Law being inside. The size of his room as well as how long it persists is entirely determined by his stamina. There is no other limit. No material can block it, no quirk can resist it, and no other person can perceive it. Shambles is a technique that allows him to freely substitute the positions of any items within his room, effectively allowing him to warp around anywhere he wants as long as there is something to swap with. Working together, both men reassemble the woman, quickly undoing the effects of his first technique. Amputate is a technique that ignores all physical resistances and divides space itself to cut matter. This technique does no harm to living things, however, and can be extended as far as his room reaches, although he requires a blade tool to use this. After putting the woman back together, his father scans her. While less effective than Law's scan technique, which can pinpoint anything within his room depending on his awareness, or allows him to target a particular organ within a person if he's making contact while scanning them. Khorasan took the lead in the final checkup as Law was already tired from constantly making rooms today. She's perfectly fine, his father said. You know, your quirk really is a miracle. Of all the people in this world, I do believe you're the one that can become a god. All these new techniques always showing up. I couldn't be happier, and you're learning medicine so quickly too. Now that really makes me proud. I still have a long way to go. I can only operate on certain organs without you supervising me. Brain surgery would have been impossible without you. Law says. You're still young, you've got time. His father removes his gloves and ruffles Law's hair. Why don't you go see what your mom made for dinner while I deal with this? He gestures to the unconscious woman. Remember, we don't want people seeing your face. Nigerian Nairobi. Right, don't take too long, Law says as he removes his gloves and leaves to get cleaned up. Watching his son leave, Khorasan looks at the little vial on the desk still containing the explosive bead. Something that would have been impossible to remove without the phasing quirk that placed it there. Yeah, you're gonna be on top of the world, son. 9 years old. Clang? On a high-rise rooftop in Hosso City, Law and his mother, Kiku, clash blades. The professional adventurer, as she prefers to call herself, educates her son in the art of combat while his father handles more academic pursuits. Faster, she demands as she parries another of his sword strikes. Your quirk gives you an absurd boost to spatial awareness. Use it and increase your reaction time. You can get it close to 0 with enough training. While Law was covered in sweat and panting heavily, she was as calm as ever without a worry on her face. He holds his sword out, a perfectly straight short saber reminiscent of a scalpel, and accepts her challenge while she simply has her right hand in the form of a great sword and gives him a bored look. Spinning on his heel, Law turns his back to her and slashes forward, slashing at empty space. Shambles, he mentally commands, no longer needing the crutch of saying his intent out loud to activate his quirk. He and Kiku instantly swap places. For the briefest instant, her eyes widen before she spins on her heel and easily parries his strike. Not bad, she compliments while locking blades with him. But this isn't a sword duel, she says before punching him in the face, knocking him onto his back. Ow, he groans while rubbing his face. Kiku sighs and helps him up, dusting him off slightly. Law, in this world the only thing that matters is power. Most of society isn't allowed to use quirks because the people in charge know this is true. They can't control everyone, so I need you to focus more on the combat applications of your quirk for when you need it. Alright. Alright. The sooner you learn this the better. In this world there is no good or evil, there are no heroes and villains. The strong decide those things, they decide the labels and rules. The weak don't even get to choose how they die, you have to be the strong, she says in a serious tone. As they take a break, Law walks over to their backpack and takes out 2 burgers, handing one to his mother. Sitting with their legs hanging off the top of the building, they look out over the peaceful midday city. What do you think I need to work on more? Law asks his mom as they're having lunch. She thinks about it for a moment. Well, you're already past the first hurdle. See, most people either don't or can't legally encourage their kids to use their quirk as much as possible, especially not as much as we do because, well, laws. That's usually the first roadblock, and you're comfortable enough to instinctively use your quirk anywhere and anytime. Now you need to work on combat sense and the size of your room. Covering a few buildings won't be enough if shit hits the fan after all. So just keep pushing my limits, I can do that, Law says. Yeah, but have fun too, maybe get a girlfriend? Not that I don't like you being more mature than a lot of people, but what's the point of all the fighting if you end up alone? She leans over and pulls him into a hug. That's why I have you and your dad. I rather just stay in the clinic, Law decides. TCH, you're gonna be one lonely god, huh? Kiku says as her phone beeps. That's our signal. Raising a hand to her face, she covers both her eyes. Activating her quirk, her hand seems to flatten before 2 holes appear, one in her palm and the other in her fingers to form high-powered scopes. Looking at the city below, she sees her target. A tall and bald man in a 3-piece suit with bodyguards surrounding him. Walking at his side is his trophy wife with their 5-year-old daughter between them, holding both their hands. Gotcha, she says. Pass me around. Without looking, Law reaches into their day pack and passes her a 4-inch long, .50 caliber bullet. Thanks, she says as she holds it in her hands. Making a squeezing motion, both her arms shift and twist into a massive rifle with a high-powered scope. Contract calls for this to be messy. Oh well, she says as she aims. Can I get the next one? Law asks. She considers it for a moment. What the hell, you're already 9, gotta get your feet wet at some point. Yes, he cheers, finally feeling like he'd be able to really contribute to her work. Just in case, and I'll be choosing all your targets, alright. Can't afford any slip UPS, she takes a deep breath. 1,500 meters on a crowded street in broad daylight, you know what most people call that? Says as she exhales. Impossible, Law says, but for us, it's just another Monday, he laughs. Damn right. Focusing her mind, she gently squeezes the trigger, firing between her heartbeats to silence her targets. With no issue, the bullet tears through the air and one of his guards before hollowing out the man's chest in front of his family, painting them all red. Watching through his binoculars, Law doesn't even flinch. Over the years of being a surgeon and her spotter, he's quite used to the sight of blood. As the round is released, the bullet shell pops out of her rifle as her hands shift back, slight red spot on her forearms from the heat of the shell. Tact, Law catches the casing before it falls to the streets below them and stores it in their backpack. TAKT is his equivalent to telekinesis or gravity control, although it operates more vaguely as simply manipulating space, allowing him to even move liquids or simply command it in an area to raise a pile of sand instead of focusing on every grain. However, larger objects need more specific focus and consume more energy. He also cannot directly move himself with this technique. Placing a hand on her shoulder arm where the injury is, he focuses on her booster shot. She feels a small adrenaline surge as he removes his hand, and the sore spot completely heals as if it were never there. Booster shot was a more recent development, allowing him to convert his own stamina into healing for others, or to use it on himself to heal. If he uses it on a person or himself without needing any healing, it instead gives a physical boost proportional to the stamina consumed. Getting ready to leave the roof as sirens start blaring and heroes rush to the scene, the duo casually enters the elevator and descends to the lobby. Kiku still rubs where her arm was stinging from the recoil and heat, thankful for her son's healing technique. Unlike Lady Nagant, while Kiku can make any weapon, her flesh is only reinforced to a certain extent. She also can't separate body parts, therefore, making and firing ammunition is impossible with only her quirk, which leads to her preferring close-range fights overall. So your birthday is coming up, anything you want? Kiku asks as they walk down the street, ignoring the fleet of emergency vehicles passing by. Obsidian scalpels, maybe a new sword. Law answers immediately. Kiku sighs, sure, but how about you also pick something outside of medicine or training? I know those are your first loves, but it's okay to branch off a bit and have fun. Law ponders it for a minute as they round the corner to their car. What about a skateboard? Obsidian scalpels, a new sword, and a skateboard, that's easy enough, Kiku muses as they make their way home. 15 years old. Law had grown up quite a bit in the last few years. They suspect the mutations in his body, extra mitochondria in each cell, are what caused his height to shoot past both his parents. While they both stood at 177 centimeters, 5 feet 10 inches, Law was already at 183 centimeters, just a hair over 6 feet tall. His body was well defined, muscular but mean. Clearly he was someone who enjoyed weightlifting but could also go for a long run whenever he felt like it. His skin was slightly tanned, an extremely light brown hue, partly his natural complexion, and partly from how he spends his free time. But likely the most startling feature is the bluish-white eyes that seem to look past everything in front of him. Sitting around the dinner table, Law gladly digs into his katsudon, a deep-fried pork cutlet on a bed of fried eggs atop a spread of white rice. Beside his plate is a small glass of whiskey. Both Kiku and Corazon have the exact same meal, a birthday and holiday tradition in their little family, which is why they were eating it tonight, April 3rd, Law's 15th birthday. This is what they ate the night they made Law and started their family, so they decided it should become a tradition. So who is she? Kiku asks. Law chokes on his rice for a moment, reaching for his glass to wash it down. What? The girl you snuck out of here this morning. She forgot her jacket, Kiku says with a bored look. Just some girl I met a few days ago, it's nothing serious, Law says. Another useless pretty face, huh? Why can't you just find a nice girl that you'll actually keep around for a change? Kiku berates him. Ugh, why would I ever do that? I'm 14 and I've got money and power. That means the world is just full of options for me, Law boasts. You sound just like your father, but he changed his tune when he met the right woman, Kiku says with a prideful smile. Corazon nods. Then I started a family and it was honestly the best thing to ever happen to me. Have you at least considered taking the actual medical license exam? Kiku asks. You know we have connections to get you in there. You'd easily pass and then we'd actually have a trusted license in the house, maybe even make the clinic legit. I don't know, I don't think I want to get involved in government stuff. What we're doing now works, so why change it anyway? I'm just suggesting options. You've got your whole life ahead of you, still no need to choose now, Kiku says. Well, Law trails off nervously. There actually is a job I was looking at. Both his parents give him a strange look before his father speaks. What job? A simple hit. Law, Kiku narrows her eyes at him. We've been over this. I've been watching you for a decade, studying constantly and practicing. Just let me do one for once, he argues. Narrowing her eyes at him, Kiku silently considers all their options. If I say no, will you do it anyway? Yeah. Sigh. Did you properly check the sources? Of course. Where is it? Only one district over. Target. Some lawyer, works for an oil company. Pay. $2 million, Law says. Kiku frowns and looks over at her husband. Corazon shakes his head. If he's going anyway, then I'd feel better with both of you there. Damn it. Fine. When? He has a case tomorrow afternoon. Law stood in the hotel room staring out the large windows. 15 floors up, all he has to do is make one precise shot and this job would be done. On the bed rests his sword, a sleek 120 centimeters 4 feet long white saber, completely straight and razor thin, custom made to simulate the feel of a scalpel, a tungsten carbon alloy perfect for his needs. The hilt was rectangular and matched the blade perfectly, white with black accents. You ready? Kiku asks. Of course. Law takes his sword and draws it from the white scabbard. Lining it up with a painting on the wall, he activated his quirk. Room. A tiny invisible room reaches the painting but no further, just barely touching the ink. Injection shot, he says quietly. Lining up the blade to where he wants, a bullet of invisible force slams into the ink but goes no further than his room's limits. You really got all the good stuff. His mom mutters. An invisible and silent bullet, perfect for these types of missions as it can either harm inorganic objects, no matter how physically tough they are, or bypass physical defenses and do exclusively internal damage to organics. Your stuff isn't bad, Mom. I'm just that much better, he says with a cocky grin. Oh yeah. She smacked Law on the head. All right. As Law frowns and rubs his head, Kiku looks at the wall clock. It's almost 5, he should be leaving the office soon. Get ready. Right. Law walks toward the tinted window as she hands him a pair of binoculars. Looking down at the crowded street. 2 lanes of light traffic but dozens of people on the sidewalk, either going home or to their evening plans. Focusing on the door he expects his target to be leaving soon, Law keeps his eyes locked, ready to activate his quirk and get another clean job under his belt. Breakdown. Kiku asks over his shoulder, her eyes transformed into high-powered scopes to help locate the target. Mom, you know MHA. Don't care, she cuts him off. Doesn't matter how many jobs you've done, always good to double-check everything. Breakdown. Now. Law sighs. Fine. Early 50s, gray suit, blue tie, has 3 horns on his head. Quirk. Horns. He has horns, Law says in a bored tone. Kiku nods. Family. Doesn't matter. Reason for the hit. Doesn't matter. Payout. 3 million, Law smiles. Good, the only thing that matters is the contract. Nothing is more sacred in this life. Kiku smiles, knowing this rule was properly instilled into their son years ago. Look lively. Ran S. Law spots his target simultaneously, a short and rotund man, barely 150 centimeters 5 feet tall, wearing a gray suit with his blue tie, and sporting 3 horns. The face perfectly matches the picture in the request. Looking at the people walking about, Law spots a gap in the foot traffic, the perfect spot for him to get his shot. Easy money, Law says. Room. A massive room, spanning over 100 meters, invisible and undetectable as always, expands outward from his chest to encompass everything, creating his domain, with him at the center of it. Shambles, a butterfly knife appears in his left hand, without needing to swap places with anything. Familiarity with an object or space allows him to warp them without requiring the crutch of a substitution item. This would be a lot easier if hotel windows could open, Law sighs as he makes a slicing motion in the air. The lock at the edge of the window is sliced open, a perfect and routine use of amputate to divide matter. Law places the tip of his blade just outside the window to prevent any bullet holes when he fires. Scan. His mind is bombarded with information about everything within his room, but he only focuses on his target. Scan gives him a perfect external breakdown of his target's body and passive awareness of everything within his room to an extent, but the larger the room the easier it is to miss things. And gathering information about a person's internal structure requires him to be in contact with the person, even if it is through gloves. Almost there, Law says as he focuses, aiming his blade directly at the target. Injection shot, he mutters. A silent force bullet rockets from the tip of his blade and crosses the street, clearing the distance in half the time it would take for a standard bullet while remaining completely silently and invisibly. They both see the target get hit, a direct shot to the side of his head as he's walking, shattering his brainstem and killing him instantly. The sidewalk at the other end of the man cracks as a bullet hole suddenly appears in it, as if it went clean through his head, but without ever breaking the skin. As always, internal damage only to organics. Easy Joe Law celebrations are cut short. As expected, the surrounding crowd looks on in horror as the mall falls to the floor, but both Law and Kiku's eyes widen in surprise as his body shifts and contorts, transforming back to its original form. A brown blob of flesh, clothes, and all shift with it. A moment later it truly reverts to the original form. A tall slender man with pale gray skin laying lifeless on the sidewalk. Shifter. Kiku's eyes widen in realization, seeing the shape-shifting hero's corpse laying there. His bulletproof skin is obviously assumed to be able to protect him from them, but the hero couldn't have known about Law, about how his quirk worked. Mask on, she yells. Law immediately shuts the window and runs to the bed. Reaching into his bag he pulls on his ski mask, leaving only his white blue eyes exposed. His mother wears an identical mask with her brown eyes revealed. Kiku taps a few buttons on her phone, disabling all the cameras and recordings on their route and prepared exit before throwing the phone onto the bed. Turning to look back at her son, she nods. Ready? Law asks. Let's go. She reaches into the backpack they brought and clicks a button, leaving it on the bed beside the phone and anything else they brought. Law grabs his sword and focuses on where they need to go. Shambles, he says as they disappear, replaced with two blue marbles that clatter to the floor. They appear on the roof of the hotel and begin running along the rooftops, understanding that escape was the main priority before they could do anything else. Boom! As they leap off the roof and onto a neighboring building, the room they were in seconds ago explodes into a raging inferno, destroying all evidence of anyone being there. With only their eyes exposed, they simply had to escape now and lay low for a while. They were certainly impossible to track. Running toward nearly the end of the second rooftop, Kiku stops and grabs her head. Ack! She yells in pain, feeling as if her skull was in a vice. Law stops as he feels a tingling at the back of his mind, but he automatically shrugs it off, the telltale effect of someone trying to use their quirk on him. Thankfully, between his ego, willpower, and quirk, it was impossible for any other quirks to tell him what to do. Kiku, however, without such resistance, drops to one knee due to the extreme pain. On the empty rooftop, Law knows they have no cover and picks her up. Thankfully, his mother was shorter and lighter than him. He could barely feel her due to how much energy his quirk gives him. Scooping her into his arms and handing her his sword, he takes off. What is it? He asks. They're tracking me, Kiku says. We need to find the quirk user and kill him, then disappear. And if we can't, we will, Law says. We'll both get out of this. East, he's east, Kiku says as the pain begins fading away, yet she could feel the established connection tugging her toward the quirk user. Law turns on his heel and begins running east. Room. He creates a room as they arrive at the edge of the roof, quickly scanning for a few rocks on a rooftop across the street in front of him. Shambles. They both disappear. You can put me down now, Kiku says as they step out of his room, causing it to collapse immediately. Kiku stands on her own and points to a spot on the floor. I can feel him down. Move. Law pulls her out of the way as a sharp feather flies past the spot where she was. Crash. Rooftop rumbles behind them. Turning around, they both see a man in an aviator-style getup landing on the rooftop behind them, two wings of red feathers at his back where the lone feather that tried to attack Kiku returns to. The number 3 pro hero, Hawk, glares at them, a long feather in each hand acting like a sword. Standing beside him is a tall hulk of a man, the ground beneath him cracked due to his rough landing earlier. His massive 2-meter-tall frame was swollen with muscles, and his entirely metal body shone under the sunlight. Chrome, the number 12 pro hero, his armored skin allows him to handle some of the physically strongest villains, and makes him immune to firearms and even tank shells. Hawks looks at both targets for a moment before speaking, and Law uses this time to create a room spanning 200 meters, attacks on his stamina that he could truly feel, but making this room and scanning was essential to expect any more ambushes. He'd barely made a room in time to detect that sneak attack earlier after all. If you have a sword, he points at Law, then that must make the woman arsenal. He levels his feather sword at Kiku. Did you find him yet? Kiku asks quietly. Neither side moves their eyes from each other as both her hands morph into swords, confirming Hawk's suspicions. Yay, Law says. I have his location. Plan. Kill them all, they've seen too much. MHM, Law nods in agreement, focusing on the person she pointed at earlier through the floor. While mother and son were quietly muttering to each other, standing 15 meters away, Hawks and Chrome were creating a simple plan, not expecting the infamous assassin Arsenal to have backup. With the sensitivity of his feathers, Hawks felt the vibrations their words sent through the air, easily hearing their plan. They found Mindbinder, he tells Chrome in a hushed tone, still staring down the villains. Don't hesitate to break them, they plan to kill us all. I think the swordsman has heightened senses, you should take him. Piece of cake, Chrome says. Now, Arsenal, Kiku yells. To the shock of both heroes, Law turns toward her and swings at her neck with his blade, drawing it and attacking before anyone can make sense of this betrayal. Shambles, in Kiku's place an older gentleman with grey hair suddenly appears, eyes closed and hands on his temple as he focuses to maintain his quirk on the woman, keeping his mind connected to the woman. Before he can open his eyes they've swapped places and a sword slashes through his head. Incision, Law enhances his slash to do more damage. Unfortunately, this requires physical contact unlike amputate, but the results are obvious as he bisects the man's skull. Before the fresh corpse can hit the floor, Kiku is swapped out once more. Binder. Chrome yells out as both parties rush each other. Chrome charges toward Law while Hawks has his sights on Kiku. Heroes versus villains, a bloody battle begins. Rushing toward Chrome, the massive metal-plated brute, Law glances at Hawk, seeing the hero rocket toward his mother, swords in hand and 3 dozen small feathers flying alongside him like sentient knives. Direct confrontation isn't our specialty, assassination is, Law thinks, his mind racing 1,000 miles a minute to solve this problem. I need to save as many tricks as possible in case they have reinforcements on the way, and I need to deal with Chrome quickly before Mom gets overwhelmed by those feathers. She can't defend from all angles but also can't hurt Chrome, damn it. Both pairs separate slightly and break into individual duels. Chrome punches down at Law with a massive metal fist, only for the swordsman to pivot and turn his back to the hero. Shambles. Clang. Blade clashes against metal skin as they swap places and Law slashes at his back. A large gash is left on the hero's back, but it draws no blood. Law leaps away as Chrome swings back to swat him. Damn power types, Law internally groans. Being an assassin, he rarely, if ever, comes into confrontation with a power type, and certainly not one that's in the top 20 Japanese hero ranking. Law tries to aim the point of his sword at Chrome to attack his insides with a force bullet, but the hero closes the distance between them too quickly. Shining fist. Chrome yells out, his dazzling metallic fist striking Law's sword, sending a wave of numbness up Law's arms as it knocks him across the roof. Law rolls across the ground, then looks up just in time. Shining stomp. Chrome yells as he descends onto Law, aiming to stomp on the assassin. Idiot heroes are always yelling. Law internally groans as he swaps places with Chrome. Law fell a few feet to the roof and landed on his feet while Chrome suddenly appeared on the roof instead of falling, leaving a small crack because of his momentum. As Chrome realizes what happened he rushes Law, but the assassin was already a few meters away with his sword raised high. Injection shot, he commands while Chrome charges. Arg. Chrome collapses with a heavy clank, cracking and chipping the concrete roof. Law had aimed for his thigh, tearing through the artery and tendon without breaking the skin. The hero collapsed in pain as his fleshy insides were shredded. Chrome grits his teeth and makes an erratic, mad dash toward Law, realizing what had happened and making it difficult for the boy to aim. A with diuresis. Injection shot. The shoulder. Injection shot. The gut. Injection shot. The brain, finally killing the hero. Clang. Chrome's forehead slams against the concrete as Law turns toward Hawks and his mother. What he sees makes his blood run cold, but only for a moment, before it begins to boil. During Hawk's short but lethal battle with Kiku, the assassin showed her decades of experience. During one of their clashes she slashed Hawk's face, cracking his visor and nearly destroying his right eye. Ugh, he groaned, the feathers on his back pulling him away from her as he thrust his arms forward. All the feathers on his back react and lash out, 4 dozen small blades shredding the assassin. Kiku freezes, eyes wide as she looks down at her own body, as if she'd been sentenced to death by a firing squad. There were almost more holes than solid flesh on her torso. Understanding what just happened, Hawks leaps forward with both his swords, taking advantage of this moment to eliminate her before anything unexpected happened. As both his blades were about to make contact, however, Mom, he hears before he disappears, slashing at the empty air in front of him when he appears at the far side of the roof. Looking down at Chrome's body at his feet, no blood or visible damage of any kind, presumably unconscious, the hero couldn't tell that his dear friend was already dead. Turning around he sees Law cradling Kiku as she takes what he expects to be her final breaths. His feathers tore through her and danced around inside her torso, putting all her organs into a crude blender. She was dead. She had to be, right? Booster shot. 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 Law screams over and over, his palm over her heart, and faint blue energy transfers from him into her. Unlike Recovery Girl's world-famous heal quirk, instead of using the patient's stamina to force cell activation, Law uses his own stamina to regenerate their bodies. Thankfully his quirk had his body adapt to have much more energy than an average person. She's gone, Hawks says, walking up to Law with his feathers hovering around him, both feather swords still in his hands. Surrender now, enough people have died today. Looking at his mother as she struggles to survive, Law feels rage like never before, not toward Hawks, not toward this situation, only rage at himself. Looking up, his wide-eyed and pissed-off gaze clashes with Hawks's. He puts on a brave front, but using that much energy to keep her alive had his stamina greatly diminished. His room had shrunk from 200 meters down to just barely 50 meters, but the steady, weak, but steady beat of her heart beneath his palm was well worth it. Now I just need to get us out of here so I can operate and save her, Law decided as he gently places her down, rising to his feet, sword in hand. Hawks sighs, I see, so it's like that. Law immediately rushes the hero. Hawks rockets forward, flanked by a dozen feathers on each side, ready to bombard Law with an indefensible onslaught. Before they clash, Law shrinks his room, even more, to barely the size of this whole rooftop. Removing all the unnecessary clutter from his awareness, he focuses entirely on Hawks and all the feathers flying about. Shambles. Clang. Law's blade clashes with Hawks, and the hero's eyes widen, realizing Law had swapped places with a feather at his side. Shambles. Clang. This time Hawks barely reacts fast enough, blocking a slash intended for his back, his feathers heightening his senses and awareness to react nearly as fast as Law, but not quite fast enough to really block anything. But Law had to allow him to block some. Shambles. Clang. Hawks lifts both swords and meets Law's strike to his left side, pushing back against Law. His confidence was built up enough. Shambles. Hawks reacts, and Law once again allows him to defend, blocking with both his feather swords crossed directly in front of him. And as their blades meet, amputate. Law's sword delivers a slash that separates matter, taking advantage of Hawks's confidence in his ability to parry. The hero's eyes widen in horror as his feather swords are cleanly sliced through. Incision. After Law's blade breaks Hawks's guard, he changes the type of slash he performs, switching from amputate, which harmlessly divides organic matter, to incision, which increases the physical and destructive property of his slash. The moment his blade makes contact with the hero's armored chest plate, it sinks nearly an inch deep. Hawks doesn't even register the searing pain until after all his feathers instinctively yank him backward. The slash that would have cut his heart in two and ended his career right there instead only sank an inch deep before his body was pulled back by his feathers. From his left shoulder to nearly his right hip, Law's blade leaves a trail of blood and pain across his chest as all the available feathers slam into the hero and rocket away from the roof with him in tow. The blood that sprayed out of Hawks's chest in his retreat splashed across Law's mask. The normal obsessively hygienic surgeon doesn't even pay it any mind as the hero retreats. Law doesn't bother to chase or even continue his assault. He drops his sword and runs back toward where his mother lays, fighting to desperately cling to life. Dropping to his knees beside her, he cradles her in his arms and places a hand on her chest. Booster shot. He begs his quirk to heal her, and the blue light flows from his palm into her torso. Her broken, ragged breathing and irregular heartbeat don't change. Faint and barely there, if at all. Room. Law commands, expanding his room, creating the largest room he could to get them out of here. He needed his operating tools. He needed life support devices. He needed home. He says in an exhausted voice. Shambles. Both he and his mother disappeared from the rooftop. Dad. Law screams, suddenly appearing in the operating room of their clinic. Kiku struggles to breathe as he holds her in his arms, rushing to place her on the operating table. Leaving his mask on, Hawks's blood drying and sticking the cotton to his face, ignored, he flicks his wrist and a scalpel appears in his hand. Tearing off her top, he sees dozens of stab wounds, tunnels made by feathers flying straight through her and exiting her back. Fuck, he gets to work immediately. A minute later, Khorasan barges into the room, the clinic thankfully already closed for the day, allowing them to have privacy. The man freezes at what he sees, his wife on the operating table, an oxygen mask on her face, struggling to keep her eyes open. Thankfully, Law's quirk allows him to perform painless operations. He sees Law with a blood-stained mask, carefully but quickly operating on his mother, both hands in her chest cavity. Crap. Khorasan rushes to put on some gloves and join his son at the table. The slow and steady beeping of her heart monitor feels like sirens in his ears. What hap? His question halts as they both freeze. Law carefully removes one of Hawks's feathers and lifts it up. It still subtly shakes as he holds it between them. They both share a knowing look before his father speaks. You need to get out of here. I'll keep her stable. No. Law argues, tossing the feather aside and delving back into the surgery. If I leave, she'll die. He destroyed her organs. Khorasan stops himself, knowing Hawks's could likely hear them with that feather. Son, you need to go. No, just focus on saving her. Jigo. Kiku forces herself to speak, her eyes meeting Law's for a moment before she begins to pass out, her heart rate quickly plummeting. Fuck. Law makes a fist with each hand, leaving his thumbs sticking out, and placed them atop her chest. Counter shock. His hands spark. She jolts back awake, heart rate returning as he generated a current with his hands to act as a defibrillator. Booster shot. He gives her another dose of blue healing energy before he continues operating, paying his dad no mind. Looking between his son and wife, Khorasan flattens his lips, knowing exactly how stubborn the boy would be. Fine, the man grits out. You focus on her. I'm making sure you can at least get out of this clean. He rushes out of the room, pulling the antibacterial curtains shut behind him and following their plan. With Graven. All he had to do was make sure they couldn't track Law, because they all knew that the heroes can't actually hold him in custody. Eyes flickering back to his mother as she passes out, heart rate erratic, Law keeps muttering to himself. I'll fix this, I'll fix this, I'll fix this. Over and over for nearly an hour, before the sirens start approaching. Law feels his mind becoming more and more exhausted by the second. He doesn't react when someone busts open the front door, turning the wood into splinters. The feather at the side of the room rushes through the curtains, but he continues operating on his mother. He hears his father yelling, 3 gunshots, then a body hitting the floor. His quirk allowed him to know what was going on. His father was fine, but none of his shots had hit, not surprising for a non-combatant. When the curtains are ripped open, he sees Hawks staring at him with hate-filled eyes. His entire chest is bloodied, one arm across his chest while the other holds a feather sword. His red feather wings kept him off the ground to ease the pressure on his chest. Surrender, now, Hawks demands. Law's eyes focus on Hawks for a moment, seeing the sweat on the hero's face and the way he was careful with his injury, the venom in his glare, and most importantly, all the feathers already surrounding him and his mother. Law returns his focus to his mother, and continues operating. If I stop she dies, was all he said. She's already dead, Hawks insisted. I put her dem organs in a blender, it'd take a miracle to save her, and you killed my friend? So get on the ground, now. I can heal her, I am a miracle, just need time, Law says flatly. Hawks takes a more aggressive stance, feathers angling themselves to cut Law into pieces. Law ignores him, unwilling to ever leave his mother to die, so he continues operating. Fine, Hawks mutters, telepathically instructing his feathers to attack. 2 feathers tear into Law's legs, trying to make him kneel. He groans, but his arms and hands stay steady. His legs through sheer will remain standing, refusing to stop working on his mother. Fine, Hawks says, but you asked for this. One long feather rockets directly to Law's neck, nearly piercing the skin before it stops, and through it all, he continues operating. What? Hawks screams, holding his earpiece. He obeyed the order to stop his attack but couldn't understand why. What the hell could you ever need him for? He growls out. Law listens in on the conversation, at least on Hawks's side, but doesn't stop operating, doesn't even bother to move the feather from his neck. Hawks grits his teeth and is seething at the sight of Law. This monster killed Chrome and you want me to wait. Who's to say he won't just warp away? We won't get this chance again. Hawks argues. You can't be serious? You expect him to honor that. Fine, but if he gets away this is on your head Nezu, this entire trap was yours anyway, Hawks grumbles. Law notices the feathers returning to Hawks's wings. The steady beep of Kiku's heart monitor is the only sound in the room for almost a minute. She's your mom? Hawks asks. Yes, Law answers surprisingly quickly. Hawks sighs, can't believe I'm saying this. You can finish working on her if you agree to come with me afterward, and we'll keep you up to date on her status. We just want to ask you a few questions. Deal? Law doesn't even hesitate, not with how much is at stake. Task Force Control Unit. Within a nearby apartment, Nezu, a 90 centimeters or 3 feet tall white bear mouse with a scar across his right eye, wearing a pristine 3-piece suit sits at a computer desk. Through Hawks's body camera he's been seeing and hearing everything since the beginning of this operation. He's now more thankful than ever that aside from the security posted outside only 3 pros knew about this operation. Keeping it as insulated as possible was the key to catching Arsenal. Looking at the 3 computer screens in front of him he sees Law still steadily working on saving Arsenal, and on a separate camera, he sees the heart thief Khorasan being loaded into an armored truck outside. Picking up his phone from the desk he looks at the time, nearly 9 p.m., yet he doesn't even hesitate to make the call. It only rings once before a pleasant voice answers him. Nezu? What's going on? I'm about to make a big drug bust. This is more important than that Nezu, Nezu says. I'm sending you an audio recording. Use your lie detector quirk. If it's legit then get over here immediately to cover for me. I'll need to go see President Pantu. Huh? What's this about? Nezu Tsukashi asks, now much more concerned, especially if Nezu would have to go see Pantu, the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. I think I found our friend a doctor. Nezu hears Nezu choke at the other end of the call. Send the recording, Nezu immediately demands. Already sent. Nezu leans back in his chair, paw pads nervously tapping the desk. Even with his quirk high spec giving him, a simple bear mouse, intelligence beyond human comprehension, capable of outpacing the most advanced supercomputers, he never expected to stumble upon such a miracle, assuming this was real. But all the evidence points to it being real. The constant beeping of Arsenal's heart monitor was evidence that this was a real miracle, something they'd been searching the past 4 years for. Hawks definitely shredded all her internal organs. If he can save her, maybe he can even heal All Might. The bear mouse dared to hope. Feeling his phone vibrate, Nezu answers before it can even start ringing. Nezu. It's real. Nezu's winded voice answers back. I'm running to my car now. Send me your location then go talk to Pantu. Alright. Nezu hops down from the chair and begins walking to the exit. When you get here make sure to keep his mask on. We need all the leverage we can get. The current date is April 5th, 2114, 1 year until Deku's first day at UA, and 2 months until he meets All Might. Nearly 10 p.m. and you've got me here still. This had better be good Nezu. Pantu says sharply, narrowing her eyes at the bear mouse seating across from her desk. In the sleek minimalist office of the Hero Public Safety Commission president, she leans back into her chair. Her short ash blonde hair slicked back neatly, pearls around her neck. Black dress and suit jacket combination neat as ever. Slight wrinkles on her face showed her age but she still held a vibrant sort of vigor in her turquoise eyes. I'll make this quick so you can get to the airport, Nezu says. I need full negotiating power on the arsenal case. Denied. Get out. I can't do that, Nezu says. Something happened and now the situation has changed. Pantu raises a brow at him, understanding that he wouldn't ask for such a thing without a very good and well thought out reason. What on earth could make you want to potentially give that monster a pardon? She's killed thousands of people, and dozens of heroes. She should be in the ground already. That's why I gave you Hawks and Chrome. They're not opposed to more definitive measures. It's not for her, Nezu says. Pantu leans back into her chair and raises a hand to her chin. I'll delay my jet. Start from the top. Nezu looks around the office for a moment before clearing his throat. This made Pantu even more interested. She sits up and taps a button below her desk, shutting off all the recording devices in the room. All right, off the record, now from the top. The plan worked perfectly, Nezu says. Any of the jobs she took for the next few months would have set off our trap, but we encountered an unexpected complication. How unexpected? Apparently the heart thief and arsenal had a baby, Nezu sighs. This gets Pantu leaning forward. Wait, did he? Nezu nods. For her. He nods again. My god, to think those two monsters were connected all along. Like I said, most unexpected. She gestures for him to continue and relaxes back into her chair. We lost Shifter, Nezu says. How? His skin is supposed to be as hard as tungsten when he transforms. True, Nezu says. We chose him and Chrome for that express purpose. They can block anything Arsenal's quirk has while Hawks is fast enough to subdue her, but we didn't prepare for her son. He did something to Shifter, same as Chrome. It's as if a bullet tore through them, didn't even touch the skin, only internal components. An indefensible attack. Pantu asks. And he can warp, with undefined limitations. Pantu groans. Warping quirks were near impossible to deal with short of a shock implant, but getting approval for those were an entirely different humanitarian issue. Yet it always seems like only villains ever get warping quirks. Currently, no hero in the world has one. That's simply how rare they were. What do you mean undefined limitation? It's the first and only instant warping quirk to my knowledge, Nezu says. He can swap the place of objects or people at will or seemingly move freely without needing to swap with anything. We've seen conflicting evidence. There are clearly factors we aren't aware of. All right, go on. He used this substitution-based warping to kill Mindbender by swapping him with Arsenal before swapping them back. He was able to resist the telepathic connection when Arsenal couldn't, and he somehow located Mindbender with no information. An epsilon. 3 dead pros, all from the top 20. Pantu frowns. Is Hawks all right? He barely survived their first encounter. After Hawks destroyed Arsenal's organs, her son almost cut him in half, but Hawks was fast enough to escape before bleeding out. He got stapled up before we made the arrest. Hawks, the number 3 pro hero, had to run. The boy is very well trained, as you can imagine. Certainly not the first time he's crossed swords with someone. How'd you arrest him if he can warp? She asks. We tracked them with a feather Hawks left in Arsenal. He was performing surgery on his mom when we got there. If he left she would have died, so I made him a deal. He can finish the operation if he surrenders quietly. She survived. Pantu asked. Somehow, Nezu says. His operating skills and healing ability are a miraculous combination. Certainly his father's son. Pantu raises a brow at this. Healing. Nezu nods. Another ability he has. Hawks confirmed the kind of damage she sustained. She should have been dead 10 times over, but she's stable and in custody as we speak. And the boy. I heard over the phone on the way here that he kept his word. And the heart thief. He shot at Hawks but was easily subdued without hurting anyone, including himself. He did manage to destroy all their records before we got there, sadly. Damn, Pantu rubs her face and sighs. So 2 monsters made an even worse monster with however many abilities and some strange quirk. And you want what exactly? I have someone I need him to heal. I already have his psychosis solved. I know how to handle him, and if I don't, it'll only take one conversation to figure him out. Pantu shakes her head. Sorry Nezu, but I'm not letting that hero-killing kid back into the public. Starting thinking of a way to put cuffs on him that he can't warp out of. Pantu, it's in the best interest of Japan that he accepts this offer, and you're the person with the authority to grant it. Pantu sighs. Who could be so important that you need this kid to heal? Just have recovery girl do it. We tried, Nezu says. We've been trying for years with some of the best healers around the world. Everyone says it's impossible to even extend his time. Japan isn't ready to stand without its symbol Pantu. Pantu nearly feels her heart stop at those words. Why, you can't mean. Yes, Nezu nods solemnly. This is our best hope, for all might. Damn it, Pantu sighs. You understand all the things those 2 monsters have done, right? Nezu nods. So you know how much international pressure will be on me to sentence them to execution in Tartarus. He nods again. Sigh, I'll agree with whatever deal you make so long as it doesn't mean they all walk, at least not immediately. When things are more quiet in a few years I can get them out. You can give the kid a full pardon if you really think he's worth the risk. It's hard to imagine a risk not worth taking for the potential to save All Might. Why'd you keep this information from me anyway? Pantu asks. Can you tell me any more? I'm afraid not. I've already told you far more than I was ever allowed to, but I'm sure he'll understand. Pantu nods. Well, your connections are better than mine, so if you couldn't find a solution I certainly couldn't have. What about the kid? What's your endgame with him, after he potentially fixes All Might? All Might is already 48 years old. Even if he was in perfect health, how much longer could we rely on him? Panta scowls. You know the Constitution and international hero law states we can't give a license to anyone that doesn't complete a hero course, she reminds him. I'm well aware of that, and I'm also aware that every country breaks that regulation, just as you've done for Hawks and a few others. They were raised to protect Japan and her interests at all costs. I'm not giving your pet monster the same benefits as them. That would likely be for the best. He already has the skills to deal with most heroes and villains, but he lacks that heroic spirit, and I know the perfect place to instill that into him. Nezu smiles victoriously. Panta shakes her head. You plan to put that thing in a classroom and tell it to play nice with the other children. I plan to show him the virtuous and heroic path, and all the good he can do, but yes, placing him in a hero-centric environment for a few years is sure to help. Panta shakes her head. Just don't come crying to me when he puts a knife in your back. It's inevitable when someone is as hopeful as you are, which really doesn't make sense considering you're the smartest person on the planet by such a large margin. Nezu can't help but laugh at that. Maybe the people arguing with the smartest creature to ever live are wrong. I find that much more likely. He'll be a great hero, you'll see. Standing in a small room with a control panel in front of him, Tsukachi has his arms folded across his chest. Wearing a bulletproof vest and his raid equipment, he has a small frown on his face as he stares at the glass in front of him. Aside from the small door and control panel, the only feature of this room was the one-way mirror built into the wall. It allowed him to see Law on the other side, sitting on a metal chair that was bolted to the floor, locked in a room and hands cuffed to the metal table in front of him that was also bolted down. Staring at the villain, Tsukachi racked his brain trying to make sense of this situation, feeling a creeping sense of dread as Law's blue-white eyes seemed to stare through him. Click. Tsukachi is startled out of his thoughts as Nezu enters the viewing room. Oh, it's you? Expecting someone else? Nezu asked. The mouse bear had a stack of documents tucked under his arm. Yeah, Tsukachi sighs. Figured Hawks would come in again to yell at me. What happened? Everything went well, although I had to reveal exactly who we want him to operate on. Nezu raises a paw to stop Tsukachi's response. Nothing more than a name, I assure you. Not that I could lie to someone with your quirk anyway. Tsukachi turns back to face Law and glares at the villain. So what now? Nezu jumps up to the control panel, with some help from Tsukachi. Standing on it, he can finally see into the room, and he notices Law's head shift. Eyes moving from Tsukachi and onto him. Can he see through the mirror? All I know is he can't hear us. Nezu waves playfully, and Law raises his fingers in a bored gesture, hands still cuffed to the table. Both their eyes widen slightly at that. Or maybe he can see us, Tsukachi says. But again, what's the plan? First catch me up to speed. Give me the rundown of what happened after I left the operation, Nezu says. Right. We locked up the heart thief first. We shipped him off to Tartarus immediately. Hawks supervised the surgery, and when it was complete I followed your instructions and had the kid brought here. Arsenal is stable, somehow. The doctors at Central Hospital are looking over her, but from what they've said so far, he really did perform a miracle on her. Nezu rubs his chin. So his dad is in the most secure prison in the world and his mom is soon to follow, and thanks to the hero and villain laws we can skip a trial if someone poses a sufficient threat or containment risk to civilians. That leaves this young man in a tough spot. From my assessment, he's likely 15, if so much. That would match up to the dip Arsenal had in her contracts at that time. What about the boy after I left? Nothing, Tsukachi says. Didn't resist, or speak, just made sure nobody took off his mask and did everything I said. I expected that much, Nezu says. And the documents. His dad burned everything they had on file, and set the entire building ablaze in the process. Pictures, contracts, contacts, any work history, IDs, don't even know what he looks like under there. Tsukachi gestures to Law's bloodied mask. All we've got to go on is what your program got. I see. It seems my assessment of his mind was spot on. This shouldn't take long at all. Nezu hops off the control panel and down to the floor. Do tell me if he says any lies, Tsukachi. Yeah, but don't you want to call in Hawks or some more officers before you talk to him? Nezu stops walking toward the door and turns back to Tsukachi. He chuckles and shakes his head. I've already sent them all away. Only we three are here. Don't worry. We'll be fine. Nezu adjusts his earpiece and exits the room, making a small detour to prepare something before speaking to the masked villain. Sitting in the interrogation room, Law was remarkably calm. Who wouldn't be when you could leave at any time? He made a game of staring at the detective through the mirror, using his quirk and his scan technique to get a 3D image of the man's movements, constantly keeping his eyes locked on him. Arno. While he kept his composure, his mind was making hundreds of contingencies. He'd have to leave and immediately go to Central Hospital to get his mother, but she'd be on life support so he wouldn't be able to move her in his exhausted state. His dad would already be in Tartarus, and they'd surely take measures against a jailbreak. Even if he can warp, the results would likely be bloody. So in the meantime, he knew he was stuck. After waiting for quite a while, however, things began changing. Most of the security is leaving, and Hawks, he notices, scanning the room again to make sure what he sensed in the building was true. Feeling one short figure approaching, he knew exactly what was going on. Nezu is here in person. This must be a big deal. Click. The door swings open as Nezu walks in, the unmistakable mark of confidence in his steps. Hopping onto the metal chair opposite Law, he has his back to the mirrored panel and places two things on the metal table. a stack of documents, and a plastic bottle of water, just simple water that can be bought anywhere, with a little something extra in it. Law's eyes never leave Nezu, even as the man silently observes him, and they size each other up. Breaking the silence, Nezu waves, "Hi there, I know who you are. Smartest creature to ever live, helped countries restructure governments and infrastructure. Wrote hero laws across the world, principal of UA, Law says. I was waiting for you. My reputation precedes me. Anyone who has anything to do with heroes should know you, not knowing who the #1 hero supporter is would be idiotic." Nezu nods along, "Very true for your line of work, and you said you were waiting for me. I only talked to the man in charge, and you ordered Hawks to stop, so you're the man in charge, right?" Nezu nods, realizing that Law had been listening to Hawks earlier. "That I am. And would you care to guess why I'm here? To give me a shady deal." Law looks around at the room. "Would explain why I'm in some private building instead of a police station." "Very perceptive," Nezu says. "And what may I call you?" "Doctor," Law says. "Very well, Doctor. Both your parents are currently in Tartarus. Measures are naturally being taken against any warping jailbreak." Nezu sees Law stiffen at those words, although he tried to hide it. "I shouldn't have to tell you that those countermeasures include very messy results should they be triggered." "I'm aware," Law says with much more grit than intended. "Such measures are necessary considering the severity of your parents' crimes," Nezu says. A natural-born prodigy moving from Italy to Japan to become a doctor at only 20, gets called in to operate on a modern Japanese princess, and instead of the simple stomach surgery, he cuts out her heart and disappears. Nezu's words don't affect Law at all, he shows no surprise or shame. "And Arsenal," Nezu says. "To think he stole the heart for her, for love, to keep her alive. A woman credited with nearly 7,000 confirmed kills, many of which are on very influential people. I'm sure you can understand the situation they're in right now." "Yes. Execution," Law says. Nezu nods, "And you could very well join them, if we could contain you, which we can't." "Certainly not with only 2 of you," Law says. Both Nezu and Tsukachi stiffen at that, unsure how he knew that everyone else had gone, but this was all planned for. "It would make no difference," Nezu shrugs. "The people we had couldn't stop you from leaving anyway, so at least this way you don't have to hurt them. Besides, the fact that you're still here and knew I came with a deal proves you're smart enough to know what choice is best, and you understand the leverage I have." Law grits his teeth. "My parents aren't leverage," he says. "My apologies, but surely you understand what I mean, yes?" Law nods. "Well then, Doctor, here is the situation. I need your skills for one job, then you're completely free to go. I'll never come looking for you unless you do something to get on my radar, and you'll have no connection to the heart thief or Arsenal. Services." Law asks, "You need me to kill or heal someone?" "Heal. And what about my parents?" Nezu hesitates for a moment. Nezu reaches for one of the documents and places it in front of him, reading it to Law. "If you sign this, it will state that you were groomed without choice in an abusive house." "Shut up." Law's yell causes Nezu to reel back on his chair. "You ever talk about my parents like that again and all the heroes in the world wouldn't be able to save you." Law suddenly went from calm to seething with rage. Nezu takes a deep breath, says "I understand," and pretends like it never happened. Tossing that offer aside, along with a few others. "I assume you'll never testify against them in any way, correct?" Law says. "I love my parents, and I'm proud of them. They taught me everything they knew and made me who I am. I owe them everything. I'll never turn on them, and I won't let anyone talk bad about them. Got it?" "Understood," Nezu says, nodding, and moves on to new documents. "Would you like some of the water?" Cling. Nezu looks up to see Law sitting back and cracking the seal on the bottle, empty handcuffs on the table, no longer running through the metal bar built atop the table. He'd swapped the cuffs and water, causing them to disappear from around his wrist as the water appeared in his hand. Tsukachi wasted no time in telling Nezu what happened as Law leans back and takes a large gulp of water. Nezu only stares for a moment before turning back to the documents as if nothing happened, not at all bothered by the villain sitting across from him without restraints. Ignoring Tsukachi yelling in his earpiece about how he should get out of there. As Law finishes the bottle of water, Nezu begins speaking. "All right, I've found a solution to both our problems." He pauses, seeing a thoughtful expression in Law's eyes as he seems to be mulling over some thoughts. Without warning, Law looks away and up down his mask slightly, spitting into the corner of the room before turning back to Nezu, mask back on properly to only show his eyes. "A biological tracker, very clever," Law says, a hint of amusement in his voice. Tsukachi's voice buzzes in Nezu's earpiece. "He really did spit out the tracker, every little bit of it," the detective says in a mix of horror and amazement. Nezu can't help but lean back in his chair. "I designed that to meld with prisoners' bodies so we can keep tabs on slippery villains. How'd you find it? Much less expel it." Law only shrugs in response. Nezu sighs, still calm and focused. Law's attitude is still well within the predicted margins for him. "I've come up with a new deal that doesn't involve you betraying your parents. Community service." "What?" Law asks, completely confused. "Quite simple really." Nezu takes one of the documents from the bottom of the stack and slides it over so Law can read it. "You get a full pardon, their executions are withheld, and when your side of the agreement is complete we can even discuss reducing their sentence, depending on how well you do at community service, of course." Law looks up from the contract in front of him, more like a piece of paper with one signature on it. Hero Public Safety Commission President Pen to herself, the highest authority in Japan aside from President Bosu, but in terms of hero matters, she was the head in most cases. What's the community service? Law asks. Nezu smiles and reaches forward in a handshake gesture. Come study at UA, and be a hero. Hero. Law couldn't quite wrap his mind around the absurdity and stupidity of that idea. You want me to go to UA and become a hero? Precisely, Nezu nods enthusiastically. Starting next year, this school year, let's just say things aren't right just yet. Why not just get me a pro-hero license now so I can start working off their sentence? Law asks, you know I'm already more capable than most heroes in Japan, just let me get to it. Unfortunately the Japanese constitution and hero regulations forbid that, plus you're only 15, Law says. Exactly, although the truth was that Nezu wanted to force Law into a hero-centric environment alongside other young heroes for as long as possible, hoping that they rub off on him, but he would never say that. And besides, if you are as good as you think then graduating UA shouldn't be an issue for you. It won't be, Law declares, but it is a waste of time. Nezu chuckles, you'll find that every year there are exceptional prodigies. I'm sure you'll be able to find worthy competition. In fact, I guarantee you will. I doubt that, Law says. But obviously you won't budge on this term, right? Right. Sigh, so I heal your friend, attend UA, and how much can I get their sentence reduced? If you perform well enough it could be entirely. Law perks up at that. But we can discuss that at your graduation, and every year afterward. Until then they will remain exactly where they are. And they won't be executed before that? I know that super high priority people like my parents are kept isolated. I need some guarantee that this isn't all for nothing, Law says. You have my word, so long as you uphold your part of the contract, I will uphold mine. Nezu nods. Law sighs, Mom taught me how sacred contracts are. Contracts and my family are all that matter to me. I never agree to a contract I can't fulfill, and I never break a contract. I also don't renegotiate the terms of any contract I agree to, even if the job turns out to be a lot tougher than expected. It's on me to do the research after all. Beta. That's good, a strong sense of family and honor, even if the work you did was less than clean. I can respect your work ethic and how professional you kept yourself, Nezu says. I'm fully aware of how the world views us. Law sits back in his chair and stares at Nezu for a long while, then he sighs, then speaks. Before I agree to anything, I've got some specific terms. He looks to the mirror, as if he could see Tsukachi standing there. I need to discuss them with you. Only you? I see. Nezu narrows his eyes slightly. And I can trust that you won't try anything harmful or deceitful when I order him to leave. Of course I won't. I just want as few people as possible to know my business. Detective. Nezu asks. He's not lying, Tsukachi says through the earpiece, but that doesn't mean I'm comfortable with this. Leave us, detective, Nezu says. I trust him. After Law senses Tsukachi leaving he nods to Nezu. The mouse bear removes his earpiece and sets it down on the table, turning it off. Alright, what are these terms you want to discuss? Nezu asks. My face, and information about my family. The police and government weren't able to recover anything at all. All documents were burned in the fire your father started. All systems were wiped clean. They can't even find the legal names you three were operating under. Law. Nezu says. Law narrows his eyes at that. I'm guessing you don't include yourself in police or government. I'm an educator and consultant, Nezu says. With the way you three operate I fully expected you to be concerned about this. When I realized I needed you I assumed it would give me good bargaining power, which it clearly does. Does anyone else know? Law asks. No, Nezu doesn't hesitate to answer. Having Law all figured out by now he knew he was safe. After all, he's the only hope Law has of saving his parents. And his parents are most important to him, followed closely by his ego. Then let's keep it that way, Law says. What do you mean? If you could wave your hand and make a full pardon appear, I'm assuming you can make an ID and medical license or two appear, right? If I wanted to, of course. Nezu was very intrigued by this suggestion. What do you have in mind? I don't want my face being a hero, especially not at UA. Putting my face and quirk in the spotlight is just inviting villains to pay my family a visit in the future, when I start my own family specifically. I see, Nezu strokes his chin. Most people don't consider that since being a hero means being a celebrity. Most people are morons who don't think a step past themselves, especially teenagers, Law says, a new harshness in his tone. You disapprove of that? Obviously, Law scoffs. I think they're selfish, arrogant, careless, and lack any sense of accountability if anything does happen. It's disgusting. Can't expect villains to follow the rules, so the last thing I want is to head back home from patrol and find my house turned to ash while my family was inside. Nezu taps his chin, so every thought goes into protecting his future or current family. He thinks to himself. Understandable, I can have new identification created for your personal and hero use, including a mask. Perfect. And about the medical licenses, I'd have to review some of the medical notes in your father's files, but from what I saw on the drive here, I don't think a medical license for each identity is beyond reason. Prodigies exist, more so than ever since the advent of quirks. Good, Law says. I just need my hero and personal life as separate as possible. That's very important to me. So then we have an agreement. Nezu asks. On the day of the surgery, or whatever it is your friend needs, if you've got everything by then, yeah, I'll play hero for you. Anything to fix what I did. What you did. Nezu was suddenly very curious by this choice of words. Sigh, I guess it doesn't really matter since you have all the dirt on me. Law shrugs. I chose that job, first one I've ever picked, and it turned out to be a trap. I fucked us. Nezu shakes his head, realizing that they'd both been so focused on the future that they never even discussed what happened. Deciding to take a risk, he tells the truth. It wasn't your fault, Nezu says, causing Law's eyes to snap to him. There have been teams tracking her for nearly 2 decades, since before you were born. We finally had enough info to narrow down her pattern. For the past year, all her jobs have been tracked, and some were even provided by us to get rid of certain undesirable people, to let the bait sink in. What? Law was amazed that they never noticed, but not completely surprised since Nezu's intellect is beyond even a complex supercomputer, many of which he personally designs and sells to major governments. Any job of the 3 dozen she would have chosen would have been the same trap. She taught you well, she always chose the perfect job. We just figured out how to appear like the perfect job. So if you're going to be mad at anyone, to hate anyone, it should be me, Nezu says. Law doesn't even hesitate to slouch down in his chair and shake his head. No, you did your job well, I'm the one who failed. I fucked up so badly that I destroyed my family, maybe got them killed, and I'm guessing all our accounts are gone too. Nezu nods. Fuck, Law rubs a hand down his face. The only person to blame is me. They trained me to be my best self. I've trained so hard to be perfect, and I ruined everything. I saw her get hurt and I didn't even think to check for feathers. This is all on me. Responsibility and accountability, right, that's why I'm the only one who I should hate for this. Nezu sighs. Do you have a safe house remaining? Of course, all our assets weren't digital, just 90%. Good, I'm sure you want some time to process this. Nezu takes one of the documents out from his stack and slides it over, face down. This is the only one I printed, the other personal files are here. He places a phone on the table. And a tracker I can't get rid of. Naturally, Nezu says, gesturing to the phone. But from what I can tell, you and I will work very well together. Be ready for my call, Law. Thank you, Law says, suddenly feeling very tired as he feels the meeting ending. The adrenaline and anxiety cocktail that was keeping him going is finally wearing off. I'll contact you when I have everything ready. Nezu hops off his chair, takes the remaining documents, including the unsigned contract, and begins walking to the door. You can get yourself out of here, right? He asks playfully. I'll be fine, Principal. Law groans at the word, already knowing this was going to be a long journey. With that, Nezu nods and exits the room, shutting the door behind him. Law takes a deep breath, feeling exhaustion seeping into his bones. Fuck me. He groans, taking the picture from the table as well as the phone. Shambles. He disappears, swapping places with a few raindrops from outside. Law stands in the shower, warm water flowing down his body, watching blood and water rush past his feet and rush down the drain. He sighs, feeling his bones ache, the stress and constant worry of his body slowly fading away under the water. After a short shower, he makes sure to get the dried blood out of his hair before drying off and stepping out of the glass shower. Looking at himself in the bathroom mirror, palms flat on the sink, he can see the exhaustion in his own white blue eyes. His hair was short and messy, with not a single scar or scratch on his muscular but lean body. He cracks a smile, the chiseled features of his face giving a wolfish, predatory appearance. Not a scratch on me. He lifts a hand and feels his neck. Along with where the feathers had burrowed through his legs, they were perfectly healed, with no evidence of ever being injured. Hawks, number 3 hero, Law scoffs and begins walking toward the bedroom. What a fucking joke, couldn't even last a minute with me in a real fight. Entering the bedroom, he walks toward the bed, the simple and small one-bedroom apartment, one his family had hidden away just outside of Tokyo that was made for times like this. In case they were ever fully compromised, with no access to their accounts or contacts, all alone with a bag of clothes and cash. Located on the 3rd floor of this 5-story building, it provides no real security, but nobody would look for him here. He gets dressed in a pair of black sweatpants, leaving his shirt off as he takes out a laptop from his duffel bag. Sitting against the backboard of the bed with the laptop on his lap and the bag beside him, he takes another look through the phone Nezu gave him, the camera already torn out. One contact and my family files, he says while scrolling through the few pictures he had. Only a couple dozen pictures of them on the rare outings over the years. Looking past his feet, he sees the full body-length mirror not far away. He scowls at himself, then begins typing on the laptop. Shit. He mutters. Reports of Arsenal and the Heart Thief being captured by Hawks are already on news websites. He checks international news sites, and only sees more of the same. 2 international villains brought down by a young top-rated hero in Japan. They couldn't get the stories out fast enough. No real names, or faces, or extra information. Just a basic headline, and apparently Arsenal killed 3 heroes in the raid. Law shakes his head. Nezu really did pull all the strings to make this happen. Law considers Nezu's position once more, the most influential person on the planet outside of world leaders. He thinks aloud. If I were Nezu, I designed defense systems and infrastructure for countries and people across the world. I built supercomputers that are nearly comparable to my own brain. I contributed more to hero society and the education of heroes than anyone else in history. I poured almost all of my money into helping heroes across the globe. La sets the computer aside and brings up one of his knees, resting his arm on it. If I'm Nezu, I can lock anyone away, or get anyone out, after the public forgets them of course. La nods to himself. If he keeps his word this will be easy, but how do I make sure he doesn't stab me in the back? I'm just another hero-killing villain to him. La holds his head for a minute, racking his brain trying to think of a solution. Never break a contract, he says to himself. So I can't hold the patient hostage. I don't alter contracts, he groans. So I can't renegotiate if it changes, that means I'm in this for at least 4 years until I graduate. He moves the laptop aside and leans forward. Nope. 4 damn years. He rummages around in the duffel bag and fishes out the picture Nezu brought him. Taking out the picture he gently passes a hand over the paper, as if trying to feel that familiar warmth from it. A picture of them on what looks to be an isolated beach area, him being only 9 years old in the photo. Sitting beside his surfboard with both his parents beside him, their boards stood behind them. A popsicle in his hand just like them, all happily enjoying a summer day together. He can't help but smile, feeling sadness beginning to take over, tears almost ready to begin flowing down his face. As he feels the damn about the burst, however. Are you fucking crying? His own disgusted voice ridicules him. La's eyes lazily drift up to look at the mirror, still sitting on the bed, leaning against the backboard, yet his reflection is standing in the mirror, pacing side to side in the room. It stops, and stares directly at him. What the fuck is wrong with you? It asks, shaking its head in disapproval. We aren't some weak sniveling pussy who cries about his problems. We don't waste our time in our own head thinking in circles like some useless impotent fuck. We get active and go solve the problem. La takes a deep breath, and the dam is reinforced, suddenly feeling much calmer and more steady. That's right, the reflection nods. None of that crap, we were raised and trained to be perfect. We can solve this, I know what you have to do. The reflection points at him, that means you know exactly what you have to do. La sighs, closes his eyes, and leans his head against the backboard, releasing a frustrated and annoyed groan. I know, it'll suck, but we've gotta do this. Nezu wants a hero, so we'll give him a fucking superhero. Someone Japan suddenly can't live without because we're just that much better than the cape and spandex morons. The reflection opens its arms wide as if a crowd was cheering for him. We'll have them begging us, all those useless, nameless, faceless, pathetic, stupid, fucks. All those damn ants that can't fend for themselves or crawl themselves out of a burning building without some retard in spandex and a cape coming to hold their hand. We'll have them groveling at our feet, where they're meant to be. They'll want to build a monument to the sky with our name on it, and do you know why? La nods, a smirk growing on his lips. That's right, the reflection chuckles, because we're just better than all those morons playing the hero-villain game. Better quirk, better training, better in every way. They're trying to chase our backs, so desperate to catch up while running with no legs, while we're on the horizon, and once everyone sees how much better we are, they'll understand that they need us, and we don't need them. La smiles at that. The reflection nods, and they will give us whatever we want. They'll give us whoever we want back. A serious look dominates La's face as his eyes harden, brows furrowed. That's right, the reflection says, standing proud to look at La who was still sitting on the bed. Once they see how superior we are, our family will be back together again, our mistake will be fixed. We destroyed our family, we made the mistake, and this is how we fix it, even if it kills us. La nods. And when we're all back together, we'll make sure they never have to worry about a thing again. The reflection gives him a sad smile. We owe them that much, it's the least we could do. La runs a hand through his hair at the thought of that. Hey, the reflection says in a soothing voice, everyone wants a miracle, and that's exactly what we are. People all around the world will be dropping to their knees to suck us off. We just need to make the most of it, and we've got a whole year to do it before we have to go to that fucking circus Nezu runs. La takes a deep breath and then picks up the phone. That's right, the reflection says. Call Nezu and tell him what we need. He wants us to be a hero. We'll be a super fucking hero, so good that everyone else looks like the trash they are, and when everyone sees our value, when they all need us, they see that we're a god, that we're above them, when we show them, yeah, when we've done that. La smiles broadly, and a slight chuckle escapes his lips, then we can do whatever we want. 4 days after meeting Nezu. Sitting on the couch of his condo, La is wearing simple shorts and a t-shirt, all black. A glass of scotch in his hand as he scrolls through a list of hotels in Switzerland. Room? Taking a sip of the drink he enjoys the familiar taste of it, placing the glass down on the coffee table as he drops his phone. TAKT? It hovers in place while he refills his glass with scotch. Refilling his glass he leans back into the couch and grabs the phone out of the air. Room? This place looks about right, he says, finding a reasonably priced hotel in Bern that suits his purposes. Losing access to all his family money truly hurt, and now he only has the cash they stored at this safe house. Just after making his reservation, the phone begins to ring. Hello. Hi there, I'm outside, Nezu's friendly voice answers back. On the sidewalk. La asks while opening a room, reaching from his location all the way down to the other side of the street. Yes, I'm out front. Holding it. Yes. Nezu says a bit nervously, I'm sitting in my car. Scan. La gets a full 3D map of the area, focusing on finding Nezu, sensing him in an armored SUV out front with his driver, a large metal briefcase in his arms as he sits in the back, phone raised to his ear. Shambles, Law tosses an ice cube to the couch opposite him, and just before it hits the couch it swapped with Nezu, briefcase, and phone in hands. HNGH, Nezu grunts as he falls from almost an inch above his new seat, looking up to frown at Law, a little warning next time. He hangs up the phone and texts his driver. Sure thing, Law says. Is everything ready? I wouldn't have called if it wasn't, Nezu says. Will you be able to operate here? If not, I have a room reserved at a private facility. Here will be fine, the bedroom is ready. Law shrugs. I see. Nezu silently looks around for a moment, taking in the simple apartment before noticing Law drinking alcohol. You're 15, you shouldn't be drinking. With tilde beta. It's been a rough week, Law shrugs. Don't worry, it doesn't actually do anything. Want a drink? Do you have tea? Law gestures to the kitchen. Feel free to do as you wish, I'd like to check out my gear. He nods toward the briefcase. Enjoy, Nezu says excitedly as he hops down from the couch and walks off toward the kitchen. As Nezu walks away, Law gets up and places the briefcase on the coffee table before returning to his own seat. At the front of the metal case was a black smiley face with checkered teeth, large sold eyes, and a dot nose, 6 spokes protruding out of it with pieces of another broken concentric circle attached to them. You got the trademark for me? Law asks. Of course, Nezu's voice calls out from the kitchen, his body hidden on the other side of the counter. Horizon, Miracle Solutions Ltd. That smiley face is a strange logo, but it's what you wanted. My dad's was hearts, Law says. Mum's was gears, this is mine. Any All Might inspiration? Nezu asks cheekily from the kitchen. Yes and no, I figured people are only gonna see my back when I leave them in the dust, so it should at least be smiling. Law chuckles darkly and Nezu just shakes his head. You know, you could have just said you wanted to heal people with a smile. I rather not lie. Law finally opens the case. Staring back at him is a sleek visor, made of a super tough polymer, black with 2 blue eyes and white on both sides. Simple but mysterious and intimidating, exactly what he wanted. Picking it up, he gives it a once-over, turning it at every angle and feeling it with his hands, smooth and cool. Looking underneath, he sees blue circuits flowing within, entirely on the area at the back of the head. Anything I should know about this? He asks while putting it on. The moment it's on, he feels it tighten slightly, just enough to be perfectly comfortable. He also feels the base of the helmet extend all around. A hidden lip extends downward at the front and completely blocks his mouth, and he feels something like fabric reach down his chin. That feels weird, he says, his voice suddenly carrying a slight mechanical edge to it. But it doesn't feel like I'm wearing a helmet, doesn't really look like it either. He raises a hand to see if he could notice any visual change, but getting up to look into a nearby wall mirror, while the face of his helmet was still black with 2 simple blue eyes, from the inside the world was crystal clear. Perfectly crafted one-way vision. Raising his head, he looks under his chin, noticing the base of the helmet extend as if it tried to crawl down his neck. Can't even feel it, and it doesn't bother my jaw at all when I talk. Obviously not, Nezu says before taking a sip of his tea, now sitting on the couch. Power loader, and I designed it personally, as well as your new sword, but that will remain at UA until you officially enroll. You can't take it off campus without a provisional license. I see. Law walks back over to the case and inspects the other items, finding a set of dark black socks, long pants, gloves, and a long-sleeved shirt. 3 of each. Looking inside them, he sees that the outside is black but the inside is white, with the shirt having his logo in blue on the black side, and also in blue on the white side, as he requested. Double-sided, huh? You asked for a white with the blue logo, but this was a more functional idea. Plus the fabric comes in black, so this was also faster. All 3 body gloves are the same, and they become active when fully connected. That includes the visor, Nezu says. Fully active. Try it on. Room? Law picks up each piece and gives it a quick scan, then shifts his gaze toward Nezu. I can't see your face to know what you're thinking, Nezu says, staring at the blank faceplate. I'll have to remember that, but trackers, really. Nezu shrugs. It was a good idea at the time, and I figured you wouldn't have been able to find them. Law just sighs and grabs each shirt, focusing on the trackers and then looking at his glass of scotch, focusing on the condensation at the base of the glass. Shambles? 3 small black objects, shaped like grains of rice, but 1/3 of the size, are swapped for drops of water. Incredible, Nezu mutters in awe. How were you able to find and isolate them so easily? I'll explain when the others get here. Do I need to worry about a tracker built into the visor, or programmed into it? Law asks. No, there wasn't any space for a tracker, and the only software is so you can use it as a wireless headset for your phone for better privacy, alongside the temperature control you requested. Good, I'll be taking your word for it, and thanks for not making the voice too mechanical. All I did was program the fabric, Power Loader did everything else. He's our resident support item genius after all, Nezu gloats, always happy to brag about his staff. Law begins putting on the gloves and socks, flipping them inside out so the white side was showing. Speaking of UA, shouldn't you be there since the school year just started, or is just about to start? It began yesterday, but I don't really have much to do this year since one of the first-year classes got expelled from the hero course. What do you mean a class got expelled? Law asks, his slightly mechanical voice clearly surprised. We have a certain strict teacher that is very harsh with what he expects of heroes. He put them all into the general studies department directly afterward. Sounds like a dick, Law says. He means well, his ways are just a bit cold at times, but he will be your homeroom teacher next year. His quirk may be needed to help guide you, Nezu says. You mean to stop me from putting people in the ground? That's one way to put it. What's his quirk? Because it'll some serious magic to stop me, Law says as he finishes with the socks and gloves. Standing up he holds the pants and shirt, studying them for a moment. His quirk can temporarily erase other quirks, Nezu says. Shambles, Law's pants and shirt swap for the parts of the body glove, now wearing the visor with his entire body covered in white fabric as the room closes, retracting into himself. Shambles? That's what you call the warping? Nezu asks curiously. Law just turns toward him, allowing the blank visor to stare at Nezu for a moment. So Eraserhead he looks at his body curiously, feeling the gaps between the separate pieces somehow being filled, as if the fabric itself was reaching out to the other parts and connecting. He walks over to the mirror and barely catches the tail end of the process, the turtleneck portion of his body glove reaching up to connect with his visor perfectly. That's creepy. Somewhat yes, but the smart fabric is needed to regulate temperature, which is a necessity for how long you plan to spend in that persona, Nezu explains. And you looked into UA staff. Always best practice to scope out a site before you enter. Fair enough. I can feel it cooling me down already. He notices a small thermostat appearing inside his visor before it disappears. Body temperature gauge. Precisely, as expected this equipment is purely for comfort, so don't try to fight fire or ice user with this. It's meant to keep you cool on a warm day or warm on a cold day, nothing more. You'll still need a coat in the winter or ice cream in the summer. It'll do, thanks. Now for the really important parts. He takes his seat back on the couch and pulls the case closer, reaching into a small compartment to remove some documents. Looking at the first set of documents, passport, birth certificate, ID, driver's license, medical license, all for his real identity of Law Matani. Wow, Law is genuinely surprised. I expected just the basics honestly, medical license and even a driver's license. Nezu shrugs. The doctors at Central Hospital put some of your more miraculous cases into a simulator after I gave them the relevant files. None of those people should have survived. They ever offered you a job. With that plus my own research, a medical license seemed earned. At 15, I know that since quirks shook up the world there have been prodigies in a lot of things, so exceptions are made, but never figured you would have gone for it. Your medical skills are peerless, and you aren't using them for evil anymore, so it's fine. The fact that your quirk is a healing type made it very easy to get. Makes sense. The driver's license was a bit more difficult honestly, getting you a license to drive any class of road vehicle in Japan. At 15, let's just say I had to get creative with the computers. But it still only took me a few minutes. I don't like public transport, so thanks, especially since if things go as planned I should be able to afford some nice cars soon. Sooner than you think. You'll get all the information when you get there in person, but you'll certainly be able to get whatever toy you want. MHM, Law continues reading the documents until something catches his eye. Law Matani, quirk, heal. Well, I couldn't put Hand of God since that would reveal you to be Horizon as well, Nezu says. I get that your quirk allows you to warp and heal, but that name is so pretentious. Are you sure you don't want to change it? My dad chose it for me, and it's very accurate, so it stays. Besides I can do more than just warp and heal. Really? You'll see eventually, Law says. He puts away his documents and takes a look at his second set, Horizons. You have the body glove and visor listed as lifestyle support equipment. Good, they can't legally have me remove or alter either then. Exactly, and even the picture is just that of your visor. Be sure not to alter it. I know that much, Nezu. Law continues looking through the documents, and he even has a driver's license for Horizon as well. I don't think Horizon is gonna have any cars. He'll probably have a driver, unless I have a second house just for my cars as Horizon, since I won't be able to bring them home. Dual identity problems, I guess. Precisely why so many heroes just go public. Not worth it, he says sternly. Put my current and future family in danger. I'd rather deal with the dual identity bullshit forever. True, the media won't report it much, but villains tracking heroes to their homes isn't all that uncommon, not with people being so comfortable about showing their face. Exactly, I don't buy into the hero-centric media crap. I've been on the other side. I know how easy it is to track people down with just a face or quirk name, never putting my family in that kind of danger just to save some strangers. I certainly can't argue against that, but most people don't take things as extreme as you do, although they usually aren't in such extreme circumstances. I want Horizon and Law Matani to be as different as possible, Law says. One is the perfect pristine hero, and the other is a guy who looks like he belongs in a gang, tattoos and all. Nobody will ever connect them in person, just as you've made sure nobody can connect them digitally in Japan's system. True, but one thing, you don't have tattoos, Nezu points out. Not yet. You'd go that far to separate your identities? Nezu asks, not surprised but a bit concerned. No face tattoos, but yeah, I don't see why not. When I retire or if I'm just off duty, the last thing I want is people thinking I'm a hero and bothering me. Nezu chuckles. Most people can't stop thinking about life as a hero, and you're more concerned about when you settle down and start a family. He nearly spills his drink as his chuckle devolves into a mad cackle. Law just sighs and sits back. Don't think anything else really matters honestly. Nezu catches his breath at this. I can certainly respect your view on th. Beep, beep, beep. Nezu's phone goes off, drawing their attention toward it. Nezu picks it up and looks at the message before turning to Law. Seems like your first patient is here, Dr. Horizon. Knock knock knock. Law and Nezu turn to look down the connection hallway from their seats in the living room. Right on time, Law mutters, still not entirely used to the slightly mechanical nature of his voice through the visor. Getting up, he walks down the hallway and in a few steps is at the front door. Opening it, he's greeted by the sight of a 180 centimeters 5 feet 11 man in a beige trench coat, a suit kept below it. And standing behind this man is a 204 centimeters 6 feet 8 blonde man, with spiky hair with two bangs at the sides of his face, blue sunken eyes and hollow cheeks, appearing emaciated, as if he was ready to fall over into a shallow grave. Both men stare back at Horizon, slightly surprised to be greeted by the black visor that only had two triangular blue eyes, a white body glove hiding every piece of skin that would have shown with his pair of black shorts and t-shirt. Come in. Horizon steps aside and gestures for them to enter, locking the door behind them. Both men gave him a nod as they pass by, but Horizon can't help noticing how the blonde man towered over his 180 centimeters 6 feet self, along with the fact that his suit was a few sizes too large, hanging off his frame. Walking behind both men, the trio joins Nezu in the living room. Now that we're all here, how about introductions? Nezu asks. Room? Horizon reaches out to the plain-looking man in the trench coat. I'm Horizon, the doctor. The man shakes his hand. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. After a firm handshake, Tsukachi steps back. Detective? As in the detective from when I met Nezu. Tsukachi only nods and moves to take a seat. Next, the tall blonde man reaches out with a large hand. Horizon feels the man's hand like a vice around his fingers for a moment. Toshinori Yagi, it's a pleasure to meet you, doctor. Horizon's face tilts downward, shifting from looking up at the man to looking at his torso. Wow, so you must be my patient. He releases the man's hand. Don't worry Yagi, I can help you. Please call me Toshinori if you'd like, the man says as he moves to join Tsukachi on the couch, leaving Nezu and Horizon on single seats. Yagi is shorter. Horizon moves to take his seat. I don't particularly care for naming traditions and formality. I always use the short or easier to say name. He shrugs. AHH, that's fine as well, Yagi says. Horizon nods, then claps once to get their attention. So, now that the small talk is over, how much do these men know about me, Nezu? Only the bare minimum, Nezu says, putting down his teacup. Toshinori only knows that you're a miracle doctor. Detective Tsukachi knows the circumstances under our introduction, but your name, face, and everything else has been withheld, as well as the specifics of our deal, just as I promised. Good. Horizon reaches down to the table and picks up his glass. Oh, help yourself to anything in the kitchen. The base of his visor retracts slightly so he can take a sip of his scotch. So, I assume you're the one I'll be operating on in a minute or two. He nods at Yagi. Rao Thailand body. Yagi freezes, looking between Horizon and the glass of alcohol in his hand, then back at Horizon. You shouldn't drink before performing medical acts, he says. Actually, you shouldn't drink at all, aren't you a minor? And you shouldn't be alive with those injuries, but here we are, Horizon says. What? I can't have 1 or 2 drinks before performing a super invasive operation, Horizon asks, half jokingly. Yagi and Tsukachi freeze while Nezu quietly giggles to himself. I'm kidding, alcohol doesn't work on me, I just like the taste. Also, don't ever tell me what to do, Horizon says. Yagi looks at Tsukachi while Horizon keeps talking. Besides, you're already dying anyway, not like I could make it worse. As Horizon takes another sip, the trio stared at him. Tsukachi and Yagi were surprised by the casual manner in which he spoke about death, but Nezu wasn't surprised in the least. What do you mean? Yagi asked. Well, Horizon raises a hand to count on his fingers. 1. You've only got 1 lung and it's barely functioning. 2. Your stomach is the size of an apple and is also barely functioning. 3. Both your intestines are missing most of their length. 4. Your bone marrow doesn't have enough nutrients and can't process enough water to make blood. And 5. Your left kidney has already failed. None of them are surprised by the diagnosis. This was all that they'd known for years, but Yagi asked what they were all thinking. How do you know about all of that? When I shook your hands, Horizon says, placing his now empty glass on the table and his visor seals itself, voice becoming slightly mechanical once more. I did a full body scan of both of you. I can single out the obvious things with just a passing graze, but if I'm going to scan down to the cellular level I need a few seconds. That's why you didn't let go at first, Yagi says. MHM, and it's also how I know that the detective has some kind of ear quirk, unless those extra bones in there are for show. He turns to Tsukachi. So, super hearing. Tsukachi sighs, lie detection, and impressively, you've never lied in my presence. Horizon chuckles, I see why Nezu keeps you around, and yeah, lying is for people too weak or pathetic to handle the consequences of their actions. It's beneath me. Tsukachi shakes his head. I don't know if I should be impressed or concerned that you genuinely believe that. Nezu laughs, causing everyone to look at him. Well, it's good to see everyone getting along well enough. Tsukachi grumbles, but they ignore it as Horizon speaks. So I assume you can't tell me what caused the injuries, right? So long as you don't share the information with anyone else, Yagi says. Doctor-client confidentiality, I'll take it to my grave. Yagi looks at Tsukachi who nods, then he explains. I was attacked, rivet stabs, superpower, lighting surge, and a few other quirks, all at once. I see, a team of villains huh? Horizon says. Yagi nods along, not wanting to expose the truth of all for one. Well, from the looks of it, you've got, at best, 8 years. That long? Yagi's eyes open wide. But the other doctors said that my injuries, that nobody can survive in my condition. How long ago did this happen? 4 years ago, Yagi says. I see. Horizon leans back and taps the chin of his visor. Well, you wouldn't have lasted even a few minutes if your quirk wasn't so abnormal. Nezu, Yagi, and Tsukachi all sit up straight at that. What exactly do you mean? Nezu asks. His quirk is like nothing I've ever seen before, at least not outside of myself. Your quirk is like mine. No, not at all. Your quirk is obviously a power type, the complete opposite of mine. But while mine allows me a sort of dominion over my mind and body like no other, yours provides energy at a cellular level. Your organs haven't been able to sustain you for years, but it's like your quirk has so much energy that it stretched your final few minutes into years. Assuming you never actively use your quirk, the energy it provides you can take you to 8 more years at best. That long? Yagi whispers in awe. But what if I do use it? He can't help but ask. I can't imagine a situation where you'd ever think that was a good idea, Horizon says. Every bit of energy you expend is directly taking time off your life, the time you could be spending with your family or friends. If you want those full 8 years, then you should retire and try to take it easy. Everyone says that, but I can't do that, not yet, not until Yagi stops himself, realizing what he was about to say. Not quite yet. Well, it's your life, throw it away if you want, Horizon shrugs. But for the record, I don't appreciate people wasting my time, and me extending your life for you to throw it away is exactly that. You're lucky being your doctor is part of my contract. Thank you, Yagi bows respectfully. As he sits back up, he then asks, how exactly can you help me? The best doctors in the world couldn't do anything. Yagi immediately panics and waves his hands about. Not that I'm doubting your abilities, doctor. Horizon grumbles slightly, then thinks for a moment. I won't be able to completely save you from death, only extend your life slightly. If I was the doctor on site when you were first injured, I could have gotten you back into top form, but at the time I was only 11. You're 15. Yagi and Tsukachi yell. Huh, I assumed you knew. Horizon looks at Nezu. I told you they don't know anything but the bare minimum, Nezu shrugs. Right, but I assumed you told them my age at least, Horizon sighs. But anyway, perfect training since I was 4, then manifesting a powerful mystery class quirk when I was 5. Mystery class, Yagi yells. Horizon revealed this about his quirk simply because the classification was on his ID. Plus constant training, means I'm the miracle doctor of your dreams, at only 15, Horizon shrugs. And yet, mystery class. A mystery class healing quirk. Yagi asks. Healing, warping, some other things too, Horizon shrugs. All that matters is that it'll let me operate on you. I'll be able to restructure your organs and some of your bone marrow while healing it, pushing cell regeneration as opposed to cell activation, which I assume Recovery Girl used a lot to keep you alive, right? Right, Nezu nods. Yeah, well, most heal quirks force cell activation, effectively healing you by cutting down your lifespan since cells can only divide so many times within a lifespan, and that's what it triggers. I'm able to use external energy to trigger cell regeneration, which is an unnatural process that doesn't cut into your lifespan. That paired with some of the other things I can do, I'll be able to get you from 8 years up to 15 years, assuming you don't use up more energy than needed to survive. Horizon shrugs, as if it were such a casual matter. A living miracle, Nezu says, all while Yagi and Tsukachi are staring in awe. I see why you chose that name for your company. Thank you. Yagi nearly doubles over as he bows, sincerely thankful for anything Horizon can do to help. Is there any way we could have saved him entirely? Nezu can't help but ask, and all eyes shift to Horizon once more. Yeah, organ transplants within a week or 2 of the injury. It's too late for any of that now. His quirk saturated the damaged tissue so much that if any foreign organs try to attach, the energy it provides would overwhelm, reject, then destroy it. Horizon shrugs. I see, Yagi says. And are you ready to operate? He looks around the small apartment, unsure of what happens next. Yeah, I've got everything set up. Horizon stands up and begins walking away, waving his hand in the air. Just follow me. This should only take an hour or 2 at most. Retrieving a bottle of water from the fridge, Tsukachi returns to his seat on the couch, anxiously waiting for All Might and Horizon to return, ready to act in case anything happens. Taking a sip from his water, he places it on the coffee table and leans back, glancing over at Nezu, who was happily reading something on his phone. How can you be so calm about this? He asks Nezu. About what? All of this. I know you have an intellect beyond human comprehension, as you say, because of your quirk, but isn't this a bit much even for you? Nezu puts down his phone to give Tsukachi his full attention. You don't think we can trust Horizon? He has power, motive, and at the moment, since he has Toshi under the knife, leverage, Tsukachi says. True, Nezu confirms. Thankfully, he doesn't care about any of that. And you're sure of this? I already told you. I had him figured out from the moment I sent you that recording to verify. As powerful and capable as he is, his weaknesses are quite obvious, his family, and his obsessive need to upkeep any contract he agrees to, even if it turns out to be much more difficult than expected. He'd die before he breaks or renegotiates a contract, and all he wants is his family back. We can trust him so long as we don't betray his trust in us, in me. And what will Toshi think about you letting a serial assassin off the hook just so he can operate on him? You and I are a bit looser in situations like this, but you know he isn't, not if it's to save only his own life instead of others. He'll see all the good Horizon can do when he becomes a hero, Nezu says matter-of-factly. That should convince him that I made the right decision. Plus, he's only a child still. As mature and experienced as he may be, he's young, without his parents whispering in his ear who knows what he'll become. Tsukachi sighs, that's what I'm afraid of, we don't know what he'll become. But we know what he is now, this could go very badly Nezu. Or we could have a new national power on our hands, Nezu says. Tsukachi immediately realizes what Nezu is thinking. He takes a deep breath and tilts his head back to stare at the ceiling. Nezu, he pinches the bridge of his name, what is his quirk really? A with grave new S. Hand of God. Tsukachi's eyes shoot open and he stares at the bear mouse. What? What the hell does that even mean? No clue, Nezu shrugs. He refused to give me more than a name, didn't explain or list any abilities, but gave me the classification, mystery class. So you're taking his word for it that his quirk exceeds all logical and scientific comprehension to be named mystery class. You realize only one person in history has ever gotten that classification, right? I know. And how is our government dealing with Horizon suddenly appearing in their system with that quirk? I've spoken to Pento and Bosu about it. They won't bother us, Nezu assures him. And when America learns that they aren't the only people with a mystery class, that suddenly Start and Stripe may have competition. Obviously the requests will flood in for him to study and migrate to the States, but he'll stay here since that's his contract. Tsukachi sighs, you seriously want to make this kid into the next All Might? No, he'll never be All Might. Nezu leans forward and takes a sip of his tea before he continues. A few days ago he contacted me, told me he wants to show everyone how useful he is. It's obvious what method of thinking he follows. And what might that be? Simply that it's better to be a necessity than to be liked. He will never be a symbol of peace like All Might, but he will be a dependable hero that Japan can lean on in the future, and that's enough, don't you think? Assuming he doesn't put a sword in your back, Tsukachi grumbles in response. My quirk hasn't detected a single lie out of him, ever, but I just don't like this whole situation. A confirmed killer walking the streets like a hero, sitting in a classroom with people who want to be real heroes, I can't even put a word to how messed up it is. Nezu sighs, if people were incapable of change, especially people so young, then I would still be on my quest to eliminate all humans for what they did to me in that lab. He raises a hand absent-mindedly to touch his scar. I believe he can be a force for good, just like I am now. Tsukachi relents, yeah, I suppose that's true. But I'm still not won over just yet, even if he does help Toshi. He's dangerous Nezu, don't ever forget that. Healing and scanning aside, warping is a monstrous quirk in the hands of any enemy, and we know he's good at fighting with it. Only a few of those quirks exist in the world that we know of, and he's the only one proficient or actively using his. I know, all the more reason to finally have a hero with a warping quirk, don't you think? Yeah, I suppose. But what about that thing he did to Chrome, tore through his organs and brain without cracking his tungsten skin? Did he say anything about that ability? No, he refuses to speak on his quirk, says the information is too valuable to be in any system or the hands of anyone else. Of course he'd be paranoid. When considering his criminal life and history it makes sense. Nezu nods in agreement. If he had the attitude of a hero I would have pushed for him to get a full hero license immediately, already more capable than most pros. But as you know, he needs time among aspiring heroes so that he can see what it's really all about. It won't work unless he wants to be a hero on his own. If he's as smart as you say then you realize he knows that's your plan, right? He does, he essentially confirmed as much. He also told me his plan to use his new medical license to build his brand, and I offered a way to help him. Build a brand. Horizon Miracle Solutions. Nezu waves his hands about as if it were a big reveal, only to earn a blank stare from Tsukachi. What? I used my connections to get him access to some influential people, that way when he enters UA he won't be starting from zero in terms of name recognition. And it'll instantly put eyes on him, get him into more situations where he gets essentially forced to see how great heroes can be, and accelerates his growth because of it. You're using his plan and popularity to guide him to be more heroic. That's damn brilliant. Exactly, since it's the same as his own plan nothing has to change, I've simply made it much more effective. But there is one thing I can't account for. What's that? His attitude. You've heard him speak, what do you think? Aside from the fact that he's an uncaring asshole. Tsukachi asks, recalling how casual Horizon was about delivering life-changing news and a death sentence earlier. He recalls what Horizon said about liars and people who break contracts as well, and something clicked in his mind. He's a very hard judge of himself, right? He holds everyone to the same standards as himself and isn't shy about telling them when they're failing. My thoughts as well. Nezu nods along. He's also very direct and abrasive, downright vulgar to get his point across most directly, hates being told what to do, and will attack anyone who even mentions his parents in a bad light. Add the fact that he'll talk down to or ridicule anyone who doesn't meet the standards he has for himself, and I don't know what effect being at UA could have on him, much less being a full pro. A powder keg to blow up in our face or to take down villains, damn. Nezu nods along. I'm sure he will do great things for us. And Japan will finally have its own mystery class hero, with All Might stepping down, hopefully soon. We'll need it. 1 hour later. You've finished already? Tsukachi asks, blatant concern in his voice as Horizon takes a seat opposite him. Yeah, it went exactly as I said. He's already getting dressed and should be out in a minute. Horizon leans back and takes a deep breath. Everything ready, Nezu? You can head to the airport immediately. Everything is already set up and they're expecting you, and you'll be using my jet. Perfect. A few minutes later and Toshinori enters the living room, looking around and taking careful steps, trying to get used to the strange feeling in his body. Tsukachi gets up and walks over to him. How are you feeling? You should sit down. Is everything alright? Toshinori laughs and pats his friend on the shoulder. I haven't felt this good in years. I can finally breathe properly, and I'm hungry. I fixed your stomach, Horizon says, already scrolling on his phone. You went from having 8 years to having 15 years. Don't waste them. I'm sending Nezu a list of vitamins for you to take daily. They should help, plus a new diet. Aside from that, you're all done here. He shrugs. I see, Toshinori says before turning to Horizon and bowing, completely doubling over. Thank you, Dr. Horizon. I'll never forget what you've done for me today. Beneath his visor, Horizon rolls his eyes. Don't thank me, thank Nezu. I was just doing my job and sticking to my contract. No big deal. But still, thank you. Sigh. Yeah. Now if that's all, can we please wrap this up? I've got a jet waiting for me. Sitting in the back of an armored SUV, Nezu's armored SUV, Horizon idly scrolls through various vacation spots around the world. He is dressed in a simple black suit to contrast his white body glove, visor, and a single black duffel bag at his side. He nods along to the music playing, using his visor like a wireless headset to the phone Nezu gave him. He feels the car come to a gentle stop and looks out the window. They'd already arrived at the airport. Only a dozen meters away was Nezu's jet. A luxury 20M-65 feet white jet with a decal of Nezu at the side waving and smiling. Along with NEZU written on the side is colorful letters. Horizon rolls his eyes as he grabs his bag and gets out. When I buy mine, I'll make sure it doesn't look like a 5-year-old decorated it. He grumbles. Walking to the jet, he sees 3 people standing outside at the base of the short staircase. A man, a woman, and a third person with a strange quirk. They almost appeared to be made of water, difficult to tell if they even had a gender. All wearing dress shirts and pants. As Horizon walks up, the first man extends his hand, which Horizon shakes. I assume you're the captain. He nods to the man. That I am, Doctor. The man gestures to the liquid person standing beside him. My co-pilot and our flight attendant. The weather is clear and we're all fueled. It should only be 7 hours to burn. Perfect. I'll be in your care. Horizon nods to the others. The woman reaches to carry his bag, but he shakes his head. I'll take care of it. Oh, understood, Doctor. She politely nods and gestures for him to walk up the stairs. He doesn't hesitate, but is sure to announce as he walks to the top, I'd rather you just call me Horizon. Doctor still feels a bit odd. At least that's what he said, but in truth, being called doctor annoyed him to no end. In his eyes, anyone can become a doctor, but the only me is me. A few minutes later and Horizon is sitting stiffly in the comfy leather seat of the jet, a small table in front of him with a seat on the other side occupied by his bag. Looking out the window as the pilots position the jet for takeoff, he anxiously taps his fingers on the table. As he sinks into his seat, when they begin accelerating, his tapping continues, quickly feeling his sense of absolute control being ripped away. He looks out the window to see Tokyo shrinking beneath them, and less than a minute later it's far behind them. A few minutes after that and the view is filled with clouds. Before he realizes it, the flight attendant is standing at his table, a pleasant smile on her face as she speaks to him. Would you perhaps like a refreshment to help you relax? She asks, with only good intentions. It was impossible not to see his constant tapping on the table. I'm fine, thank you. He politely refuses, trying to ignore the fact that they were already up to probably 1,000 miles per hour, 1600 kmph, as expected of a year 2112 luxury jet. Ari Nigerian Naira Beta. Just call if you need anything. She gestures to one of the buttons built into the table and a few other places about the lounge area. I will, he says, dismissing her. Trying to distract himself, he reaches across the table and takes out his laptop. Connecting his visor and computer, he starts playing some music, light lo-fi background music, and starts typing. I'll call it the miracle list. Yeah, he thinks aloud, another attempt to distract himself from his current location. Typing everything that I can heal is too long, so I'll focus on what I can't heal. Genetic deterioration. Genetic deformities. Some mental disorders too. His fingers move like lightning to compile the specifics of his arrangement. When I work for people, do I want them talking? He thinks on it for a moment, then shrugs. More chatter means more competition, that means better bids, and I can go from unknown to celebrity during the sports festival, get ahead of everyone else. He chuckles. I'll make it so that they can reveal anything they want, but I can't, since I'm the doctor. Special agreements for special scenarios, of course. He sits back and looks at the document he made. Nearly 5 pages of specifics. Everything from what he provides to confidentiality to where he's willing to travel to meet with patients. And I should also tell them that I'll only be able to travel outside of Japan for the next 11 months. That gives me a month to settle back in Japan before UA. Doubt Nezu wants me ditching class and hero duties because I got a nice offer. He types some more, and before he knows it, he's already had a few drinks and a full meal while working. finishing up the last of his document, it now being a full 12 pages of very clear and specific requirements and services. He only has one more thing to do. Price, he mutters, leaning back into his seat to consider it very carefully. My clients are supposed to be the most wealthy people in the world, but I don't really have any sense of how to price things like this. The standard prices Dad used won't apply here for what I'm trying to do. These people see every bit of money they spend as a flex of their status. And if I'm too conservative with the price, they'll think it's bullshit. Fuck. How do you put a price on time? Time with a loved one, time added to your own life. How? He spends a few minutes thinking about it before finally giving in, deciding that maybe some outside perspective would help. Pressing the button on the table once more, the flight attendant quickly arrives. As she's about to take the empty glass and plate away, he raises a hand to stop her. I'd actually like to ask you something, if that's all right with you? Yes sir, she nods. He gestures for her to take the seat opposite him, which she does, after moving his bag. How may I help you, sir? I'm trying to price my product, and I'm hitting a roadblock here. I was hoping you'd be able to give some perspective. Oh, of course, sir. She smiles and nods, excited at the idea of a medical prodigy asking her opinion. My product is time. How much would you pay for that? She freezes, then looks confused, then shakes her head and blinks a few times. Do you mean, like rewinding time? No, that wouldn't solve anything. Horizon scoffs at the idea. Rewinding time wouldn't necessarily heal the things I can. I'm talking about a miracle cure. How much would you pay for something that would give you more time in your life, or with the people you care about, that kind of time? Her eyes widen at the idea, suddenly realizing she was sitting opposite something humans have been searching for since the beginning of time, a miracle elixir. As he waits patiently, she scrunched her face, trying to imagine all the sick people she wished would get better. How much she'd pay to have her parents in perfect health, to heal her kids if something terrible happened. Eventually, she releases a tired sigh, and gives an apologetic look. I'm sorry sir, but I think all lives are equally invaluable. None can be summed up for any amount of money. I'd give any and everything I have for what you're describing. She nods. All lives equal and precious. He almost laughs at the idea, a certain lightness in his slightly mechanical voice. Well, that's a stupid idea, he scoffs. But I suppose most people view things like that everyone is equal and should be saved instead of measured by the value and services they can provide, certainly makes pricing this a lot harder. She keeps a polite expression, suppressing her disgust at his words and the urge to launch into a tirade or simply yell at his blatant disregard for human lives. Giving a polite bow, she stands up. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help to you, sir, she says while clearing the dishes from the table. On the contrary, you told me everything I needed. Thank you. He nods and begins typing once more. As she walks away, he continues, speaking to himself. I don't need to put a price on anything. All I do is set the minimum and let them decide. How much they care and how much money they have will dictate how high the bids go. Just need to set a minimum. After a few more minutes of typing a page of rules for the bidding, he saves the document once more. Minimum bid of $10 million. Gifts can be added, but the cash bid dictates the initial ranking. Perfect. He saves it one last time, then hits send, almost instantly receiving a confirmation from the man he was on the way to meet. Checking the time, Horizon closes the laptop and leans back into his seat, seeing rolling clouds outside his window, Asia 38 kilometers below him. The view itself helped him relax and drift off to sleep. Only a few more hours until they arrived at Bern, and sleeping was the best way for him to not be anxious the entire flight. As the plane descends to the runway, Horizon looks out the window at the mountainous Swiss landscape. Picturesque, somehow layered with the massive sprawling city of Bern, the capital of Switzerland. One of the only places Horizon has ever been that he can honestly say perfectly blends traditional architecture and the modernity of 2114. It truly was a sight to behold. A winding river dividing the city, bridges built over it, appearing as if they were built hundreds of years ago, the style perfectly emulated, but no older than he was. Skyscrapers reaching to the heavens as if trying to compete with the mountains in the distance, a fruitless effort as the snow-capped peaks give a sense of grandeur that no skyscraper could ever match. He can't help but smile beneath his mask, thankful that he'd never be able to forget this portrait-like view, with light snow falling upon the city. I could get used to this, he mutters as the plane touches down. A moment later the jet comes to a full stop, and Horizon gets up, bag already secured at his side, and makes his way to the exit ramp. He receives a stiff nod from the flight attendant before exiting the jet, immediately greeted with the sight of a literal mountain only 200 meters away, covered in trees and grass, but with a section carved into it at the side of the runway, doors running parallel to the landing strip itself. But perhaps doors wasn't the right word at all. Wow, was all he could say. Two massive tungsten gates. Each is 30 meters tall and together 50 meters wide. The Switzerland coat of arms painted in the middle of the otherwise black surface, a red shield with a white cross. Making it to the end of the ramp, his gaze finally drops, seeing all the fortified buildings along the runway and especially toward the gate. He takes a moment to appreciate no longer being on the plane. He had no fear of flying it itself. But moving at nearly 500 meters per second meant his quirk was damn near useless. The travel speed would rip him out of his room before he could give any real commands. It's the only time he has no true control of his world. Casting that thought aside, he focuses back on the view around him. The light snow falls around him as he turns to see two small carts, one with a driver already in the seat and a slim blonde man standing beside it. The other driver approaches and politely takes his bag, after some hesitation on Horizon's part. I see you're awestruck by the magnificence of my nation, the blonde man says in clearly rusty Japanese, this thick accent somewhat slurring the words. He walks up and reaches out to shake Horizon's hand. I speak your languages, sir. We may speak normally, Horizon says while shaking his hand, oddly fluent Swiss German leaving his mouth. And yes, this country is breathtaking. Arno Epsilon. The man smiles and takes a step away, turning to gesture at the mountain fortress. She truly is one of a kind, he says, returning to his usual Swiss German. And it seems I stayed awake refreshing my Japanese for nothing, yes. Horizon chuckles. My mother traveled a lot for work. She taught me that learning a language is always better than having a translator, more reliable, and secure. The man nods. A woman after my own heart. Please allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Locke. I control this unique establishment. He gestures to the entire area around them. Looking down the runway, Horizon couldn't see the end. He also couldn't see barriers in any direction aside from the mountain itself. It certainly is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Locke. I am Horizon, and please, don't call me doctor. It's already gotten old for me. He chuckles. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Now, shall we? He gestures to the leading cart and Horizon begins walking toward it. So, Mr. Horizon. Horizon is fine. No need for titles with me. Then I suppose you may simply call me Locke. They arrive at the cart and both take their seats. So, what has Mr. Nezu told you about us? Almost nothing, Horizon says as the cart begins driving toward the gates. He said that you can facilitate my business, handle the bids and cash flow, as well as manage my assets. Locke chuckles. He truly spoils me. He knows how much I enjoy giving the breakdown and tour. Oh, then please, enlighten me on this mysterious place. This my new friend, is Swiss Vault, Locke says as they arrive at the gates. Unlike anything he expected, a portal opens a few meters before the gates for them to drive through. The border was angular, with each point appearing like a shining star, giving the sense that they drove into a constellation. The portal made it visible what was on the other side, a massive black and gold palace-like atrium. Ceilings 20 meters high, massive columns of black marble along the walls, guards standing posted, and a woman positioned above who was giving energy to the portals. The doors never open if not absolutely necessary, Locke says. She is our gatekeeper. Warping quirks are among the rarest, only a handful exist, and we were fortunate enough to hire one. Truly incredible, Horizon admits. Opening a perfect warp gate is something that anyone could be envious of and see the appeal in. A necessary measure to protect our assets. The cart comes to a stop as Locke nods toward gatekeeper. She closes her eyes and focuses, then a dagger appears to float above her, glowing bright white before staking the ground a few feet ahead of them. Another gate opens, this time leading to an office overlooking the runway itself. My office, Locke says, gesturing for Horizon to enter. I like your style, Locke, he says, entering before Locke, followed by the bag handler who rests his bag on a table in the office. Locke moves to take a seat at his desk and Horizon sits opposite him, not spending more than a passing glance at the pristine and luxurious office. Clearly black and gold were Locke's colors. So, impressed yet? Locke asks, a cheeky grin on his lips. Nezu said you'd be impossible to impress. This facility, and your staff, are incredible, but I'm still not sure what exactly it does. That's why we're here. The fun part, Locke smiles. What do you remember about World War III? The long or short version? Horizon asks. Short version. Horizon relaxes back into his seat. After the advent of quirks, countries started an arms race. 5 years later war is declared after both America and Germany each invent entirely green and cheap alternative synthetic fuels using quirks. Some militias took over Africa, and Europe tore itself apart. Go on. And the entire world nearly burned itself to the ground. Countries had to call off the war because of internal threats, the first wave of villains. Since then the entire world went from fighting each other to focusing everything on internal security. Hasn't been a single military skirmish between nations since, almost 200 years, Horizon shrugs. Did I mention what you wanted? Close enough, Locke says. During that war, Switzerland, like many nations, went bankrupt. We became scraps for everyone to pull apart, and because of our location, we didn't last a week. Our main resources before quirks were salt, granite, sand, and marble. All cheaper than dirt because of early quirks, Horizon says. Exactly. We had nothing, and until 50 years ago we were heavily dependent on our allies to help us, until... Swiss Vault? Horizon asks. Exactly, Locke says excitedly. 50 years ago a mouse was discovered to have a quirk. Nezu. Yes, high spec, intellect beyond comprehension. He saw our situation, and on his campaign across the world to design systems and infrastructure, he came to us. With his consultation, we reformed our national constitution, mainly in the areas of taxes and privacy laws, and became the world's largest asset and capital holding company. Swiss Vault. Switzerland, Locke corrects him. We have no villains. Our best military assets are within this mountain protecting the vaults and supercomputers, also designed by Nezu. Our business is money, and it's brought us out of that slump and into fortune once more. I see. Horizon brings a finger up to tap the chin of his visor. And how does it work exactly? In theory, it's actually quite simple, Locke says. Effectively speaking, we offer a subscription service. You open an account with us, we hold your assets and funds under the name of the Swiss government, insured by the Swiss government. And each year you pay either 50 million USD or 5% of your assets, whichever comes first. If the payment cannot be made or you cancel your account, then all assets are transferred back into your name. So if I get into any legal trouble, what are they going to do? You don't technically own those assets since it's on our name, not yours, Locke shrugs. They can't arrest Switzerland, and with Nezu's assistance we effectively have immunity so long as it's short of starting a war. But if my name is on it, no name, Locke shakes his head. Only a number and biometric security, which is protected by our privacy section of the Swiss constitution. Very smart, as expected of Nezu, Horizon says. We are a full-service company to act as the middleman, so to speak. If you require any service that can be legally purchased in your current country and don't want the hassle of sorting it out, we can take care of things for you. Want us to host a business for you? Sure. So long as it involves money, we have no issue with such things, and the infrastructure for your own business has already been constructed. No wonder Nezu sent me here. You're exactly what I need, a way to move my assets without worrying about someone connecting my identities, Horizon says. Another thing protected by our laws, I assure you. The only way anyone will know that either of your identities are connected to us is if you inform them, Locke says. Right, Horizon nods. I guess now we've just got to get to reading the contract. Locke reaches down and rests a stack of nearly 500 pages on the desk. Horizon loudly groans, of course. 2 hours later. How are the tax laws this simple? Horizon asks, handing over the final page of the 400-page contract before storing his copy in his bag. Locke smiles and chuckles slightly. The office of many world leaders, at least the ones that can afford it, each have an account with us. We also only offer services to people or companies with a total value of at least $10 billion, you being the only exception. They have a very good reason to keep tax laws lenient for us. Wow, Horizon nods. That's a pretty high bar of entry. Exclusivity and security demand it, Locke says as he sets the contract aside and reaches down, placing a black briefcase on the desk between both men. What's this? Your membership package. Locke opens the briefcase and turns it around to face Horizon. He pops it open to reveal a few objects. A sleek black laptop, smartphone, and a banking card, all with Horizon's logo already printed on them in blue. So Nezu told you about the logo, he chuckles, reaching down to pick up the phone. The moment he does, it activates and begins powering up. The biometrics were set to imprint when you touch it, Locke explains. Your account has officially become active and the bids for your services have already begun. Scanned me through my gloves, not bad. He sets the phone aside to inspect the cards. Those are directly connected to your account, they're made of platinum, and can be used with any bank globally, even the most obscure banks. And can only be used by your or any person you give access to your account. So only ever me. Nice. I assume the laptop is the same thing. Exactly so. If any of these breaks or are reported lost, we will contact you, or you may return here for a replacement. Good to know. Horizon puts the cards in his wallet and leaves the phone and laptop on the desk. And about the bids. Already connected to both your new devices, I recommend only using them for your business. We have one of the best cyber security systems in the world, best put it to use. You really do provide everything, so, shall we see how good business looks? Be my guest. Locke gestures to the closed laptop and leans back into his chair, watching Horizon open it up. With the screen facing away from him to protect Horizon's privacy, he only sees the blurry reflection in the visor as Horizon leans forward. Horizon couldn't believe what he was seeing, the list constantly changing, the leading bid increasing by the second as people fought for the top spot. This is a lot higher than I expected, and it's barely been a minute, Horizon says in awe. I may have changed it slightly, Locke confesses, causing Horizon's head to snap toward him. I did some data collection and found that the starting $10 million bid you set was too low. The clients felt insulted or as if they were being scammed, especially considering the services you claimed to provide. So I changed the opening bid. 50 million was much more reassuring to them. Looking back to the screen, Horizon saw the highest bid at nearly 200 million and just shrugged. Well, I won't complain, not one bit. Looks like I'm on the way to hitting the $10 billion requirement you have, huh? Locke chuckles. That would still make you account number 5,729 in terms of the pure liquid value. How many do you even have? 5,729, now that you've joined, Locke smiles cheekily. But this is good. I've informed all those account holders of your service, and since Swiss Vault is the middleman, good business for you is good business for us. Horizon laughs at that. Get your interests to line up with that of all the powerful people and you're well protected. Very clever. Well, it was Nezu's idea, Locke admits. I'll be sure to thank him when I see him, but for now, it's time to get rich. I think I'll quite enjoy that. And I'll enjoy the business you bring us, Locke says as they shake hands, putting an end to this meeting. 12 months until UA, within a makeshift operating room, there are two men. One lays face down, strapped to a soft massage table, his top bare, a rectangular hole running down the middle of his entire back, spine completely removed. Looking into the exposed cavity, the soft beats of his heart can be seen thumping away. His idle snores are soft and barely audible, and he feels nothing while the doctor works. At a small table way from the man sits Horizon. The man's spine lay on the metal table. The 5 bones at the base fractured and splintered, steadily being repaired and fused together. Unbecoming of the miraculous operation that was taking place, the room looked no different than a simple bedroom. The steady beats of the heart monitor were barely heard over Horizon's humming. His head bobs along to the tune in his mind as he casually performs the impossible. Horizon was wearing an outfit many would consider ill-suited to this usually bloody operation. Thankfully his quirk allowed him to remove only the spine. A simple white suit, his body glove showing the same color, black visor with blue eyes looking down at the spine as his hands moved about. Tweezers in one hand and a scalpel in the other, carefully binding bones and nerves back together. Thankfully his quirk allowed harmless and painless operations. As he finishes putting the final pieces of this bone jigsaw puzzle back together, Horizon can't help but let a few words of the tune in his head slip out. Best to, give me your loyalty. 'Cause I'm taking the world you'll see. They'll be calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. He places a hand on the now fully reconstructed spine and focuses his energy. Booster shot, he mutters. He feels his stamina drain slightly as blue energy radiates from his body and flows into the spine. The cracks and fractures on each segment perfectly heals. He hears the heart monitor spike for a moment before it becomes stable again. Thailand body. As the assembly is complete, a clear rectangular casing forms around the spine, appearing and feeling as if it were made of jelly. Leaning back in his chair, he carefully picks up the spine, holding it delicately with both hands and rising from his seat, walking over to his patient. So this is what $3 billion can buy, huh? He chuckles to himself, placing the spine back into his patient as if he were assembling a basic puzzle. The spatial casing of the spine, the jelly-like rectangular shell, perfectly slides into the hole in his patient's back. And as the pieces fit together, a blue sheen shimmers slightly as the jelly reverts into flesh and muscle, as if the back was never tampered with. Law shakes his head. One day I'll figure out how exactly that works, he mutters, placing his palm flat on the man's back. Scan. Remaining in physical contact, he focuses on the man, scanning him down to a cellular level, searching for any abnormalities. To search for such tiny abnormalities, he needs to remain in contact. If he were simply trying to rip out someone's spine, however, once his room is open, he simply has to scan them once by making physical contact, even through clothes. Locating such a normal and massive component would be easy. Then he could walk away while focusing on them, and when enough energy is gathered, simply touch them once more and rip it out. Unfortunately, the process would have to restart if the room closes. Needing to restart the entire surgery also wouldn't return the energy he committed to it. After nearly 5 minutes of searching, he perks up. Finding what he was looking for, Law begins focusing his energy, feeling a slight strain as he tracked down all the medication in his patient. Mess, he commands. Raising his hand from the man's back, beneath his palm a small sphere of white clear liquid rises up, coma-inducing medication torn out of the man. Gah! The man startles awake, panicking and falling off the table. Horizon stares at him, not expecting such a lively response. The table falls over as the man scrambles to his feet, looking around with wide eyes, not able to make sense of any of this. Where am I? He demands, speaking perfect traditional Arabic. Horizon shakes his head and turns away, not paying the quirkless man any mind and moving to pack up his medical bag. As he begins sterilizing his equipment, however, a loud knock sounds from the double doors. We're coming in, 10 seconds, a worried voice booms out, also in perfect Arabic. Horizon pays it no mind and continues packing his things. By the time the doors are opened and 2 men with automatic rifles enter, just one step ahead from a robed elder gentleman, brown skin and a thick gray beard, head wrapped and his outfit draped in so much gold that it screamed Middle Eastern royalty. The man and his guards all freeze at the sight of the prince, standing on his own and staring at them. The prince asks question after question, demanding to know what was going on. Yet his father simply walked up and embraced him, holding his son close as both guards watch in amazement. The reunion is interrupted when Horizon zips up his bag and takes out a notepad, writing something down quickly before turning to both men. This is Dr. Horizon, the man says to his son. He saved your life, please give me a moment with him, your mother and sisters are waiting for you upstairs. The man looks at his son once more and pats him on the shoulder, as if to check if this was a dream. I what? The prince asks, completely confused. His father nods and pats his shoulder, gesturing to the guards, I will join you shortly, please, go see your mother. A minute later and only Horizon and the sheik are standing in the courtyard, his medical bag already at his side. Looking out at the garden, the man wasn't quite sure what to say, so he simply spoke his true thoughts. I had my doubts about you, at least until now. The sheik says, you threw that much money on something you had doubts about. He joins him in speaking Arabic, although with a heavy accent, not practiced enough to completely shake off the Japanese tones. Money is nothing, the man says. When I heard he was in a car accident, that he'd never wake up again, much less walk, it was the one time all my money and influence meant nothing. A dynasty that has controlled this region for hundreds of years, and we couldn't do anything. Horizon nods, money couldn't buy time, until me. The man chuckles, well said. And that is exactly why when I saw a person that sold time, I jumped at the chance. After the first few clients, seems everyone wants more time. We're only human, the man shrugs. We may be the richest and most influential people in the world, but we all want more time. Your service will always do well. Better than I ever thought, honestly, Horizon admits. Time is the only thing we couldn't buy, so you can understand that we're quite eager, the man says. MHM, and this is the part where you ask me to stay here. The man can't help but laugh at that, so this happens often then. Every time, without fail. Everyone wants a miracle in their backyard. And you always refuse. Always, no matter the offer. The man raises a brow at that. I'm willing to bet that I can beat any offer you've ever seen. You can, but unfortunately I have a previous contract. Honorable in the face of great temptation, very respectable, the man strokes his beard and nods. My family would likely be unable to enter Japan when you settle your practice there next year, so I had to make an offer now. I completely understand, but unfortunately Japan has the one thing nobody else can get me, and no amount of money can replace. Family. Horizon nods. I see, then I wish you all the best, Doc Horizon, the man corrects himself. Thank you, Sheikh Amir, Horizon bows slightly. Now if you'll excuse me, I've never been to Dubai before and as this is my first day, I've made reservations to quite a fine establishment for later tonight. 5 minutes later. Sitting in the back of an armored black SUV, Horizon leans back and scrolls through his phone. That's all the clients in this region, time for Eastern Europe, and I'll even have time for the Grand Prix before going to Paris, he muses. Glancing out the window to see the massive skyscrapers passing by as he arrives at his hotel. Putting his phone away he exits the vehicle and walks in. The valet immediately moves to take his bag, which only had a few medical supplies within, while another leads him inside. They instantly recognized him by his visor, as expected when you rent the top suite of their hotel for the entire week. Checking in he takes the elevator up to his suite and dismissed the staff, telling them that he'd like to rest from his flight into the country this morning. He ignores everything around him and simply walks to a particular window. Directly across the street is another hotel, smaller and less prestigious, but it had everything he needed. Leaving his bag and everything else behind he opens up a room, large enough to reach across the street and into the other hotel. Shambles. He disappears, swapping places with a napkin of all things. He reappears in the opposite hotel, in the penthouse suite. Finally, he breathes a sigh of relief and removes his visor, walking around the suite to the bedroom where he changes his clothes. He packs his metal case with his Horizon gear as La Matani comes out once more. Okay, a week in Dubai was fun but time to get the fuck out of here, lots of things to enjoy elsewhere, he says, exiting the hotel as La Matani, who had been staying here for the entire week. He enters a limo, so over the top that nobody would ever expect him to be the mysterious doctor who the sheik believed to have only arrived that morning, and who wouldn't check out of the hotel for another 5 days. Perhaps paranoid, but he wouldn't take any chances with having these two people connected. When the valet places his bags in the limo he arrives at the airport in only half an hour, greeted by the sight of his very own private jet. Larger than the average passenger plane as it was a double-decker, entirely refitted to be as luxurious yet functional as possible. Painted black with gold accents, and the word Matani on the side in case anyone was curious about who owned it. Law steps out of the limo to be greeted by the flight staff at the ramp. Taking a deep breath he looks around. Limo. Private jet. Private hangar. I love being rich. Sitting submerged up to his shoulders in his hot tub, Law has a glass of whiskey in one hand and a textbook in the other. In the modest but luxurious bathroom, he has music playing quietly through the surrounding speakers built into the walls as he lazily reads. The book in his hand is UA's Hero Procedure and Regulations, and beside the tub was a stack of over a dozen other books that would be needed over the 3-year Hero course at UA. Finally, Law sighs as he puts down his glass and turns to the last page. After reading it and the entire index at the back he sets the book down atop the pile and sinks down to his chin in the warm water. Bunch of boring junk. Law closes his eyes and enjoys the warm water for all of 7 minutes before his music is overshadowed by a cacophony of loud chimes. He grumbles, knowing that specific ringtone. He sits up and flicks some water off his hand before reaching for his phone, thankfully waterproof, and answers the video call. Kinda late for a call, don't you think? He asks in an annoyed voice. Sorry, I had some paperwork to deal with, Nezu says, sitting on the couch in his office with a cup of tea. Figured you would finally go a day without calling me since today was the big sports festival. Guess I was wrong. Law sighs. You're too important for me to not check in on you, Nezu says. So were you up to anything interesting? I hope I didn't interrupt. Law rolls his eyes. Just got done with the stack of books you sent me. You can have them back when I get back to Japan. Those are yours. You'll need them during your time at UA. No, I won't. I read them once. That's all I need. Oh. Nezu nods along. I see. Well, keep them, just in case. Whatever. Did you by any chance watch the sports festival? I caught the beginning of it in the car to my patient, but had to cut it off when I got there. Also, what the hell was with the streaker? Nezu chuckles. Togata's quirk makes clothes logistically difficult. His hero suit has to be organic then. I know your handbook says it's not allowed, but you could have at least let him use the pants. Law laughs. He insisted on sticking to the rules himself. That attitude combined with his excellent work ethic is what makes him one of our best, and soon to be one of Japan's best. Seriously? Law asks, more surprised than anything. The naked blonde dude, you sure about that? If you ever get to meet him you'll find out rather quickly how capable he is. I'll take your word for it. Whatever. Law shrugs. You promised competition, so I'll take what I can get. Phasing is pretty interesting at least. Permeation, Nezu corrects him. But good guess on the name. Thanks, but is there a particular reason you called this time? I just wanted to inform you that Toshinori has been feeling much better this past month. He wanted to extend his thanks once more. Just doing my job, is he taking it easy as I said? Nezu gives an awkward smile. Law straightens up and looks at the screen. I don't like having my time wasted, Nezu. Why have me fix something that's just gonna break itself again? Arnoi. He's a bit stubborn. Unfortunately, he won't listen to anyone. Ugh, well I can't extend his life a second time, so whatever. Once he knows what he's doing, Law shrugs and sinks back down. It's his life, he can end it if he wants. He fully understands the consequences of his actions. Nezu nods. What about your other patients? You know I can't discuss that with you, Nezu, Law says. I'm not asking for specifics, just anything super miraculous that nobody else would have been able to accomplish. Well, Law thinks for a moment. A few tumors here and there, heart disease in a few people, failing organs, growths on the brain, and I fixed some spines so people could walk. You say that like it's nothing impressive, Nezu points out. Oh, I know how impossible this stuff is for everyone else, I'm just used to it, Law shrugs. Didn't really understand the last one completely. What do you mean? Well, the man spends billions of dollars for me to fix his kid's spine right. Cracks and shattered bones. The guy was in a coma for a long time before me, but he's quirkless. What don't you get? Nezu's voice was a bit concerned as to where this was going. Why spend so much to save some quirkless trash? Just make another kid, or fucking buy a better one with all that money. Law shakes his head. Honestly, I'll never understand that. He was from the generation before me, so like 5% of them are quirkless, 1% of mine. Just replace him. I didn't realize you were that kind of person. Not to this extent. Nezu had a disappointed tone in his voice. What kind of person? Someone who discriminates. Is it only about those that are quirkless? Nezu asks bluntly. Law pauses for a moment, then laughs, nearly dropping his phone in the tub. You're kidding, right? You think I pay enough attention to those ants to care about where they come from or how they look or who they want to fuck? Like I care about that. He breaks out into a fit of laughter at the very idea. Him caring that much about useless people was so foreign to him. Then why do you care if he's quirkless? Because, Nezu, quirks are nature's metric of showing how useful you are. Better the quirk the more useful you are. And quirkless people are level 0, anything they can do, someone with a quirk out there can do it 100 times better. You should know, your quirk is what separates you from the other mice. Do you really think you're of equal value to them? Nezu stops and takes a moment to think of his response. I can understand how someone born as powerful as you may think like that, but I believe all people are capable of great things, quirk or not. Hopefully I can show you that during your time with me. Trying to make me a hero is one thing, trying to convince me that some quirkless filth could ever be anything more than worthless is an impossible dream. Quirks give people inherent value. The fact that you've never had a quirkless hero in your school shows that on some level even you believe that. Anything they can do we can do better. Nezu doesn't speak, realizing that this conversation would get absolutely nowhere. Law is from a school of thought similar to might makes right, he thinks as Law takes another sip of his drink. A school of thought where usefulness and competence determine value. Not even morality or ethics are considered in his actions, only the most effective way of completing the task, and he's willing to step down if someone is proven to be more competent at a task than him. Convincing him with words is impossible. Nezu sighs in temporary defeat. Well, I'm glad you don't discriminate by race, appearance, or gender. That would be much more problematic, Nezu says. I at least know the requirements to prove you wrong. You will see that there are all different types of people in this world, and everyone has a purpose, even if they aren't born at the top like you. Law grumbles, I wasn't born at the top, I trained my ass off for 11 years to get here, before I even had my quirk. Oh, you never mentioned that before. Because it's not really any of your business, but don't belittle my hard work by saying it's all my quirk. I was trained to be perfect, that's why I'm better, and my quirk manifested based on that. What? Nezu didn't miss that little bit of information that Law accidentally let slip. Nothing, Law quickly says. Just know that there are only 2 types of people in this world. People who are useful, and people who aren't, Nezu says. Nope, Law shakes his head and smiles before looking directly at the camera. People who are perfect, and people who aren't me. Nezu is left speechless by that statement, and the moment he opens his mouth to speak. Knock knock knock. Law's head shifts over to look at the door. Sir, the captain says we're 20 minutes from Milan. I need to secure the tub before we land, the flight attendant says in a sweet voice. Sorry Nezu, gotta go. Sitting on the balcony of their rented beach house, Kiku and Korasan are having breakfast, while the currently 9-year-old Law is more occupied staring at the neighbors. Hey, finish your breakfast first, Kiku says, causing him to return his focus to the table, rolling her eyes at his eagerness. Perched only a dozen meters from the sandy shore in this remote part of Japan, the beach house they rented was not very modest, but certainly served multiple purposes. A perfect weekend at the beach for a little surfing trip, relaxing between Kiku's big solo jobs, and Law's first targets were their neighbors. It was perfect. So you decided how you're gonna take her out yet? Korasan asks, taking a sip of his orange juice after finishing his breakfast. Yay, Law says to his dad after swallowing a mouthful of scrambled eggs. I'm gonna just find a spot up on a nearby hill and use Mom's rifle, he explains casually. Kiku and Corazon look at each other for a moment, then both break out in laughter. What's wrong? That's how we always do things, La says. Nothing, son, Kiku says. That's how I always do things. My quirk makes me a living arsenal, hence the name. But you're a walking talking act of God. Look around you. There's certainly something here you can use. After all, the best hits and the ones that nobody knows is a hit. She nods toward the ocean. It takes a second and Law immediately smacks his forehead, hard enough to leave a red mark. I didn't think of that. Corazon laughs, because you look up to your mom too much. Take the lessons she taught you and understand why they work, then apply them in your own way. That's what you've always done in the operating room after all, and you're already ahead of me. Of course it helps that your brain is a cheat sheet, his dad jokingly adds. Jealous? Law asks cheekily. Literally everyone is, Corazon rolls his eyes. But the point is you need to get your own operating style. Exactly, Kiku adds. You can take everything we teach you to a completely different level, just gotta stop being us and start being you, and it'll always be enough. Yeah, you're right. Law turns in his seat, seeing the ocean nearby, and the neighbors. A lovely Japanese couple with a picture-perfect family. But unfortunately, someone wanted to ruin it. Luckily it wasn't his place to judge, they were just names on a list after all, the first names on his list. He narrows his eyes at the woman as she plays with her kids on the beach. I've got it, he says. They always go in the water after lunch, it'll be easy. We'll get packed up before then. Kiku says, casually drinking her tea as their little vacation comes to an end. Hours of beach fun later they're all ready to head back to Tokyo, with a long drive ahead of them. Sitting in the back of the jeep they rented for this trip, Law is all packed and ready to go, his parents loading the last of their bags in the trunk and tying the surfboards to the roof. Ringob. He has his phone in his hands, his entire body tilting side to side as he plays a new racing game he installed. He hums along to the engine sounds coming from his phone as both his parents get in the car, with his mom in the driver's seat. She and yet, his mom asks. Almost, Law says, not taking his eyes off the screen. His quirk allows him to keep tabs on his target easily and with no indication that he's doing anything. And a few minutes later, okay, she's going in. Shambles, he says. At the shore. While the Matanis were already at the road ready to leave, Yua and her family were playing in the sand. The young couple, only 30 years old, and both their daughters, 6 and 5 years old respectively. She wears a simple blue bikini and sits in the sand with them, watching her husband help them make yet another sand castle. Taking a look at the sparkling water in the midday sun she sighs and stands up. I'm going in, anyone coming with me? Girls, the man asks his daughter, earning head shakes from both of them. Looks like we're playing in the sand today, don't go too far. I know, she says, walking toward the ocean. He makes sure to keep an eye on the water, unknowingly watching his wife walk in for the very last time. Walking into waist-high water, Yua sinks down until up to her neck was submerged, feeling the gentle push and pull of the ocean relaxing her body, eyes locked on the shore toward her family. She sees her husband and daughters wave, and she happily waves back, only 20 meters away from them. Gah, she takes a deep breath, and submerges her body entirely, disappearing beneath the surface to search for some seashells. Looking down she sees a few in the fine sand, and the moment she reaches out to grab them. Shambles? Her view suddenly shifts from fine sand near the shore, illuminated by the sunlight through only a meter of water, to dark and cold water. The shells are gone in exchange for massive rocks and kelp. Ah, she panics and screams at the sudden change, releasing the remaining air she had. Immediately looking up she sees the sun above, 10 meters above her. Her eyes widen in horror as she puts all her energy into rushing to the surface. No, she screams over and over in her mind, desperate to get some air, to get back to her family. As her fingers just barely breach the surface, she feels air against her fingertips, freedom, life. Shambles? NGH, she suppresses her scream, suddenly feeling rocks against her back as she finds herself on the ocean floor again, restarting her journey. Desperately rushing back upward she doesn't even notice the small rock sinking down, from the spot she had recently been in. No, please, she feels her throat burn as her body instinctively tries to breathe. Arg, water floods her lungs, searing pain like swallowing red-hot coals. She keeps fighting, working on pure adrenaline and primal instinct, and for the second time, she reaches the surface. Shambles? NGH, appearing on the ocean floor again she looks up, one last time. The light fades away as her body goes numb and cold. Her eyes stayed open, as if still desperately begging to live, to get one last breath, to see her family one last time. And she finally stops fighting, slowly floating with the current, as her family happily makes sand castles only 100 meters away. A gruesome and confusing death, but everyone who investigated would come to the same conclusion, a freak accident, swept away by the current and pulled under the water. No fault to anyone, just nature at work, a true tragedy. The Matanis. Looking up from his phone, Law smiles, it's done, I did it. Never doubted you, clean efficient work, just like we taught you. His mom cheers him on, already driving away from the house. MHM, and you know, the first job is kind of a big deal. His dad turns around in the front seat to give Law a proud smile. You know what that means. Katsudan, they all yell at once, happy smiles all around. His dad reaches back and ruffles his hair, much to Law's annoyance, and since we expected this perfect success, I even got us some special wagyu steaks for burgers tomorrow. Law's mouth starts to water at the thought. I love you guys. Kiku can't help but laugh. Don't worry, we'll always be here for you, no matter what, because we love you too. Yet another happy family adventure for the Matanis, and one of the many jobs that would never be traced back to any of them. On the long drive back through rural forests, Law takes out his phone and plays on it until the battery dies, then takes a small nap, enjoying what he would see as an ideal childhood, with his perfect parents. The only people in the world who mattered to him, the only other people, who were truly perfect. The sun slowly begins to descend beyond the horizon, orange hues caught in the sparkling ocean water. The eerily calm water barely ripples about in the bay. At the base of a small mountain only surrounded by trees and a single dirt road leading to the shore. Standing on a surfboard in the calm evening water, Law feels the gently shifting water rocking him side to side. Wearing only a pair of blue shorts, his messy hair sticks to his head as he focuses. Room. He creates the largest room he can, extending 1,000 meters in every direction. Scan. He's assaulted by an influx of information in a flash. Everything from the beach and forests 100 meters behind him to all the plants and animals further inland, as well as all the fish for 1,000 meters in front of him. This secluded beach is the perfect place for him to train between clients on this island. Eyes closed, he has both hands on the hilt of his new weapon. A katana, not his preferred blade but one that would send the message he wanted to convey to the world. The weapon was a carbon fiber and tungsten mixture, specially made by Power Loader. The metal itself was white, even the blade. The hilt and scabbard were the exact same, both with small accents of blue, and his smiley face logo with its checkered teeth along both this hilt and scabbard. The guard was small and also white with a blue edge. Amputate. He slashes downward. The ocean splits before him, a thin division of only an inch, not enough to disturb the water much before it merges back. His board gently rocks, slightly shaking his concentration. The larger the room, the more energy it would take to both open and maintain, and the more concentration it requires to keep it active. Law wipes a bead of sweat from his face. During all his traveling he took any chance he could get to find a proper training spot. Training with Mom was one thing, that was all about assassinations, but places like these are the best. Amputate. Another thin division in the water before it instantly reforms. Heroes are always fighting in public. Amputate. Another division, this time the board rocks and his concentration falters. His eyes snap open before closing shut again. In that split second his room shrinks hundreds of meters. With grave news. He takes a deep breath and pushes himself, opening it fully once more. Amputate. Another slash before the water merges with itself. A straight line of dirt begins rising to the surface. The result of dozens of slashes carving out 1,000 meters through the ocean floor and bedrock, releasing stone and dirt into the water. Heroes fight in public, so I can be loud. And I'll need to be able to handle anything, everything. Amputate. He practices for another hour until... Gah. Law drops to one knee as his room shrinks to only a few meters. Alright, that's enough for today, Shambles. For a brief instant, his room forcibly expands to reach the shore before he disappears, substituted with a clump of sand. He drops his surfboard on the sand and sheaths his blade. He moved to sit in the sand and enjoy a refreshing bottle of water. Leaning against his cooler he takes a minute to catch his breath before opening another room. His phone appears in his hand, warping from his jeep parked only a dozen meters away on the dirt road leading to this beach. Opening his phone he begins scrolling through his notifications. Construction began. Nice, he muses. His new home was finally under construction. Now all I need is a place in Musudafo to park so people don't see Horizon driving the same cars as La Matani. Hopefully I get somewhere close to UA. He continues scrolling. As he's about to start searching for places in Musudafo to buy, his phone begins ringing. Did you forget you already checked in on me today? He asks. This isn't about that. Nezu says. I may need you to return to Japan before next year, at least for a few days to visit. Law stiffens at that. What happened? Nothing if I can help it, Nezu says. Some powerful people are lobbying for your parents' execution. People with a lot of sway from abroad and within Japan. We expected that, Law says. They've got a lot of enemies, but you said you could keep them alive, can you? Of course. Nezu insists. I may simply need to take drastic measures to keep them hidden. If it comes to that, then nobody will be able to get in touch with them for a long time, so I'll try to arrange for you to speak to them. I thought you said that's impossible. I will make it happen, I promise, Nezu says. I'll likely have to pull a lot of strings and use much of the favors I have, but I'll make it happen, don't worry. Law leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and holds his head. Right, not like I've got much of a choice, just keep me in the loop on this please. Of course, I've already got some people taking care of things. You just keep doing what you're doing, which, by the looks of it, you went surfing right after landing. Nezu asks. You found the Horizon social media account. Law chuckles. I'm surprised you even made one. It's all about brand image. When I really go public during the sports festival I need something to feed the media. It's hard to cheer for a ghost after all. I see. Just curious, how strict is UA's no scouting policy? Law asks. Extremely, no exception has been made, ever, aside from you. Could you handle the backlash if that got out? Law asks, a calculating look on his face. If the person that was revealed proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that not scouting them would have been a terrible decision, otherwise it could look bad, he explains. Then it's a good thing I'm perfect, huh? Just think very carefully before you make such a decision. I can't stop you from announcing that part of our contract, but I also have an image to uphold. Don't worry, I'll keep it pristine, but right now I need to go get food and prepare for surgery in the morning, then I'm off to Italy. Italy? Again. Yay, Law groans. Just when I thought I did everything cool there. Including your maid. Law shrugs. When in Rome. You were in Milan, and I recall you did the same thing in Paris. French maid, come on, who hasn't thought about that? He scoffs. Do you ever tell any one of these women that you're 15? Law thinks about it for a moment. Yeah, no, between me being 6'2", muscular, good-looking, and rich, it never comes up. Nezu sighs. Thankfully Horizon has nothing to do with the extravagant playboy Law Matani. You've really gotten the hang of this dual identity life. Honestly, warping makes it a lot easier. They stay in separate hotels within my range, so they never even cross paths or go to the same places. Pretty easy when you can pull that off. I assumed as much, Nezu says. And how are you enjoying the new sword? Training in Hawaii with it must be fun. It's perfect. I just need a bit more time to get used to the curve of the blade. Aiming is a bit odd, Law says. That other ability you refuse to explain. That's the one, he chuckles. You know you can't keep them all hidden forever, right? Obviously, Law says. But, I just feel more comfortable keeping them to myself. It's how I was trained and raised. Never reveal your hand until everyone else is dead. But when I'm in UA I can start to open up more. At that point you'll have a real stake in the game, and it'll really get people itching to recruit me after the sports festival. That is very concerning. And I'm glad you're already planning for your bid debut. Yeah, well, let's just say if I did reveal my hand when I clashed with Hawks, things would have gone very differently. Far from the only mistake I made that day. An awkward pause settles between both of them before Nezu breaks the silence. So, Rome again. Right. Law shakes his head, focusing back on the conversation. Some sinner needs me to undo a divine punishment, and I'm charging him a lot more and making it somewhat public as the cost. You'll see it on Horizon's profile page, when it goes fully public. Law gives a hearty laugh at that. Sinner, is it who I think it is? Nezu asks, a tinge of worry in his voice. You've got a dozen supercomputers for a brain, so I'm betting it is. My god, Nezu mutters. That's exactly what he'll be saying. I'll be his new god. Wow, Horizon mutters in genuine awe, staring up at the 20-meter-high ceilings. Marble floor, massive tiles lined with gold and platinum that lead up the wall and to the ceilings. A massive mural of angels bringing divine light down from the heavens as if they were here to save him. He walks carefully behind the Pope's valet, taking in every possible detail, within the inner halls of the Pope's personal atrium where he holds worship. This sight never gets old, the valet says, an older gentleman with graying hair on his head. Always so breathtaking. Wealth without bound, Horizon says, wearing a brand new three-piece suit. White with a blue undershirt and black vest, the jacket draped along his shoulders without his arms being in the sleeves. Attached to his shoulder themselves so they don't fall. The sound of his steps faintly travels down the halls as he carries his medical bag at his side. So this is what 2,500 years of willing and unwilling collection from the masses will get you. I am impressed. He nods along. The valet casts an insulted glance back at Horizon. This is what the faith of true believers gets you, doctor. Right, the Vatican is filled with gold because of faith, sure. Horizon shakes his head and silently follows behind the man. After a long and silent walk, they finally arrive at the sacred inner chamber of the Pope. Opening the doors, the valet leads him into the massive chambers, lined with purple and gold silk. Each fixture appeared as if it would cost a small fortune, because it certainly would. The valet leads him to the bedside, and Pope Valentine greets him with a strained smile. His once vibrant complexion was now ashy and worn out, skin hanging off his frame clearly showing all the weight he lost. Pope Valentine, Law greets the man in perfect Italian, his father's native language. The Pope looked somewhat surprised at this. Dr. Horizon, he nods weakly. Thank you for coming. Horizon turns to the valet. You can go now, everything from here is strictly between my patient and myself. The valet looks from Horizon to the Pope, and receives a nod. I'll be outside, sir. He nods and exits the room. As the door shuts behind him, Law immediately opens a room. 100 meters in every direction around him, he scans for cameras and recorders of any kind, finding none within the private chambers, but a group of guards moving to take positions outside. Ringo. Wow, lots of guards. Not surprising, Horizon says as he moves to get a chair, placing it at Pope Valentine's bedside. So, you read the special contract? He asks casually. You are not what I expected, Valentine says. I always heard you were so strict. Normally, yeah, Horizon shrugs, but I find this funny. You think my state funny? Valentine asks, not sure what he should be feeling, deciding to settle on confusion. No, God no. Oh, sorry, he says to the Pope. But I do think it's a bit ironic. You spent your life worshipping God and he puts a tumor in on your brainstem. And suddenly you, the man touted to have the most powerful healing quirk of all time, is helpless and dying. I fail to see how my state is amusing to you, the Pope says calmly. Right, well, the custom contract I made for you says you get charged an absurd amount, which you've already paid. Thank you for that, by the way, and I get to take a picture with you when the operation is done and tell the world I saved your life. And you never get to tell anyone or thing what happened in here, right? Right, the Pope nods. So, Pope Valentine, what did you do for that miserable cunt in the sky to put a tumor in your skull? Horizon asks. I mean, normally he reserves his petty anger for the weak and helpless, he loves watching kids die, but you, his most devoted slave, why? Valentine takes a deep breath as it all begins to fit together. I see, you're a non-believer. Horizon shrugs. Even if I did believe, anyone can tell your church is a business, and besides, you should be thanking that asshole in the sky. I don't believe in him. If I did, I would have let him have his way and just leave you to die. Pope Valentine's face twitches, rage clashing with serenity. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, focusing his thoughts. What exactly is your point, Doctor? I do hope you intend to keep your end of the bargain up. Horizon chuckles. Oh, don't worry, I'll still save you. I never break my word. I just wanted you to know, you worship a vengeful petty bitch in the sky that turned around and put a tumor in your skull, and I'm the only one that can save you. I should be the one you convince billions of people to pray to so you can rob them. I am the closest you will ever get to meet a god. I am your only hope of salvation. Me, Horizon. I'm the only god you have. His cold, slightly mechanical voice says, sending a shiver down the Pope's spine. Why you? The man mutters in disbelief and horror. You're a monster, he says in a quiet voice, all the authority he'd grown used to speaking with now gone. No, Horizon stands up and opens his medical bag. I'm a god, but of course you'd think I'm a monster. You've never been this close to one before. 20 minutes later. HNGH, Pope Valentine opens his eyes, feeling sleepy. Not weary and tired like his illness had caused, but simply sleepy. What? Finally awake, huh? Horizon says, already back in his chair beside the Pope. How long was I asleep? The Pope asks, not even realizing that he'd instinctively moved to sit up against his backboard. 20 minutes, Horizon shrugs. 20 minutes? But the cancer. Gone? He points to the bedside table. The Pope turns and freezes at what he sees, a small grape-sized ball of flesh in a cup. Your God's gift to you, perfectly preserved. He shakes his head. The Pope stares at the tumor for a few minutes in complete silence, and as he does his body slightly glows as it bulks up to his regular body mass, no longer looking shriveled up. Now much more rotund. The power of the greatest healing quirk ever, although the growls coming from Pope Valentine's stomach were another story. Well, that didn't take long, Horizon chuckles. Time for our picture. Don't worry, my account is private until I'm ready to go public. The Pope recedes into his mind as the next events happen. Lost in thought as Horizon guides him to stand for a few pictures, completely zoning out and not listening to the doctor. What was that? The Pope finally asks, snapping out of his daze. I said my job here is done, contract complete, I'm leaving. And if a new tumor emerges? Valentine asks. Horizon shrugs, the contract only covers one, I had to charge you more than anyone else for moral reasons. The risk of undoing your God's work after all, he chuckles. The Pope sighs, already knowing it was no use engaging in this nonsense. I understand, but may I ask one question? Of course, Horizon says. Why did you never ask if I believe? That's actually quite simple, he chuckles. Why would I ever give a fuck about what you think? I just find this whole situation hilarious. Really? Yeah, and I already know there is a God. I'm right here, he shrugs. The Pope is once again shocked by the arrogance of one man. You wish to become a god, is that your goal? No, that is what I am, but what I will become is a hero. Hero, wait a moment, you're a child. Horizon raises a finger to his visor in a shushing motion. That's a surprise for when I go public. Let's keep that between the three of us. He points upward, at heaven. The Pope sighs and pats his shoulder. Son, I shall pray for you to become a good person, and a hero. Horizon brushes his hand aside. I'm perfect, and your prayers are useless. If they could work, you wouldn't have needed me. Save them for the sheep that follow you. He turns on his heel and begins walking away. As Horizon is walking away, the Pope only shakes his head and frowns. Horizon waves back. The next miracle I sell you costs double, Valentine? And maybe consider putting a mural of me on one of these walls, it'd look better. He says before exiting the room. As he leaves, the Pope makes the sign of the cross and says a not-so-short prayer, a futile effort to humble the ego of a walking miracle. Japan, the Matani estate. Clang! The metal bar crashes down onto its resting place above the weight bench. 440 pounds, 200 kg of metal plates once again coming to a rest. Law sits up from his spot on the bench and wipes the sweat from his face. Taking a deep breath, he focuses for a moment, then exhales, feeling his heart steady itself. In the past 9 months since meeting Nezu, his life has changed so much, and now the dreaded day has come. He'd finally get to speak to them. He stands up and looks around his home gym, more like a mini commercial gym. It even had a boxing ring. A wall of tinted glass windows shows the heavy snow falling outside, the gentle slope of his backyard hill covered in snow for 100 meters before it cascades into the boardwalk separating his lawn from his private beach. Now risen to his full height, the differences in him now and 9 months ago are glaringly obvious. Now standing at 192 centimeters, 6 feet 3.5 and more muscular. His much leaner physique was now gone in exchange for more muscle. Still perfectly defined and almost statuesque. Coming in at 190 pounds, 86 kg with a head of messy black hair and his cold white blue eyes. His face was shaven completely clean, but peeking out from his loose top, the most obvious standouts were his tattoos. As he turns off his music and cleans the sweat from the equipment, he takes off his shirt to cool off, exposing his tattoos. A massive heart on his chest, covering much of his chest with the curved outline of a heart, the base of it as well as the two arches at the very top have tendrils extending out from them, 3 on each side. At the top they extend as if trying to go over his shoulder and onto his back, stopping in the middle of his shoulder. When the high arcs of each side of the heart meet they touch at the center of his chest connection to a checkered teeth smiley face, Horizon's logo. His shoulders have similar curvy hearts, concentric with a smaller identical heart within, his father's symbol. Lower on his forearms is a large gear, his mother's symbol, and within is a solid black circle with spokes coming out of it. Bits of a broken circle are attached to each of the 6 spokes. Lower down is the tattoo at the back of his hand, a solid black circle with only 4 of the spokes protruding out, still holding bits of a broken circle on them. And finally the only non-symmetrical tattoo on his body, his knuckle tattoos. On his right hand, they spell give, while on the left hand is take, with only the thumb having no letters. Positioned in such a way that to read them he'd either have to hold his hands up like a surgeon having a nurse put on gloves for him, or more likely, he'd be giving you the middle finger. ENGO. Perfect for the man who gives and takes both life and time from people. Shambles. Law disappears from the gym and appears in his bedroom. Moving from the 2nd to the 3rd floor of his house, the floor which contains a few things, most notable his massive bedroom. With the connected private lounge, hot tub, bathroom, and office. After a warm shower he shuts off the water and runs a hand through his hair, not bothering to even use a towel he simply mutters shambles, and appears in his large walk-in closet. The water on his body remained in the shower, allowing him to instantly dry off. With enough familiarity with an object, he could bring it to him without needing a substitution to make locking onto it or space easier. With enough familiarity with a location, he could warp around as he pleases. And he'd spend some time getting used to his new home. Getting dressed he pulled on a simple short-sleeved black t-shirt. The same tattoo from his chest was printed on the front of the shirt in yellow. A pair of long black pants, some simple dress shoes, and a long blue high-collared coat. Leaving it open to show off the t-shirt, the coat also sports a print of his tattoo. The hearts on his shoulders are in yellow at the same spots. Everything La Matani wears has his tattoos on it somewhere, and everything Horizon wears has Horizon's logo printed on it. All done personally with the clothing press in his home. Because branding is everything, La mutters as he looks in the mirror. Putting 2 simple gold earrings in each ear, both sharing the earlobe, small enough to go almost unnoticed but enough to get someone's attention if he wanted to. Shambles. He appears in his bedroom, seeing his body glove, sword, and visor, laid out on the bed. Freshly cleaned, he sighs and moves to get his phone, keys, a simple black and gold watch, and his wallet. After making a quick stop in the kitchen. Shambles. He appears in the only basement floor of this 3-story house, his garage. 25 cars, but he only ever really planned to use a few. Walking a few steps he arrives at a jet black 2-door, 4-seat, sports car, the same design from his chest on both its doors. A custom Pagani, made with the best 2114 tech a civilian can get. Money well spent, he chuckles, sitting in the driver's seat and starting the engine. The entire garage is drowned in a cacophony of noise for almost an entire second before it settles into a low grumble, still slightly echoing off the walls. Far too much power to be street legal in any country, but nothing a healthy donation to the police pension fund didn't solve. Room. Securing his protein shake he expands his room to 1,500 meters and speeds up the ramp. He begins racing down his 100-meter driveway to the first barrier. A tall black metal fence formed a circle around his home, almost 200 meters in radius. Already pushing nearly 200 miles per hour, 320 km/h by the time he's a few feet from the still closed gate he smirks. Shambles. His car swaps places with a few pieces of snow on the other side of the gate and he continues accelerating. Out of the first barrier, he was suddenly driving down a road surrounded by forests, large mountains in the distance just barely peeking over the trees. He slows down as the roads begin to wind, settling into a cruising speed as he takes out his phone. He idly scrolled through some options to order his breakfast. A few moments later and he arrives at the second barrier, a 10-meter tall metal barrier, and blocking the road is a solid black gate which also had his logo in yellow metal at the center of it. The Matani estate began here, then 2 kilometers in is the main house. And all of this is only 20 minutes from Musodafu. Following the only mountain road leading to his estate, empty as usual, he enters the city and switches his car into quiet mode to avoid waking up everyone too early. Before long he pulls up to a pizza shop. He can't imagine they're happy to be working on Christmas, but he also wanted pizza for breakfast. Shutting off his car he gets out and walks into the store, noticing that it was completely empty, as expected. Approaching the register, the man behind the counter gulps nervously. Appearing not much older than La, no older than 20. His eyes flicker up at La, almost having to lean back to look at him properly. Then they move over to the 2 small golden earrings in each ear, and finally down to La's hands, knuckle tattoos, not good news in his line of work. The man sighs, seriously? It's Christmas. La sighs even louder, order for Matani? That's me, he says flatly. Oh, the man looks away, sorry It's fine, happens a lot, but maybe next time you think someone is here to hurt you at least prepare to defend yourself instead of waiting. He shakes his head in disappointment. Right, thanks. The man moves to place 3 medium pizzas on the counter. That'll be $25. Perfect. He takes out his wallet and drops a stack of hundreds on the counter. Merry Christmas. He takes the boxes and leaves before the man can even process what just happened. Only driving a few blocks back the way he came, Law pulls into an underground parking area. Above it is a modest 5-story building, bland and unassuming. The entire place completely empty, as he bought the entire building, converting the office space into a secondary living space for him, or more accurately, for Horizon, if ever needed. Taking the elevator, he enters the top floor suite, carrying a protein shake and his breakfast as he enters the living room. Placing everything down on the coffee table, he sits back and enjoys the view. On the other side of his wall of glass was still heavy snow falling from the sky, but only a few streets away was the foot of the road leading up to UA, the surrounding forest on the entire hill dusted white with snow, and he gets an unobstructed view of the entire thing from his 5th floor vantage point. Taking off his coat and draping it on the back of the couch, he takes a gulp of his protein shake before leaning forward. He opens one of the boxes. An extra cheesy Italian pizza greets him, steaming hot. Law grabs a slice with a napkin and takes out his phone. I'm here, he says into the phone. I'm just finishing up some work, but you do know we still have until 1 p.m. yes? Nezu asks. I rather not miss this, Law grumbles. Just call when you're done and I'll bring you here. I don't like warping. You'll get over it. 4 hours later. Law is still sitting in his same spot, one less pizza, now just an empty box, and his protein shake already replaced with a second one. He watches a fantasy movie on TV until his phone rings. Before it rings a second time, he answers, ready. Yeah, I just got done here, Nezu says. Room. Law extends his room all the way up the hill to UA's main building. 5,000 meters up to Nezu's office. Scan. Focusing on UA, he doesn't sense anyone but Nezu on campus. Opening his bottle, he flicks a drop of water over to one of the single seats. Shambles. Nezu and the water droplet swap places before it hits the couch. Still annoying, Nezu says, holding a laptop in his arms. That's half the fun, Law says between quiet deep breaths, taking a sip of his shake as he closes his room, the strain of maintaining such a massive room eating away at his stamina. So your quirk does have a limit after all, Nezu says curiously. Guess you aren't as invincible as you claim. TCH, I'm actively trying to push my limits, but trust me, in a head-to-head fight, I won't lose, not even against All Might. Oh, Nezu says dramatically. Quite a bold statement, but I doubt warping and healing are enough to hurt the symbol of peace, perhaps one of the tricks you refuse to tell me about. You'll have to wait and see, Law shrugs. A few minutes later, while Nezu is eating a slice of 5-cheese pizza, Law asks a curious question. Do you always spend Christmas alone at UA, or is that just because of this? My work keeps me busy, Nezu says between bites. So this is the usual, huh? How do you normally spend it? Nezu asks. Well, Law thinks about it for a moment, deciding exactly how much to share. Normally we have this little tradition, no matter where any of us are or what we're doing, birthdays, Christmas, and New Year's, we all get together and have katsudon. Katsudon. And a glass of whiskey, Law shrugs. So that's where your bad habit came from. Not a bad habit if alcohol doesn't work on you. Fair point, that sounds like a wonderful tradition, but one question. Why katsudon? It's what they had on their first date. Nezu sighs and shakes his head. Do you know why we never expected you to be with Arsenal that day? Why? Because every criminal psychologist we passed her file to came to one conclusion. A bloodthirsty psychopath incapable of caring, of feeling sympathy, of love. Nezu freezes for a moment as he sees Law glaring daggers at him, but we were wrong. Law's gaze softens. She does care, and love, for you, and your father. Maybe nothing even a step beyond that, but the fact that she cares shows we were wrong. Law nods. I know how the world, and especially places like America and Japan view villains, although Japan isn't as brutal as America is on theirs, but I'm not gonna make any excuses. People make choices, and if you can't defend your choice or accept responsibility for it, then you shouldn't have made it. We made ours, and now we're paying for it, that's all it is. But you never really got a choice, Nezu says. You're still only 15, as accomplished and mature as you are, you never really had a choice. Law scoffs. Tell that to Chrome, or Mindbinder, or Shifter. I could have just stayed in the clinic with Dad, but I chose to be an adventurer like my mom too. I made that choice, and I led us here, to ruin. Adventurer. Not hero or villain, we just do whatever we want. Hurting and saving people isn't even considered in our lives the most pure way to live, he says with a bit of reverence for the idea. Like the ocean. The ocean. Nezu was even more confused now. Taking and giving life without bias or personal attachment, too powerful for anyone to really stop it from doing whatever it wants. It's perfection. Why the ocean? Of all the things that meet that example, why that? Nezu asks, still wanting to learn more. It's where my mom began. Nearly drowned, got pulled into a current when she was a little girl. She managed to get onto a rock to survive, barely, but it taught her. Taught her what? That the weak don't get to decide anything, not even how they die. Law looks toward Nezu and smiles, but the strong, we can do whatever we want. Beep beep beep. Nezu checks his phone before opening his laptop and placing it on the coffee table. Tartarus is starting the video feed in a few minutes, get ready. Yeah, I'll be ready. Time to say hi to my parents. Law leans back into the couch with his arms spread across the backrest as he nervously taps his foot. feeling his heartbeat in his ears, staring at the black screen on the laptop as it connects to Tartaru's. He glances to the left to see Nezu sitting quietly waiting for the connection to be established. I can't believe this is happening, Law mutters quietly. I expected that the next time I see them would be when I get them out. Nezu nods. I know that's what you expected, but with more and more international pressure demanding their executions, we have to move them into isolated confinement for a while, at least until the next big story overshadows them. This is the only chance you'll have until you get them out. Law runs a hand through his hair. Thanks. It's the very least I could do, although getting a connection through Tartaru's was difficult. Even I didn't have enough leverage for it to happen alone. Thankfully All Might is a UA alumnus, Nezu says. All Might? Did you? No, Nezu waves off his concern. He trusts me enough to allow me to use his name without asking questions. And I sent Naamasa ahead to inform them not to say any names on the call. The camera in the laptop also isn't working. You'll be able to see them but they can't see you. How much did he tell them? Only that they'll get to speak to you without revealing your identity or connection. What you decide to speak about will only be known to yourselves and me. Even the Tartaru's guards won't be able to hear you. Right. Law sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes to focus his mind. Just a few minutes to unpack all the things that happened. No big deal, he says bitterly. Beep beep beep. Before he can even focus, the screen goes live, split down the middle, the left showing his mother and the right his father. His heart drops at the sight, a sickening feeling permeates his body as he stares at the screen for a few moments. To the left is his mother, strapped and chained to a metal cross with her limbs spread out, stuck upright with her body wrapped in white durable metal mesh fabric, and tubes flowing into the floor from in her wrapping, likely for waste. All to avoid her using her quirk. Her long black hair seems to blend and merge perfectly with the sleek gray metal cross holding her. Taking a closer look, he sees the division between flesh and metal is non-existent. It was as if the cross was attached to her very skin. As he feels his rage bubbling up, he looks at his father. The man was in a much different cell. While his mother was bound to a cross in her empty cell, his father had much more relaxed accommodations. The man sits on a metal chair, a metal table in one corner of his cell, while a small single bed was neatly made in the other, wearing a white jumpsuit. What Law noticed, however, was a metal cord connecting to his left wrist. It didn't take a genius to assume that it was also fused to him like Kiku's cross. They basically merged them with Tartaru's. Since I can't warp only part of an object, I can't just grab them out of their cell unless I can move the whole prison, and they probably have implants that explode if I do move them. He scowls at the screen. Yes. Taking in the forlorn look of both his parents, Law speaks up. Hi Mom, Dad. They both suddenly burst with excitement at his voice. Son, they yell in unison, both equally surprised to hear each other's voice, the entire family on this three-way call. Have you been okay? His father asks. I should be asking you too that. Law frowns. I'm sorry things went like this. It's not your fault, his mother cuts him off sharply. We trained you to do exactly what you did, and you performed perfectly. But, she's right son, his dad cuts in. You can't blame yourself for this, you did everything right, but sometimes that doesn't mean you win, that's just life. We're just glad you're not in here with us. The man chuckles. He actually manages to chuckle in this situation. The sound of his laugh surprises Law, bringing back memories of old. So what have you been up to? Kiku asks. How did you manage this call into Tartaru's of all places? Law takes a deep breath and gets right into it. Without mentioning the specifics, he explains everything, and their faces shift from curiosity to complete disappointment. Deshen, when I've done enough, then I can get you guys out on some special conditions. Then we'll all be back together again, he says with a hopeful tune in his voice. For the first time he sounds like what Nezu would expect a 15-year-old to be like. That youthful vigor of hope that he always tries to nurture in his students. As expected, it only comes out when he speaks of or to his family. Dead silence fills the air as both his parents take in exactly what they just heard, and in one voice they speak in unison. No. What? What do you mean no? What's wrong? Law asks. This isn't right, Kiku says. You got out fine, and now you're giving up this chance at a new life, to be truly free. For us, no. We chose the lives we did, his father says. Now you get to start a new one. Why waste so much of it chasing after the past? But no. This is how we get back together, Law argues. This is how I fix it, how I make our family whole. You sound so fucking pathetic, Kiku spits out the words harshly. Nezu almost falls off his seat in shock. We taught you better than this. Apparently not enough, Korasan agrees. We don't bow to anyone, Kiku says. We do whatever the hell we want, because we're adventurers. And we certainly don't play that stupid hero-villain game. We're above that. And we especially don't do things we don't enjoy, Korasan adds. You'll hate every moment you spend risking your life and wasting your time to save those useless people who can't fend for themselves, people who always need some wannabe hero coming to hold their hand just to cross the street. You're too good to be spending time on people like that. But I'm not doing this for them, Law argues. I'm doing this because I want you two back. I just need to save enough people. You need to follow your training. Kiku yells. Did you forget what the fuck I taught you? Always talk only to the man in charge, and if he has leverage on you, get rid of it. So why haven't you gotten rid of it? Law sits back and just stares at the screen. He knew this is what he was supposed to do, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Because you're my parents, he says in a quiet voice. Yes, Korasan agrees. And parents exist to help their children, to nurture them and build them up. We've done that perfectly, you're perfect son. You're more than we could each ever be. You've taken everything we taught you to heights we could never have dreamed of. You're a god, and now we're holding you back from living the life you want. Let us go, Kiku says. Just let us go and they won't have any leverage, then you can really do whatever you want, and nobody in this world can even hope to stop you. But, you'll die, La says in a quiet desperate voice. And you'll be truly free, Kiku says, and both of them nod. You're a perfect god, and we've clearly outlived our usefulness. It's time for you to show the world what you're really about, and do it all your way. Nezu nervously fidgets about, not at all expecting this turn of events, and now slightly unsure of how things would go. A tense silence befalls the trio as La leans back and considers his options. You're right, he says, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his knees, fingers knitted together under his chin. I am a god, you trained me to be perfect and peerless, and I am. You've both outlived your usefulness to me. Both his parents smile at that, at the prospect of their son being truly free. But, La says, since I can do whatever I want, that means I can save you, because all I want is for us to be whole again, and to fix my mistake. So I'm going to play this game out, complete this contract, and save both of you, you'll see? Corazon shakes his head sadly, but with a small smile on his lips. Kiku scowls, you really are a fucking disappointment, she curses. And after a tense moment she cracks a wide smile, but I also couldn't be prouder, deciding your own path and not letting anyone stop you, not even us, that's exactly the kind of person you're meant to be son. Just do us one favor. Anything. Show them why you're the best, peerless, a god. If you're gonna play the hero-villain game, then crush everyone and everything that tries to compete with you, alright. Of course, that was always the plan, La chuckles. We really couldn't have asked for or raised a better son, Corazon admits. Don't let what happened to us distract you anymore, and remember, we love you, no matter what. Yes, no matter what, we love you, always, Kiku says. I love you too, La says. And I promise I'll get you out of there, and then we'll never have to worry about anything else again. Kiku chuckles, in that case, we can't wait to see what you'll have become by that time, we're counting on you. I'll be on top of the world, I promise. We don't doubt that one bit, Corazon says. That's where you've always been meant to be, we'll see you then. Yeah, I love you too, La says as the connection cuts off. As the screen shuts off, La leans back, head tilted back on the soft couch to stare up at the ceiling. Taking a deep breath he suddenly feels mentally and emotionally exhausted. To his left Nezu is breathing a sigh of relief, the conversation ended how he expected, but the road to get there was certainly filled with surprises. But at least now he's seen firsthand where La inherited his thought process. Nezu checks his phone then sets it aside. They're already moving them down to level 5 of Tartarus. Down there on the deepest floor it's inevitable the world forgets about them. We just need to wait for the international pressure to settle down. Right. La sighs and gets up, opening a massive room reaching 5 kilometers in every direction, enough to cover UA's main building. Feeling it straining his energy he doesn't let it show at all, the perfect facade of effortless power. With that out of the way I need to get back on my routine, and I'll need to go to Monaco to check the modifications on the new mega yacht. Oh, and perhaps visit that Nami girl you were running around with a few months ago in Monaco. I prefer new shiny things, La shrugs. I just need to get as many miracles under my belt before UA. When Horizon goes public during the sports festival the higher the number the better it looks. And how many have you done thus far? Nezu asks. Only 87. Nezu's supercomputer brain instantly does the math, with a 50 million minimum bid that's at least 4.3 billion, not bad for 9 months of work at 15. Yeah, nothing compared to you, but thankfully I don't have most of my money wrapped up in UA and other companies, so I have more spending power than pretty much anyone else. The joys of working in cash, Nezu muses. Well, you can send me back to my office now, I'll contact you if needed, aside from my usual calls. Gotcha, CI, La snaps his fingers. Shambles. Nezu disappears from his seat, swapped with a single pen from in his office. Closing the room, La takes a deep breath and wipes a hand down his face, feeling the emotions hammering away at him. K'man, he says to himself. You're perfect, let's just get the job done, just 3 months left until UA, time to make the most of it. April 7th, 2115, Matani Estate. So are you excited for your first day? Nezu's cheery voice asks, excitedly waving to La through the video on his phone. La just sighs, silently cleans up his kitchen after making his protein shake, and grabs it as well as his phone. It's too early for you to be this excited, he grumbles. Nezu can't help but shake his head as La's bare upper body comes into view, all the tattoos exposed for him to see. It's your first day of school, the first day in a place where you can use your quirk without having to hide, you should be excited too. Shambles. La appears in his bedroom and sets the phone down on the dresser. Wearing only a pair of shorts he walks over to his bed and sighs, then looks out to the sun already hanging above the ocean. So early, is Yagi even there yet? He asks. Shambles. His white body glove appears on his body, already covered by his UA uniform gray blazer with green pants, long red tie, and a white shirt beneath. A single button on each shoulder to indicate he's in the hero course. In addition, he has a white Rolex on his left wrist and a pair of white dress shoes on his feet. The visor is already on his head, his voice now becomes slightly more mechanical. He's on his way, Nezu says, seeing Horizon turn away from the camera and walk across the room. On the back of his grey UA blazer, he sees Horizon's logo. Did you really have to put that on the uniform? He scoffs, shaking his head at the sight of Horizon's logo printed in the same UA green on the back of the uniform. Would you believe it helps with my quirk? No. Oh well, Horizon shrugs as he gets to the other side of the room. Reaching his table to pick up a katana, safely stored within the white scabbard decorated with Horizon's blue smiley face logo is a 120 cm 4 feet long white blade. The guard is square with blue accents and connects to the 25 cm 10 in hilt, which is also white with blue accents. Overall, his sword from the tip of the blade to the end of its hilt is 1 inch shorter than Tsuyu Ajui. Picking up the sword, he also grabs the briefcase-like metal case that was resting beside it, previously silver with 19 on it, but now repainted in white with his logo in blue on both sides. Do you really have to put your logo on everything? Nezu asks. Branding is important. I sent you your hero gear early for you to get used to it and you still haven't told me what that's supposed to mean by the way dash, not for you to deface UA property. It's not like anyone else is gonna be using my stuff, Horizon says as the hero gear disappears and the view suddenly swaps to his office. As he grabs a fresh ring binder notebook and pencil case, both also with his logo, Nezu sighs. How do you even do this? Is there anything you didn't add it to? No. Is this really gonna be a problem? Just try to only put it on things that are yours, meaning no more UA property. Done, Horizon says as the view once again changes. This time Nezu recognizes the inside of his car. Just gotta get this off. He mutters before removing his visor. Can't let people see Horizon driving Law's car after all, Alpha newbie. While Horizon secures everything in the back seat, Nezu can't help but make a suggestion. You know, if you went for the collapsible sword design we recommended, this would be a lot easier. And it would also be weaker, plus I needed the extra length in case I ever have to get too close to a power type or something. I'm tall, I might as well use it to my advantage. And did everything else meet your standards? Yeah, looks good too. Have you considered one of the more heroic designs I sent you, perhaps one with the giant scalpel for a sword? Nezu asks. Oh fuck no, I'm not some gimmicky hero. Sleek efficiency, that's part of the image. Law starts his car and begins driving. I suppose your outfit does better fit your image. I'll set out a spot for you to warp to. Toshinori has almost arrived. Nezu hangs up, letting Law enjoy the short drive to UA in peace. 15 minutes later. Law sits in his car and carefully puts on his visor, already parked in the garage of his Musutafu building. Room, his perception expands. The few thousand meters between him and Nezu's office are covered. He focuses on Nezu's office and notices a single leaf, likely from one of the plants in the room, resting on the couch. Shambles, he appears on the couch, sitting comfortably in his uniform. In front of him is a coffee table, on the other side is an identical black couch. To his right is Nezu's desk with the principal sorting out some paperwork, a cabinet along the wall to the side of the room with a tea-making station, and a massive glass pane behind Nezu, looking out as Musutafu. I can foresee that many people won't appreciate your warping around campus, Nezu says without even looking up at him. They'll get over it, Horizon says. He raises a hand and snaps his finger. The katana and metal case appear on the couch beside him. With him getting more attuned to them, he can freely summon them to his location once they're within his room, but this is the extent of his control thus far. He closes his massive room and opens a smaller one. Scan, he gets an entire 3D map of the main building, 4 15-story buildings connected by walkways halfway up and at the base, making a massive square shape. 4 pillars supporting the future of all its students. He can see everyone moving about. All he gets are vague forms, as if they were all in black and white with blank features, simple 3D outlines. With more dedicated focus he could hone in on singular components, effectively if he were more perverse, or simply someone who wasn't a doctor that was used to seeing people naked. He could peer past their clothes once it isn't melded to their body and get a true outline of them. Looking around campus he could only see less than a third of the people he expected. Not surprising since it was only 7:20 a.m., but he focused in on the cafeteria especially. I need to get used to this campus as quickly as possible so I can warp around, get ahead of all the lines. Lunch rush must always have, a cafeteria run by a pro chef hero must be good. He muses to himself as Nezu finishes up his paperwork. Yagi is in the elevator, Horizon says. He just got off the phone. Nezu puts his completed paperwork to the side and hops down from his chair, nearly disappearing behind his desk if not for his ears, casually walking over to his tea station. Tea. I'm good, Horizon lifts his protein shake. Nezu begins making 2 cups of tea. So will you ever tell me how that whole sensing people through walls ability works? That one? Probably not. Horizon opens the base of his visor to take a drink of his shake. But I'll reveal some of my abilities during the sports festival. Really? I recall you saying that information is power. I'm surprised you'd be willing to do such a thing. Nezu moves to sit on the couch opposite Horizon, 2 teacups in his paws. It is, but I realized that I'm a rare case where knowing what my quirk is will act as a deterrent. It's like if you know someone has super strength you would work around it. But if you know someone is invincible you'd just avoid them entirely. Plus it helps that even if someone knows what my quirk is, it's indefensible. He shrugs. I see. Nezu scampers up to take a seat on the couch, then takes a sip of his tea. Well, healing is one thing, but warp is certainly one that no villain will be rushing to challenge, certainly not your type of instant warping. I haven't revealed your abilities to anyone, not even your homeroom teacher. In fact, only Detective Naomasa and I know that you can both warp and heal, even Yagi only knows about the healing. Any particular reason? Your homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, he disagrees with me allowing you into the school without taking one of the entrance exams, but he trusts me enough to not question it, at least not anymore. He said he doesn't care what quirk registration forms say, only how you apply it, although Hand of God is left blank in the description section, that made him curious. Right, his quirk erases other quirks, but he needs to see part of me that is still connected to me. Horizon raises his gloved hand. My body glove prevents me from being influenced by his quirk, but you already knew that since you always planned to pair me with him, so why allow it? Nezu takes another sip of his tea then rests the cup on the table. I trust you enough not to do anything drastic and get expelled. You're a man of integrity, and you have too much to lose. Horizon nods and just leans back into the couch, taking another sip of his drink. Good assessment. He looks at the door. Come in. Click. The door opens and Yagi shyly peeks inside, just as I was about to knock, he says while entering and closing it behind him. Wearing a simple black suit a few sizes too big for him. Good morning Horizon, Principal Nezu. He sits beside Nezu, directly opposite Horizon's gear. Nice sword. Thanks, how are you feeling? Much better. Yagi takes his cup of tea. I honestly didn't realize how much I missed solid food. Have you been sticking to the diet? Horizon asks in a near-threatening growl. Of course. And I've been taking the vitamins you prescribed. I haven't strayed once from them, I promise. Horizon shrugs. Well, it's your life. End it if you want. Now can we get this over with? I want to go walk around campus. Are students allowed on the roof? No, Nezu immediately says. Aha, sure. Horizon says with amusement in his voice, chuckling at the exasperated sigh Nezu gives him. Just try not to cause too much trouble, please. Of course, Principal. Now let's get this over with. You know the drill. Horizon leans forward and extends a hand to Yagi, noticing that the man was slightly less skeletal than when they met a year ago. Actually, there is something else I'd like your opinion on before that, Nezu says. Horizon leans back and looks at him. Only Yagi is in my contract. I'm not recovery girl. I'm not healing everything you point me at. Nothing like that. Nezu waves his hands around dramatically. He then reaches into his vest and pulls out a remote. With a click, a hologram appears to hover above the coffee table. In it is a massive robot and what looks to be a girl with brown hair trapped under some rubble. The focus of the image is a green-haired boy in a tracksuit who looks to be running toward the robot while everyone else runs away. What is this? A picture from the entrance exam. A video, Nezu says. What happens next can potentially reflect poorly on UA. I'd like your analysis of his quirk. His name is Izuku, and he's about to destroy that zero-pointer robot. Why me? Yagi raises a hand slightly. Principal Nezu has touted your analytical abilities when it comes to quirks as second to none. This is a chance for you to prove it. I am second to none, Horizon insists. Doesn't mean I do charity. My minimum bid is 50 million for a reason. Just give me the remote. Nezu tosses the remote and he casually catches it, laying back and playing the video. In the video, Izuku runs forward a few steps before crouching down slightly, then his right arm and both legs buckle and strain unnaturally as the road beneath his feet cracks. Horizon pauses the video. I've seen enough. He tosses the remote back to Nezu. What? Yagi asks, shocked and somewhat disappointed at how quickly the video was dismissed. Let me guess. Horizon leans forward and pokes the hologram with 2 fingers, zooming in on Izuku's feet. Since the floor beneath him cracked so easily while his body didn't naturally position itself to handle the impact, either he isn't used to fighting or for some reason has never bothered to train his quirk before coming to this exam. Then considering the angles his legs are about to be strained at, I'm guessing he breaks them, and his arm since he looks to be gearing up for a strong right, worse form than a rookie but it's still a punch. Then he breaks his arm and falls to his death because he's worthless trash, right? Nezu and Yagi look at each other in amazement before awkwardly turning back to Horizon. Someone caught him thankfully, Yagi says. Horizon plays the video and it happens exactly like he expected, aside from Izuku being caught. Your analysis is truly incredible, he says in awe. Honestly, I'm more surprised Mr. 12 supercomputers for a brain even needed help. Horizon chuckles and nods toward Nezu, taking a final sip of his shake. My aptitude is almost entirely in logistics. The inner workings of quirks is an entirely different situation, Nezu says. Thankfully we have you, and you're incredible both. Is there anything you'd recommend for this boy? Yagi asks, trying and failing to hide his excitement at the thought of Izuku having someone who can solve his problem with one for all. Yeah, go do something where he doesn't need his quirk. Horizon shakes his head at the video. Can't believe someone as pathetic as that actually had the balls to take the exam. Honestly, it's so reckless and irresponsible that it's almost impressive. But assuming by some miracle he doesn't die the next time he does that, likely by accidentally sending power upward and breaking his own neck or spine, he'll end up a cripple after a few more of those hits. He shrugs. Recovery girl is good, but she makes the body functional. She can't completely undo damage to nerves, bones, and tissue. That's all me. He's just lucky his joints didn't break this time. Yagi nearly throws up at those words. Nezu gives him a small pat on the leg to help him keep focused. He needs the fabric of his pants and looks across to Horizon. And how would you recommend he gets that power under control? Oh god, Horizon looks at Nezu. Please tell me you didn't actually accept this useless fuck. We did. Horizon groans, and is it in my class? He is. Horizon throws his head back and groans even louder. You promised me competition and now give me a fucking cripple. What a disappointment. You know in any other school you'd be punished for that kind of language, Nezu says. You're lucky our hero course students are expected to deal with that kind of behavior. The public won't hold back with their words so we can use you to prepare them for that. I don't care about helping you train heroes, Horizon says. He points at Izuku on the screen, and I'm not here to be a teacher. His problems are his level of mastery with the power flow, distribution, and regulation, and he's clearly a moron for going this long in his life without solving that. Figured 10 years of having a quirk you'd stop hurting yourself. He must be a special kind of dumbass. What do you mean by that exactly? Yagi asks, hoping to get some insight into what his protege needs. Horizon just shrugs, that's all you're getting. I don't help self-harming garbage, especially not for free. Bulletin Yagi is about to launch into a speech when Nezu rests a paw on his leg, already knowing this would only escalate, as has many conversations between him and Horizon this past year. How about we get to why we're here, Nezu suggests, getting a nod from both men. Alright, just take my hand. Horizon reaches over the table. Yagi nods and takes his hand, and Horizon immediately begins scanning him. After a few seconds, Yagi lets go, but Horizon tightens his hold. That's odd. He mutters quietly, visor staring directly at Yagi's chest. It's as if your quirk is suddenly gone. Both Nezu and Yagi stiffen at that, not liking where this is going. Yagi tries to yank his hand away only for Horizon's free hand to also hold onto it. Horizon shakes his head muttering under his breath, that's impossible, quirks can't just, what? He keeps scanning over and over for a few more seconds before looking at Yagi. What happened to your quirk? He asks in a strange voice, both menacing and curious, all while constantly pouring more and more of his energy into scanning Yagi. Over and over, still unable to believe or make sense of what he was sensing in each cell. I don't know what you're talking about. Yagi tries to lie and fails miserably. TCH, even if that was a convincing lie, Horizon raises his hands, still holding Yagi's one massive right hand. While I'm touching someone I act as a polygraph, something I developed after meeting the detective. So, be honest this time, what happened to your quirk? Yagi and Nezu both froze at those words, Nezu's mind racing to solve this problem without starting a fight, while Yagi still had Horizon's hand holding his right hand. Staring into the two blue eyes of Horizon's visor, he felt a shiver run down his spine, all the hairs at the back of his neck standing on end. This sickening feeling, the sudden change in atmosphere. From a crude but necessary doctor to such an imminent threat. Yagi was astonished, but as all might he's faced worse. And as his bright blue pupils stare right back at Horizon, just as when he faced off against the symbol of evil and the countless villains in his life, his eyes never blink. Conviction and hope keep them bright and as unflinching as ever. My quirk was unique, Yagi said. Unique how? It allowed the user to get rid of it, allowing me to completely rid myself of it, as you've detected. I'm not detecting a lie, but quirks are part of us, part of our DNA. This doesn't make sense. It's hard to believe, Horizon says in a low, nearly threatening voice. I know, Yagi sighs. But this is the truth. I got rid of it when I realized that it was time for me to let go, for me to stop clinging to the past and focus on the future. When I finally accepted what was going to happen to me, he lifts his left hand up to touch his side. A tense silence hangs in the air for a while as everyone holds their breaths, not sure what would happen next. Can it happen to me? Horizon asks. Yagi shakes his head. No, this was a feature of my quirk. It can't affect others, and even if it could, you know I'm essentially quirkless now, running on the last embers of my power. Horizon doesn't detect any lies, so instead he focuses on Yagi's body, pouring more and more energy into scanning him, so much that he could barely support a room large enough to fit UA's main building. He mapped much of his DNA and genome before taking a step back and dropping back in his seat. Mentally exhausted, although he refused to show it. To both the people sitting across from him, nothing changed. Taking a few deep breaths he steadies his mind. I don't particularly care about you. Obviously I'm interested in how your quirk managed to do that. But I just had to make sure that you can't remove my quirk. He shrugs. Yagi and Nezu both breathe a sigh of relief. Well, I'm glad that's all taken care of, Nezu says. But I won't be healing him anymore. Horizon cuts their little celebration short. What? Why? Yagi asks. Because you've wasted my time. I performed a miracle to heal you, yet the energy reserves in you diminished so much, unnaturally fast. You've been using your quirk damn near every day since that first day we met. Plus it's not like I could do any more for you. Just try not to get hurt. You're in the contract, so I'll honor that. But I'd rather not waste my time healing self-sacrificial trash. I see. Yagi bows politely. Thank you. Your timer is down to 6 years, Horizon says. That's less than half of what I originally gave you. Try not to waste it. Honestly, nothing about you is normal. Not surprising since you're the only person to probably ever exist that's born with a quirk while not having the extra bone in their toe that quirk users have. Such an odd case. But one that I'll eventually solve, Horizon thinks to himself as Yagi and Nezu share a moment of relief. I can't mess with genetics yet, but after an entire year of traveling and training I was able to map his genetic sequences while making contact for a few minutes. I'll figure out more about this whole situation on my own. Pressing them any further could complicate things and put my position at risk. Thank you for not prying. Yagi nods respectfully. And for everything that you've done for me. TCH, don't mention it. Horizon turns to Nezu and checks the time on his phone. Only 5 minutes until homeroom starts. Are we done here? Toshinori has something to take care of. Nezu gives Yagi a curt nod. Thankfully he seems to have gotten the hint. But you and I have some other things to discuss. What things? Don't worry, I'm sure you'll at least find it entertaining. Then I'll be on my way. Yagi gets up and gives them both a nod. I need to go make a quick phone call. I wish you both a good day. Nezu nods and Horizon makes no effort to respond, only sitting in his spot and taking deep breaths, trying to restore what stamina he can after scanning Yagi for so many details. At the moment he didn't even have a room open, he was simply that drained. Stepping into the hallway, Yagi immediately dug into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Seeing it was only a few minutes before homeroom begins, he frantically called Izuku. As expected of a fanboy, he thinks as the call is answered before the first ring can even finish. Hello, I'm walking to class. Izuku says in a quiet voice, not wanting anyone to know he's talking to All Might. Right, young Midoriya, there's something I need to warn you about before homeroom. Yagi scans the hallway, thankful the top floor of this tower was currently barren, as usual. Warn me. Settle down, kid, it's one of your classmates, I need you to be careful around him. Is he dangerous? Izuku asks with a shaky voice. In a way, listen, I know you don't have much time, but I'll make it real simple. You've got a lot more competition than I ever expected. Principal Nezu has been bragging about this kid for a while and it looks like it wasn't all hot air. The principal? Yeah, the same doctor I told you was able to somewhat heal me, that guy. A doctor? But I thought you said classmate. I did. Yagi says. He's in your class, he just turned 16, and he's a serious monster. Don't give him any information about One for All, got it? Stick to the cover that your quirk is just superpower. Got it, but, is it really that bad? Well, I just had a casual checkup with him. It took him all of 2 seconds to notice the difference from a year ago, that my quirk is gone. He kept scanning me, he supposedly read my DNA, if that's true then. He'll notice One for All in me. Izuku sounded like he wanted to cry already. Stop with the waterworks, Yagi groans. Sorry. He sniffles. Listen, his quirk is touch-based, just don't let him touch you and you'll be fine. But when he touches you he can also detect any lies you try to tell. Not to mention he was able to figure out what you've been doing wrong with One for All and how to fix it at a glance. He basically saw a picture of you before you left the ground to smash that robot and gave a full breakdown. That's impossible? Even you haven't been able to. Izuku cuts himself off. Wait, no, I mean I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, it just. I know what you meant, kid, it's fine, Yagi sighs. Honestly, it felt like crap sitting there and watching him be better at my job than me, but the reason I'm telling you this is so that you don't underestimate him. Don't give him any information at all unless you want him to put the pieces together. Got it? Yes sir, I'll be sure to keep my distance and not say a word. Good, but don't forget that there will be things you can learn from all of your classmates, especially this one. Of course, I always look for things I can learn from others. That's one of the many things that I like about you, kid. Yagi chuckles. As for the kid I warned you about, his name is Horizon. Trust me, you won't be able to miss him. Nezu's office. So what do we need to talk about? Horizon asks. Oh, Eraserhead is about to give your classmates their first little taste of life in UA. I figured we could watch together, Nezu says cheerfully as he removes the remote from his vest and activates the hologram between them. This time to an empty training field. Shouldn't you be at the entrance ceremony, Mr. Principal? Vice Principal Ectoplasm can cover for me this time. I'd much rather be here. I promised you competition, this is my first chance to make good on that promise. And shouldn't I be down there too? Not that I want to be. Oh, this quirk apprehension test isn't necessary for you, it's simply a way of getting the message into their heads that quirks are part of their beings. While society at large suppresses the use of quirks unless you're a hero, here at UA we encourage hero course students to use their quirks wherever they can effectively apply them. Most of your classmates went to public schools where they would get in trouble for quirk use, so this message will take a while for them to understand. Makes sense. Horizon thinks it over for a second. Most MHM, Todoroki was homeschooled, just like you, and I assume he must have been trained very well by his father. Todoroki? Like Endeavor. His son, yes. Interesting, Endeavor is the hero with the highest level of quirk mastery, highest in the world as far as I can see. It's actually very impressive, even by my standards. If his son is anything like that, it could actually be fun to slap him around. Horizon chuckles at the thought. Really? Slap him around? Are you that confident against the child of the number 2 hero? Horizon laughs at that ridiculous question. Trust me, basic elemental quirks can't beat me, no matter how strong they are, but that doesn't mean I can't have some fun before winning. They're taking the field, Nezu says as 19 students begin walking onto the training ground. I'm sure at least one of them will have a quirk you find interesting. We'll see about that. He's up, Cripple Boy, Horizon says, leaning back on Nezu's couch with a bottle of water in his hand. You're calling him Cripple Boy? Nezu asks, watching Izuku walk up to throw the baseball. It's what he'll be if he doesn't get his shit together, but if Eraserhead is as much of a hardass as you said, his hero career ends here. Horizon shrugs and gives the screen his full attention. Nezu takes a sip from his second cup of tea. Unfortunately, unless Midoriya has made some great improvements, that appears to be the case. Normally he'd expel you for not showing up on the first day of school, but since you're with me he can't do that. They see Izuku eventually throw the ball by only activating one for all in a single finger, and Nezu smiles, but Horizon just sighs in disappointment. It's rare for a quirk to hurt the user like that, Horizon says. Most quirks have a kind of built-in recoil absorption, but somehow you let in two quirks without that adaptation. One breaks bones and the other needs a diaper. True, but Midoriya and Aoyama have great potential, as he's just shown, Nezu says as they watch Eraserhead restrain Bakugo. As they continue watching the test, Eraserhead guides the students to the sit-up, push-up, and long-distance running sections, and both Nezu and Horizon can't help but get a bit bored. So how much did you tell your staff about me? Horizon asks. Absolutely nothing. Nezu cackles a bit but gets himself under control. I think it'll be quite amusing to see their reactions, especially since many of them were against me breaking our no scouting policy for you. They were up in arms after I didn't require you to take the entrance exam, or even the recommended students exam. And you want me to show off and prove them wrong, right? Right, it's quite obvious that I'm playing favorites for you, so I'd like you to show that I made the right decision to do so. Not like that wasn't the plan anyway, Horizon shrugs. Popularity is the easiest way to climb the ranks, so I'll be using everything I can. Excellent. Now, did you see any quirks from your classmates that you believe can challenge you? Nezu asks with a smirk. Nope, not even close, Horizon casually says, then takes a sip of his water. Todoroki. Nezu asks. I can warp, that makes projectiles and brawlers pretty much useless, plus my sword can out-damage literally everything in that class. Could have maybe been fun if the guy would use his fire, but it looks like he isn't confident with that side of his body. Bakugo. Same thing as Todoroki, just he seems more loud and annoying. But he can't hit me and I can beat his damage, very badly at that. Nezu strokes his chin for a moment. Midoriya. Superpower that he can't even control, what a joke. Aitsa. Warping makes speed irrelevant since my reaction time is near instant, Horizon shrugs. Fumigage. Dark Shadow huh. I'm fairly sure it sucks against light, judging by the name and appearance, so I can counter it. Naval Laser. That had better be a joke, Horizon grumbles. Hardening. I can break any defense. Zero Gravity. Doesn't really work against people who aren't dependent on gravity to move, like flyers or warpers. Tail. Oh, now you're just trying to be funny, Horizon chuckles. He's basically any quirkless fuck with a stick. Invisibility. I can sense people, but is it mutation or emitter type? Mutation, Nezu says. Damn, if it was emitter I'd be able to see her, but wait, if she isn't blind then it's an emitter type, right? True invisibility is impossible as a mutation because it would make you either blind or a pair of floating eyeballs, he says. Newbie. Her application said mutation, and she's been invisible since birth, Nezu says. Perhaps it was wrong, but you'll find out soon enough. What about her? Horizon asks, gesturing to a pretty girl with a wild ponytail. The one doing sit-ups with Jiro. Momo Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu. Horizon asks, surprise in his voice. Never expected that. That family is almost as rich as me, he chuckles. You would have bumped them off the top 20 most wealthy dynasties in Japan if your assets were publicly audited, Nezu says. Still nowhere close to being number one, however. Well, I'm sorry if I don't have the biggest brain on the planet to work stocks and sell patents, but unlike you, I don't have to sink all my money into funding UA. How much does it cost you a year? Construction is dirt cheap since quirks exist, but you really like using robots. The cost is astronomical, plus the infrared security system is also quite expensive, since UA is a dozen kilometers across. Yeah, well, I'm sure the hero tax on people like All Might and Endeavor paid for some of it, right? Aside from them that hasn't covered much, Nezu shrugs. But the tax isn't about the money, not entirely. MHM, Horizon nods. A completely free education with all books and uniforms included, on the condition that you get 5% of their hero salary for the first 10 years of hero work, a good way to make sure you don't let any good quirks slip by just because they couldn't afford the otherwise insane cost of studying here. Exactly, and speaking of Ms. Yaoyorozu, she was a recommended student. Really? Her quick is item creation. Horizon asks, seeing her making roller skates and starting the long-distance run. No, just creation. Any non-living thing can be made from her fat cells. Horizon stares at the screen for a moment. She's made a baseball pitcher, skates, a vise, car jacks, and a few other things, so either she ignores the laws of thermodynamics, or her fat cells are extra dense because of her quirk. She hasn't mentioned either of those, Nezu says. She probably hasn't noticed. Most people don't notice things like that. I didn't notice the changes my quirk makes to my body until I started blacking out. Wasn't eating enough, he shrugs. Well, that explains why you're always eating when I see you. You're big, but 2 pizzas is still a bit much. You'll get used to it, but as for creation girl, I'm guessing she isn't allowed to make firearms or certain weapons, right? Because from the looks of it her items don't decay. Nope, she's forbidden from making any reusable illegal items. Grenades and such are fine because they're destroyed with each use, but guns are a no-no, Nezu says in a cheery voice. Are you perhaps interested in her? I was. Really? Well, you do have a type from what I've seen. Horizon grumbles, not like that Nezu, and you know I can't date heroes, that's a nightmare. Her quirk, I've never seen anything so close to reaching mine, not as powerful but the versatility makes up for it. If she didn't have such limited fuel then we could have maybe had a good fight, even I can't be ready for everything she can do with that quirk. Exactly why we accepted her, along with her getting the third highest score on the recommended entrance exam, but the first place winner declined UA after the exam for some reason, Nezu says in a sad voice. A small sigh escapes his mouth as he recalls such promising talent walking away from UA. Must have been one hell of an obstacle course race, too bad he didn't accept, maybe he would have been some competition. His quirk was wind manipulation. Never mind, add him to the trash pile. Horizon groans in disappointment and leans back. Nezu shakes his head. I just hope you don't embarrass yourself when the time comes to back up all your talk. He glances to the screen, seeing the field completely empty. Looking at his phone he reads a short message from Eraserhead. It looks like Midoriya won't be expelled for his performance today. What? That doesn't make any sense. Why? You can ask him when you see him. However, I have absolute trust in Aizawa. Nezu hops down from the couch and walks over to Horizon. What? He looks down at Nezu. Your classmates will be back in the classroom soon to get a breakdown of the UA syllabus, but I'll need to steal Aizawa away for a few minutes to discuss some things with Vlad King. He's class 1 BS teacher. Let's go to your homeroom. I'd like to say hello to your classmates, and explain your absence so Aizawa doesn't snap. Nezu makes a pick-up gesture similar to a baby. Horizon groans and shakes his head. I'm not carrying you. Come on, I'm less than a meter tall. Look at these adorable tiny legs. He gestures to his feet and moves them about. You're 193 centimeters 6 feet 3 just carry me so we'll save time. Horizon looks at Nezu, then at his medal case, and katana. I can't believe this. The sword can remain in my office, there isn't a spot for it in the shelves, Nezu says. Horizon sighs and reaches down, placing Nezu to sit on his shoulder as he stands up. I can't believe I'm doing this. Do you do this with everyone? He asks while picking up his medal case, book, and pencil case, all with his logo on them. Mostly with Vlad King. He's about as tall as you are, but a lot nicer. You'll get over it. Horizon mutters as they leave the office. Careful and bored steps toward class 1A. Don't waste that much time walking back to class next time. Aizawa grumbles as everyone enters the classroom, the quiet conversations going silent as they find their seats. He looks over the class, and glances at Aizuku. How's your finger? Much better, sir. Aizuku answers, raising his hand and waving around the bandaged digit. Good, because this is how low the bar has been set. From this moment onward, I expect constant improvement from each and every one of you. Everyone stiffens up as his voice suddenly becomes strict. Look around, there are 20 students in this class, and hundreds that want your spots. At UA we demand constant improvement. To stop improving is to fall behind, and people are just waiting for the chance to take your place. Some people begin to sweat ever so slightly at those words. Sir. Aitsa raises his hand. What is it? You said 20 students, but... He looks to his left, past Koda, past Tokuyami, to the empty seat behind Aizuku and in front of Yayo Rozu. He's a special case, and he'll be here shortly, Aizawa says. For now I want you to focus on these. Aizawa taps the board and a long list appears. These are your scores from the entrance exams and the test we just completed. The recommended students are colored in blue while everyone else is in white, only because they had a different practical exam during the entrance exam. You've all been ranked. A flurry of oohs is heard as each student scans the board. Yayo Rozo fights the proud smirk on her lips, yet blushes slightly, genuinely surprised to be at the very top of the board. Scoring 92 on the written exam, third in the obstacle course for the recommended entrance exam, and first in the quirk test. The entire class turns to her for a moment, causing her to blush even more. Todoroki is in third, with Bakugo between them. And Bakugo's face splits into a devious grin, suppressing his rowdy victorious laugh as he sees Aizuku down at number 19. As you can see, Aizawa says, at UA, competition is one of our primary motivators. Every exam, every test, every midterm, and finals, you will be ranked like this and everyone will see your scores. You aren't just trying to surpass yourself from yesterday, but all the people here sitting beside you. The entire room perks up at his words, suddenly feeling more and more pressure trying to crush them, the expectations of a UA student. For some like Aitsa and Bakugo, it made them stronger, made them want to fight harder and surpass their limits. For Yayo Rozu and Aizuku, it made them feel to curl up into a ball and hide away. But everyone felt something at this realization finally setting in. This year alone 17,000 people were competing for these spots. In this room alone we've got 2 recommended students, most of the class glances back at Todoroki and Yayo Rozo, and 17 public entrance exam students. If you slack off it's over. As Aizawa continues, most of the class does the simple math and can't quite get it out of their heads. 17 plus 2 equals 19, not 20. They look past Aizawa and to the board behind him, eyes dropping to the very bottom of the list. Horizon. Entrance exam score -- written exam score -- quirk apprehension test -- Aitsa can't help it and raises his hand, unable to fight his desire to stand and confront this. Eraser grumbles and glances over to him. If you want to know just ask Horizon when he gets here, he says before going back to his terrifying speech. RAOES. Aitsa sits back in his seat impatiently. Hearing that name and seeing it on the board confirms what All Might told him earlier, and Izuku begins sweating nervously, looking down at his hand. If he touches me he could notice how unusual One for All is, and connect me with All Might. No, with Toshinori Yagi. Since he doesn't know he's All Might, I need to be careful. He clenches his fist and nearly screams in pain, forgetting about his injured finger. Alright, now I'll give a short breakdown of the syllabus. In the hero course each homeroom teacher has complete control over their class, so, knock, knock, knock. The massive door at the front of the room slides open. All eyes are glued to Horizon and Nezu, stepping into the room with the metal case for his hero costume hanging in his right hand, and a notebook and pencil case in his left. Towering over most of the class and taller than Shoji by just 5 centimeters minus 2 inches dash, making him look like a giant before some of his peers. The UA uniform didn't do much to stop the intimidating presence he gave off, silently turning his head, the black visor glancing about the room, completely unreadable. But this presence caused everyone to get confused when they looked up to see Nezu sitting on his shoulder, happily smiling down at them. So cute, most of the girls thought, while some people were just confused about the entire situation. Hello everyone. Nezu excitedly waves at the students. It's your favorite mouse bear, impossibly adorable, and most importantly, your principal, Nezu. He sees confused and amazed looks at his introduction. He taps the top of Horizon's visor a few times, and this is your classmate, Horizon. Sorry he's a bit late. He actually got to school early but I called him into my office to deal with some matters, and we decided to watch your quirk test from there. Excellent work everyone. I can tell we've got a batch of future heroes right here. You're really the principal. Yurika blurts out, you're so cute. Aizawa groans which they all ignore, and Horizon just quietly listens, currently acting as a statue for Nezu to sit on. Of course I'm your principal Ms. Yurika. He waves to her. It was decided by who had the best hair, and naturally no human could ever match the luscious shine of my coat, so I've been the principal of UA for nearly 50 years. All but a few people freeze at that. Since Nezu isn't in the spotlight like most heroes, young children will rarely know about him unless they have to. He's messing with you, Infinity Girl, Horizon says, his slightly mechanical voice sending a chill down her spine. He's a mouse that developed a quirk, high spec, gives him a brain better than a dozen supercomputers, intellect beyond human comprehension is the official description. He also pays for all the robots that tried to kill you in the entrance exam, most important person in UA. And he's so cute. Mina can't help but yell out, earning a small chorus of agreement. Aizawa grumbles loudly, Nezu, here for 1 minute and already turned my class into a damn circus. He points at Horizon while everyone stares. And you, don't get too comfortable because Principal Nezu is playing favorites. I expect you to work hard just like everyone else here, prove you deserve your spot. But I'm not playing favorites. Nezu weakly defends, earning a doubtful glance from everyone in the room. Whatever, let's go, Vlad is waiting. Aizawa steps closer and Nezu hops down from Horizon's shoulder and onto his, getting comfortable in his scarf. He turns to the class, suddenly looking a lot less intimidating with Nezu on him, and speaks in a gruff voice. I'll be back in a few minutes to explain the syllabus, don't get rowdy. Good luck students, I'm expecting great things from all of you. Nezu excitedly waves as the door closes, now leaving Horizon standing in front of the class room. He immediately turns to look at Toru Hagakure, the formerly invisible girl. Now he sees an adorable and slim girl with short white-green hair and eyes excitedly bouncing in her seat, mouthing the words to a song as she looks around the room. Guess it isn't a mutation, I should tell Nezu sometime. He turns without saying a word and walks to the end of the room, directly opposite the front door. May I ask a question, Horizon? He stops and sighs, turning to see Aitsa standing stiffly, eyes completely focused on him. Well, I can't stop you. My name is Tinya Aitsa, it's a pleasure to meet you. Aitsa nods, and below his visor Horizon rolls his eyes. Get to the point, engine. Right, I'd like to know why you don't have any scores on the board. Aitsa points to the board behind Horizon, and he glances back for a moment to see. Oh, that. Question, why do those exams exist? He asks nobody in particular. To test who is worthy of entering UA Academy, of course. Aitsa answers immediately. Exactly. Horizon places his one book and pencil case down on Aizawa's desk and continues walking to the far wall. So why waste time and energy on someone who you know will always get a perfect score, and is incapable of losing to anyone else at the exam? What are you saying? Aitsa asks. Much of the class immediately got heated at Horizon's attitude and insinuation. Bakugo could almost feel his hands sweating as his veins bulged and eyes narrowed. Horizon taps the wall, the closest of the 4 marked rectangles almost reaching from floor to ceiling to the front wall, and out comes a shelf with 5 similar metal cases. He places his repainted case in the spot where number 19 would go while he answers, I'm saying it's impossible for me not to get a perfect score, or to get beaten by any of you. He pushes the shelf back into the wall and moves to get his things from Aizawa's desk. Now turning to face the class, so while all of you were fighting your little hearts out to get these precious spots, I took a day for myself and went surfing. He chuckles at their angry and horrified expressions. Angry that he'd get such special treatment, and act like this toward them, but some were rightly horrified at a simple thought. If he didn't need the exams, just what kind of a monster is it? Mainly Todoroki, Bakugo, Aitsa, Izuku, and Yayo Rozo immediately thought of this, but over the next few seconds the thought entered everyone's mind, causing his already intimidating presence to appear downright monstrous. And in their moment of horror and awe, that monster turned his attention to the most nervous and sweaty person in the room, judging by how he was shaking and already had a layer of cold sweat on him. Izuku Midoriya. Leaning back against Aizawa's desk, Horizon keeps his arms at his side, palms down on the desk, and looks directly at Izuku. So, cripple boy, Izuku Midoriya, why the fuck are you still here? So, cripple boy, Izuku Midoriya, why the fuck are you still here? Horizon asks, earning shocked and angry looks from most of the class. Well, Izuku's voice is barely audible. Mr. Aizawa said that he still needs to explain the SIL. At UA, Horizon explains. Why are you still here at UA and not expelled, like you should be? Well, Bakugo smiles so hard at those words, leaning forward and almost growling out, yeah, answer the question Deku. Hey stop. Uraraka stands up and yells, you can't just go around bullying people like th. Heroes need to be able to stand up for themselves, Horizon says bluntly. Let him talk, and honestly, you're in the same boat. How the fuck do you get your foot stuck under a rock and need saving, when your quirk is literally to make things weightless? Well, Uraraka freezes, and Horizon tilts his head, as if asking her to respond. Well, my quirk has a limit that. Excuses that I'm sure the people you fail to save will appreciate at their funerals, right? He asks, and Uraraka feels sick to her stomach. Still not as bad as him, her gestures to Izuku, now covered in a thin sheen of sweat. You plan to answer the question. Uraraka silently takes her seat, head hanging in shame, and after a few moments, Izuku finally finds a voice. Mr. Aizawa said he wasn't serious about expelling anyone, he says in a shaky voice. Horizon chuckles, right, the guy who is our homeroom teacher because he expelled all of what would have been Class 2A on their first day, was kidding, really. The entire class breaks into murmurs at that, those at the lower end of the list realizing how close they were to really going home. Aitsa stands up and points to Horizon, why are you bullying our classmate? Are you really so insistent on him going home? It's not bullying, it's a reality check, Horizon says, causing everyone to look at him all confused. Deku, nice name by the way, breaks his body every time he uses his quirk. Contrary to what you morons think, Recovery Girl doesn't fully heal anything. She stimulates the cells of your body, essentially cutting your lifespan to accelerate the healing time, and it doesn't properly fix things like nerve damage. Deku looks down at his hand, a mortified expression on his face. Meaning Deku only has about 3 or 4 more chances before he becomes a fucking cripple, or he just dies. His pathetic level of quirk mastery doesn't deserve to be here. He can't even save himself. Horizon says, but his true thoughts were so much different. Everyone in the room casts a wary look at Deku, all horrified at the damage he really takes to use his quirk. But I want to be a hero too, Deku declares, still sounding so unsure of himself. Why? Deku somehow looks confused by the question. Because, I want to help people, like All Might, he finally sounds confident. Horizon groans loudly, you put yourself and your family at risk because you're a hero-worshipping piece of trash. Even when you can't control your quirk, you're even more pathetic than I thought, and you're selfish too. Disgusting. What? How is that selfish? I want to help people, Deku mumbles out. Horizon just shakes his head, look, either you quit now, or you're gonna end up a vegetable with shattered nerves, or dead, that's my professional opinion, and as the only person in the world who'd be able to heal you, I promise I rather watch you die than heal some self-sacrificing moron, he says coldly, then gestures to the door. So, decide. Beta. Deku stares down at his desk, hands kneading together, feeling the bandage around his finger. His mind flooded with countless horrifying thoughts. All Might said Horizon really is the best doctor, so if he won't heal me then I'm done, I'll be a cripple for the rest of my life, I'll probably never be able to get out of bed. But this is UA, my dream, I can be just like All Might, I can help people. He looks down at his bandaged finger. But I'll destroy my body if I keep doing this, and I'm nowhere near ready to control one for all. He mulls it over for a long moment before speaking. Looking directly at Horizon, he has a determined look on his face, even as tears are flowing down his face and onto his desk. Oh great, it's crying. Horizon groans. Sacrificing yourself for others is what it means to be a true hero. Deku declares proudly. I'll break my body as many times as it takes, if I can at least save one person. Uraraka and a few others look at him in amazement, awestruck by his determination, while others look at him like a moron, and Bakugo is seething with rage that he didn't just quit. Well, if that's your choice, Horizon picks up his single book and pencil case from Aizawa's desk and looks at Deku. Honestly, I was hoping when you quit whoever replaces you would actually be able to give me some competition, because this roster is disappointing enough without you dragging it down. He sees everyone glare at him as he begins walking toward his seat. But now I guess I'll wait for you to cripple yourself or just die. He shrugs, stopping beside Deku and looking down at the crying boy, towering over him. I just feel bad for your parents. They'll probably have to take care of a vegetable for the rest of their life, but hey, maybe they'll get lucky and your quirk will kill you, then they can start over with a kid that isn't a complete disappointment, he says before casually taking his seat. Most of the class looks disgusted by his words, and questions why someone like him is even here in the first place. Dude, what the hell is your problem? Kirishima stands up and yells across at Horizon. Meanwhile, Deku breaks down into sobs, Eureka and Aitsa already moving toward his desk to talk to him. I had a very low bar when I entered UA, Horizon says, leaning back in his chair and taking out his phone. I expected all of you to have at least a decent level of quirk mastery. Sadly, only 3 of you aren't worthless. And one of you morons doesn't even know what your quirk actually does, not to mention Cripple Boy and Naval Laser who actively hurt themselves. The bar was low and you disappointments managed to limbo under it. That doesn't mean you get to be a bully, not manly at all, dude. Kirishima insists. I agree, Momo says from behind Horizon, as he starts playing a racing game on his phone. If anyone should be expelled, it's you. That behavior was inexcusable. Nobody deserves to be spoken to like that. Well, it's a good thing I and most of the staff don't care about what any of you think, huh? They view this as practice for you to stand up for yourself and handle criticism from the press, another thing Deku is failing at. So why don't you go fuck yourself, Momo? He says while enjoying his mobile game. Momo looks mortified at his statement but can't think of a proper response, so she just sits down and hangs her head in shame. I can't even stand up to a bully, how am I supposed to be a hero? She berates herself. Everyone silently agrees to pretend Horizon doesn't exist, burying any spike of anger caused by his attitude, leaving him to enjoy a few races on his mobile game, the audio connected directly to his visor allowing him to better ignore all their chatter. A few minutes later the door slides open, and Aizawa immediately spots Aitsa and Eureka standing at Deku's desk. Get to your seats, he mutters, not paying the crying boy any mind. Sir, we have a serious situation here, Aitsa says, causing Aizawa to stop and look at him. Horizon just verbally abused Izuku. I believe his behavior is unheroic and should be reprimanded, he insists. Aizawa gives him a slow blink and sighs, looking between Horizon who was still playing on his phone, and Deku who was trying to wipe his tears. Did he hit him? What? Aitsa asks. Did he hit him? No sir, Aitsa says. Then get to your seats and start taking notes. I'm not repeating myself, and I'd like to make this quick to take a nap. Aizawa turns his back to the class and begins writing on the board. Everyone looks mortified at his non-reaction, and Aitsa casts an angry glare at Horizon, who actually responds, letting go of his phone for a moment to give Aitsa the middle finger, earning more grumbles from his classmates. With a final pat on the shoulder, Aitsa and Eureka return to their seats, both still occasionally casting glares back at Horizon. Momo and Tokoyami felt disgusted by having to be desk neighbors with him, but he kept playing on his phone until Aizawa began talking, opening his book and placing a pen on it, but just leaning back and listening, not writing at all. Listen up, Aizawa says in a tired voice. He can feel the animosity between everyone and Horizon but ignores it. You can call me Aizawa or Eraserhead, I don't really care which. At UA your homeroom teacher decides pretty much everything. We stay with you from day 1 until graduation, then we get a new class. As you all know, the hero course has a 6-day school week, with Sundays off. Before lunch is the regular classes but after lunch is hero classes. The procedure to use the facilities are in the handbook. If you have any questions they should also be in there, or you can log into the school website and search for an answer. Be sure to do both those things before asking me. Aizawa goes on for almost 10 minutes, occasionally glancing over to Horizon, noticing his pen and book hadn't moved once. The boy spent the entire explanation staring out the window at the massive forest outside while all his classmates had their heads down diligently writing. Eraser shakes his head, thinks he's too cool for UA, people like that never last, he thinks to himself. Something he's seen many times before. And finally, Eraser says, this is your homeroom, so unless you need to use other facilities for a lesson your teachers will be coming here to have classes. Keep it clean and tidy, or there will be consequences. Most of the class shudders nervously at that, now knowing that he really does expel students. Alright, that's all, Eraser says and immediately begins walking toward the door. Be sure to be ready for your first real day tomorrow. While everyone breaks into chatter, excited about finally getting into their dream school, packing their books away in their bags, Horizon places his book and pencil case in his desk and gets up, pushing in his chair and scrolling through a few recipes, deciding what to cook for dinner. A few people notice something strange about him, finally spotting the odd logo on the back of his blazer. Some faces warp in disgust, others in jealousy, all because he somehow got away with defacing the uniform of their prestigious school. But a few others were already annoyed, believing to better understand him. Seeing him walk away with his phone in his hand, and his other hand in his pocket, no book bag at all, only coming with a single notebook in fact. Almost everyone rolled their eyes. I thought UA wouldn't have those cliché bad boy types, they thought. But everyone could agree, even Bakugo, they did not like Horizon, either for how he spoke to their classmates, or how he blatantly looked down on them. Tap tap tap. HNGH. Horizon wakes up groggily after feeling someone tapping on his visor, lifting his head from the desk and looking around, seeing present Mike standing over him and everyone in the room staring at him. Leaning back into his chair he stretches his arms out and cracks his neck before looking to present Mike. Yeah. Mike just looks annoyed at him, arms folded and tapping his foot. It's the second day of school, you didn't bring your textbook, and you fell asleep in my class. What do you have to say for yourself? Horizon looks around his homeroom to see everyone else looking at him, each with their English textbook open and writing something from it. He glances at the board and sees the instructions, page number, and the paragraph they were expected to translate into English. Page 73 line 5. Right, he speaks in perfect English. So, roses are the most beautiful flower, but simultaneously are the most dangerous to hold. He perfectly translates the specific line from the book. Mike freezes, not expecting him to do that at all. How did I read the book once in the tub, and English is one of the languages I'm perfectly fluent in, he says, still speaking perfect English. Looking down at his left hand he checks the time and turns to Mike. Lunch is in 10 minutes, can I go early to beat the line? I really don't need to be here. At this point, everyone is paying attention to the English-speaking duo. Sure, just don't get into trouble, Mike says and begins walking back to the board. Thanks, Horizon gets up without sparing a glance at his classmates, placing his blank book back inside his desk before leaving the room. I wonder what lunch Rush is serving today. Everyone always talks about how awesome his food is. He thinks to himself while walking through the hallways. Making it to the stairs he casually walks down to the first floor from the third where his class is located, enjoying how empty the halls are. Arriving at the large cafeteria doors they open automatically, leading into a full-sized food court, no smaller than what would be found in a mall. Tables seating 10 people each are set up all about the room with potted plants to break up the monotony of the room. The wall to his right is one massive line of food with servers manning the stations. In the middle of it all is Lunch Rush himself, dressed in a white chef's hat and outfit, where his head should be is a strange hose leading over his shoulder and into his back. Horizon decides not to try and peek with his quirk, simply walking through the cafeteria, noticing some glances thrown his way as the few people there are undoubtedly curious about his visor, but nobody really bats an eye at it. Such things aren't uncommon, and he didn't look that different from his math teacher, Ectoplasm. Although Horizon didn't have the scary teeth or demonic voice. Walking about he takes a look at all the available food and reads some of the menus, deciding to get a simple burger and fries combo, with a mango smoothie. With the paper bag in one hand and smoothie in the other he begins walking briskly back up the stairs. His room encompasses the entire building. Focusing on his classroom for a moment he feels everyone packing their things as Mike dismisses the class. As he climbs up to the second floor he makes his way to the elevator and sets it to take him to floor 15, the top floor. As the doors open and he steps onto the top floor, and the bell rings for lunch to begin. Just in time, he mutters and follows the 3D map in his hat, courtesy of his quirk. The top floor of their tower only had Nezu's office and a few other things, but what he needed was the far stairwell. Making it to the door he presses down on the handle. Locked, of course, students aren't allowed on the roof. He looks left and right before performing a scan of the floor with his quirk, sensing Nezu and Yagi in his office but the floor is otherwise empty. Rangtakt. He lets go of his smoothie and food, leaving them to float in place. Holding his hand out, palm up, he uses shambles to summon what looks like metallic throwing cards, sharp edges, white with his blue logo on them. Something he requested along with his hero costume, and thankfully he got his costume a few weeks early, getting himself familiar with every component so he didn't have to substitute them to use shambles. He could freely summon them to him at will. Taking one of the 10 cards he crouches down and slides it below the door, and into the stairwell. Shambles. He suddenly finds himself in a dark stairwell, thankful his scan made the map for him to follow. Taking out 2 more of the cards he holds them out for a moment. Shambles. They swap with his food and smoothie which he grabs as TAKT deactivated. Holding all his food in one hand he reaches out. Shambles. All the metallic throwing cards are summoned back to him. He keeps them in his hand until he reaches the top of the stairs, expecting another locked door. Sliding another card beneath the door he repeats the steps, and a moment later he's standing under the midday sun, protected from the heat and glare by his visor and body glove. Wow, he can't help but mutter, seeing thousands of meters of lush forest, with the occasional massive building scattered about, all owned by UA. Mapping it with his quirk was always black and white, closer to echolocation than really seeing things. Unless he was standing in the same room he couldn't get a proper visual image of certain things, like Hagakure, even through her invisibility, but even that takes focus. Walking to the edge of the building he places his food down on the wall, hopping up to sit on the wall, his feet hanging over the edge of the 15-story building. He leans forward slightly, seeing students walking about below him entering and exiting the building. Taking out his burger he begins eating, playing music directly into his visor with his phone. Eventually, he finishes his burger and moves on to the fries, and that's when he gets some surprising company. Less than 2 meters away a small blue bird lands, slowly creeping closer and closer to his fries. Hungry? He asks, mostly himself. Takt. One of his fries suddenly floats out of the box and gently rolls toward the bird, which happily begins pecking at it. That's cute. He takes out his phone and holds it over the edge, taking a picture directly down, his feet appearing as if he were standing on air, the 15-story drop plain as day. Takt. He sets a timer on his phone and carefully floats it behind him, snapping an image of his back. Feet still hanging over the edge, all of UA's land in front of him, and a single bird sharing lunch with him. Shambles. His phone appears in his hand and he looks at the picture. Yeah, the public will like this, he says, taking in the picture, and his logo on the back of his uniform. He immediately posts it to Horizon's social media account, with his location. By the time he finishes his meal he checks his phone and can't help but chuckle. So Horizon the world traveler had barely 1,000 followers, but I post one picture in the UA hero course uniform and I'm already at 50,000. This entire world really does worship heroes. Fucking pathetic, but I can use it at least. He sighs and lays down, raising one foot up and leaving the other hanging off the edge. I wonder what the first hero class will be like. He muses. Nezu's office. I don't know Nezu, it's supposed to be random, Yagi says, sitting on a couch with Nezu directly opposite him on another couch, a cup of tea in his hand. It will still mostly be random, I just need you to make sure those two are last, that's all. And it's not like it matters who people are matched with at this point since none of them really know each other that well, Nezu says. I just rather not lie to students, even a small lie like that. I will be there to explain, and I'll take full responsibility for it. You have my word, All Might. I guess. Yagi takes a sip of his tea. Hey, could you have a talk with Horizon about the way he speaks to his classmates? Oh, what about? Well, Midoriya almost had. Well, not almost. He definitely had a small panic attack when I went to talk to him yesterday. Horizon said some really hurtful things. And he basically called the entire class pathetic trash, or something like that. Pretty sure they all hate him and it's only the second day. I rather not get involved in the personal affairs of my students, Nezu says. But I'm sure it will all be cleared up by the end of your class. I'll explain all I can when I arrive. Right, well I guess that's something. And I'll have a talk with Horizon later. Thank you. I know we usually let students sort out interpersonal issues, but Midoriya needs a bit of extra help right now. MHM, Nezu smiles coyly. Remember that promise you made about not playing favorites. More difficult than expected, right? I'm not the only one, Yagi says. I don't know what. Ping. Nezu immediately checks his phone, causing Yagi to raise a brow. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Horizon just posted some pictures. Apparently he's having lunch on the roof, with a bird. He named it Pell. Nezu excitedly shows Yagi the picture, causing the man to chuckle. Remind me again who is playing favorites, Principal Nezu. Humph, this proves nothing, Nezu says while saving the picture. He's simply trying to build a brand before his big debut at the sports festival. He even has a packet ready to send out to media offices. He expects to do well, and will use the sudden flood of people searching for him online to boost his popularity. That's pretty genius actually, Yagi admits. Heroes live and die based on popularity these days. Getting a head start is smart. And since most people won't have much to their name, it'll basically be him and Todoroki that the public can't get enough of. True, the son of the number 2 hero naturally will get a lot of attention, almost impossible to compete with. I'm sure Horizon will manage. You should be more concerned about your successor. He'll struggle in the sports festival if he can't control his quirk, you know, and Horizon won't budge to help. Yagi sighs. I know. I just don't know what to do. Everything always came naturally to me, so teaching is difficult. The curse of having natural heroic talent. Well, somewhat natural. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I will, Yagi says. But right now, I need to go alter the script to fit your request. Then his body releases steam as he bulks up, expanding to his full All Might size, 220 centimeters, 7 feet 2 and 263 kilograms, 580 lbs of pure muscle, immediately filling out his usually oversized clothes. All Might will have his first class, he loudly declares. Nezu frantically waves his arms around. What are you doing? Horizon is on the roof above us. Yagi's eyes widen as he immediately deflates, a cloud of smoke forming around him for a moment. Do you think he could sense that? I don't know, but you need to be extra careful until we better understand him, and just like Midoriya, you need to be sure not to touch him. I already know that. I just hope Midoriya can avoid contact, or somehow tell a convincing story when it eventually happens. Luckily for both men, Horizon was already asleep on the roof, taking an after-lunch nap. Walking into his homeroom 10 minutes before lunch ends, Horizon notices that he's the last to arrive. At a glance he sees everyone excitedly waiting, itching for their first hero basic training class. He doesn't give any reaction, simply keeping his hands in his pockets and moving to his seat, walking past Toru, seeing her playing with her hair, Bakugo with his feet up on his desk behind her, and Deku writing something in his battered notebook, quietly mumbling to himself. Quiet conversations were happening among some students, including Tokoyami, who sat to his right talking to Shiro, who sits in front of Tokoyami. Horizon takes his seat and leans back in his chair, quietly yawning as he just wakes up. And behind him, Momo is reading over her notes from English class while Todoroki is just staring out the window at nothing beside her. As he's about to nod off into sleep again, Tokoyami interrupts. Horizon, are you awake? Horizon sits up and looks over at Tokoyami, seeing both he and Shiro looking at him nervously. Yeah, need something. Sorry man, Shiro says, we honestly could tell because well, you know, I get that a lot, Horizon replies. The entire class gets quiet to listen in, not expecting him to be this hospitable to anyone after his first impression yesterday. Right, we were just wondering, did you get kicked out of English class earlier? Shiro asks, scratching the back of his neck. No, I asked Mike if I could go for lunch early since I'm fluent in English, and he let me go. Horizon shrugs. You can speak English? Kirishima yells in surprise, sitting 3 seats away. Among other languages, yes, so I used the time to get ahead of the lunch lines. Very wise, Tokoyami adds. We were caught in the lunch crowd. Even with the size of the cafeteria, it can still get quite crowded, but lunch rush's food is worth it. Yeah, I don't really like the cafeteria noise, so I went up to the roof. By the time you guys were packing your things, I was already on the top floor. The roof is off limits to students, Momo says, putting down her book to join the conversation. Supposedly, yeah, that's why it was locked. Nothing my quirk couldn't get past, plus it was nice and quiet, and I got to take and post some nice pics too. He shrugs. Really? Can we see? Ciro asks. I can show you my profile if you want. I've got lots of cool pictures on it from the places I go. Sure, what's the profile name? Ciro and a few other curious people take out their phones. Horizon. Just Horizon. Tokoyami asks, phone in hand and typing it in. It cost me a small fortune to get the original name, but having a trademark helps. Your profile picture is the thing on your back. Ciro notices as he begins scrolling, eyes widening as he sees more and more pictures of Horizon all across the world in the past year. Holy crap. AOS. Indeed, was all Tokoyami could say as he was also staring at his screen. The symbol is my logo, and yeah, the last year has been exciting. Figured I'd live it up a little before I'm spending 6 days a week in UA. You call yourself a miracle? Seriously. Jiro spins around in her chair, beside Bakugo, phone in hand on his profile, and casts a disappointed look at Horizon. I am a miracle, 1 in 10 billion. The world only has 9 billion people, she says. Exactly, but I'm sure all the people I healed would agree I'm a miracle. I don't think he has to worry about getting into trouble, Tokoyami says, still scrolling through the profile. The first comment on his roof picture is this view never gets old, and it's from Principal Nezu. Everyone just gives Horizon a confused look and he shrugs in response. Oh right, Ciro snaps his fingers, causing all the people who were looking at Horizon's profile on their phones to look up. You mentioned your healing quirk before, right? When you said you're the only person that could heal Midoriya. True, Tokoyami adds, but you also said it allowed you access to the roof. I hope you didn't break the locks then heal yourself after. Destruction of school property is a serious offense. Horizon chuckles. Technically I didn't use the doors, they're still locked. And my quirk isn't just for healing, but it is the most powerful healing in the world, by an immensely large margin. I thought Recovery Girl was the strongest, Tokoyami says. The Pope is said to have the most potent healing quirk, Momo corrects him. Both good answers, Horizon says, leaning back in his chair with his back to the window so he can speak to everyone. Almost all the eyes in class now focused on him. Recovery Girl and the Pope have the same quirk. They force cell activation. The difference is Recovery Girl uses the patient's stamina while the Pope uses his own. This means if someone is seriously hurt, the Pope can heal them while she may not be able to heal them entirely at one because the stamina drain would kill them. Her quirk can kill you like that? Sato asks, utter disbelief in his voice. Yeah, and the Pope can accidentally kill himself the same way. They're the same, but he is better for big injuries on a single person, while hers is better for lots of smaller injuries, the kind of injuries students at UA always have. He nods toward Deco. Oh, I get it, Ciro says. So one is a big health potion and the other is like 100 smaller ones. Basically, Horizon says. But the issue is almost all healing quirks are just variations of the same quirk, forced cell activation. It causes your cells to divide by adding or directing energy in your body, but like I explained yesterday, this can't heal things like nerve damage, so all it does is accelerate the rate at which you would have naturally healed, and since cells can only divide so many times within a lifetime, it's like chipping away your life, Tokoyami says. A noticeable amount. Unlikely, Horizon says, but pennies add up to dollars eventually. How is your quirk any different, Mr. Miracle? Jiro asks mockingly. Because, my quirk is the only one that heals without using cell activation, he says. Raising his hand for them to see his palm, a faint blue glow swirls in the middle of his palm on the white body glove. I convert my own stamina into energy and use it to heal people, but unlike other quirks, mine is true healing. I don't activate cells, I give your body temporary cell regeneration, assuming your cells are normal, he adds. Understanding that for someone like Yagi adding brand new cells to join his power stockpiling quirk would go poorly. Seeing them looking a bit confused, he elaborates, basically if you lose an eye or limb, Recovery Girl can't fix that, but with me, I can help you grow it back, good as new. That also means no scars. He turns to look at Jiro and she sinks into her chair a bit. Does that mean? No, you don't have a class medic. He cuts off Ciro's train of thought. Ah, but at least now we have a better idea of why you're acting like that, Ciro says. Indeed, Tokoyami closes his eyes, trying and failing to look mysterious as he speaks. Healing quirks are rare in themselves, the rarest in fact. The most versatile and outright powerful healing quirk in the world should be nurtured at a place like UA. Not enrolling you would be a disservice to mankind as a whole. True, Horizon says, but healing quirks aren't technically the rarest, just second place. The number one spot is usually ignored because a lot of people think they don't even exist. What? Tokoyami asks. Warping. Deku can't help but blurt out, overcome with excitement that overpowers his anxiety and fears, turning to face Tokoyami. Only around 5 warping quirks have ever been discovered, but none have ever gone pro. They all either get hired for private work or get recruited by their government. So naturally most people don't think they exist simply because of how rare it is to even see one in action. Deku freezes after his rambling, now noticing all the eyes in the room on him. Slowly and stiffly he turns back to face his desk and returns to his hero notes. Right, Horizon gestures to Deku, what he said. But as I said earlier, my quirk isn't a healing quirk, it just happens that one of the things I can do is heal. Honestly, it's like the third thing I discovered. He shrugs. Your quirk has multiple abilities. Kirishima jumps out of his seat and yells. No fair? I only have hardening. He makes a fist and hardens it, causing it to look like a jagged rock. Life isn't fair, don't be a pussy about it. Horizon shakes his head while most of the class looks disgusted by his words. Right, sorry, I was just surprised. Kirishima chuckles and sits down, returning his full focus to the conversation, just as everyone else in the room was doing the same thing. My abilities put together can perform miracles, that's what I've been doing all my life, and all those places you see me at on my profile are places I went to perform those miracles, for the right price obviously. He chuckles. And what do you consider to be a miracle exactly? Shoji asks from the front of the class. Oh, the usual incurable problems. Horizon casually waves his hand in the air as he speaks. Cancer in the brain, spine, or wherever else it is, shattered spine, blindness, deafness, heart disease. I cured diabetes once, but that was a real pain in the ass, took me like 12 hours. He groans at the memory. And I needed a lot of new tissue to graft onto the pancreas, but yeah, that kind of stuff. Everyone looks both impressed and horrified at how casually he's speaking of these real miracles. So you're like a doctor? Todoroki asks. But what else can your quirk do, if healing isn't your only ability? I find it hard to believe a healing quirk as capable as yours exists, much less having more abilities. All eyes shift to Todoroki. For most of the class this is the first time they've heard his voice. Oh, I could show you if you want. Horizon takes out his stack of metal throwing cards and raises one between his fingers. Come on, it'll be fun, I'm just gonna. I am here. All Might bursts into the room through the front door, causing everyone to begin murmuring in excitement, wearing an older version of his costume with red as the main color and a long flowing cape. Wow, he's bigger than he looks on TV, was Horizon's only real thought, not viewing All Might through the same hero-worshipping lens as most of the world. But the hulking 220 centimeters 7 feet 3 figure was certainly imposing, especially considering All Might had the power and speed that would make him a threat to Horizon. I wonder if he's faster than my reaction time. He ponders as All Might gives a basic breakdown of the class. Welcome to the most important class at UA High, think of it as Heroing 1-0-1, this is where you'll learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good, All Might says while flexing for the class. Fight for the government yet? Horizon rolls his eyes at the over-the-top speech, while everyone just eats it up. Now let's get into it, today's lesson is, battle training. All Might announces proudly, causing a small commotion in the class. Skipping the ethics and regulations and going in for hands-on training, can't say I'm surprised. Horizon nods and leans back in his chair. Well, I'll get to see if anyone here is any fun to slap around at least. But one of the keys to being a hero is, looking good. All Might opens the shelves in the wall to reveal all the cases. Labeled number 1 to 20, with the number 19 white instead of silver, Horizon's blue logo painted on the face of it. A loud commotion starts but some eyes glance over to Horizon, finally realizing what was in that case he had on the very first day. So he had access to his costume early, they thought, curious about exactly what it could be. Alright, go by your seat numbers and come get your costume, then head to the 1A locker room and get changed. I'll be waiting at training ground beta. All Might gives them a thumbs up and dazzling smile. Being number 19 Horizon is almost the last person to collect his costume, but he doesn't like waiting. Time to get dressed I suppose, he grumbles and stands up, before Aoyama seat 1 could ever get to the shelves. With both hands at his side, Aitsa immediately stands up to reprimand him, but All Might beats him to it. Young Horizon, you must wait your turn. Patience is essential to being a hero, and you must be courteous to others, he says politely as Horizon is only 2 steps from his desk. Shambles. Horizon's clothes are swapped out for his hero costume, his uniform stored safely and neatly in the metal case as the pristine 3-piece white suit appears on him. White jacket and pants, matching the dress shoes he wears to school. His white Rolex stays on his wrist, a black vest above his blue shirt with a long dark blue tie. His logo in blue at the back of the white jacket, draped on his shoulder without his arms in the sleeves, kept in place by subtle and clever buttons. Everyone freezes at the sight. Warping. Half the room, including All Might, yell in surprise, eyes wide in shock. Warping is one of my other abilities. He stops at Jiro's desk and raises his hand. Shambles. His katana appears in his hand, from end to end 145 centimeters 4 feet 9, almost as tall as Jiro and Ajui, but aside from the odd size, his logo along the scabbard and the white color caught their eyes. Holding the sword at his side he looks down at Jiro, and she could just feel the smug grin behind his black visor. See, 1 in 10 billion. He begins walking out of the room, not looking back as he says, I'll be waiting at training ground beta. Walking through the dark hallway Horizon eventually enters training ground beta. Sword magnetically attached to his belt, phone in his left hand, and his set of throwing cards in his jacket pocket. Fast he thinks as he feels All Might rushing out of the main building and toward him. He doesn't flinch when the giant of a man appears beside him, making a note that the speed isn't impossible to deal with, but certainly difficult, at least once he already has a room active. If he catches me off guard without a room up, I'm dead, he concludes. Situations like this is exactly why he'd never reveal his room requirement to anyone, not even Nezu. Young Horizon. All Might's cheerful voice rings out. The man walks beside Horizon and moves to pat him on the back, but freezes a few inches away. Crap, that could have been bad, All Might thinks, awkwardly lowering his hand to his side as they continue walking. He's avoiding touching me, Horizon notes, but doesn't react, still just scrolling on his phone. All Might, he finally greets the man as they exit the tunnel, a fully built concrete jungle, 5 city blocks by 10 city blocks. One of the many massive training grounds at UA, all paid for by Nezu, and constructed by Cementos, Power Loader, and a small army of drones. I assume Nezu knows about the warping. Naturally, Horizon says. It is quite incredible, I've never encountered a warping quirk before, he admits. I've only ever heard stories, but they all work by emitting something, either a portal or something else. Yours seems to simply be instant. It is instant, Horizon says, putting the phone away to look up at All Might as they wait in the training ground, on a street just outside the tunnel entrance. And undodgeable, once I want something to move, it will move. Quite the formidable ability. All Might holds his chin as he takes a proper look at Horizon's hero costume. A simple white and blue suit, the visor you always wear, and a katana. I understand the sword, it works well for quick decisive blows since to my knowledge your quirk doesn't provide any damaging abilities. And considering how much Nezu brags about your combat smarts you do well with a simple but versatile weapon, but why the rest of your costume? What do you mean? Well, heroes are meant to be inspiring symbols. All Might places his hands at his side and puffs out his chest, cape suddenly bellowing behind him with no wind at all. Your costume is quite normal. I'm not wearing some stupid cape and spandex monkey suit. All Might feels an arrow hit his pride at those words. Plus my costume serves its purpose, and tells people what I'm all about. I'm all business, no wasting time, just get the job done and move on. Everything from the sword to the colors I chose were picked for very specific reasons. I thought about my costume a lot. I see, still think you'd look good in a cape though. All Might nods a few times. Some of your classmates requested support equipment. Do you have any, aside from that life support visor and body glove of course? Yeah, just the sword and these. He takes out the small stack of cards. They're a super durable alloy, and sharp. All Might holds one of the cards, and Horizon notices how careful the man was not to touch him, looking at the white card with Horizon's blue logo on it, noticing how sharp the edges were. So you plan to use them like shuriken? Something like that, Horizon says, as the card disappears from All Might's hand and rejoins the deck. Well, I suppose you won't need much to stand out. The world's first and only warping hero is enough to sell you to the public. But I'm sure you realize, Nezu has high expectations of you, and because of this everyone at UA has the same expectations. You've got more eyes on you than everyone else, aside from perhaps young Todoroki Alpha Omicron. Yes. Just don't stare. Looking at divinity is a bad idea. Horizon turns to face down the tunnel, seeing everyone approaching them. Only 4 of them have full masks, and the invisible girl is mostly naked. Well, I guess that makes sense, he sighs. Only Siro, Sato, Aitsa, and Deko had full masks. You can see them from this far away. It's a bit complicated. Don't worry about it. Alright, but why does the mask issue bother you so much? Most heroes have public identities these days. Plus, not everyone can hide their identities, like young Shoji. True, Horizon says, but being a hero means you have a target on your back. The higher the rank, the bigger the target. And even if it's a 1 in 100 chance, you don't want to be the hero that goes home to find his family killed by some revenge-hungry villain. Protecting your identity is the easiest way to avoid that, and by extension not going to UA, since the sports festival kills any chance of that. I see. All Might thinks back to his master, Nana Shimura, how she lost her husband to this exact situation, how she had to put her son into an orphanage to protect him, all because she didn't bother to protect her identity. Honestly, that's not something most people think about. I guess the idea of helping people, or whatever else drives heroes to do what they do, it blinds us, he says solemnly. Horizon turns to look up at him. You sound like you speak from experience. It happened to someone I once knew, nearly broke her, but I guess most people just think they'll never be the 1 in 100 that's unfortunate enough, he says quietly. It was odd seeing someone always apparently brimming with positive energy look so vulnerable, but Horizon didn't believe anyone could genuinely be that positive all the time in the first place. What about you? Huh, what do you mean? Your face is the most famous. Have villains ever attacked your family? I don't really have any family, I never did, and I spend so much time on my hero work that it wouldn't really be fair to them, All Might says with a smile, already having made peace with the life he chose, and the fact that he was given away at birth for not having a quirk. Horizon chuckles darkly at that, which catches All Might off guard. You know, my mom warned me that I could end up like you one day, just another lonely god, and I guess right now I am. I'm sorry to hear that. A few moments later and the other students arrive, interrupting another quiet conversation between Horizon and All Might. Both men stop talking and look toward the class. Horizon takes a look at all the costumes, noticing a few that he actually likes. So Siro has the best of them, Froggy is thematic and effective, and Bakugo's is loud but appropriate. That means the worst one is definitely Momo, just another pair of tits in a bimbo suit, but not like she needs the money. Guess she's a Midnight fan. He then glances over at Toru, only seeing pair of baby blue gloves and boots. Everything else is exposed to the elements, and subsequently, as the only person who can actively see her, his eyes roam her body. Short white-green hair falling just past her shoulders, with a petite body that's obviously toned with all the right curves. The horny 16-year-old part of his brain takes over for a moment before he snaps his eyes back onto All Might. All Might takes a few steps back so everyone can focus on him and begins explaining. Today we'll be doing indoor battle training. Statistically, most villain encounters happen indoors, backroom deals, home invasions, secret bases, that kind of thing. Smart villains stay hidden as long as possible, so for this training exercise you'll be split into pairs, one hero team, and one villain team, to have an indoor battle. Isn't this a little advanced? Ajui asks. I agree, Aitsa says, raising his hand stiffly. Wouldn't it be proper to better familiarize ourselves with each other's quirks before entering such a scenario? Horizon groans loudly and rolls his eyes. Don't be such a pussy. Villains won't give you time to familiarize yourself with anything, and UA has recovery girl. Just try not to kill anyone. Plus experience is the best teacher. Painful lessons are rarely forgotten. Well said. All Might nods to Horizon, although you should speak to your classmates a little nicer. No. All Might just fake coughs and ignores that. Right, so let's begin. A flurry of questions is pelted at All Might, causing him to wince. Alright, listen up. He takes out a small booklet and begins reading word for word. The villains have hidden a nuclear device somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must stop them. To do that you must either use the capture tape provided to catch the villains, or recover the device. Simply touching the objective will count as removing it. The villains win if they protect the device until the 15-minute timer is done, or capture the heroes with capture tape. How will the teams be chosen, sir? Aitsa asks. Teams will be selected before each match by random lots in the control room, All Might says. But wouldn't it be better to group us by comparative skill for more of a challenge? Horizon groans loudly, causing many annoyed glares to shift toward him. You don't know enough about each other to judge that, and life isn't fair. Sometimes you get an opponent out of your league. Get over it. Exactly, All Might says. Heroes are always at a disadvantage because we have to extra careful while villains can let loose with their quirks, and sometimes we get placed into situations where we're outmatched or a bad matchup, but heroes always have to pull through in the end. This best simulates that, he adds. I see. I hadn't thought about this as a proper simulation and only training. My apologies, Aitsa bows politely to All Might. No problem. Now follow me to the control room and we'll get this started. Everyone walks behind All Might to a building attached to the outer wall of the training grounds. On the short walk there a few people were mulling over the short briefing, begrudgingly coming to a conclusion that they wish wasn't the case. Horizon is a jerk, but he definitely knows his stuff, and his quirk is insane. How do I beat warping? A curious look from Todoroki and the heated glare from Bakugo didn't go unnoticed by anyone. And as they enter the room, a large room with a massive holographic screen on the far wall, with a guardrail and control panel. A small yellow box resting on the control panel with lots printed across the front waiting for them. Alright, time to decide the first team. All Might picks up the box and turns to face everyone, digging on hand in and grabbing a ball. Half the class get nervous, not wanting to be the first team, and certainly not wanting to get a bad matchup. And All Might is also nervous. Come on, theirs are different, so just make sure you save those for last, he reminds himself. Taking out the first ball 4, he reads aloud. Seat number 4. Aitsa steps forward. You'll be paired with number 17, Bakugo steps forward. And the next team is 5, Eureka steps forward. Paired with 18, Deku steps forward to stand beside her. Alright, teams have been decided. All Might opens a compartment under the control panel and takes out 4 rolls of thin tape and 4 earpieces. These are capture tape. Each of you get one. Wrap it around your opponent and they're out. Each team also gets a pair of these earpieces so you can talk to each other. He hands them out. Everyone puts in their earpiece and stores away their tape. You'll also get these. He reaches back into the compartment and takes out 2 booklets. We've prepared a few buildings, so each team works with a different map. These are yours. The villains have 5 minutes to go get set up, then the timer starts, and the heroes wait outside until then. They all nod and begin moving out. As Bakugo and Aitsa are setting up as the villains Deku and Eureka are chatting outside the building, seemingly reviewing the floor plan. All Might activates the cameras inside for everyone to watch. Will we be able to hear them? Horizon asks. Only I can hear them, All Might says. I have a control earpiece connected to theirs. The surveillance in the building doesn't have audio. I suggest you all take note of how they approach this situation and begin thinking of how to use your quirk to complete the scenario. Horizon shakes his head. Warp to the bomb and touch it if I'm the hero, or just have some fun testing people then touch the bomb. Yeah, that sounds a lot more fun. I should let them know what I'm all about. Start. All Might announces as the timer begins counting down from 15 minutes. I'll have to make sure Horizon is the villain because of his quirk, he decides, forming the same conclusion as Horizon now that warping was revealed. I wonder how young Todoroki and Yayo Rosa will deal with warping, so who do you guys think will win? Kaminari asks nobody in particular. Horizon glances over at him then turns back to the screen where Deku and Eureka are still reading the map and strategizing. Bakugo and Aitsa seem like a strong duo, Ajui says. Plus Midoriya hurts himself when he uses his quirk. Yeah, but his quirk is super strong. Sato adds. It would probably only take 1 hit to take one of them down, or both if he gets lucky. Or Eureka could float them into the sky, Shoji says. Yeah, but she has to touch them. Mina taps her chin, brain working overtime to consider the combatants. Getting close is a no-no with Bakugo. Taking a grenade to the face isn't a good idea. It's starting. All Might says as the timer begins and the heroes enter the building. They already failed. Horizon shakes his head in disappointment, something All Might noticed in the corner of his eye. Room? He creates a room 300 meters wide, easily covering the building they were in. Scan? He keeps a constant 3D map of the building and people moving in real time in his mind, lining it up with the 5 camera feeds on the screen. Noticing most of the cameras empty, he feels Bakugo moving slowly, creeping up on the heroes. Sneak attack incoming, Horizon says, causing everyone to look at him confused, including All Might. What ya mean? Mina asks. 3, 2, now. Boom. Deku just barely dodges an explosion to the face. All eyes are glued to the screen. Dude, how'd you know that? Kaminari asks, eyes still glued to the screen but very creeped out. Horizon only shrugs in response. Watching the fight, he ignores his classmates' impressed cheers as Deku performs some of the most basic, admittedly sloppy moves. Horizon rolls his eyes beneath his visor, not at all impressed, as expected of someone trained by Arsenal, who most combatants consider a close combat monster. Keeping his mental map up, he sees Yuruka begin searching the upper floors for the bomb while Deku and Bakugo play cat and mouse on the second floor. Bakugo looks feral. Horizon chuckles as he sees them brawling once more, or more accurately, Deku barely dodging blow after blow. His pride is immense, All Might says, much like yours, but he's much louder about it. Probably because unlike me he can't back up his talk, so he always shouts. Horizon shrugs. Both these teams are honestly disasters. Let's hope something exciting happens. They all see Bakugo yelling and aiming his gauntlet, and All Might immediately begins yelling to stop him. The entire building they're in shakes from the shock of Bakugo's explosion an entire block away. All Might gives another warning, before the fight continues, and Horizon is again disappointed by what he sees, until he notices something strange. Bakugo throws another big right hook, and in the moment Deku dodges, Horizon puts the pieces together. Focusing on his map instead of what he sees from the cameras, he notices Yuruka dancing around with Aitsa, constantly keeping herself at the edge of the 5th floor. And looking at it on the cameras it's impossible to tell, but with his map showing the building's 5 floors stacked he could see Deku constantly leading the fight to the middle of the 2nd floor. So neither of them can win one-on-one, so what's the play if Deku can't get away from Bakugo? If he hits him with his quirk he also takes himself out and they lose. He needs to help Yuruka, or take out Aitsa, and he's got the power to do it. Oh, I see. All the pieces brought together in 0.01 seconds. The monstrous power of a brain developed to handle the information flow from his quirk. Man, the heroes don't stand a chance here, Kaminari says, joined by a few others asking All Might to call an end to this brutal beatdown. Too bad the villains are meatheads, so the heroes win, Horizon says, suddenly silencing all the requests from his classmates to end the match as they see Deku get pummeled. Dude, are you even watching? Zero asks, looking entirely confused. Listen, because I'm only saying this once, Horizon says, even getting All Might's attention as the battle rages on. Deku is pulling Bakugo to the middle of his floor while Yuruka is trying to bait Aitsa into the middle of floor 5 while staying at the edges. Heroes can't win one-on-one or in a team battle, they need a 2-on-1. But with a few floors between them, the only way to do that is. He gestures for anyone to fill in the rest. And everyone stares at him looking confused. Ugh, he sighs. The cripple boy needs to punch the ceiling below Aitsa. If he hits Bakugo, even if he manages not to kill him it takes both of them out and Yuruka loses her fight, so they lose. Take out Aitsa or the floor below his feet and she can jump across and touch the bomb, easy win, he shrugs. They all stare at him as if he's lost his mind. They've been lining it up since the first time she tried to touch the bomb, he says. The one good thing about Deku is that he knows how worthless he is, so at least he'll focus on the objective victory instead of a combat win. He earns a dozen glares with that last statement. Even when he's given a compliment he's a total dick. They all thought. A couple of minutes later and the observation room is silent as it plays out exactly as predicted. And everyone slowly turns to stare at Horizon in horror. Told ya, I should have taken bets. He chuckles as All Might rushes off with 2 medical drones to collect the students. Horizon turns back to the screen, seeing Deku being loaded onto a stretcher. Honestly he did nothing right and somehow won, but at least it was a bit amusing. You know, if you weren't such a jerk you'd be pretty cool, Ajui bluntly says. Yeah, and how did you even know their plan anyway? Jiro asks, voicing the question that everyone wanted to ask. I just considered the battlefield, quirks, mentalities, and all the information I already had. Horizon shrugs as if it were nothing special. It helps that meatheads are predictable. So much for recommended students supposedly being the top. Momo glances between Horizon and Todoroki, who was also staring at him with a focused expression. Todoroki considered all his classmates during the quirk apprehension test, and not one of them seemed like any competition, until today. Healing, warping, and he's some kind of genius strategist. I need to be careful of my surroundings, and be cautious of any other abilities he may have. He turns away from Horizon and sees All Might entering the room with Yuruka, Bakugo, and Aitsa. As everyone gets settled All Might names Aitsa the MVP and asks for anything people noticed during the review session. And everyone immediately turns to Horizon. Figure it out yourselves, was all he said, dismissing them. Momo scoffs and raises her hand, volunteering and giving a decent breakdown of the battle, and standing across from her Bakugo has his head down, feeling his ego get more and more crushed with each word she says. Horizon, since you were able to predict every action in the match, this gets Bakugo, Aitsa, and Yuruka staring at him bewildered. Is there anything you'd like to add? All Might asks. Not really. Oh, because she said everything, or because you didn't spot anything that she didn't? I honestly expected that genius brain of yours to have noticed something. All Might challenges with a wide grin. He's playing on my ego, but if I just answer this one I can get them off my back for the other matches, and it'd be good for them to just know I'm better and not question me in the future. Horizon grumbles and turns to him. I know what you're doing, trying to play on my ego, and I'll only allow it this once, then they can figure out everything in the other matches. Got it. Great. All Might gives a joyous thumbs up. Alright, Horizon sighs. Let's start with the villains. Honestly, most of what you did was correct. Most of the class, including Bakugo, look surprised at that. With Bakugo's quirk, a 2v2 fight is out of the question since Aitsa is melee. That's just asking for friendly fire since none of us are familiar with each other yet. And he can't be in the bomb room since his quirk would just set it off. Sending him out to deal with the heroes makes the most sense, especially considering he's the fastest person in the fight. Aitsa immediately raises his hand to correct that, but Horizon cuts him off, speaking directly to him. Consider your quirk, engine. High top speed but shit at cornering, in a 5-story building full of narrow hallways and a cramped stairwell to the top where the bomb is. Compared to that, Bakugo is good at cornering and can fly, meaning he can just hop out a window, fly to the top floor and get back inside, outpacing everyone. That's what he should have done the moment Yuruka got away and Deku got a bit hurt. Then you capture her and wait for Deku, easily winning, but he got tunnel vision and overcommitted. I see. Aitsa and everyone else nods along, understanding what Horizon meant, while Bakugo just feels his ego get ripped apart more and more. Like I said, the villain did everything aside from not regrouping right. He shrugs. The heroes on the other hand, he turns to Yuruka. You two failed literally the moment you step inside. What? She asks, looking confused and ashamed. Use your head. Your quirk is making things and people float, yet you entered through a window on the first floor. The bomb will obviously be at the furthest point from the entrance, which is the top floor. Just float either both or one of you up a few floors to get the drop on them. Would have been perfect in this case since Bakugo was already down on floor 3 when the timer began. Oh. She looks down at her feet, ashamed that she didn't think of that. Aside from the lack of any thought toward the verticality of the battlefield from both teams, the heroes clearly look up to a certain meathead too much. He looks directly at All Might, causing the man to nervously freeze. What do you mean? All Might asks. Horizon sighs. What I mean is, you get away with being just one big vein of bicep because the difference in power between you and the people you fight is so vast. They didn't have that advantage, and even if they did they shouldn't try to deal with everything head on, because the one time they can't overpower the enemy they will suffer for it. It's a terrible habit. Horizon turns back to the class as he continues. If you try to just duel every enemy eventually you'll lose. Use the uniqueness of your quirk to your advantage in any situation you can. Basically what I'm saying is find a way to cheat. Instead of just focusing on brute power, focus on mastery. That's the difference between people like All Might and Endeavor. Todoroki flinches at those words. All Might has an insane amount of power. If you try to replicate that you will fail, and it will cost you. Endeavor doesn't have that, so in exchange he makes up for it by being what I consider the only person in the world with perfect quirk mastery. Master your quirk and utilize it to give yourselves every advantage, at least before it comes down to some brawl, and if brawling is all you do, then you'd better be really damn smart about it. Got it. Everyone nods along. Good, your job is to be quick and efficient, not look good for the cameras, so less All Might, more Endeavor. Todoroki flinches again, balling his fists at his sides. Aside from that, well, the heroes were pretty much trash at everything else too. They were overmatched, and Deku still has to break himself to use his quirk because he's pathetic, so there's that too. The only person who actually deserves a win here was Aitsa. The rest of you need to get your shit together. Excellent points, All Might says. But again, it wouldn't kill you to be a bit nicer. Well, I've never done it before, so it could. Horizon shrugs, best not to take the chance. All Might sighs and announces the next match. After 3 more matches, each ending with Horizon not contributing anything to the review, near falling asleep with how bored he was at the simple battles. Time for the final match. All Might says. Only 4 people are left, so let's see how they'll be paired up, he said, already knowing what teams Nezu chose. Horizon, Todoroki, Momo, and Ajiro, those were the final 4. The teams will be Horizon and Ajiro as the villains, and that leaves Todoroki and Yaoyorozu as the heroes. He gives everyone the basic items, capture tape, and earpieces. Horizon places the earpiece in a small compartment at the side of his visor and sinks to it, only taking a glance at the map before handing it to Ajiro and walking away. Finally I get to do something, he says while stretching his arms out to wake himself up. Placing one of his metal throwing cards face down on the control panel he turns and leaves the room, Ajiro a few steps behind him still reading the map. All 4 students leave the control room to prepare, and everyone in the control room waits with bated breath for the most exciting match to begin. Walking to the designated building, Ajiro and Horizon are side by side in the middle of the street, only 200 meters away from the control room. Arriving in front of the 6-story building, Horizon enters without saying a word while Ajiro is still looking at the map in his hand. Do you know where you're going? Ajiro asks. Of course. But I'm the one with the map, he says as they effortlessly find the stairs. I took a look at it, so I'm fine without it. Oh, okay. Do you have a plan? Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are recommended students, so we should be ready for anything. Horizon stops as they reach the 3rd floor, slowly turns and looks Ajiro up and down, then shakes his head and continues walking up the stairs. Why are you barefoot? Horizon asks. Well, this is traditional. Ajiro pats his karate gi. I'm aiming to be a martial arts hero, so I figured that you'd fight villains with no protection as a melee fighter, with a quirk that's basically having a stick attached to your back. Genius. He rolls his eyes beneath the visor. Hey, it's prehensile too, so I can grab stuff. The only thing you're gonna grab is some frostbite when Todoroki decides to ice the building. If you can avoid that, then just make yourself useful somehow. Horizon sighs as they reach the top floor with the bomb. Honestly, a quirkless guy with a bat is better than you in this situation, assuming he's wearing shoes. Ajiro suddenly looks like a kicked puppy as they enter the bomb room. Seeing the bomb in the middle of the room and a few crates scattered about, Horizon just moves one of the empty crates in front of the bomb and takes a seat, leaning back against the bomb and waiting for All Might. The 5-minute timer starts now. Use this time to carefully prepare. All Might announces in their ears. So should we figure out the ice problem, then talk to me? A moment later, Ajiro sees Horizon wave at a blank wall, but decides not to question it. Turning his back to Horizon and taking a ready stance facing the door to this room. Minutes earlier, moments after the last 4 students left the room, 4 people entered. Deku. Yurika cheered as she saw her friend, with his arm in a sling and bandages all over his body, accompanied by Aizawa, Recover Girl, and on Aizawa's shoulder, Principal Nezu. With a Kyudan. Hello students. Nezu happily greets them with an adorable wave as Deku moves to join Yurika. Everyone is surprised by the new additions but gladly welcomes them. So, All Might, what have I missed? Nezu asks. They just left the room. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are the heroes with Horizon and Ajiro as the villains, just as you requested. Requested? All the students yell in surprise. Right, well, I suppose I should explain. Nezu makes the pickup motion and All Might lifts him onto his left shoulder. While all the other matches were random, I had this one planned out from the beginning. All Might was against this dishonest tactic, but I persuaded him. Nezu taps All Might's head, and the man simply takes out his earpiece and hands it to Nezu, who seemingly attaches it to his phone and amplifies the volume of it for all to hear. Everyone then turns to look at the screen as he continues. Before I explain, I should say that I owe all of you an apology, the students I mean. So I'm sorry for any awful thing Horizon has said to you, and I take full responsibility for them. These words cause everyone to stare in surprise. This was the last thing they expected. I brought Horizon to UA knowing fully well that he would be like this. He is someone who only respects merit, and he isn't afraid to speak his mind when anyone doesn't meet his standard, the same standard he holds himself to. This attitude isn't uncommon at all, especially not among pro heroes. That's why many pros will only work with people of a certain rank. But because of that, it's hardly ever as apparent as Horizon's. This is mainly because he is someone that has proven himself capable enough to be among Japan's top 10 pro heroes. Everyone, including All Might, looks both amazed and horrified at that revelation. And Bakugo feels like the earth would open and swallow him at any moment, because how else could he sink any lower than this? A top 10 pro, a dozen people yell out. Nezu nods politely. Yes, he entered UA based on his own merit. Not only is he a licensed doctor, likely the best in the world, but he's also a top-level combatant. Horizon is exceptional, even among the current pros, but due to the laws he has to graduate a hero course to get his license, he says. It takes a moment for everyone, including the teachers, to process exactly what he just said. Even All Might didn't know any more than him being a miracle doctor until today. But what does that have to do with this match? Eraser asks, as everyone else was just staring at the screen and listening to Horizon and Ajiro talk while walking up the stairs, trying to make sense of all this. That's actually quite simple. I need Yaoyorozu to realize that Todoroki isn't invincible like she imagines. She, like most of the student body, views recommended students above everyone else. But not herself, only Todoroki, as he is at the top of this year's recommended students. If she sees that he too can make mistakes, then suddenly what she imagines as an impossible distance between them won't be such a hindrance anymore. For Todoroki, I need him to realize that he isn't invincible. He needs to be humbled before a villain does it instead. For Ajiro, I need him to realize that he cannot just accept himself as he is now. He must try to be more than he already is, or he'll never improve, and he is also a test for Horizon. All Might raises a brow at that. How is his teammate a test for him? Because, as capable as Horizon is, his mind is also terrifyingly bright, by human standards at least. He chuckles grimly. I know he will be a great leader of heroes in the future, and this is his first test into that, and if during his time at UA his spirit becomes more heroic, then I would have been right to bet on him, All Might, to replace you. What? Eraser asks, not believing what he's hearing. After all, he's met Horizon. You think he can be? Yes. Nezu says excitedly. If all goes well, he will be out next. Symbol of peace. All Might tries to keep a smile on, but from the corner of his eye he sees Deku one step away from breaking into a full sobbing mess. Hearing Nezu, one of the few people who knows about One for All, declare someone else as the next All Might completely broke his heart, and All Might would need to have a talk with Nezu about this later. And in the far back of the room, Bakugo's entire mind went blank, staring into nothing as the world seemed to get blurred. Heart pounding in his ears, breathing becoming shallow, mouth drying up. For a moment he felt rage building up, his palm aching to blast something, anything, until all the fight drained out of him and they just hung limply at his sides, staring at the screen with all the fight knocked out of him, just like Deku was. The other students had no delusions about their futures, they smiled and happily chattered for a moment, excited and amazed to have someone like that in their class. And some, mainly Kirishima and Sato, were excited to train with Horizon. That explains why you're playing favorites, Eraser says. I'm doing no such thing, Nezu says, and All Might, Eraser, and Recovery Girl just shake their heads at the bold lie. In fact, this matchup is tailored to be the most difficult possible for him, from the students present at their current level, that is. Eraser thinks for a moment. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are versatile and powerful, plus they have more training than anyone other than Horizon, but if he's as good as you claim, he's probably best in the school, by a pretty large margin. He is, Nezu says confidently, causing Deku and Bakugo to feel a pit in their stomachs. And honestly, I'm basing all of this on the information I have. I still don't even know what his quirk actually does. Nezu cackles wildly at the idea. What? Eraser is equal parts horrified and pissed at the confession. What if it's dangerous? Oh yes, the only abilities I know about are his healing, warping, and some strange ghost bullets. Ghost bullets, all the students imagined a gun firing little bedsheet ghosts at people, some suppressing a chuckle at the idea and others feeling creeped out. Look at this, Nezu says, then waves at the screen. And on the screen, Horizon turns his head toward their direction, staring at a blank wall, and waves back. See, I don't even know how that works. That's still creepy, All Might says. Everyone nods in agreement. I'm hoping that this matchup can draw out some of the abilities he's been hiding from me, Nezu says. They have the highest chance of giving him a challenge, so this is the best bet. For now, it won't take long until all of you are capable of fighting with the best of them. He gestures to the other students, earning wide grins from them. This is gonna be awesome. Mina cheers loudly, immediately joined by Yurika, all swept up in the excitement as Deku and Bakugo just stand at the back of the crowd, feeling the immense pressure of a new rival. Everyone begins theorizing what his quirk is and how the battle will go. Meanwhile, two of the unsuspecting pawns approach the battlefield. A moment later, Todoroki and Momo are standing at the entrance, and Nezu turns the volume all the way up so everyone in the room can clearly hear. For your own safety, wait outside, Todoroki says, and places a single hand on the outside of the building. A thick layer of ice begins spreading out, moving around the outside and inside of the building, creeping up floor by floor all the way to the top. Todoroki exhales and it comes out as frost mist, and Yaoyorozu takes a few steps back in amazement. As Todoroki enters the building, the entire control room is silent, surprised by this display of power. If not for what Nezu said earlier, they were sure this would be the strongest student in their class. Deku and Bakugo felt nothing, already numb to the sensation of being outclassed for today. Now they were just watching with blank stares. Well, I guess that's that, Momo sighs, not surprised by how capable her fellow recommended student was, but a bit sad that she didn't get to do anything. He froze them to the building. Sato yells, noticing Ajiro trying to move his feet, and Horizon now standing in front of the bomb with his feet also frozen to the floor. Is it over already? Hagakure asks, not seeing Horizon or Ajiro breaking out. If you move your feet it'll rip off your skin, Horizon tells Ajiro, and the students listening in wince as he stops moving immediately. This is why you need shoes, moron. Crack. He uses the scabbard of his sword to shatter the ice and free himself, taking a step back to sit on the crate and simply wait for Shoto. Booster shot? Beneath his pants and shoes, even beneath his body glove, the near-frozen skin is immediately healed. Cold, as expected, and he perfectly froze the building. Not bad, Horizon thinks as he sees Ajiro trying to keep his balance. Horizon broke out. Kirishima cheers, clenching a fist in excitement, but quickly gets confused as he sees Horizon just return to his seat. Hey, why isn't he helping his teammate? Because he doesn't care, Eraser explains, glaring daggers at the screen, a deep scowl on his face. He views Ajiro as useless in this situation, not surprising considering how he spoke earlier, too selfish to be a hero. Agreed, Nezu says, still beaming with pride much to the annoyance of Eraser. That's why he's in UA, to build his heroic spirit, and I'm sure as everyone grows he will see their capabilities and grow to respect them all. As Shoto begins climbing the stairs, Eraser continues, heroes should at least have a base level of compassion for people, especially their teammates, before they're allowed entry into UA, he says with a touch of venom in his voice. All Might and everyone else nods in agreement, but Nezu just chuckles. I agree, but while UA only accepts people who can largely be considered prodigies, that includes all of you, he sees some students looking up at him with stars in their eyes. We also realize that sometimes heroes aren't born, they have to be built, and that is what UA is best at, right All Might? All Might stiffens at that, and Deku swallows dryly, obviously knowing what Nezu was referring to, their inherited quirk. Right, I completely agree, All Might says. It's not about where you are now, it's about where you can be if given the chance, and at UA, you've got until graduation to become your best self and enter the world. Look, it's happening. Kaminari excitedly points at the screen, causing Eraser and Nezu to get quiet for a moment. Shoto enters the frozen room, glancing around with an indifferent expression. He sees Ajiro frozen to the floor, as expected, but he turns to fully face Horizon, seeing him sitting on a crate as if this wasn't a battle, perfectly relaxed. Glancing down he notices the broken ice. You broke the ice, but if you don't want to get frozen again, just get out of the way. Really? Horizon casually takes out one of his throwing cards, playing with it between the fingers of his left hand, sword in his right. Shoto takes a battle stance, right foot forward and ready to unleash more ice. Don't do anything, just surrender. Horizon chuckles. Oh, this is gonna be fun, go ahead, try it. CRCHHH. A sudden torrent of ice fires at Horizon. Shoto took no chances at all, thick blue ice freezing half the room into a massive ice cube and causing a layer of thin mist to block their vision for a moment. Huh. Shoto and everyone else look completely confused and horrified at what they see. Frozen in Horizon's place is Momo, already hugging herself, exposed costume providing no protection, skin already becoming pale and frozen, almost up to her chest stuck in ice, and the bomb behind her completely untouched. Todoroki, she asks through shivering lips, completely bewildered. He can warp people, Todoroki says, instantly realizing that Horizon was more dangerous than he realized. Shambles? Momo disappears, collapsing to the ground on the road outside. In her place, the simple throwing card. Now is my chance. Todoroki rushes forward, and before he can even take one step. Shambles? He's suddenly standing beside Momo, looking around frantically for any surprise attacks. His warping is instant and irresistible. I didn't even feel anything, he properly assesses. Keep your eyes peeled for him to appear behind us. Standing back in the bomb room, Horizon collects his card by warping it back into his hand, then draws his sword. Without turning his head he aims down to his right side. Injection shot, injection shot, injection shot, injection shot, injection shot, arg. Todoroki screams in agony as he feels 5 bullets hit him, ripping through the building, his clothes, and the street below him, one in each limb and another in his left shoulder. Ajiro looks both confused and terrified as he sees the bullet holes appear in the floor. Todoroki. Momo forces herself up, limbs still numb as she looks down at Shoto. He shot you, she asks confused. Seeing the holes on both sides of his uniform and in the road, but his skin was untouched. I don't understand. Back in the bomb room, Horizon turns and begins walking to the far wall, toward the street. And with a wide swing of his sword, amputate, crash, the entire building is divided diagonally, with the face of it being cut off and sliding down toward the street. Move. Shoto grits out to Momo, seeing the face of the building, 3 stories of concrete sliding down toward them, and a massive slash mark in the road just in front of them. Horizon raises a single finger and flicks it upward to point at the sky. TAKT? The falling section suddenly begins floating, causing everyone to stare in surprise. These last 2 abilities were news even to Nezu, something that nobody missed with the way his mouth was agape. Horizon puts his sword away and walks to the edge of the building, the newly made balcony as it would seem, all while the cut-off section was now floating a few meters above the roof, directly above Shoto and Momo. Horizon looks down at them, and they could feel the judgment behind his visor. So, surrender? Or I could drop it. He gestures to the building hovering above them. Shoto glares daggers at him, but Momo doesn't hesitate to take the initiative. We surrender. She doesn't even put up a fight, something that would haunt her for quite a while. The villain team wins. All Might announces stiffly. Well, those abilities are new. Nezu chuckles darkly, earning another set of glares from Eraser while everyone just takes in the destruction on screen. The top recommended student was crushed, the second place left helpless, and a large section of the building was held aloft in the air by nothing. TCH, damn it Nezu. All Might feels conflicted at what this means, thankful to have Horizon, but certainly not expecting his doctor to be such intense competition for his chosen successor. This was supposed to be Izuku's year. Where the hell did you find this thing? Shambles? Horizon appears back in the control room, standing beside All Might as he swaps places with the card he left there earlier. All the students take a cautious step back in surprise as he reaches out and summons the card back into his hand. Well, that was boring, he shrugs. Can I go home now? You still have to review the battles after this, Eraser says. Hero course ends at 5, as you know. Hey, I can dream. He takes a few steps away from All Might then turns to face everyone. So, did you 3 come just to see me? Exactly, Nezu says. But first, could you please deal with that? He gestures to the screen. All eyes snap back to the screen to see Momo dragging Shoto from beneath the building hovering above them, and Ajiro still frozen in place. Sure, Horizon raises a hand and gestures to the left with his pointer finger, and the floating building does exactly that, suddenly jerking to the left and shattering as it hits the road. Done. And can you bring them here? Eraser asks. They can manage without me. Horizon, Nezu says. Horizon sighs. Ugh, fine. He takes out 3 cards and throws them to the floor. Shambles? Momo, Shoto, and Ajiro swap places with the cards. Recovery Girl immediately moves to heal them, ignoring their confused and surprised expressions. Horizon once again warps the cards back to him, placing all 10 back into his jacket pocket. So, why did you come here? He asks Nezu, looking up at the mouse that was still on All Might's shoulder. Everyone just remains silent, carefully listening to every word. I came to see you in action, Nezu says. So, telekinesis and what? Air slashes. No and no, Horizon says. Will you explain, or are these more abilities you intend to keep secret? Horizon shrugs. I tell the world what to do, and it obeys, because it knows better, that's all. Everyone's sweat drops at that response, but somehow at this point, they weren't that surprised. Well then, good job today everyone. All Might loudly announces, feeling his time about to run out. I'll now entrust you all to Aizawa for more in-depth reviews. But allow this experience to expand your views. No matter how strong you believe yourself to be, there will always be competition. I know this was a serious eye-opener for some of you. He sees both Shoto staring daggers at Horizon while Bakugo looks heartbroken. Even you, young Horizon. He absent-mindedly pats Horizon on the back, then holds his shoulder as he continues. This is only the second day. If you don't take things seriously, you'll find yourself struggling to even keep up with these young and talented heroes in training. All Might smiles brightly at everyone, seeing many of their faces light up at his words. Until he looks at Deco, a completely mortified look on his face, then he sees a look of disappointment on Aizawa and Recovery Girl as they just shake their head at him. What's going on? He wonders, until Nezu taps his shoulder and whispers something in his ear. All Might immediately freezes, then looks down at Horizon, not realizing that he was still holding the young man's shoulder, and Horizon, he was staring at exactly where Yagi's injury was. Shit, the jig is up. All Might's smile quivers for a moment as Nezu gives Horizon a subtle nod and they both turn back to the class. Horizon sets the revelation aside for now as the class is sent to get cleaned up and return to their homeroom for reviews. While everyone goes to the locker room, he heads back to the homeroom. But before splitting off, he hears them excitedly chattering about the final match, and he overhears a bit of what Nezu told them about him. So they know he's betting on me? That changes nothing, he decides before taking out one of his cards, seeing the UA main building in the distance, and his classmates walking a dozen meters ahead. Shambles? He swaps places with the book he left on his desk, appearing sitting on his desk as it falls to the lawn outside. Shambles? The book reappears, another item he was completely attuned to for moments like these. Taking his seat, he leans his sword against the window and gets comfortable as he waits for everyone else. Shambles? His hero costume swaps back for his uniform, as if it never left him. Thankfully, he'd basically done nothing but stand around since class began. Back in the control room, the moment the students left, Yagi instantly deflated, a small cloud of smoke appearing around him as Nezu hops across to Aizawa's shoulder. Well, at least I don't have to worry about him sensing me anymore when I transform. He tries to find a bright side to this, only getting unamused looks from everyone. You couldn't go one class without messing up? Recovery Girl asks. Honestly, it's a wonder you became the world's best hero. Do we need to worry about him running his mouth? Eraser asks. Him being Yagi's doctor is one thing, but All Might is an actual big deal. This story is worth a fortune. Horizon certainly doesn't need the money. Nezu waves away his worries. And more importantly, he'd never break an agreement that includes patient-doctor confidentiality. All Might is safe, but we will have to speak with him after school to clear up some things. Yeah, I figured as much, Yagi says, holding up his now baggy hero costume as it hangs off his frame. But did you seriously have to hype him up that much in front of the students, Nezu? I simply spoke the truth, All Might, and it provided context that I'm sure he never would have volunteered. And where did you find this kid anyway? Eraser asks. Warping, healing, and whatever else he has. I know you said you found him to heal All Might, but he's trained. Very, very, very well trained. Were his parents pros? I don't really see how that's relevant. Nezu dodges the question. What matters is that he's here now, and it is our duty to help him become a great hero. Now that you've all seen what he can do, I hope you all support me in that endeavor. I still don't like that he didn't take any entrance exams, Eraser grumbles, but I see why he got to skip them. Now I need to go to class before they get caught up in the post-battle excitement. Right, thank you, Aizawa. All Might politely nods as the man leaves with Nezu on his shoulder, then turns back to the screen, seeing all the destruction caused today. And I should call Cementos and tell him about this. MHM, Recovery Girl agrees. I don't suppose you two could convince Horizon to help out at the infirmary, could you? It'd be nice having an extra pair of hands, especially if that boy of yours is going to keep breaking his bones every day, she says with a bit of venom. I've already got one conversation with Horizon that I'm sure he won't be pleasant during later today. If I ask him to do something like that, well, I'll mention it to Nezu at least, All Might says. Oh, I asked you because Lord knows everyone here looks up to you. Does the All Might charm not work on him? She asks cheekily. Honestly, it has the complete opposite effect, I think. He only really respects Nezu. Even today he called me meathead a few times, and I'm his teacher. He sighs and rubs the back of his head. But you are a meathead. Ugh, not you too. Yagi sulks as Recovery Girl just giggles quietly. A few minutes later, and Aitsa is the first to arrive. Walking beside Deko and Sato, they pause for a moment at the front door to the class, seeing Horizon leaning back in his chair playing a game on his phone. He'd already received a message from Nezu to speak later, so for now he was just putting the big reveal of All Might being sick aside. While most people would panic, especially his classmates, he didn't really care. Not my body, not my problem, he summarizes, the thought of revealing the secret never entering his mind as Yagi was still his patient. Hey Horizon, Sato waves politely while walking to his seat, at the back of the second column. Nice work out there today, he gives a thumbs up. You too. Horizon's words cause both Deku and Aitsa to freeze, not expecting any kind of compliment. Guess you're a wrestling fan. He recalls Sato's basic but effective wrestling moves used to subdue Shoji earlier. Sato blushes and rubs the back of his head, not used to compliments. Thanks man, means a lot coming from the next symbol of peace. Deku's heart aches at those words, another nail being hammered in to tell him how far he'd have to go, and how much further ahead his competition already was. What? Horizon pauses his game and turns to face Sato. The rest of the class walks in as Sato explains. Oh, during your match Principal Nezu gave this big speech, said you're pretty much guaranteed to be the next #1 hero, and said you're already good enough for the top 10. He said some other things too but I can't really remember, sorry. Oh, he revealed that, was all Horizon said, surprising everyone as he turned back to his phone. So it is true, Shoto steps out of the crowd and begins walking to Horizon as everyone gets to their seats, the entire class silent and listening in. He's a big dreamer, Horizon shrugs, not looking up at Shoto. And you aren't. Meh, Horizon shrugs. Don't really care for crap like that, being a hero is just a job, you people can kill each other for the top spot as far as I care. Everyone is shocked, yet again. Their minds couldn't comprehend it. Here was someone that the smartest being in the world declared as the next symbol of peace, and he didn't want it, what they were sweating and bleeding for, and he didn't even care. Shoto just glares down at him, Horizon still just playing a game on his phone. Good, because the #1 spot is mine, and I won't lose to anyone, not even you, unless I wake up one day and decide to take it. Horizon chuckles. Really isn't anything you can do to stop me, you do kinda suck, remember. Get to your seats. Eraser enters the room, breaking up the tension. As everyone gets seated and he gets ready to teach, some odd glances are thrown about. The moment of calm lets the thoughts get properly realized in all their minds. He thinks Todoroki is weak. Momo wonders, staring blankly at the back of Horizon's head. Deku looks down at his bandaged arm, still in the sling, and frowns. I thought Kachin was the biggest problem, but Todoroki is stronger than him, and Horizon is so far beyond that. Why did All Might even choose me when people like them exist? Bakugo was blankly staring forward, his body and mind idly flowing through the motions as it tries to put itself back together. In a word, today had been humbling for him. Expectations and reality clash. Most of his classmates were exactly as expected, weaker than him. But first Deku is able to actually compete, and even win. Then Todoroki freezes an entire building with minimal effort. And then there was Horizon, the thought made him feel the throw up and cry all at once. He clenched his fist at the memory, that damn rat thinks he'll be the best, better than anyone, better than me? And he's so strong, and he's a genius from what shitty hair told me, how am I supposed to beat that? Alright, let's get this class started. Eraser taps the board, and the pairs they were grouped in before appear listed. This session is all about reviewing everything that happened, but let's get the standout performances out of the way first. Most of the class stiffens up at that, expecting some harsh punishment as a result of poor performance. First off, this is the start of your real hero training. I expect constant improvement from this point onward. That goes double for you. He looks directly at Deku. I took a look at the recording. You've got a good head on your shoulders. If you master that quirk, then you'll be a useful and versatile hero in the future. Deku manages to smile, finally feeling like he got a win today. The next standout is Bakugo. You didn't work with your teammate and let your emotions cost you the victory. Terrible. Focus on building some discipline or what would have been easy wins will keep evading you. Bakugo just stares down at his desk, somehow going from the look of a kicked puppy to a completely beat-up puppy. Todoroki, Eraser throws his gaze to the back of the class. This confuses everyone as Shoto seemingly performed fine. You're confident in your abilities, clearly. But this world is a big place, and today you were matched against someone clearly stronger than you. I doubt it would have mattered in the end, but you would have had a better chance had you not disregarded what Yayo Rojo could have added, if you didn't take the lead and sideline her. Your confidence is not unfounded, but leaping into unknown situations with no backup is stupid, even for the strongest heroes. Shoto just nods and glances over at Horizon, so even Aizawa thinks we couldn't have won, was all he heard, was all many people heard. And I saved the worst of all for last, you. He looks directly at Horizon, surprising everyone. Horizon doesn't react, still leaning back in his chair and paying attention. You not only disregarded what your ally could add, but you didn't both to help free him from the ice at all. Helping your allies is the absolute basics, yet somehow you didn't know that. Aizawa glares slightly before composing himself. Not to mention I can tell when someone isn't trying, and you weren't even half-assing it. That would be a lot more effort than whatever you did out there. UA is for people willing to put everything they have into being a hero, have some respect for your classmates, and at least try. It's literally the least you should do. Got it, Horizon says, no intention to ever stress himself about any of this. Right, now on to the main reviews. Alright, see you all tomorrow. Eraser finally wraps up class, the sun already setting on the horizon as everyone begins packing their bags. Horizon just places his blank book and pencil case in his desk and checks his phone. 5 minutes, Nezu's text says. And he can feel Yagi still in the teacher's lounge reading something. Focusing on Nezu, he feels him talking to recovery girl over a cup of tea in his office, and decides not to interrupt. Bakugo is the first to leave, sulking away with a blank expression, and Deku immediately leaves his items and rushes out of the room to talk to him. Horizon only shakes his head and leans back, closing his eyes, trying to enjoy a few minutes of peace as everyone leaves. Horizon, Tokoyami interrupts his me time. Sorry to bother you, but aren't you leaving? I assumed you would have warped away the moment Aizawa dismissed us. Horizon looks to his right to see Tokoyami sitting on his desk, Zero at his desk in front of Tokoyami, turned in his seat to face Horizon, and in front of him, Momo and Jiro are talking quietly at Jiro's desk. Normally I would, but Nezu wants to talk to me in a few minutes, probably about the new abilities I showed and some other stuff. He shrugs. Makes sense. Zero taps his chin and nods along. Telekinesis and air slashes, pretty strong on their own, but you've got both. I'm sure he wants to know more about them. And in addition to your warp and heal, I can certainly understand why he has such faith in you, Tokoyami adds. Don't forget the ghost bullets, Jiro adds, causing both girls to join the conversation. Yes, those are quite dangerous, but Recovery Girl couldn't understand how they worked, Momo says. At least when Todoroki and I went to the infirmary before getting changed. I assumed they were just air bullets, Jiro says. Horizon laughs. Air bullets is a really pathetic quirk in comparison. Mine are a lot more hard-hitting, but less versatile. They can't be used to push objects or people around, only damage. And they aren't air, Momo says. They tore through layers of concrete, but when they hit Todoroki it didn't break the skin, destroying his clothes and the floor behind him, but never broke the skin. Very odd. Honestly, most of my abilities are scarier if you know how they actually work, Horizon shrugs. But until my big debut at the sports festival, I'll be keeping everything close to the vest. I don't like the idea of people knowing what I can do, but heroes have to be marketable to be successful, and the public gets more invested if they can actually understand what you're doing. That's why signature moves exist. I didn't even think about that, Jiro says. But it's not like you have to do much. Warp alone would be enough to get every pro in the world sending you offers. Indeed, Momo solemnly nods along. A near-mythic status quirk, and to think it's only one of your abilities. This particular phrase causes Shoji to turn around, bag slung across his shoulder as he approaches the group. I have a question. Aha, Horizon looks up at him. What's the name of your quirk, or quirks? I'd imagine it has to be something cool. Mine is Dupli Arms. It lets me duplicate any body part on the end of my extra arm tentacles, and they're an enhanced version of my usual set. Shoji creates a second mouth at the end of a tentacle and smiles at them with it. Any body part, Horizon says with a curious tone, causing Shoji to groan. Yes, even that. AHH, the ladies must love you, he chuckles, but everyone else in the conversation just blushes. Somehow that's always the first thing people think about, Shoji mutters. It's literally human nature. If we can't fight it, fuck it, or feed on it, we don't really care about it. Our kids are the only exception, at least for sane people with a cutie. Momo cringes at the thought and his crass language. Then I suppose we should all introduce our quirks. My quirk is creation. It allows me to create any non-living thing from the lipids in my body. I can essentially transform my body fat into items, she says with a proud smile. That's awesome. Zero cheers. So you can make gold and just get super rich. She's already super rich, Horizon says. She's a yayo Rosa. Momo freezes, not expecting this to surface so soon. Forcing herself to smile, she continues, well yes, my family is rather comfortable, but I also cannot use my quirk in such a manner. The restrictions because of its nature are numerous, including banning me from making certain items like firearms and precious gems and minerals, as well as currency. I also have to know the molecular composition of anything I'm making. The most versatile quirk in the world, Horizon says. When we were watching the quirk test in his office, I told Nezu that nobody here could match me, but you're one of the only people in the world that could make a plan that I can't predict, because basically anything in the world can be in your pocket. Momo blushes deeply, but a moment later she's crushed by even more expectations placed on her, atop the mountain of pressure that comes with being a recommended student and proving that you deserve your spot. Now the potential future symbol of peace is complementing her potential. Jiro gives her a pat on the back and begins talking to distract everyone. My quirk is earphone jack. Basically, my earlobes are auxiliary cords. I can plug them in to listen to music or amplify my heartbeat with them to attack. They're also tougher than store-bought jacks. Oh, and I can extend them. She extends one all the way to the ceiling and taps it before recalling it. I didn't expect the heartbeat thing. Not too strong on their own, but since they work with technology you can make up for that. At least they're cute, Horizon says. Jiro fights through the blush. Thank you. She twirls one on her finger. And yeah, my boots in my hero costume act as speakers and amps. Smart. Can I touch one? Horizon asks plainly. You want to touch one? She's surprised at how blunt he is. That's what I said, yeah. Right, sure. She extends one out to him, about a meter away until he reaches out and touches it, holding it carefully in his hand. Scan. He immediately gets a full breakdown of her body. He can even tell that she had rice and curry for lunch. But what really gets his attention are the extra bones in her ears and dense layers of cartilage that make up her earphone jacks, hidden beneath a layer of soft skin. He also senses the many extra bones in her ears to better differentiate sounds, and finally, the nerve clusters that point out the tips of her jacks as erogenous areas. He seemingly absent-mindedly begins playing with the jack, gently touching the nerve clusters at the end of it while turning to Zero. So, tape, he asks. All while Jiro is frozen in embarrassment and panic, never having someone else, especially a boy, play with her jacks, and not knowing how to handle the situation. Yeah, I can just shoot tape from my elbows, Shiro shrugs. It's pretty simple, but there's this guy in America, Web Slinger. His quirk is similar and he's in their top 10, so I've been trying to follow his lead. Is it just one type of tape? Tokoyami asks, now pulling all attention to him. Nah, I can make a bunch of types, but the stronger the tape the more it drains out of me, and the more I use the more water it takes from my body. If I use too much I get really dry skin, Shiro explains. Web Slinger, that's the guy who swings around New York, Horizon says. But he's also got super strength and a few other things, but I suppose you could try to make up for it with versatility. That's the plan, Shiro grins happily. I suppose I'm next, Tokoyami says, being the next person in the circle before Horizon. This is Dark Shadow, a bird-like shadow demon creature appears from his belly. Dark purple and seemingly having the same pattern as static on a TV. Hi everyone. Dark Shadow cutely greets them, currently only as big as a small dog. Can I? Horizon raises his right hand, asking permission to touch him, all the while still playing with Jiro's jack in his left. Glancing at her through the corner of his eye he could see her nervously sweating, standing a bit behind Momo and out of the circle, eyes glazed over and staring at him. Go ahead, Tokoyami says, and Dark Shadow bows its head. He reaches out and pets it, and Shiro does the same. Scan. Pure energy made physical. He could sense everything within Tokoyami as well, including 4 apples. But what made him very curious and excited was the cells in his belly, seemingly constantly producing the same energy as Dark Shadow, but very fragile against other energy types, with no other information it could have taken him hours to solve. But the name Dark Shadow and its appearance was a dead giveaway as to what energy it was weak against. Looks cool, Horizon says, pulling his hand away as Dark Shadow blushes. So what does it do? Well, I can extend him a fair distance to fight for me, and some basic shapeshifting, nothing too crazy yet. He can also think independently or with my influence, Tokoyami says. Versatile and it looks cool, you'll definitely stand out, Shiro says. Assuming you can solve the issues with it. Horizon draws all eyes back onto him, his voice becoming a bit more serious. The obvious weakness is one thing, support items can fix that. He sees Tokoyami's eyes widen in worry. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, honestly I had it figured out since the quirk test. But your mastery level is around the weakest in the class, right down there with Todoroki and a few others. Tokoyami nods, improving my quirk is one of the main reasons I'm here. I'll be sure to consider your advice about support equipment as well. He retracts Dark Shadow. Power vs Mastery Shoji says. You explained that earlier and I didn't quite get it, but now I kinda do. With Dark Shadow, it's more about how he uses it rather than just sending him out to box, right? Exactly, Horizon says. Basic enhancer quirks are easy to gauge because you can put a number to how good they are, how much they can lift or throw, that kind of thing. But with quirks like all of ours, we need to be more tactful with how we use them, and some quirks require both. I see, and what exactly is your quirk? Momo asks, still oblivious to Jiro's predicament behind her as he continues playing with the jack. My quirk is called Hand of God. I've got a lot of abilities but the potential is boundless, only limited by time, experience, discipline, and energy. He shrugs. They all stare at him before Shiro shakes his head and speaks. That's such a lame name, man. It's meant to be descriptive, Horizon says. Name aside, what exactly does it do? Like how does a quirk that can potentially do anything even work, or exist? Tokoyami asks. It's actually a lot more simple and complicated in certain regards than what I explained just now, Horizon admits. All you need to know are the abilities it gives me, those slashes, healing, the warping, the bullets, what you call telekinesis, and a few other things. He shrugs. There are more. Momo asks, a mix of surprise and fear in her voice. Yeah, he says casually, fully aware of how insane this sounds, but used to it. Honestly, each of my abilities is equivalent to a super move from a pro. I don't even know what an intentional super move for my quirk would look like. Damn, I knew competition at UA would be tough, but this is insane, Shiro says. That's a matter of perspective, Horizon says, dropping Jiro's jack, which instantly retracts to the flustered girl, now covered in a thin layer of glistening sweat with her face beet red. She stared at him with a mix and embarrassment and anger. Forced to bite her tongue to prevent further embarrassment, but also wanted to yell at him, partly for what he presumably unknowingly did, and partly because he stopped just before the finale, leaving her panties drenched and body hot with no proper payoff. Horizon just glances at her beneath his visor, an amused look on his face as he sees how flustered he made her, like putty in his hand. Too easy, he thinks to himself. I figured you were over that whole phase, man, Shiro says. You seem pretty chill today compared to yesterday when you were just calling us worthless. Not worthless, Horizon says. Just not competition when compared to me. I don't have a problem with people in general once they can stay in their lane. I just really don't like when my time is wasted, or when people who are objectively trash think they can stand beside me, like Deku. I came to UA expecting everyone to have the most basic level of competence. Honestly, he should quit and let someone from general studies take his place, rather than waste time that can be used to train a useful hero. Isn't that a bit harsh? Momo asks. Well, the bare minimum for any sort of emergency service member is to be an asset, not another liability. If the first thing you do is hurt yourself, you're certainly not an asset. They all frowned, but nobody tried to argue against that logic. They were all here to be heroes, people that the public could depend on during a crisis, not people who needed to be saved like everyone else. I see, Tokoyami nods along. While I don't entirely disagree, everyone has the right to chase their dreams, and since he's already made it this far there must be potential in him that our teachers recognize. The others nod along, but Horizon doesn't react, and Jiro finally catches her breath. Well, I don't really believe in potential, I believe in what you can do. I doubt civilians will accept I just needed a bit more training. I have the potential to save those people next time as an excuse. Everyone looks a bit sad at that example, another situation that they couldn't argue against. Well, enough about such dreary things. Tokoyami looks past Horizon, leaning slightly to the side to see his sword. May I try out your sword? You like swords. Everyone likes swords, and everyone nods in agreement. You know, Nezu told me not to hand it to just anyone, especially anyone untrained, since it's a bit special, but Pain is a good teacher. He reaches out toward Tokoyami and warps it into his hand. Just don't do anything too bloody. I can heal you but I can't get rid of bloodstains easily. Thank you. Tokoyami reaches out and holds it, and the moment Horizon lets go the end of the scabbard hits the floor. Heavier than the replicas I have at home, he says. Now with someone of more average size sitting beside it, the sword was taller than the seated Tokoyami. Measuring in at 145 centimeters 4 feet 10 it was suddenly very apparent that the only reason they hadn't properly realized how big it was is because of Horizon's large 193 centimeters 6 feet 3.5 size. It's almost as tall as me, 0-154 cm, 5 feet mutters as Tokoyami carefully lifts it. It needed to be bigger to fit all the tungsten and carbon fiber into it, Horizon says. Average katanas weigh about 2.5 kilograms 5 lbs with the scabbard. This one is nearly 3 times that. I needed the durability because it's meant for any close encounters with power-type villains. Can't have my sword breaking against their skin after all, and if I ever have to block instead of just warping away I'd like it to not shatter. Power Loader is a genius at support items so it only took him like a few hours to make it. He also made my visor. He reaches up and taps his visor. Tokoyami carefully unsheathes it, revealing the pristine white blade with a blue edge. Is everything blue and white with you? That's part of the Horizon brand. He shrugs. Your quirk must provide some sort of super strength then, if you can use this without getting tired, right? Momo asks. Not really, a byproduct of my quirk is that I have enhanced physical attributes, nothing that would count as super in any way, just better than most. It's also why I'm so tall. I mean Shoji is tall and he's a mutant type so it makes a lot more sense than me in some ways, and I'm taller than him. He shrugs. Wait a minute. Siro puts his hands up, causing everyone to stare at him. Your quirk is super powerful, rare, versatile, and makes you tall and buff. I work out a lot to build muscle. Man, life really does pick favorites. The girls are gonna be all over you. He groans in annoyance and jealousy. UA is just one big gym for hero course students so we'll all have people wanting us, plus we'll be celebrities to the public. I mean literally all the girls in our class are hot. Momo and Jiro both blush at that. Yeah, you're right, Sio says, but you've still got a lot more going for you than most. Don't forget super rich, Horizon adds. Miracle surgeries cost a lot, and I work for the highest bidder. It adds up, and being good looking is just a bonus. I hate you, Siro mutters jokingly. Horizon just chuckles. It's not that you're bad, I'm just perfect. For some reason, nobody could make an argument against that. Beep beep beep. Horizon's phone alerts him to a text, and glancing down at it for a moment he sighs. Time to go see Nezu. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Shambles. He disappears from his seat, replaced with an inconspicuous pen. Huh. Jiro and Siro stare at it for a moment before it's replaced with one of his cards, then both that and his sword disappear. I'll never get used to that, Siro says. But man is it cool, just being able to disappear whenever you want like that. It certainly is enviable, Tokoyami says. Warping alone is enough for entire nations to fight over him, adding everything else is simply stacking the deck even further. It's no surprise they wanted him in UA so badly, Shoji says. That power is too dangerous to be just out there independently. It's like giving someone a button that prints money and asking them not to use it. He looks at Momo awkwardly. It's quite fine, I understand, she says. The Yayo Roses were among the first heroes in Japan, and the first hero agency in this county. Because of that we've always had exceptional quirks, and although we haven't had a hero among us in over a century, I too can see how my quirk would be too great a temptation for most, even myself had I not been fortunate enough to be born into our financial situation. Siro laughs. Yeah, if I had that quirk back in middle school I'd get to buy all the candy and games I wanted. Eat a pizza and make a bar of gold. Jiro nods in agreement. Definitely too much temptation for anyone that isn't a hero. Wait a minute, Siro put on his thinking face. If she turns food into items, then isn't her quirk just fancy poop? And the last thing he sees is Jiro's Jack flying toward him, suddenly appearing beside Nezu on one of the couches in the principal office. Horizon closes his room and relaxes. He leans his sword against the wall, placing one of his throwing cards on the coffee table. I should leave this here if I'm gonna be in here often, he says. Recovery Girl and Yagi sit opposite them, and the woman just shakes her head. I've always imagined warping quirks as these great mythical abilities, but yours is rather abrupt and annoying. But more effective in combat than having to make a portal, Horizon says. So, aside from you two, who else knows about All Might? He gestures to Yagi, back in an oversized suit. I'm guessing Eraser, since he saw him deflate after we left. So you really can sense that. Yagi taps his chin in thought before getting back to the topic. All the UA staff knows, we're trying to keep it private, that includes the other students. Yeah, villains would go wild if they knew you couldn't kick ass like you used to, Horizon says. Well, you're still my patient, so this doesn't change anything. If anything, this is just annoying me even more, because now I know for sure that I extended your life just for you to exert yourself and undo my work, wasting my time. For the record, I've been trying to get him to retire for the past few years, Recovery Girl says, but Toshinori has muscles for brains. Yeah, I noticed, Horizon grumbles. And the proud #1 hero just sits there feeling small as both his doctors cut him down. So I assume whoever did that is gone now, right? Horizon asks, gesturing to Yagi's injury. I'm surprised you could be hurt that badly, must have been one hell of a fight. It was, and yes, the villain is gone now, I made sure of it. A bit of rage bubbles up in Yagi's voice before it disappears. I see. The room falls silent as Horizon thinks for a moment. Well, this doesn't change anything, but at least now I better understand why Yagi was so valuable to Nezu, and why you're so desperate for a new symbol of peace. Not desperate, Nezu says. We still have years of time, and there are many people I could have supported, but you were the most logical choice, even under the questionable circumstances, he says, trying not to give Recovery Girl and Yagi too many hints. I still don't see it, but whatever. Are we done here? Honestly, it's only the second day at UA and it already feels like I've been here a week. I'd just like to go over some of the new developments with your quirk, Nezu says. Recovery Girl and Yagi begin moving to exit. Have a good evening, you two. They both turn and give a polite nod before leaving only Nezu and Horizon in the room. So, telekinesis? Nezu asks. Close enough. Air slashes. Not really, but sure. And the ghost bullets? Self-explanatory, right? Not at all, but they're invisible and undetectable, very dangerous in the hands of someone with lethal intent. I'll take your word for it, Horizon chuckles. Nezu sighs and shakes his head. You know you'll have to give proper explanations for your big debut, right? For marketability and all that. I know, but until then let's just say I rather keep it mysterious, Horizon shrugs. Honestly, when I explain what I can do, nobody sane or smart will want to fight me, but the dramatic reveal will get a lot of views and make me even more famous. With grave news. And slingshot you ahead of your peers on the path to being a top hero. MHM, Horizon nods. Now, can we wrap this up? I want to go get food and head home. One last thing, are you sure the situation with All Might doesn't change anything between us? Nezu asks, caution in his voice, but already predicting a certain answer. Changes nothing, Horizon says. I still don't renegotiate contracts, but if anything this makes it a lot stronger. How so? Well, now I know how badly you need me to step up as some great hero, and if you ever stab me in the back, I also know for sure the only person who had any chance of stopping me from turning Japan into rubble and ash, already has a foot in the grave. And you know I know this, so you'll stay in line. Nezu doesn't react, perfectly predicting this response. I see. Well, that's good to hear, especially since I intend to honor our deal fully. Good, now if that's all. It is. I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you've been enjoying your time at UA. It's pretty boring, but the people aren't that bad, but I've had enough of it for today. MHM, and about your harsh words to Midoriya yesterday. Nezu asks flatly. You gonna give me a play nice talk? No, I know you already understood the potential repercussions, not that there are any, but if you went any further, I wouldn't tell him to kill himself, in school. Nezu sighs and shakes his head. Do try to recall your training to be a hero. So is he, so he can either be a pussy and quit, or just get over it. Shambles. 5 minutes earlier. Wearing his UA uniform with his right arm bandaged up, Izuku rushes out of the main building, as always, desperate to catch up to Bakugo. Kukin. He calls out, and Bakugo stops just in front of the main UA gate, not turning around to face Izuku. Wait, there's something I need to tell you. Bakugo just silently stands there, back still facing Izuku, not bothering to respond. It's about my quirk. Izuku immediately freezes, questioning exactly what he was about to do. But I promised All Might I wouldn't tell anyone. But it's Kukin. We've been friends for a long time, and I can tell it's killing him inside that he thinks I kept this from him. He thinks I was just mocking him by pretending to be quirkless, but will he even believe me? I barely believed All Might, and he's All Might. The truth is, he finally musters the courage to continue, determined to explain the situation to Bakugo. My quirk was. I don't care, Deku. Bakugo looks back at him over his shoulder, and Izuku can see tears flowing down his face, a mix of rage and sadness on his face. Kukin, he mutters, not sure what he was even seeing. His symbol of victory looked so helpless, like he needed saving. I don't care about your quirk, or you. I can't, Bakugo says surprisingly quietly, as if this is the first time he's admitting it to himself. I failed at everything today. I lost to you of all people, then Ponytail and Glassface tore me apart in the review, and I agreed with them. KAC. Then I saw them fight. He spits bitterly, now turning to face Izuku. I knew I couldn't beat Icy Hot from his first move, then that fucking glass face had to go and crush him, and he's the worst one. Heroes are supposed to give their all no matter what, and the real hero will always win, but he doesn't even try, so why did he win? He wipes his tears with his sleeve and Izuku just stands helpless. But I knew I couldn't win, I couldn't even beat you, how the hell am I supposed to fight them? So I don't care about your quirk, or why you're here, if I only focus on you I'll never beat them, I'll never be the best. So I'm done with you, Deku. He mutters his name quietly and turns around, wiping his tears one more time. Bakugo grips his shirt and declares proudly, I'll work 10 times as hard, I'll keep giving it everything I have. I'll beat Icy Hot, and even Glassface. I'll be the best hero, he desperately pants, trying to catch his breath. And in a smaller, tired voice, he ends the conversation. And every second I spend thinking about you, they get further ahead, so just stay out of my way. Bakugo leaves Izuku frozen in place, unable to say a single word as his mind still can't process what happened. Watching Bakugo walk away, Izuku looks down at his bandaged hand, seeing the tears falling from his eyes onto it. Kuken, you really think you can't win? He mutters to himself. Then what am I supposed to do? He gave me this power and I can't even use it properly. I had to break myself to barely get past you. Izuku looks up, glancing around the walkway to the main UA building, seeing all the statues of UA's founders lining both sides of the path, then looks up at the intimidating building, the learning ground for All Might, Endeavor, Best Genist, and dozens of other top pros. An entire campus of people more worthy than me to have this power. All Might, you should have chosen one of them. He blinks a few times, a dangerous idea popping into his mind. With some hesitation he reaches up to touch his hair, remembering how All Might passed One for All onto him only a month ago. One for All should belong to the next symbol of peace, Horizon. Standing on the beach, Izuku watches the stars in the sky, enjoying the sound of gentle waves crashing and spotting a few people walking along what was a dump site, now a lovely beach thanks to all his hard work. He looks sad and uncertain, but his expression brightens as a voice calls out from behind him. Young Midoriya. He turns to see Yagi approaching him. Sorry I had you waiting, there was a situation nearby that needed my help. Plus since we can't talk on campus because of Horizon this was the only option to meet in person. Oh, it's okay, I needed the time to think anyway, he says, both men now facing each other. Yagi raises a brow at the contemplative look on Izuku's face. Everything okay, kid? Actually, All Might, I don't think everything is. He looks down at his feet, worrying Yagi. Well, spit it out, whatever it is I'm sure we'll figure it out together. That's the problem. Today, after seeing how hurt Kuken was, thinking I'd kept the secret from him for 10 years, I went to go tell him. Oh crap, did you tell him? Yagi seemed more scared than upset, knowing Izuku isn't the type to brag about things. No, I tried, but he interrupted me. Izuku sighs and looks up at Yagi, tears flowing down his face. He said that he didn't want anything to do with me, that he had to focus on Todoroki and Horizon, that even he couldn't beat them, that every second he spends thinking about me they just get further ahead. I see. Yagi raises a finger to his chin. A completely focused mind can accomplish great things. His mindset isn't wrong, but it can be dangerous if taken to extreme levels. Yeah, but that's not what I called you all the way here for. Oh, you didn't want me to go talk to young Bakugo. No, it's about something he said. Yagi quietly waits as Izuku carefully chooses his words. He said that Horizon was so far beyond him, and since he's already so far ahead of me, I don't even know what that makes me. Not to mention Principal Nezu thinks he'll be the next you, the future symbol of peace. What I'm trying to say is, he takes a deep breath and bows. I'm sorry, but I've decided to give him One for All. Izuku expects disappointment, or to get hit, but all that happens is Yagi mutters out I see. He looks up startled to see a sympathetic look on Yagi's face. What? You aren't mad about me wanting to give away your quirk? It's not my quirk anymore, kid, it's yours, and I can't stop you from giving it away if that's what you really want to do, and it sounds like you've already made up your mind. I just think he'll be able to help a lot more people than me with One for All. You're right, Yagi nods in agreement, and Izuku feels whatever little piece of him that was hoping his hero would argue with him get crushed. Horizon is undoubtedly talented, I'd even say peerless, and that's considering most pros say. Want to hear about the first time I met him? He asks oddly cheerfully, ignoring Izuku's watery eyes. Great, Yagi cuts him off. It was as of yesterday, exactly 1 year ago. I know I only told you about him yesterday when school began, but I've known him for a while. Izuku stares in surprise. He's the reason I can stay in my muscular form for so long, and help so many people, a real living miracle, and I thought that before I even knew he could fight. He chuckles. See, I don't think I've ever met someone like him, good at everything, powerful quirk, genius mind, near perfect training from what I've seen, and he has the confidence to always speak his mind. He's a perfect hero. Yeah, Izuku mutters, that's why I'm giving him One for All. Well, almost perfect, Yagi adds, causing Izuku to look up in surprise. What? You thought if he was actually perfect, and I met him before you, that you would have still gotten One for All? Come on, kid, you're supposed to be smart, you must have realized there was a reason, right? With diaresis and epsilon s. Izuku retreats into his mind for a moment, comparing himself to Horizon. But in the end he just shakes his head and feels worse than before. I can't think of anything I'm better at than him. That's the point of One for All, Yagi says. You don't have to be born powerful or talented, you've got the strength of all the previous users, all the previous heroes. No matter who gets one for all, they will have the power of a top pro, and since it enhances any existing quirk in the user, I'm sure Horizon's quirk, whatever it is, would become near almighty. He'd likely save so many people that history will forget about me completely. He's just that capable after all. Yeah, that's what I figured too, but why didn't you give it to him? Because, while one for all can give you the power of a great hero, it can't give you the heroic spirit needed, and the desire to become a great hero. Yagi places a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. I saw that heroic spirit in you, stronger than I've ever seen in anyone, including myself. When you master one for all, you'll have all the power I did, and with your spirit, I can trust you to stay on the righteous path no matter what life throws at you. That's why I chose you. Really? Izuku asks, fighting the tears and clearly about to lose. Yup, Horizon has everything, a perfect life, and is a perfectly capable person, but you've got the heroic spirit I was looking for. Yagi gives a dazzling smile. Izuku breaks down into ugly sobs, causing Yagi to frown. Seriously kid, you need to get your waterworks under control. Sorry, he wipes his face a few times with his sleeves. I just can't believe you'd think that about me. I figured anyone at UA would be heroic enough. Yagi chuckles at that idea. Young Midoriya, you'll soon learn that for many people this is a job, and in Horizon's case, it's not even a job he wanted. Izuku looks surprised at that. I don't know the details, but Nezu worked attending UA into whatever deal they made. That's the only reason he's there. See, he was never any competition for one for all. So of course I'd bet on you to be the next symbol of peace. After he composes himself, Izuku smiles at Yagi. That's exactly what I needed to hear. Thank you. Don't sweat it kid, honestly the fact that you always put others above yourself is what makes you so heroic, but it clouds your vision when you try to objectively compare yourself with your peers. Get that under control along with your quirk and you'll see how fair the playing field is. Really, even with Todoroki and Horizon. Izuku doesn't look convinced, and the way Yagi awkwardly rubs the back of his neck doesn't make him feel better. Well, Todoroki sure, but warping is just plain unfair. He's the only warping hero in the world too, so he'll surely be more popular at the start. You've got a lot of work to do to catch up to him, but the moment you make one for all your own, you'll be neck and neck with your other classmates. Izuku clenches his bandaged fist, already healed to the point of not feeling pain from it, then looks up at Yagi. I'll catch up, and I'll be a great hero. I'll save a lot of people, just like you. Now that's what I wanna hear. Yagi ruffles his hair before pulling him into a hug. You've got a lot more work ahead of you than even I can imagine. If all the supercomputers in Nezu's brain say betting on Horizon is the right move, then your spirit is in for one hell of a journey, young Midoriya. Matani Estate. PFF. Law's MMA gloves smash into the heavy bag. Drenched in sweat, shirtless, and wearing only a pair of shorts and shoes, he continues his evening workout. The stars are high above the ocean, offering an incredible view through the wall of windows in his gym. PFF. Another barrage of punches with pristine form. Booster shot, he mutters, and a surge of healing energy permeates his body. Not finding anything to heal, it enhances what is already there. Bam! His strong right slams into the heavy bag, with so much force that the 400-pound-181 kg bag swings and nearly becomes parallel to the ground. Then the top of the bag rips, and it goes flying for a few meters away. A clear tear in the leather where his gloves connected. Fuck, another one, he mutters while feeling his extremely temporary enhanced strength rapidly fade as the bag skids to a stop a few meters away. He looks down to see sand already leaking out of the bag. I'll pick up a new one tomorrow, should get one that power types use anyway. He mutters while walking away, taking off his gloves. Whilst Booster Shot was energy intensive and extremely short-lived, it did allow him to increase his strength a respectable amount. Still, nothing compared to what actual power types like Sato could unleash. At best it allowed him to unleash 3 times his base strength, while Sato has an x5 increase in strength at a minimum for 3 whole minutes from one activation of his Sugar Rush quirk. Horizon only has x3 increase for a few seconds at best, and that's after non-stop training this past year. Barely any increase at all from what it previously was. Only good for one clean hit, otherwise it simply wasn't economical to use stamina for it. Not like I enjoy brawling anyway, but Booster Shot really needs improvement, he mutters while considering how weak his enhancement is compared to the rest of his classmates, mainly Sato and Kiri's Hima. After getting cleaned up, he's sitting in his massive kitchen at the counter. The entire open floor of his living and entertainment area was furnished, seemingly full of life, a perfect family home built at his request. But it was cold and empty. And the man who has everything, the perfect life, the perfect quirk, the peerless talent, everything people assumed when they saw or met him, he sat alone at the kitchen counter eating a massive plate of lasagna, quietly listening to the news about Best Jeanist resolving a hostage crisis hours ago. Just glancing up from his phone, he takes another bite of his food and looks across at the picture he brought down to have dinner with. The picture Nezu had saved a year ago and brought to him, the only physical picture he had left, as everything else was on his phone or in isolated hard drives in safe houses. He, Corazon, and Kiku, at the beach after a certain surfing trip. Placed in a simple picture frame and stood upright on the counter to face him. So while his classmates were having dinner and chatting with their families, he did the same. So, today was my second day at UA, he says, seemingly to nobody, but his parents were always the people he could talk to about anything, and this is the closest he could get to that. It wasn't bad, some of my classmates seem nice enough. I think they know not to get in my way, so that's good. He takes another bite of his food. I got the lasagna recipe right? Well, I perfected it a while back, but it's the first time I've made it in this house, you know? Can't wait for you guys to try it. He sees the new story change to Gang Orca. Yeah, I already have everything ready, just need to get to the sports festival and take the spotlight. After that everything should run normally until I get my provisional license next year. UA lets second years take the test, but I'll try to talk Nezu into letting me take it early. I'm sure he'll like the idea. He chuckles. He finishes his meal quickly after that, cleans up, then takes the picture and warps into his bedroom. A massive bed with gray sheets, easily capable of comfortably holding 5 people of his large size. Plugging in his phone to charge, he lays in bed and takes one last look at the picture, eyes focusing on his parents, shaking his head at the memory of those words his mom said, and how true they are now. I really am a lonely god, he mutters sadly. But it's only for a few more years. I'll bring us back together. I'll fix this, then we never have to set foot in Japan again. He rolls on his side and places the picture frame in the drawer of his bedside table. And now I need to go back to pretending like you aren't who you are, as if I could ever be ashamed of you, he says in disgust at the thought. Turning off the lights, he takes one last look at the clock, groaning as he sees it's almost 2 a.m., then covers himself in the blanket and closes his eyes. Just a few more years being a lonely god, -1 a classroom 8 a.m. Horizon leans forward lazily on his desk, idly scrolling on his phone, constantly fighting his desire to take a nap as people chatter all around him. I'll take a nap on the roof during lunch. I got too into my training yesterday, again. He shakes his head and straightens up, feeling Eraser walking down the hallways toward them. Doing a quick scan around campus, he doesn't feel All Might anywhere, but he notices a massive crowd at the front gate of UA. The joys of being a celebrity hero, and most of those morons never wear a mask, so those people and villains can just show up at their house. He looks around the classroom, recalling how only a handful of his classmates bothered to wear masks, at least of those who could realistically hide their identities. He didn't judge people like Shoji, hiding all the extra arms was pretty much impossible, but he did question why they'd ever become a hero when they knew hiding was impossible. He turns to his side and calls out to his seatmate, "Hey Tokoyami." The bird boy looks over at him and gives a polite nod. "Yes. Why'd you decide to become a hero?" he asks in an obviously tired voice. "Oh, that. My quirk can be difficult to control, dangerous in fact." Tokoyami summons Dark Shadow, who happily waves at Horizon, looking more like a docile puppy under the morning sunday. "The darkness in my heart is vast. I hope proper hero training can allow me to control the demon within." Horizon looks between the edgelord and his currently adorable quirk a few times and just nods. Quirk control, that's pretty cool I guess. What about you? Tokoyami asks. "Oh, family reasons, and I made a deal with Nezu that I'd join UA, Horizon shrugs. Wait, Zero swivels around in his chair to join the conversation, leaning forward on Tokoyama's desk. "So the principal was the one who asked you to join, not the other way around. Why would I ever want to come here?" Horizon asks genuinely, and all the people around him aren't too sure how to feel about that, about him disregarding what many of them had been dreaming about all their lives. Zero chuckles nervously. "Well, you guys have a lot cooler reasons than me. My family has always been poor, figured this would be a good way to change that," he shyly admits. "That's actually a really good reason, certainly one of the very few that I respect," Horizon says. "Plus you have a real mask to protect them, better than most." His response surprises those who were listening in, not expecting him to react positively to what many would deem a hollow desire. "Wait, what do you mean the masks protects?" Zero is cut off as Eraser enters the room. "Get to your seats and quiet down," he loudly announces, walking to the desk at the front of the class with a tall stack of papers in his hands, sleeping bag draped over his shoulder. Within seconds everyone is silently facing the front of the classroom, their sleepy teacher yawning as he glances about. "Yeah, me too," Horizon thinks, feeling sleepy as well. "Alright, listen up, now you'll have to make a decision that will determine your future, so think very carefully about this." Horizon raises a brow at this while everyone else stiffens nervously, now wary of Eraser's record of expelling students. "You need to pick a class representative." The entire class bursts into chaos. Everyone trying to prop themselves up, yelling and shouting, small arguments breaking out. Horizon closes his eyes to tune it all out, until Bakugo starts yelling. And suddenly it felt like someone was hammering away at his skull. "Shut up!" The entire class falls silent and stares at him. Taking a breath, he turns in his seat to look at them, half of them standing where they were to lobby for themselves. "Write your vote on something and put it on the desk at the front of the class, quietly. I'll count them up, just stop making noise, it's annoying." Sensing the irritation in his voice, nobody argues, simply returning to their seats to prepare their votes. Eraser opens his sleeping bag and starts getting into it. "I don't care how you do it, just have an answer before my nap is done." Horizon gets up and walks toward the front of the class, waiting not so patiently for everyone to submit their votes, and one by one they begin flooding in. Some people like Bakugo only take as long as it would to write his own name on paper, surprising absolutely no one. Others, he could tell, were overthinking it, having some sort of internal struggle. He rolls his eyes at Aitsa, who was shivering and sweating at the back of the class, pen shaky in his hand as he considers the options. What am I supposed to do here? Aitsa racks his mind. Obviously I'd love this position, the first step in being a great leader of heroes like my brother, the first step in living up to the Aitsa family name, but am I ready? He looks across the room to see Izuku. He's certainly a lot more heroic and perceptive than I am, sacrificing himself to save Eureka at the entrance exams, and he was able to figure out the rescue points part of the test, while I just ran away and thought about myself. He feels shame bubbling up at those memories, the shame of not being the hero he thought he was. The hero he wants to be, a hero just like his brother. To be ingenium. He looks to the back of the room, at Momo and Todoroki, recommended students, certainly above me. Both powerful and having great analytical minds, nearly peerless. He looks toward Horizon at the front of the room, idly standing by as Ajui submits her vote. Nearly, but he's even above them. Aitsa recalls the first time they met Horizon, all the things he said that made them disgusted and angry. His attitude is appalling, unbefitting of a hero, nothing at all like my brother. But he is capable, and a class representative is supposed to be a leader. Someone we look toward in times of crisis or for more mundane activities. My attitude and style will certainly be better for the day-to-day operations of our class, but if a crisis happens, Horizon is easily our best bet as a leader. Aitsa massages his temple, a thin sheen of sweat on his face. Horizon showed he can lead, and has the respect of the classmates at the least. With one command he organized this vote and took charge, and I just sat here and hesitated. If that were a dangerous situation I could have cost us lives. Aitsa grits his teeth and begins writing. Heroes make the best choices to save the most lives, and I'm not quite there yet. He swallows his pride and makes the only logical choice. Alright, Horizon claps once to get their attention, stopping all the murmuring. All 19 votes are in, let's get this over with. These are the top 3 votes. He begins writing on the board. Horizon 6 votes. Momo 2 votes. Izuku 2 votes. Horizon isn't surprised at all. I didn't make any effort to actually get votes, but the main thing people are being judged by is likely the battle trial we had yesterday. And since I crushed that they voted for me, plus Nezu's big speech about me being the next great leader of heroes certainly helps a lot. Guess this was inevitable. He looks back to see everyone trying to theorize who voted for who, and some lamenting their lack of votes. Yeah, I would have definitely given the responsibility for these people over to someone like Aitsa since he has a stick shoved all the way up his ass, but this'll look pretty good when I'm being scouted. Not that I need the help, but every bit counts. And a perfect school record will still hold value. Guess I'm class rep, he decides in barely a moment. Bakugo is sitting at the sight, balling his fist so his palms don't start crackling. Wow. Kaminari gawks. You got 6 votes. Yup. Horizon shrugs and lifts the stack of papers they submitted. Feel free to come count them if you want. Give me those. Bakugo rushes up and takes the votes and counts them. Arg. He scorches them in his hands then stomps back to his seat. Guess it's legit, Kirihime chuckles. Anyway, we've got a tiebreaker, so I guess I'll go with. Eureka's hand shoots up as she springs to her feet. Shouldn't we decide as a class? No, because I didn't vote earlier, Horizon says. I would have voted for Aitsa by the way, but I'll use it to get Momo as my second seat. Momo's eyes widen in surprise, the most capable student in their class actually choosing her. She could almost feel her cheeks burning. And Aitsa is dumbstruck at Horizon's words, expecting what he saw as their clear distaste for each other to make that possibility impossible. And a soft smile forms on his face as he realizes that who he saw as the only real choice for this role, also saw him in a similar light. That's why you said 19 votes earlier, Jiro realizes. Plus I didn't see you write anything, not that you would have to since you're counting. Oh, okay, Eureka says, failing to hide the disappointment in her voice, and sending an apologetic look at Deku. Ugh, Horizon rolls his eyes. Look, I know you wanted your friend to win or whatever, but this isn't about who you like, it's about who is right for the job. If you only think with your heart you're gonna get people killed because when they need a hero that will make the right choices you're gonna let feelings guide you. So how about instead of always propping up that loser you work on yourself and become someone worth voting for, because right now, it's pathetic how you follow him around like a lost puppy. Eureka just sits down and places her hands in her lap, staring down at her desk and trying not to cry, eventually quickly failing. And now it's crying, whatever, Momo, congratulations. Momo wants to feel proud of herself for being elected, but looking across at Eureka who was quietly being comforted by Aitsa, then to Horizon at the front of the room, she wasn't quite sure if she made the right decision voting for him. A sentiment shared by many people. Alright, Eraser stands up in his sleeping bag and unzips it, walking over to Horizon. Congratulations or whatever, these are yours. He gestures to the stack of paper from earlier. Fill them out before the end of the day and return them to me. Horizon doesn't react and simply takes the stack of paper. Then Eraser sees Eureka crying and sighs. Every time you get up here and address the class someone starts crying. What you said wasn't entirely wrong, but you don't always have to make people cry. Part of being a hero is making people feel better. Almost everyone nods along. TCH, Horizon sees Eureka wiping her tears and shrugs. Heroes also have to be tough, she'll get over it. Your path is gonna be a lot harder this way, just saying. Anyways, make your first address as class reps then get ready for first period, Eraser says before leaving the room, and a moment later Momo is standing beside Horizon. For the first time she realizes how imposing he is, never really standing beside him before. her head barely reaching his neck, she could certainly disappear behind him. A feeling that she's had since the first time they met. And one that's only gotten stronger each day. Well, I guess I'll go first, Momo says nervously, giving everyone her best smile. As your class vice representative, I pledge to solve as many of your issues as possible within my power for us all to have a comfortable and productive learning experience. That way we can all become our greatest selves and be great heroes in the future. She gets a chorus of resounding cheers from the class. And everyone silently turns to Horizon, hoping for something similar. No, fuck all of what she just said, he says dryly, causing everyone to just stare blankly. You're training to be pro-heroes, people that the useless general public look toward as problem solvers. That training starts now. Do whatever you can within the rules to solve your own problems before you come whining to either of us. Got it? They nervously nod along. Good, he continues. We aren't here to babysit you. Don't only depend on other people. If you've done your best and still need help with something, then come to us, but only for things within our responsibilities. That's all. He takes the stack of papers and returns to his desk, silently filling them out. Low chatter begins once more, but the class eventually agrees with him, not wanting to be heroes that had to rely on others, but heroes people could rely on. Maybe he won't be that bad, Momo thinks as she fills out her own vice representative form. What? Horizon startles awake, nearly rolling off his spot on the roof as alarms start blaring. Sitting up, he immediately opens a room, not sensing any fights taking place. A mob, he senses dozens of people rushing the front of the school. Shambles. One of his throwing cards appears in his hand and he immediately throws it across to the other tower. Shambles. He swaps with the card before recalling it, casually walking to the edge of this tower and looking down. AHH, the hero-worshipping trash broke in, he mutters, watching the press desperately scramble like the ants they are, Eraser and Present Mike already blocking them from the main doors. So much for the UA barrier keeping them out. Wait, he shrinks his room down until only the main campus and the main gate were inside, then focuses on the main gate. They broke it? Guess one of them has some serious balls, not bad. After a few minutes the police arrive, quickly kicking the intruders off UA property and clearing them from the sidewalk. And moments later Nezu, Midnight, and Recovery Girl walk out, moving toward a pile of rubble where the main gate was. Horizon stays on the roof, watching the pros inspect the gate, until Nezu turns around and looks up at him, seeing him standing on the ledge, his toes at the edge of a 15-story drop to the ground. All the others turns around, and he sees Recovery Girl and Present Mike panic before Nezu gestures for him to join them. Alright, he throws down a card, and a moment before it reaches them swaps to it, then summons it back to himself. So you really can warp, Midnight says, her sexual persona cast aside to deal with this serious matter. Among other things, Horizon says, looking down at Nezu. You need something. Could you take a look at this for me? You may see something we don't. Nezu gestures to the pile of rubble where the gate was, appearing like black sand. Sure, Horizon walks up and touches the rubble. Scan. This is the gate, 3 feet of solid steel, disintegrated. Disintegrated. Eraser asks in surprise. We know the quirks of all the press that was here, none of them could do that. And even if they could, they wouldn't, Mike adds. They know how illegal it is to just use your quirk in public without a hero license, and especially how bad it could get if you attack UAA with circumflex nuo beta epsilon. I see, Nezu taps his chin and considers his options. Closing school for the day could cause a panic over nothing, and this isn't the first time a villain would have done something like this. The teachers and upper-year hero course students can handle the run-of-the-mill villains. Once the main campus hasn't been infiltrated, we should be fine. How do you want to proceed? Recovery Girl asks. Let's have a full sweep of the main campus. He turns to Horizon. Can you check for anyone suspicious or new, or any destruction like this at least? All the other staff look toward Horizon, not sure what the hell Nezu was talking about. Sure, Horizon shrugs, much to their surprise. Room? He expands his room 500 meters in every direction, with him in the middle as always. Enough to cover the 4 main towers and all the training fields and courtyards directly around them, and since his room is a massive sphere, he also got the sewer system. Scan? He focuses for a few seconds, then shakes his head. Nothing new or destroyed, aside from one person. All the staff stands on edge at that, Eraser and Midnight ready to rush into action. Is 13 in the staff lounge? Horizon asks, and everyone relaxes. So you really can do that, huh? Eraser says. And yeah, 13 is here as a guest lecturer. Nezu bribed her with a fancy new facility and a big budget. Nezu smiles proudly at that. Nothing but the best for my students, of course. Right, well, I only scanned everything for a few hundred meters around me, sewers included. I can expand my range if you want. The security system can handle the rest, Nezu says. This building is where most of the students are, so it's our main priority. But right now you all need to get to class. Lunch is about to finish. You should get to class, Horizon. And congratulations on the election. Horizon rolls his eyes. Right, as if you didn't plan that. Nezu smiles innocently. I have no idea what you're talking about. Whatever. Shambles? Wow, Present Mike says as Horizon leaves. Playing hide and seek with him must have sucked. I don't know. Midnight smiles lecherously. I bet he could find all the best spots. Recover Girl smacks her in the shin with her walking stick. Eraser just shakes his head. Let's just be glad he has whatever he just did. The security system can do the rest. And at least now we know a bit more about his warping. He can just find something and decide to move it. There's warping, then there's that. I told you he's impressive, Nezu boasts. Plus I'm sure it will make your rescue training lesson a breeze for him. I'll probably have to stop him from warping the dummies out, just to make sure he knows the procedure. Isn't he a doctor? Midnight asks. I figured he'd know how to take care of people. Recovery girl frowns. His bedside manner is by far the worst I've seen. Well, there was that one surgeon I worked with for a while in Central Hospital. He was also horrible, and we know how that turned out. The important thing is that this campus is safe and we're learning more about our students. Nezu quickly changes the subject from recovery girl's story. I think it best for Izoa to join All Might and 13 for rescue training later. Better safe than sorry. I agree, Eraser says. I'll go talk it over with them so everyone is on the same page. After making a quick detour to the washroom, Horizon takes a casual walk into class, letting his body wake up after that refreshing nap. Walking past Class 1B's homeroom, their neighbors, he can't help but stop in front of the glass panels separating them from the hallway. Freezing in place, he slowly turns, seeing one of the students finishing up a snack, or more like starting a snack. With white hair and void black skin and features, only his smile and eyes standing out on his shadow-like body, the boy was sitting at the second-to-last seat in the back of the first column, eating a cookie, a meter-wide chocolate chip cookie. I need this in my life. Horizon mutters and immediately walks to the back door of Class 1B. With 3 quick knocks he pulls the door open, thankfully not sensing any teachers on this floor yet, so he had some time. Yo. He leans into the room and casually waves at everyone, and the entire room falls silent as everyone turns back to stare at him. Oh hi. The orange-haired girl in the back of the first row greets him, only a meter away from him. Can I help you? Yeah, I'm Horizon, the 1A class rep. Just wanna know where he got that. He points directly to the massive cookie. Please tell me Lunch Rush sells those. Sorry man. Kurohiro turns around and smiles apologetically. Yui made this. He gestures to a girl at the front. Short black hair and a blank expression on her face. Bakery quirk. Its size. Hi, I'm Kendo by the way. The orange-haired girl greets him with a handshake. I'm the class rep for 1B. Nice to meet you. Horizon steps into the room and shakes her hand, and suddenly Kendo's looking up at him. Scan? He immediately senses the odd telomeres, bones, and stem cells in her hands. Oh, big fists, he asks. Kendo's eyes widen in surprise as they break the handshake. How'd you know that? Lucky guess, he shrugs. Anyway, I should get out of here. Vlad just left the teacher's lounge with Eraser. Really sucks that I'm stuck with Tailboy and Deco while you guys get Cookie Girl. He sighs and begins leaving. Wait, Kendo says, causing him to stop and turn back to her. Since you know mine, what's your quirk, Horizon? Kendo raises a hand and enlarges it to the size of a car door, flexing it, and then brings it back to normal. That's fair. My quirk is called Hand of God. It lets me do a lot of things. 1 seat away, Ibara, a girl with green vines for hair, flinches at the blasphemous name, while everyone else just looks confused. A lot of things like what? With a name like that it has to be strong, right? A silver-haired boy excitedly asks, eyelashes so long it appears as if he were wearing a domino mask. Kendo sighs, and this guy with no manners is Tetsu. He gets excited meeting new people. And you're the first person from your class we've met. Tetsu says. Right, well I figured you'd meet us at the sports festival anyway, but yeah, my quirk lets me do things like warping, healing, telekinesis, invisible bullets, and a few other things, Horizon says, enjoying their looks of disbelief and amazement, unsure if to believe something that impossible. Oh, you're that guy, a girl with green hair says, only 156 centimeters tall, Setsuna Tokage. What guy? Well, there was some chatter about a student that can warp, she says. I heard some people talking about it. They thought it was a 3rd year, but apparently this debunks it. So it's you. I guess so. Apparently word got out faster than I expected. People love to gossip about what the hero course quirks can do, Kendo says. I've even got a friend in the 2nd year that heard about you, but the rumor started when someone heard ectoplasm talking, so nobody knew who it was. Makes sense. Well now if anyone asks you know who to point them toward, Horizon says casually, as if it wasn't the most sought after quirk in the world. So how does it work? Tetsu asks. Like do you open a big magic gate and walk into it or something or what? Horizon sees everyone staring at him expectantly and beneath his visor he can't help but smile, always willing to have some fun with new people. I'll show you. He walks toward the window at the far side of the room, and looks toward the massive open training field. 400 meters of dirt before a concrete wall, and behind it a massive grass field. Tetsu, do you see that field out there? He points out the window, and everyone follows his directions to stare at it. Yeah. Room? For 500 minutes in every direction, his room opens up. Good, get ready to take a picture. He turns back to Tetsu and raises his hand, ready to snap his fingers. Shambles? The boy disappears, swapped with a small rock the moment he snapped his fingers. Wow, people gape and yell out in surprise, never expecting to actually see a warping quirk in person. Where'd you send him? Kendo asks, concern in her voice. Outside. Shambles? They swap back, and Tetsu has his phone in his hand. That was so weird. 1 second I'm here and the next I'm out there. He points to the window, then shows them all the pictures he took from the grass field. A chorus of praise echoes out before Horizon feels Eraser and Vlad walking down the hallway. I need to get going, teachers are almost here. He begins walking away. If you guys ever wanna trade, I'll give you Tailboy and Naval Laser for Cookie Girl, he casually says without looking back. Yui says, still not talking but expressing something. Nobody was completely sure, but they had a fair guess when Ibara looked at her with clear worry in her eyes. Really, the blasphemous boy. Ibara just frowns and decides to ignore it. I'll pray or her to make better choices in the future. As Kendo is getting her class under control, trying to get their excitement down after Horizon's quirk display, Horizon walks back into 1A to see everyone standing around chatting. Get to your seats. Eraser is in the hallway. He walks to his seat while everyone scrambles about. A moment later, Eraser walks in a starts class, getting everyone ready for rescue training and handing out their hero costumes. And now they were all just standing outside waiting for Eraser to bring the bus around and take them to 13. Horizon was standing beside Momo, both in full costume like almost everyone else. Only Deku had his PE outfit on since his costume was destroyed. He just stands back while Momo adds him to a class group chat, other students scattered about having light conversations. So you really like this class rep stuff, huh? Horizon asks, watching her put his number into the group chat. Well, it's best to stay on top of things and proactive, being prepared is always a must. She gives him a beaming smile. That's why I voted for you, Jiro adds as she joins them, Mina and Kaminari beside her. I figured you'd be super responsible with us. Just don't babysit them too much, Horizon says. Yeah, I'm with Horizon on that, Mina adds. He made a pretty good point earlier. He actually almost always has a good point. He's just a total jerk at expressing it. Really? Horizon asks jokingly. You guys have only ever seen me be either nice or neutral. You really wouldn't want to see me actually try to be mean. Those words send a shiver down their spines. So who do you guys think the third pro is? Aizawa is supposed to be taking us to meet them and All Might, right? Jiro asks. I hope it's midnight. Kaminari cheers, immediately joined by Zero a few meters away. It's 13, Horizon says flatly. 13. Eureka screams, as if trying to rival Mike. Horizon tunes out her and Deku as they begin having a fanboy meltdown of some kind. How do you know it's 13? Ajui walks up and asks, now joining the circle. Nezu asked me to do a quick check of the main campus earlier after the alarm scare. Found her. Eraser mentioned she's here as a guest teacher. Something about Nezu giving her a dream facility or something. He shrugs. Wow, they asked you to check the school. That's a pretty big responsibility. Principal Nezu really trusts you a lot, Ajui points out, and everyone nods along. I just had to check if anything was off with the main campus building. Eraser's here. Horizon nods toward the bus before it even rounds the corner for them to see. Did he just sense it? A few people wonder as it stops in front of them. All right, everybody in, Horizon orders, and everyone silently boards. He and Momo board last, entering to see the open layout in the first half of the bus. He spared an odd glance at the small robot driving the bus with Eraser in the seat behind it. How far away is this place? Only 3 kilometers, should only be a 5-minute drive, Eraser says as everyone gets seated, with Horizon and Sato sitting beside each other in the front while Momo moves to sit with Jiro in the middle. Horizon leans back to enjoy a quiet ride, an impossibility with his classmates, and naturally, the conversation drifts toward heroics. Opposite him, Kirishima sighs, man, I hope I can do something to stand out today. It's hard enough trying to go pro with just my plain quirk, but the competition in this class is insane. Well, at least you don't have to worry about Bakugo, Ajui says. He's way too loud and violent to ever get public support, especially considering what his quirk is. Bakugo's eyes snap open. He leans forward to respond, but just decides to bite his tongue and sit back. Not in the mood to compare himself to the obvious competition, glaring at Horizon sitting close to Ajui. This reaction doesn't go unnoticed by Deku, who just looks down at his lap, kneading the fabric of his PE clothes nervously. Yet Todoroki and Horizon are the main competition, Aoyama says. And Moi, of course. My naval laser is stylish, flashy, and powerful. The people will be sure to love me. Too bad you need a diaper, Horizon mutters, causing everyone to laugh lightly. Then I guess that leaves Todoroki, Sato says. Fire and ice in one quirk, pretty hard to compete with. I mean, I'm in an even worse boat than Kirishima, at least his hardening can look cool. If you stack enough wins it doesn't matter, Horizon says. Endeavor is intolerable but he's got by far the most resolved incidents in the world, even more than All Might. Yeah, it helps that his quirk is flashy, but the commission uses raw numbers to calculate rank too. Easy for you to say, Kaminari groans. Your quirk is warping, that's like a golden ticket into the top 10, plus all the other stuff you can do, and you're good in a fight too. Honestly man, it's like you were grown in a test tube to make us feel bad. I kinda was, Horizon says flatly, causing everyone, including Eraser, to stare in worry. Not the test tube thing, but my parents have been teaching me since I was 5, homeschool and all that, everything from the basics to medicine to combat and quirk training. Not much of a surprise that I'm so much better, he shrugs. Todoroki frowns at that description, memories of his horrendous childhood with Endeavor surfacing, the thought that he and Horizon weren't that different slowly forming in his mind. A dangerous assumption. That explains why you're so much better at this stuff, Zero says. You've been at it for like 10 years, most of us didn't start training till a year or 2 ago, most of the other students nod in agreement. It helps that your quirk is super cool, Mina says. But I guess all the homeschooling and training explains why you suck at making friends, huh? Excuse me. Horizon leans forward to look at her. What do you mean? Mina raises her hands in surrender. Nothing personal, just, people respond better when you're nice to them. You're super abrasive and direct, not cute at all. It doesn't matter, Horizon says. All that matters is competency, everything else is secondary. Oh, Mina gets a thoughtful look, the pieces finally coming together. That explains why you suck at making friends. You just don't think social skills matter. She snaps her fingers, solving the case. Why would I care if we're here? Eraser announces as the bus comes to a stop. Stepping off the bus, they're immediately greeted by an absurdly massive concrete dome. The massive simulation area Nezu had constructed to 13 specifications. And standing in the middle of the massive red pathway leading into the fancy orange entry doors is the hero herself. Space Hero, 13, looking like an extra puffy astronaut in her white spacesuit-themed costume, complete with a black bowl-like headpiece with 2 large white eyes. Deku and Yurika immediately go into full hero worshipping mode as Horizon walks behind everyone with Eraser and Shoji, not paying much attention to 13's speech as she explains the facility. So one big dome with a half-dozen natural disaster environments built inside. Pretty smart to have this, honestly. He couldn't help but admit it was one of the most intricate and clever things he's seen at UA. The Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short. By the time the speech finishes, they're standing inside, at the end of a long and wide walkway leading to a massive set of stairs down to the main floor. A large water fountain is in the exact middle of the dome. A smaller red dome at one end, covered in flame decals. A fire rescue simulation area. A similar dome painted white and blue, the hurricane zone. He also saw a shipwreck zone, a small lake with a medium-sized ship floating in it, and a tall curving waterspout to simulate a waterfall. A mountain and landslide zone with loose rocks, some small steep drop-offs, and crumbled buildings, likely also doubling as an earthquake zone since this is Japan. Room? Horizon opens a 250m room, covering the entire USJ facility and taking a few scans. As 13 is explaining, Eraser stands beside her, noticing Horizon's head moving about, looking between all the different zones. And that's exactly why this facility was constructed. 13 continues explaining. Today you won't be fighting or destroying anything, you'll strictly be using your quirk to rescue and save people. That WA. Shut up, Horizon rudely interrupts and begins pushing through the crowd, head on a swivel looking between all the zones. Hey, 13 yells, you see. Eraser steps forward and raises a hand to silence her. Horizon, what are you sensing? Horizon draws his sword and points at the lake. Something is distorting space at the bottom of the lake, actually, in all the zones. This feels familiar, Horizon thinks. It's still forming, but I've felt this before. Blink, he recalls the warp user in Swiss Vault, how she'd bend and fold space before forming her warp gates. It's a warp gate quirk. Horizon says, I can sense villains coming out. Eraser and 13 are immediately on guard, turning toward the stairs ready for action. Everyone stay together. Eraser says, left. Horizon yells, causing everyone to turn, and a small ball of purple mist begins expanding in the air to the left of them. A deep shrill voice begins speaking through the mist. Amputate. He slashes the air, and as his invisible slash hits the mist, the conflicting commands of space cause the warp gate to collapse instantly. I can close them, he thinks, then immediately dumps more stamina into his room, expanding it another 3 kilometers. Shambles, 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 shambles. What the hell? 13 yells as she's suddenly in Class 1A's homeroom, standing at the front of the class where the teacher's desk was. Everyone else was standing behind their desks with their chairs missing, and Horizon's desk was swapped with Eraser. Everyone okay? Horizon asks, trying to keep his breathing steady so nobody realizes how much stamina he just dumped into that move. Looks like everyone is fine, Eraser says. I need to go alert Nezu. 13 stay with them, he orders, rushing toward the door while everyone is still reeling from what just happened. But before Eraser could even reach the door, warp gate? The entire floor becomes purple mist, rising up, climbing the walls and the ceiling where both Ajui and Zero had already stuck to, reflexively leaping away from the floor. Horizon instantly raises his sword to slash the warp gate, but freezes. If I cancel the gate then everyone could get fuck up. He notices their legs already knee-deep in the purple mist. And if I try to shambles us away while part of us is in it, could it rip us apart? He can't take the chance. And the moment it was completely sealed, they were in a different space. And his room collapsed. Room? Horizon unconsciously says aloud, the moment his feet touch the ground and light hits his eyes, standing in the middle of what looks like a collapsed mountainside in USJ. RNGH, he turns just in time to see a massive hulking villain. 300 centimeters tall and built like a Hulk, black-purple skin with tears exposing the muscles beneath. Its brain was exposed for him to see, with a beak-like mouth. The monster cleared the 24 meters between them in a blink. Amputate? Horizon casually slashes out. His slash reaches the other end of the USJ dome and leaves a line in the concrete wall. Buildings collapse as they were simply in the way, but Nomu remains standing. He stumbles and flinches, but to Horizon's surprise, he doesn't get divided in two. The slash across his chest immediately heals and he swings at Horizon. Shambles? He picks a random rock from the landslide zone and swaps with it, appearing behind Nomu, just in time to see the air pressure from its punch carve out a piece of the mountainside, a 10-meter-wide trench extending for dozens of meters. Superpower, he questions, and expands his room to encompass the entirety of USJ, already hearing explosions echoing out across the dome. What the hell is going on here? He mutters to himself as Nomu instantly turns and rushes him again. An unintelligible shriek is the only sound it makes. It was far too fast for his eyes to keep up, but thankfully that's what his room was for. Shambles? He swaps with a rock directly beside it the moment it swings another strong right hook at his visor. Scan? The moment his hand touches its side, and everything freezes. He feels it shifting from a strong right hook to a backhand at his head, and the rest of the information floods in, and all the information floods in. All my classmates are here in USJ, and the Warp Gate villain is at the fountain fighting Eraser and 13 with a few dozen villains. My classmates are scattered about but look to be holding up, at least for now. But this thing, it's like Frankenstein's monster, a cobbled-together assortment of body parts, fused with science, quirks, and drugs. Its mind doesn't have any sentience, only the ability to follow commands. And its quirk? No, quirks. I can feel multiple quirks. Superpower, it has super dense muscles with a layer of elasticity, shock absorption, and stem cells, super regeneration. That's why amputate didn't work. It healed as my slash was dividing it, effectively healing around the cut before it was finished. But nobody knows how amputate works, they think it's air slash, so this guy wasn't built for me, he was built to kill All Might. But All Might's quirk is an accumulation type, starting from zero and getting stronger through his life. I don't think this thing can hit the same highs, it's more like Deku, starting with a lot of power that can't increase. Superpower. Oh Epsilon. And if it's here to kill All Might, and he isn't here, then why is he attacking me instead of the pros? Horizon feels a warp gate preparing to open down at the fountain. The warp gate villain said whore before I shut the gate in his face, my name maybe? But they can't know about my quirk, a spy? But he probably locked onto us when he first entered USJ, so if I warp everyone anyway he'll just drag us back. Best leave everyone to deal with the fodder while I take care of this guy. If any students or teachers die here my class and graduation could be in danger, and that puts my contract in danger. I'll deal with this guy before sickly All Might shows up and gets hurt even more, or worse, the villains get lucky. I won't let anyone die or get hurt, I won't let some stupid villains put my contract at risk. An obscene amount of information was processed and a plan formulated, all in the time it took Nomu to realize Horizon had warped to his side and touched him. Shambles? He narrowly warps away from a vicious backhand, another swath of destruction carved out by the air pressure. The hurricane zone would have been perfect for this fight. I could have used the rain, but I can't feel it, so power is probably out in a few places. He constantly flickers about, evading strike after strike while slashing into Nomu. No, he feels the warp gate villain opening a gate and immediately slashes down in its direction, toward the main plaza and water fountain. Amputate? The slash cleaves through the entire mountain zone, dozens of meters of solid rock before hitting the air and reaching all the way to the fountain, slamming into the warp gate and closing it. Their game of extreme tag continues. Every time Nomu would swing Horizon warps away and slashes. The entire mountain zone was slashed and smashed to pieces, becoming more and more unstable by the second. This thing isn't alive, so let's try something drastic. He sees Nomu turn and beeline toward him with a left hook, grips the hilt of his sword tightly, and prepares himself. Shambles? One of his throwing cards appears in his left hand and he throws it above himself, and the moment the punch is inches away from his visor. Shambles? He swaps with the card, appearing directly above Nomu's exposed brain. Incision. He yells and thrusts his sword down into Nomu's brain, feeling the super regeneration trying to literally push the blade out of its body. Counter shock. Arcs of blue electricity flow down from his hands and into the blade, reaching the brain and spine of the Nomu. Shit, Shambles. He disappears with a rock meters away as Nomu reaches up to crush him in a massive hand, not even fazed by a shock to the brain. Their battle continues as Horizon tries to form a new plan. I haven't sensed a warp gate for a minute. Eraser must have used his quirk on him. That means if I take this thing down there and he blinks things could go very badly. I'll have to deal with this solo, but since it has no organs, it's just a ball of muscles and nerves, not to mention if I remove the brain it'll probably grow back. I need to think of something drastic. Horizon predicts an obvious grab at super speed, stepping outside of the arc and making direct contact with his blade. Metal against flesh. Incision? Booster shot? He feels the shock absorption kick in instantly, as if he swung a kitchen knife against a steel wall, the recoil rattling his arms. Figured as much. My enhanced direct slashes don't work. It's as if this damn power type was built to counter me. Nomu takes the chance and raises both arms up, slamming down and destroying the landslide zone. Shit. Horizon yells as the entire mountainside begins to crumble, and all of USJ rattles. Shambles? He disappears, swapped with a villain in the conflagration zone before the shockwave killed him. Now within the smaller red dome were a few 5-story buildings, the zone where everything was on fire. I'm not sensing it rampaging anymore, Horizon mutters, feeling Ajiro fighting nearby. The basic thugs around him come to their senses and immediately rush him, proving to be no challenge. The first was just a muscular man, 2 meters tall with large fists. As he tries to land a sloppy punch, Horizon swings his sword, cutting the man's right fist in two, leaving a bloody stump before kneeing him in the torso, knocking the wind out of him, and taking him out of the fight. The final 2 were twins, 2 women with quirks that gave them guns for index fingers, taking aiming and firing a constant stream of bone bullets at Horizon. Trash, he thinks to himself before swapping for one of the women, causing both sisters to riddle each other with spiked bullets. Horizon. Ajiro yells as he lands beside Horizon, clearly happy to see an ally. Dude, what's going on? Just some. Horizon freezes, then looks up to a certain part of the dome. Shit. Nomu comes crashing through the top of the dome, shaking the entire structure and causing spiderweb cracks to spread through the roof of it. Crash. Nomu brings down 2 buildings and tears up the road as he makes his entrance, immediately locking onto Horizon and rushing him faster than either student could see. Shambles? They both swap with nearby rubble as Nomu punches where they were. Ajiro's heart skips a beat when he sees the air pressure of that punch bring down multiple buildings. I'll deal with this, you stay with the pros, Horizon says before swapping Ajiro for a villain near to Eraser. Huh? The man asks confused. Arg, he yells as Horizon stabs him in the leg from behind him. He looks up in time to see Nomu already about to punch him. Shambles, he swaps out for rubble, and the villain he just stabbed become red mist when the punch connects. Okay, let's go, he says to Nomu, challenging the monster. 4 minutes later. Half the class was rushing toward the main plaza, the first to finish up their fights. Most notably was Deku, being carried by Sato because of his broken legs, shattered when he used his quirk to push Mina to safety from falling debris. What's with all the shaking? Todoroki asks, leading the pack beside Bakugo and Kirishima. It's Horizon. Ajiro says, he's fighting some super strong villain, they've been moving between zones and tearing them up. Some people silently nod along, having seen pieces of the battle earlier as they warped and jumped between all the different zones. Bakugo just grits his teeth and keeps quiet, head on a swivel as he feels quakes happening all around them as the duo constantly move their fight. Down in the main plaza, Eraser is panting, quickly running out of energy, one elbow slightly disintegrated, the skin gone to reveal muscle beneath. 13 wasn't faring any better, currently fighting with one hand, the other hanging limply at her side, broken. Kurojiri, get us out of here, Shigaraki demands, scratching his skin to the point of drawing blood, his disheveled blue hair and all the hands attached to his body and face giving an eerie feeling to all the students around. I can't, Kurojiri says. The purple mist man tries to open another warp gate only for it to instantly collapse. Horizon keeps cutting them, we need to kill him, but somehow Nomu still hasn't managed. Damn it, Shigaraki scratches his skin even more, staring at the heroes opposite him as the standoff continues, Eraser having cancelled his quirk for the moment but 13 standing guard with her black hole quirk so he couldn't rush in. He's the secondary target, but we weren't told he'd be this strong. He turns to see a dozen students rushing at him. Todoroki, Bakugo, Momo, Tokoyami, and Kirishima led the pack. As they were ready to jump in and break the deadlock, Horizon swapped places with one of the basic thugs. He ignored everyone and just looked toward the water fountain. Exactly what I need. Horizon, what? Eraser is cut off by what sounds like a massive explosion. A huge gust of wind pushes everyone back as Nomu lands in the plaza, scattering everyone. Eraser blinks, and Shigaraki feels his quirk return. The monster wastes no time rushing Horizon again. Faster than any of them could see, Horizon warps away. Thankfully his back was against the water, causing the air pressure to make a rift along the lake. Amputate. Standing at the fountain, he slashes down with one hand, holding a throwing card in the other. A massive slash reaches out, cutting through Nomu and the water, slicing the ship floating on the lake in two and leaving a thin slit in USJ's dome. That thing is strong, like All Might, everyone thought, and he's been fighting it all this time. Nomu is staggered for a moment before his super regeneration kicks in. Then he immediately turns and digs his bare feet into the stone floor, cratering the ground as he pushes off. Midway through the rush, 2 attacks reach out to intercept before Nomu gets to Horizon. Heaven-piercing ice wall. Bakugo and Todoroki launch their strongest attacks, ice, and a powerful explosion. The heroes and villains alike are amazed by their power, but Nomu just backhands the air and destroys all their efforts. In the same instant that it, ice and smoke are swatted away, causing everyone to crouch down as the wind tried to rip them off the floor. Nomu swings out at Horizon. Before their eyes, he warps Nomu above him, swapped with the card he just tossed over the fountain. Come on, make it rain, Horizon thinks as he feels Nomu now falling, twisting its body down to punch directly under it, inches away from Horizon's skull. Shambles? The moment the punch is about to make contact, he swaps with a piece of ice close to his classmates. An explosion of dust and water forms a mushroom cloud of debris dozens of meters high, as if it were raining. Game over, Horizon says, a vicious smile on his lips, but all they could see was the blank visor as he shrinks his room. From covering all of USJ to only the main plaza, he swaps to one of the water droplets in the air, and swaps Nomu for another. The room shrinks to only cover a few dozen meters around them. Before anyone could realize what was happening, he slozzed out, amputate. Nomu flinches, the cut across its face instantly healing. Change the angle, make the lines cross, separate the pieces, Horizon decides. Amputate. Another clean slash. Shambles? Before it can heal, he appears on the other side of Nomu. Amputate. It crosses the previous slash, effectively cutting a piece of the monster out. Shambles? He fails to warp the piece away before it heals. What the hell is he doing? Kirishima asks as the students stare in wonder, seeing Horizon and Nomu constantly flickering about, but nobody has time to realize or even give a response. After the first dozen slashes, he finally gets the first success, Shambles. A chunk of Nomu's arm swaps for a drop of water and hits the floor. Then another piece of the monster. Then another, and another. No, Shigaraki screams, that's impossible, super regeneration is still active. By the time Horizon was done, the entire floor and fountain were sliced and diced into little pieces, and Nomu was a still living puzzle on the floor, waiting to be put back together. Shigaraki was seething with rage. Damn it, you cheated? Kurojiri, he turns, and finally notices Kurojiri already frozen in a thick block of ice. No. Horizon's room immediately collapses as he drops to one knee. Over 100 slashes in such little time completely emptied out his stamina. Stupid villains. Horizon glances over to his classmates as he takes exhausted breaths, then looks toward the villains. Kurojiri is a popsicle and Shigaraki is already pinned down by Eraser. So much for UA being a breeze, Hanizu. I guess I've got a lot of work to do. He decides, realizing that there were some situations that he just didn't have a proper answer to. Minutes after Nomu was defeated, Kurojiri and Shigarami were already knocked out. All Might and the other pros arrived and quickly swept up the other villains, which leaves us where we are now, with Horizon standing at the fountain speaking to Detective Tsukachi. Are you sure it's alive? Tsukachi asks, looking at the dozens of pieces of Nomu on the floor, all the police officers standing around with disgusted looks, metal cases ready to store the pieces, while others kept loading up villains. It is, Horizon says, it's a walking corpse made from a few different people. It wasn't really alive in the first place, more like the muscles were just getting commands. But it's alive. If you put these pieces in the same box you'll have to deal with it again, so don't do that. Freaky, the detective says, noticing one of the eyes still looking around as part of its head was still intact. What kind of monster would think to even do this? No clue, Horizon says. Now since you know I didn't kill anyone, can I go join the others? Right, I'll be over in a bit to get all the other stories. Taking a rather exhausting walk up the massive staircase and out of USJ, Horizon sees a dozen prison buses parked outside, a small army of police cars accompanying them. Off to the left, he sees all his classmates standing with Present Mike at a UA bus, clearly waiting for him, quietly chattering about their first villain experience. Horizon. Mina yells excitedly, causing everyone to turn toward him. You were super cool in there, the way you cut up that villain. Thanks, he says in a tired voice. We ready to go? Yup, Mike says. We were just waiting for you. Eraser and Midoriya are already at Recovery Girl, 13-2. Great, let's get out of here. Everyone boarded the bus and Horizon immediately gets a text from Nezu. My office, was all it said. Of course. Present Mike sat at the front while the robot was driving, with Horizon only one seat behind him, sitting beside Momo and Jiro. Everyone is still chattering about what they just encountered when Todoroki's voice cuts through the noise. Horizon, his monotone voice silences the bus, sitting closer to the back while Horizon was at the front. Yeah, Horizon asks, leaning back and trying to relax. We know the villains made that creature to kill All Might, but how did you beat it? It was as strong as him. It even shrugged off our best attacks. He glances at Bakugo, who was one step from exploding at the memory. But you beat it by yourself. How? Even Present Mike turns to look at him, not sure what kind of answer to expect. Simple, because I'm better, Horizon shrugs. Everyone just glares daggers at him before he continues explaining. I had to overcome its quirks, shock absorption, superpower, super regeneration, and anything else it had. Power types are easy for me, but the regeneration was a real pain. Without that I could have handled it in one slash. Plus the fact that I had to deal with Kurojiri. Every time he made a warp gate I had to take a second to close it before he decided to move any of you around again. Honestly, it was more of a challenge than I ever expected to face at UA. They look both amazed and horrified that a student could deal with a situation like that. Your reaction in stressful situations is also admirable, Momo adds. You instantly warped us back to our homeroom from USJ when the villains arrived. If he wasn't able to warp us back then, I'm sure you would have done that again. Yup. Man, to think you got the final boss while we had to clean up those street punks. Not that I could have done anything to help. I mean, one of his punches was destroying buildings. I'm not ready for that yet. Kirishima whines. Good job, class rep. Everyone echoes his cheer, and they could slowly feel the distance between them and Horizon widening. No, not widening. They were simply realizing how far ahead he really was. Shoto quietly sits and stares at Horizon. I wonder how much he suffered to become this strong. I can't imagine what he survived. Bakugo just glares out the window, a new sense of numbness spreading in his chest, as if his body didn't have that burning desire to catch up anymore, as if he was slowly realizing how hopeless it was. Aitsu was proud of himself. He now knew for sure that he made the right choice voting for Horizon. And sitting directly beside Horizon, Momo frowns and tunes out Jiro, who was chatting with her. Suddenly there was an infinite chasm separating her, the vice class rep, from the class representative. Her doubts and insecurities about her own value suddenly amplified to heights unheard of for her. Jiro notices the change in Momo's mood and rests an hand on her leg, giving her a concerned look, but Momo just puts on a weak fake smile, not even fooling herself. Stepping off the bus, Horizon ignores everyone and makes a beeline to Nezu's office, quickly entering and laying down on one of the couches, not even wanting to activate his quirk to swap his hero costume. Leaning his sword against the coffee table, he closes his eyes and nods off, taking a small nap while the pros finish up. 2 hours later. Tap tap tap. Horizon wakes up groggily, seeing Yagi standing over him tapping his visor as if it were a fishbowl. Horizon groans and sits up, looking around to see Nezu and Tsukachi on the opposite couch already. How long was I asleep? It's only 5, Yagi says, taking a seat beside Horizon. You've had a long day, makes sense that you're tired. Yeah, from doing your job. Horizon groans, and everyone frowns in response. So why am I here? We just need to ask some questions, mainly about the Nomu, Tsukachi says. Right, go ahead. What can you tell us about it? Pretty much everything, Horizon shrugs. Well, they cobbled together 4 corpses to make it, one was a base and the others for the quirks. Shock absorption, superpower, super regeneration, a perfect all-might killing combo. That matches what Eraser said Shigaraki was boasting about, Nezu says. You got all that from touching Nomu? Yagi asks. Yeah, it was nasty, Horizon says. The thing was a walking corpse, so I didn't mind cutting it up. It wasn't even sentient, only the parts of the brain needed to accept commands were working. The strain of multiple quirks is too much for a body to handle. Something had to give. Any idea of how it was done? Yagi asks, a bit of trepidation in his voice. With medical operations, or did it seem a bit more natural? Horizon raises a brow at that. Well, I could tell it involved a lot of drugs and operations. The pieces were put together and grafted before the brain was rewired. Super regeneration helped pull it all together, but that's a 1 in 200,000 quirk, if it's even that common. Yagi, Tsukachi, and Nezu share a look of relief, glad to hear that it wasn't as simple as someone placing a hand on a villain and giving him multiple quirks. And about Kurojiri? Nezu asks. Warp gate guy, Horizon sighs. Didn't get to touch him, I just kept cancelling his warp gates from wherever I was in USJ at time. It has a pretty obvious tell for me, not the first warp gate I've encountered. Really? Both Tsukachi and Yagi are surprised, but Nezu just nods along. Right, but this was of a completely different nature, Nezu says. Plus this one didn't need an anchor, Horizon adds. Worked by either coordinates or lock-on, not sure. But after I warped everyone back to my homeroom, he pulled us back into USJ. Our feet were already in the mist, so I didn't want to cancel it or try to rip us out. Good call, Yagi says. That could have gone bloody. I figured as much, Horizon says. Then I just cut up Nomu, you pretty much know the rest. I see, Tsukachi finishes writing everything Horizon said. Anything else? Yeah, I think the villains were targeting me. Anything on that? Everyone in the room stiffens at that. There was mention of that from Aizawa, Nezu says. The villains said that since All Might wasn't there, they would kill the secondary target, you. But the fact that they were also able to identify you, that is concerning. Unless they got in touch with one of my patients or something, but that's unlikely, Horizon says. Nobody would hand over a miracle cure. Coupled with the fact that they knew we would be at USJ and who would be there, you've got a leak. Possibly, Nezu says, but I'd rather not jump to that conclusion. We need to have a united front instead of all suspecting each other, especially right now. I just hope you find the leak before I do, Horizon grumbles out. For their sake, I hope so too, Nezu says. Anyway, now we only have to deal with the matter of our PR nightmare. All 80 villains have been arrested and are already en route to Tartarus, including Nomu. And the school was searched, so my job here is done. Tsukachi stands and politely nods to everyone. I'll let you all deal with this while I continue investigating this league of villains. Thank you for all your hard work, Tsukachi. Nezu politely bows to the detective before he leaves the room. After Tsukachi leaves, Horizon relaxes a bit more. So, is this crap stopping the sports festival? Because that really messes up my plan. I think it best that we continue as usual, with added security, Nezu says, ignoring Yagi's worried look. We need to show the public and our students that this incident won't hinder us at all. I suppose that's right, Yagi says. And our students need the opportunity to make their proper debut to the world. Good, because I've had the info packs ready to send to news outlets for a while, Horizon says. When I win the sports festival and everyone is searching my name, they'll find what I want them to find. Careful now, young Horizon, Yagi says. If you're too confident, victory could slip away from you. People are most vulnerable when they think they've won. I'm not arrogant, Horizon says. It's a proper assessment of my skill compared to everyone else I've seen. Honestly, the closest is probably Bakugo, and he's hot garbage compared to me. Well, I'll be sure to watch your performance closely, Yagi says. One thing, since my quirk is warping, it's legal for me to summon my sword right. Completely, after the game officially begins, that is, Nezu says. But if you cause too much damage with it, you'll be disqualified. The same goes for everyone and their quirks too. Easy win then, Horizon says. Well, now that we've handled those things, I just need to figure out the PR nightmare this situation has caused. People are already demanding All Might step down for the safety of the students, Nezu says sadly. Why not tell the truth? Horizon asks flatly. What do you mean? Yagi asks. Well, if you just consider it all at face value, villains made this incredibly intricate master plan expending a crap ton of resources to kill All Might, only to be stopped by a class of first years 3 days into school, their homeroom teacher and a rescue hero that almost never fights. Villains suck and UA looks good and Nezu cuts him off. You'll want us to name you specifically and credit you with taking down their weapon and disrupting their warp gate user, playing an instrumental part in our victory, and putting the spotlight on yourself even before the sports festival. Well, Horizon shrugs. It's not like we'd be lying. But we'd place our students in the crosshairs of any revenge attacks, and antagonize the villains by humiliating them, Nezu points out, a serious frown on his face. That's why I already disregarded this option. While I am proud of my students, we still don't know the full extent of the League of Villains. Yeah, but you'd put most of the heat on me, and I'm certainly good bait, Horizon says. If another attack happens and any student gets hurt, we'd be in a lot more trouble after pulling such a stunt, Nezu says. I already plan to more properly insulate the school and all our teaching schedules. Smart move, Yagi says. And I should make a better effort to actually be here. I got sidetracked doing heroics and wasn't even here when my students needed me. Agreed, Horizon says harshly. You made a deal, honor it, no matter what. Breaking contracts is grounds to be put down, remember that. Yagi just looks at him a bit nervously. Right, yeah. Well, I should get the press statement out, Nezu says. I'll follow Horizon's plan, showing that everyone at UA is capable will look much better. I don't want any students scared to come to our school. Nezu immediately takes out a tablet and types up a proper statement. And 20 minutes later it's posted. Already at 5 million views and it's only been seconds. Nezu chuckles. Horizon's phone immediately begins going off. He unlocks it to see his Yay profile going crazy. And I'm already at 1 million followers. He can't help but laugh. Man, those hero-worshipping idiots are too easy. Hey now, you shouldn't call your fans that, Yagi says. TCH, fuck those sheeple. Beep beep beep. Yagi's phone goes off. He reaches for it so quickly you'd think it burnt him. Emergency Hero Network alert, he says, then his face looks drained of all life as he sees the article. He places it on the table for Nezu and Horizon to see. An entire city block turned to rubble. Dozens of armored trucks and cop cars were crushed and tossed about as if they were nothing. What the hell did that? Where is that? Horizon asks. That was the League of Villains convoy, Yagi says. Apparently they were attacked by something, hit with a EMP and attacked before anyone could respond. No survivors or witnesses, but lots of missing prisoners, including a certain trio. Let me guess, Nezu groans. Shigaraki, Kurojiri, and Nomu. Yagi just nods sadly, knowing this fight was far from over. Sitting in a dimly lit room, All for One is in his usual black formal suit, his head exposed, various tubes inserted into his skin to help keep him alive as he sits with his oldest friend. His head only had a mouth, no ears or other sensory parts, no hair, appearing burnt and battered, like a rotting potato that a child stitched together. The giant 225 centimeters 7 feet 4 tall man, just barely taller than All Might, relaxes in his comfortable chair and listens to Dr. Gariki prattle on about his creations. The man's pride in his Nomu's boundless as always, only second to his admiration of All for One himself. Not even the value of his own life could match those things. Dr. Gariki was a short and portly man with large glasses and a thick white mustache contrasting his bald head. Appearing no older than 60, but in truth, he was the second oldest person on the planet, at over 120 years old, second only to All for One, a being that has existed since the first generation of quirks. Any news, Kayude? All for One asks in a deep yet calm voice, and the doctor just sighs as he looks at the screens in front of him. Honestly, this is a waste of time, the man grumbles, the only person in the world who could speak to the demon lord so casually. I don't get why we even gave that brat those 2 nomas, especially Kurojiri, after we took over a decade to create his warp gate quirk. That damn man-child could never be your successor, master. Tamura is still young, Kayude, he will make mistakes. And get 2 of our nomas caught, the man grumbles. Yes, but we already have someone en route to rescue them, all 3 of them, and collect the simple thugs to make more nomas. To think that I may one day have to work with that child. Gariki begins silently crying at the thought, looking at his dear friend and master with sadness in his eyes. If only I could heal your body, then you could rule forever as we've always wanted. I know, doctor, but that dream died when All Might and I had our last encounter. Now he is teaching, certainly trying to find someone to inherit his power, his next bet for the symbol of peace, so I must do the same and pass everything to a successor. Wouldn't you agree? Gariki sighs, I just wish I could have done more. 100 years of experimentation, yet I can't save the person who matters most to me. I feel useless. No Kayude, it's not your fault. All for One comforts his friend. You are the only person in this world who cannot be replaced, my oldest friend and confidant. In fact, your usefulness has even outlived me, or at least it will. Gariki can't help but shed another tear at those words, but he's unable to accept what forgiveness All for One was offering. Beep beep beep. Gariki turns back to the screen. It seems UA has released a report. Now we can get some idea of what happened at the USJ. Indeed, our Trojan told us one part of the story, but I'd like to see how they spin this tale, All for One says. How will UA handle the media after they've been attacked, and the symbol of peace wasn't even there to help? A difficult situation, but I'm sure Nezu will solve it. A with diuresis nubata. Yes, that high-spec wielding bear mouse, Guriki grumbles as the news report reads the document aloud. If it were possible to create a brain that could handle that quirk, we could dominate the world, easily. Assuming we could even get to him, All for One says. UA has some of the most meticulous and weaponized security in the world, and he never leaves his fortress. It's like a private country within Japan. It's honestly a miracle the USJ attack was even a success. Thankfully you have people everywhere, Guriki says. A few minutes later and the news report is complete, propping up Horizon 13 and Eraser, while putting down the villains for foolishly attacking UA. 80 villains infiltrated, and all were arrested, including their abomination of a superweapon, now publicly known as Nomu. In the end, the villains didn't manage to damage any of the students, and a quick trip to Recovery Girl fixed both pros. Exactly as we heard, it seems his classmate was the main problem, that Horizon kid, Guriki said, not thinking much of the fact that villains were captured. They'd be back soon enough anyway. But to think he beat Brainless and nullified Kurogiri, very impressive. More than just impressive, Kyude, superhuman, All for One says, a vicious smile on his lips. It wasn't clear before, but I believe this confirms it. First Nezu claims he is capable of being the next symbol of peace, then our friend inside tells us his quirk is warping, among other things. But now he has offensive power that I only suspected people like All Might, Endeavor, and Star and Stripe to possess. Quite a scary combo. You think he has one for all? That All Might passed his quirk on to this child. Guriki thinks about it for a moment and can't help but agree. That would explain how he beat Brainless that was built to kill All Might, but how would we know for sure? We already had our people in the Hero Public Safety Commission check. His private record just says Hand of God. Because of Nezu. Nezu? Guriki asks, not putting the pieces together. Yes, he has been blocking all of our contacts. Any attempt we made to track or contact Horizon this past year was blocked. We couldn't tell by who, but it could only be Nezu. We assumed the miracle doctor had friends in high places, but now we know he has a sponsor at the very top of this world. Then it's a good thing we didn't manage to make contact with him to get you an appointment for healing. Guriki sighs in relief. Things could have gone very poorly, and we don't have any way to deal with his warping since it's so instantaneous, with a massive range too. Yes, but this report also made it obvious that Horizon is the next one for all user, he says, confusing the doctor slightly. I'm sorry but I don't follow. The report only said what we already confirmed happened. Guriki says. Yes, exactly. But Nezu would never put a student's name in such a report and antagonize us. Even if he thinks the entire League of Villains was arrested, he would quicker pin everything on the teachers and All Might to make them targets instead of students. This shows his absolute unshakable faith in Horizon to defend himself from any villains we send after him. It's alarming how much confidence he has in the boy, even if it's only so because they believe I'm dead. One for All would explain that level of confidence in the kid for sure. Should we take the bait and attack him? We don't have any more Nomus that can match Brainless, so it'll be a while before we're ready, Guriki says. But taking one for all is worth it. No, that won't work. My body as it is right now can't handle the power amplification of my little brother's quirk. And even if I went in person he could simply warp away. I would need a reason for him to stay in the fight, and hostages don't work since he will simply remove them too. All for One says, then he frowns. I'll have to make things personal, make him want to fight me. Our spy says he's an asshole, so that'll be tough, Guriki says flatly. Honestly, unless we can get Nezu or someone he cares about, I don't see how this will work. Well, luckily we are not alone. I'll contact all the people I can. We'll dig up all the information we can on Horizon. He must have someone or something we can take to piss him off. Every man has something they care about. Oh, and I'll contact the Aoyama family as well. Make sure they know their new role in all of this. And what about the so-called League of Villains? Guriki asks, clearly annoyed at having to indulge All for One's desire to groom Shigaraki. When they escape it will cause much panic, especially considering who we sent and how he operates. It would be best to shift the focus away from UA to ease the mind of those students. The other hero courses across Japan? Guriki asks. Precisely, and it will play into Nezu's plan to make Horizon looks even better. We need him confident in himself to the point that he would fight anyone, and we need UA and All Might safe from media scrutiny. Killing someone is easier if they stay in one place 6 days a week after all, much better than when All Might was running about Japan and Horizon was traveling the world. And how would you like to deal with the other hero courses? Guriki asks. After he gets back from rescuing them we could just warp him into those schools. It'd be easy. No, All for One disregards that idea entirely. Let's ramp up production of Nomus. Tomura needs his own army. He isn't ready to command you or him just yet. Far from it actually. We'll send a few dozen Nomus out to one school at a time, but make sure they're all weak. We want the media shaming the other schools for failing while UA has a first year that was able to stop a monster intended to kill All Might. Oh, and you can collect the corpses to make more. That many will take at least a month. If we needed them capable of accepting orders, yes, All for One says. But these are just wild animals to be unleashed on students to stack bodies. We'll make them quickly and let them run wild until the pros put them down, and Kurogiri will collect the bodies. Guriki smiles at that. That much genetic material will greatly help my research, and a lot of those kids probably have strong quirks too. Not to mention this will further make them believe that I'm dead. Because why would I ever expend resources that don't directly hurt All Might? It's so out of character that it can't be me. He smiles victoriously at the thought of them thinking he's gone. A single move with so many layers, your evil genius is truly unmatched, my friend, Guriki says. Now I need to be ready to operate on many fresh subjects. Yes, doctor, if all goes well I'll have to build you yet another lab. All for one chuckles darkly before loud beeping interrupts them. Guriki takes out his phone and checks the message. Good news I expect, as usual from him. All for one says. MHM, both the Nomus are recovered. Kurogiri is a bit damaged from the ice and brainless, needs to be put back together, Guriki says happily. And Tamura. Oh, the brat is fine too, they're already at another safe house. Guriki immediately begins typing on his computer. I'll start looking into which schools we should hit first. Japan has thousands of hero courses. Aside from Shiketsu, we need to make sure the targets we select have people with useful quirks. Good, and have Kurogiri warp me to their location when the coast is clear. I'd like to go in person to greet them. After all, my presence is the greatest reward I can give him. Guriki nods in agreement. Well, he never fails, and he exists to serve and protect you. Honestly, the fact that his body can handle 7 quirks without any modifications helped make the foundation for my Nomu program. I can't imagine a better bodyguard and attack dog. If anyone deserves to see you in person, it's him. All for one smiles proudly. Yes, I too am quite impressed by him. Gigantomakia, sitting in his kitchen, Law enjoys a simple dinner of white rice, black mushrooms, and grilled chicken. After a long and admittedly difficult workout, Law sits at the counter and turns on the TV, taking a sip of his water as the news starts. Welcome to Shinjitsu News, the anchor starts, a slender older gentleman with water for hair, styled like a constantly flowing waterfall but never reaching past his shoulders or even touching his gray suit. Following the villain attack at UA's disaster simulation facility yesterday, new information has been uncovered. Law takes another sip of his water and continues eating, eyes still on the screen as the man continues. The statement released by UA only hours after the attack has been completely confirmed by the administration. The police have also confirmed via statements and claims the villains made during the attack that they fully intended to attack and kill All Might, our symbol of peace. 77 low-level thugs were gathered as well as the ringleader, a blue-haired man with dried and cracked gray skin and multiple detached human hands gripping his body. He goes by the name Shigaraki as far as officials know. A picture of Shigaraki appears, bound in metal restraints. His quirk is a disintegration quirk. When all 5 of his fingers on either hand touch anything, it immediately begins falling apart, organic and inorganic matter alike. Accompanying him was his presumed second-in-command, the man identified by the name Kurogiri, a villain possessing the most rare and sought-after of all quirk types, a warping quirk, specifically Warp Gate. His real face and body structure are unknown as the purple mist created by his quirk never leaves his body. A picture of Kurogiri appears, bound from head to toe in metal restraints, the purple mist seeping through the gaps in the metal. Guess he needs to move his body to activate Warp Gate. Horizon can't help but smile at that. Another way, Hand of God is better. And finally we have the bioengineered creature, codenamed Nomu. This time a much less clear picture appears, a distance shot from within USJ by one of the few working security drones that were signal blocked from the main campus, but thankfully the cameras worked. The picture was of Nomu standing beside Shigaraki, Eraser, and 13 were in the corner of the frame, surely moments before Horizon entered to finish the fight. This creature was created by horrific means, using 4 separate corpses as genetic material to force their quirks into one being. It has no sentience and is technically dead, a walking corpse only existing to obey commands. Truly these villains have hit depths previously undreamed of by even the most wretched of scum. The man shakes his head in disgust before he continues. A Nigerian Naira-Oi. This creature was created specifically to kill All Might. It had a combination of quirks which have thankfully been identified by the work of Horizon during the fight and the arrogant boasting of Shigaraki. Shock absorption, superpower, and super regeneration. They show a few short clips of Nomu punching, ripping apart the landscape with pure air pressure. Nezu really went all out with building my reputation. Horizon chuckles, fully understanding what the next part of the announcement would be. Thankfully the villains failed to hurt any students, and the pros only had minor scrapes, the man said, sounding relieved and somehow proud. While the ringleader and other villains were distracted for most of the incident, the Nomu was defeated. A picture of the destroyed fountain and diced up Nomu appears on the screen. The remaining thugs were easily dealt with by the students until more heroes arrived, the man says, his voice clearly swelling in anticipation. The leader Shigaraki and his assistant Kurogiri were blocked by the present pros, Eraserhead, and Rescue Hero 13. And the Nomu was defeated, by a student no less. He pauses for a moment, and Loa rolled his eyes. Talk about building hype. That's right, a student from Class 1A defeated the monster that they built to kill All Might. A picture of some students walking back into the main campus, stepping off the bus, appeared on the screen. Clearly shot from beyond the UA boundary in the street, the image was barely visible. Okay, that's more than I expected, Law admits. Seeing a picture of him, dressed in full hero costume, walking beside a slightly blurry Momo and Tokoyami, with a clear arrow pointed at him. This student has been allegedly identified as the Horizon from UA's report, the man says excitedly. Credited with taking down the Nomu which was made to kill All Might Dash, as well as nullifying Kurogiri's warp gate to prevent further havoc and violence. Truly a promising start to the career of a future hero. No other information is known about him and UA won't comment further, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him at the sports festival. Law smiles at that. Yeah, when I win. But sadly the villains were not done here, the anchor says. While the strength of UA's Class 1A and 2 of their pros was enough to defend their students, today has proven that is not the case of other hero courses across Japan. Law sits up at that, not sure what the hell he was talking about. After their bloody and devastating escape from custody yesterday, Shigaraki, Kurojiri, and the USJ Nomu have yet to make another appearance. But a scourge of much weaker Nomus has attacked 7 hero courses today alone. Dozens have been reported dead at each attack, and most of the corpses were taken for what officials believe to be further experimentation and creation of Nomus. The man sounds moments away from crying. Law looks genuinely confused at that. Why didn't they just wait and attack UA again? That doesn't make much sense. It seems that the villains care about more than just killing our symbol of peace, the man says bitterly. They want to destroy all our hopes and dreams, to eradicate our guardians and the great places we've dedicated to training and raising them. They want to kill all heroes, and yes, they are certainly a fearsome foe. The man's expression shifts from sad and somber to determined, almost angry as his flowing water hair begins swirling and bubbling. But we won't break that easily, he yells out, raising a fist to the sky, a fanatical tinge in his voice. UA and their first years of Class 1A have proven that these villains can be defeated. So I'm sure that the pros will capture them, and if they ever have the chance to come face to face with All Might, he'll smash them into pieces and lock them in Tartarus with no issue, as he always does to the scum that threatens the safety of our beloved country. The man tries to catch his breath from his rant that Law would bet surely inspired the masses. Well shit, Law chuckles. That worked a whole lot better than expected, and Nezu really went above and beyond with that picture of Nomu's defeat. Law takes out his phone and sees Horizon's follower count steadily marching toward 3 million, sitting at half that number when he sat down to eat. Heroes live and die by popularity and public opinion, so I'll be living very well. The man finally composes himself, his hair returning to gently flowing streams. However, unfortunately not everyone shares these hopeful views. Public outrage and scrutiny at the security and conduct at the attacked hero courses have never been higher. Pictures of protests and borderline riots appear on the screen. Law rolls his eyes, scared people not sure what to do when their heroes start seemingly failing. Not surprising at all since most of them probably can't even fight some quirkless brat with a knife. The screen then has a picture of crowds holding candles and placing flowers at the gates of multiple hero course schools. Others have come out in force to share their sympathy for the lives lost because of these villains and their monsters. And some are even questioning the capability of the pros at the affected schools, with good reason of course. And a vocal few are calling for All Might to stop teaching and resume his patrols, equating this attack to his lack of presence on the streets. Bullshit, he's always ditching school to babysit you useless fucks, Law grumbles, now finishing up his meal and moving to do the dishes. But no matter the outcome, one thing is clear, the news anchor says. These villains have declared war on all heroes, no matter if you are training or a fully licensed pro, and I know our heroes won't let this stand, so if the League of Villains is watching this, my message to you is, enjoy these last few days of freedom, because they're quickly counting down. Now on to other news, Hawks. Law cuts off the TV immediately. A war on heroes, he considers it for a moment. Well, wars need war heroes on both sides. Guess I've found another easy way to climb the ranks. Now I should call Nezu and thank him for the popularity boost. Friday, 2 days after USJ. Law sat at the patio furniture outside his home. The massive 20m by 10m pool was clear and stagnant under the midday sun, tempting him after his workout. Leaning forward, wearing only his workout shorts, elbows resting on the table as he drinks some water from his bottle, MMA gloves and hand wraps in front of him, new but already torn up from constant abuse. Law leans back and takes a deep breath, body covered in sweat and aching from another successful workout. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough, he grumbles, thinking aloud. I won the fight but I didn't really beat Nomu, not enough, and my style just isn't compatible with something like that. Since the League of Villains escaped with it then I may have to face it, or stronger Nomus in the future. But how do I solve the problem? He takes another large gulp of water and runs through the possibilities. Super regeneration is 1 in a 200 million maybe. I doubt they'll have more Nomus with that. I should focus on the other aspects first. I never thought a power type would be able to make me actually try, but that thing had a serious mix of power and durability. I won, but it wasn't clean, and it was far from economical or efficient, he grumbles, remembering how tired he was after USJ. Law considers the scenario more thoroughly. The main threat was the immense speed paired with my energy expenditure. I've got shambles, amputate, incision, booster shot, scan, counter shock, and injection shock, in addition to the cost of creating and maintaining a room. Amputate, counter shock, and booster shot are by far the most costly, but those are the ones I would need the most to deal with another Nomu, along with shambles to dodge attacks. I need to either develop something that can deal with Nomu's power and regeneration or figure out how to make my moves more economical, or increase my stamina pool even more. He sighs and rubs his head. Fuck, I've rarely really fought power types and they've always gone down in one hit. This super regeneration shit is a nightmare. It takes me months or years to plan and execute new moves, not to mention how long it takes for me to practice enough that I can use them smoothly. Horizon warps his phone into his hand, reading the most recent news alert, the 19th Hero Course attack by the League of Villains and their army of Nomus. Looks like regenerating Nomus are super rare, and none as strong as the USJ Nomu. I've got a lot of offense already. If I'm gonna be a hero, there may be times when I can't move myself or people for whatever reason, and I'm sure an army of monsters with multiple quirks can have a reason or two. I'll need some kind of defensive move for a change. Horizon taps the table for a minute, considering how he could solve this problem, never before needing to consider defense because he could always warp away, but now he actually had to at least pretend to care about other people and their lives. He rolls his eye at the thought. Snap. He snaps his fingers as the thought forms. I don't need to create a new offense if I just upgrade the ones I have. Incision amplifies my slashes. Paired with booster shot, it can slash through a lot of stuff. If I increase my base strength and incision, then I can at least stall better until openings show up, assuming I have to fight that same Nomu again. He quickly opens his phone and searches for Endeavor catches falling car, and he instantly gets hundreds of video results. Tapping the first, he is greeted by a video of Endeavor hovering in the air and catching a car as it falls from the overpass above him, then descending to the ground and gently placing it down, with a lot of obvious effort. Okay, he made that look a lot easier than I expected. Law admits, Endeavor was his gold standard for most things he considers when judging a hero. Perfect quirk mastery, perfect battlefield command, a great strategic mind, and excellent at quirk analysis in battle. Now he had to add this to the list. I don't know if I can tap into my latent superhuman potential to that level, he mutters. Since his quirk works by changing his skin and body structure and giving him a lot more energy, we should be in the same boat. He's like an inch taller than me, but I'm only 190 pounds 86 kg and he's like 260 118 kg. That's a lot more muscle backing him. Law considers this approach, taking a more brawler style in certain situations and using his quirk more sparingly. That's what Endeavor does, and his quirk has clear limits. He needs energy to use it, and he makes sure to space out his big attacks from what Law can see, likely due to overheating, he figures. Certain quirks give passive effects. For example, Aitz's legs are super strong to compensate for the engines in his calves. Other quirks have bonuses that seemingly don't make much sense, like Endeavor and his low-level superhuman strength, even though his quirk is all about fire. This superhuman potential is exactly what Law intended to take advantage of. Since his quirk requires a high level of passive energy in his body, the limits of baseline humans, quirkless people don't exactly apply to him in some regards. This is mainly why he believes quirkless people to be obsolete and that they simply cannot live up to the potential of those with quirks. Because they operate with the now ancient expectations humans had, but now anyone with a quirk could potentially exceed these limits in ways that their quirk simply wouldn't lead you to believe. Quirks are just nature's way of pointing out that your limiters are off, that you've taken the next step to evolve, is exactly how Law would put it. I'll have to bulk up, go from lean 193 centimeters to maybe a few steps closer to Endeavor, but that means. He frowns at the very thought. Fuck, I already eat so damn much because of this quirk, and now I'll have to eat even more, and probably sleep more. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. For the next half hour, Law sits there crunching numbers and ordering a lot more food from his grocery delivery service. Realizing he'll have to drink a second large protein shake every day and either fit 3 more meals into his diet or make his existing meals a lot bigger. I wish I could just photosynthesize, he sighs. Just wake up, drink water, lay in the sun, and enjoy the gains. Lucky dem plants. I bet Ibera can do that if she tries hard enough. Would make sense with vines for hair. Saving his meal and workout plan, Law opens the class group chat for the very first time, seeing over 1,000 unread messages over the last 2 days. Since this chat was only made minutes before boarding the bus to USJ, he can already guess what they were talking about. He sees a few mentions of his name with people tagging him to get his attention, but he just ignores them, clicking the members list for the group to see Momo as the administrator, then scrolling halfway down the list. Gotcha, you're strong but not all might strong. You'll be a good baseline for me to push myself to insane levels of base strength, he says while hitting call on his classmate's icon. A few seconds later, and on the second ring, his call is answered. Hello. Sato asks warily. Yo, Sato, you busy? Wait, who is this? Horizon, Law says, not understanding the confusion. Wait, why isn't your voice all robot-like? It's usually kinda robot-y, Sato says. Law looks genuinely confused at why this was so strange, because I took off the visor since I'm at home. That comes off. Dude, we thought that was your face. Huh? Wait, did everyone think that was my face? Is that why nobody ever asked about it? Pretty much, man. I mean, we all had some chats about it and figured it best not to ask. I mean, why else would you wear it 24/7? Because I don't want everyone knowing my business. Law asks expectantly. Nah, that doesn't make sense. Why wear that thing in school anyway? Sato disregards his logic immediately. Wait, is the body glove also just you being paranoid? It's not paranoid, Law growls out. Dunno, man. Sounds like what a paranoid person would say. Law pinches the bridge of his nose and just sighs. Okay, can we get to why I called you, please? Oh right, sure thing, class rep. What's up? It's about your quirk, strength enhancer, right? Law asks. Yeah, it's called Sugar Rush. I eat 10 grams of sugar and get a time 5 boost in strength for 3 minutes. But as the time runs out, I get really sleepy, then I crash. Every 10 grams more increases my strength by another 1 time and extends the limit, but only a little bit on the timer part, and I crash even harder afterward, Sato explains with a bit of hesitance, feeling rather self-conscious describing his clearly limited quirk to Horizon of all people. A rushdown quirk that's good for 1 quick charge that's sure to take down some villains, Law says. Clear strength and limits to be trained to, good potential. Thanks man. Sato's voice suddenly had a small layer of pride. I'm actually calling you because I'm starting a new training regiment at home and needed someone to compare to. Oh, what do you need to know? How much you can bench without your quirk? I can solve the rest from there, Law says. Oh, just 700. Naturally my quirk makes it easier for me to hit high numbers since it's all about muscles. It basically puts my regular muscles into a power mode, for a bit. Even through the phone Law could tell Sato was shy about his personal records, even as impressive as they are. I see, I'm only at 400 right now, I think I can get my base stronger than yours but obviously you have a multiplier and I don't, that'll be a good challenge, Law says. That's awesome. And if you ever need a gym buddy you know how to find me. I don't work out in the body glove or visor, sweat, and all that, so I rather train solo, nothing personal. It's cool man, no hard feelings, I'm just happy to help. Since you helped me I should at least return the favor, it's only fair, Law says, trying to keep the debts even between him and his classmates as much as possible. I see you eating sugar cubes and cookies during training to trigger your quirk, right? Yeah, I bake them myself, taste great and the sugar is for my quirk, Sato says plainly. Yeah well, half of being a hero is public image, so cut that shit out unless you only plan to market yourself to kids. Head to the support department and get some high-density sugar pills made, easier to store and you can label them power pills or something for branding, and you can sell them as candy or whatever when you go pro. They won't taste as good but you'll get more sugar per handful and won't take as long to enter a fight. Oh wow. Sato pauses for a moment. I didn't even think about the support department being able to do stuff like that. I'll get on that right away class rep, thanks for the advice. Just returning the favor, I'll see you Monday. Yayo Law hangs up before Sato finishes talking. Honestly, he and Cookie Girl would have an epic bakery, Law mutters, nodding along at the idea of a bakery that sells meter-wide cookies. Now that's a dream I can get behind. Gulping down the rest of his water, Law gets up to go enjoy a shower. Tonight Law Matani was going out on the town. Walking along the sidewalk in his full uniform, Horizon glances down to his wrist, reading the time on his white-a-blue Rolex, seeing it's barely 7:30. Right on time, he mutters. The early morning sun beaming down on him. To his right is a massive 20-meter-tall black wall. UA's new barrier, reinforced while school was closed for the past 5 days. 2 feet of solid black steel wrapped all around the school's perimeter. Room? He opens a room for 200 meters around him, sensing a mob of reporters and other members of the press hounding every student as they enter UA, the first day back since the USJ incident. These people were the reason he was walking to school instead of warping from his building directly onto campus. His name and face, or at least Horizon, and the picture of his visor had been trending for the past few days. In the midst of more and more attacks on hero courses, pros dying as well as students, by the dozens each time, he was credited with stopping the most powerful of all the Nomus, the USJ Nomu, one that has yet to make a second appearance. His profile has been on fire ever since, everyone bombarding him with questions and requests for interviews, but he's ignored them all, until now. Entering the final stretch he sees the press mob ahead, nearly blocking off the school gates. Delving a bit deeper with his scan he senses turrets and other drones in hidden compartments of the school's lawn. How do they even build things that fast? He can't help but wonder, always amazed by the efficiency of Nezu, Cementos, and Power Loader. It's Horizon. He hears one of the reports yell, a petite dark-haired lady in a blue suit, mic in hand and a cameraman beside her. She excitedly points and breaks into a full sprint. The entire crowd follows, moving the dozen meters between them so fast that he could feel someone getting trampled at the back. The entire crowd clears the gateway for the other grateful students to pass and completely blockade Horizon. Good morning, he greets politely, his slightly mechanical voice surprising them somewhat. A chorus of greetings responds to him, and he even hears some murmurs of people wondering about why he wears his visor. Everyone who saw the report only saw his class in full costume, so they expected it to be part of his costume. RB. Horizon, can we please ask you some questions? The public is in dire need of more information regarding the events of this past week. The same lady takes charge. All cameras raise and turn to him, recorders and notepads rise up and everyone gets quiet. Sure, he says, surprising everyone. They've been at UA since last week Monday when All Might was announced as a teacher, and not even students would give a proper statement. They never expected to get information about this war against heroes so easily. All eyes flicker over to the woman. A single bead of sweat runs down her face as she realizes everyone was suddenly counting on her to ask the right questions and not ruin this golden opportunity. The biggest story in Japan for the last decade, and they had the main participant in front of them, a clear golden ticket. Right, do you feel UA failed in any way to protect you and the other students during the USJ attack? The famed UA barrier was breached and students were attacked. You could have possibly been hurt. Do you put any blame on the school for this security breach? No, he says immediately, surprising everyone. I've seen some of the time and effort put into keeping the students here safe. UA has the best security of any hero course in the world, and it's comparable to most places just short of Tartarus. The only reason it couldn't stop the League of Villains is because of Kurogiri's warp gate quirk. In our superhuman society, it's virtually impossible to defend against everything, and warping abilities are by far the rarest and most dangerous, especially for matters of infiltration. All the resources in the world can't stop a villain from warping if they really want to. Much of the crowd nods along as the woman responds. You say that, yet you were credited with halting any further warping, preventing the villains from regrouping and escaping. Do you have any insight on how you did that? Sharing such important information could truly limit the usefulness of the villain's quirk. They've already attacked 37 hero courses across Japan and the death toll is well in the hundreds. Do you not feel that you have a responsibility to best educate others to protect themselves against these enemies? That's impossible, Horizon says bluntly. It's unfortunate that so many have died to those monsters, but as far as I can imagine, I'm the only counter to Warp Gate. My quirk is entirely unique for many individual reasons, far more powerful than even Kurogiri's. But sadly there is only one of me and I'm at UA. This is just the life of a hero, fighting impossible odds to protect others. We don't get to run away just because the villains have an advantage. They almost always have an advantage. The other hero courses will endure and rise up even stronger than before, I'm sure of it, because that's what heroes do, right? They all nod along solemnly, feeling an odd mix of emotions from his somewhat inspirational, but ultimately bittersweet words. The woman gives a weak smile and lifts the mic up slightly toward him, still looking up at his towering figure. And how do you feel about the fact that villains are attacking hero courses as a whole? Some are blaming the villains while others are blaming the heroes. As someone who helped in thwarting one of these attacks, what is your opinion on the matter? It's a completely logical move, Horizon says bluntly, causing everyone to wince. It's not morally right or a good image, obviously, but villains don't play by the rules of society. That's part of their whole idea. Hero courses train the people that will likely lock each and every one of them in prison for a long time. Why would they ever wait until graduation to fight instead of killing students within days of school's opening? How many villains do you think wish they ran into All Might and Endeavor back when they were students and much weaker than they are now? I see, she says. And about the hero side of things. This was an eventuality, but I'm not quite sure why people are so surprised and outraged. He shrugs. Yes, it's unfortunate that you sent your kids to school and they get killed during the first week, but now or after graduation, what's the difference? This is what you sign up for once you enter a hero course, and you know the enemy doesn't care about things like rules or ages. If anything, the public is to blame for this tragedy. What? How is the public responsible for this? Her question and tone resonated with the mob, with red faces and scowls all around. Because there are 114,000 active pro heroes in Japan, Horizon says. The public is so reliant on pros to do everything for them that more and more hero courses are constantly popping up. It was only a matter of time before they would be attacked when villains are backing into this much of a corner. If the public were less reliant on hero courses constantly pumping out pros, there wouldn't be thousands of kids itching to start fighting to the death against villains right now, and this could have been avoided. But, with that being said, in superhuman society, heroes are somewhat of a necessity to keep the peace, so it's a difficult situation for all sides involved. I see, she nods along, understanding that this matter was anything but simple. And do you have any comment on All Might taking the teaching position instead of doing heroics full-time as he has for the past decades? Some speculate that this is him announcing a soft retirement. Horizon looks around to see everyone genuinely terrified of that idea, the symbol of peace retiring, not something most citizens in Japan ever wanted. Well, All Might is 49 now, certainly around the age when people in such taxing jobs start to retire. The color drains from a dozen faces. But, I've spoken to him a bit, and he's still incapable of ignoring anyone who needs help. That spirit is what made him the symbol of peace, and it's just as strong as ever. They all look relieved to hear those words. And speaking of his inability to ignore those in need, how do you feel about All Might not being there during the USJ incident to stop the villains? It's completely fine, Horizon says. This time the mob expected this answer, already getting a better idea of how he thinks. All Might is a new teacher, he's clearly still adjusting to his role. The fact that he prefers to teach using battlefield scenarios and training rather than on the chalkboard shows that. I'm sure in time he'll get the hang of it. He was late that day because people elsewhere needed saving and he got sidetracked. But is that really something that we should call getting sidetracked? What do you mean? A man in the back of the crowd asks. Well, on one hand, he was supposed to already be at USJ when class began, and if he was the villains wouldn't have had any hope. Much of the crowd smiles at that, always proud of their symbol of peace. But on the other hand, we signed up to be heroes, right? So even if someone died I still wouldn't blame All Might one bit. We are training to risk our lives to save others. If he abandoned those people who needed saving to come and save us instead, do we really deserve to be called heroes at that point? Is sacrificing ourselves not what we signed up for? Even if we all died, those people he saved would be alive, and that's all that really matters. The reporter and many others wipe their tears, moved by the words of a true hero, and Law just rolls his eyes at it all. I see, she sniffles quietly and composes herself. Truly a heroic view on things. And what of the UA Sports Festival in 2 weeks? Do you feel safe attending that? That UA can protect not only the students but also the civilians that will be there? I'm sure Principal Nezu will spare no expense or manpower to ensure the security of everyone, between all the pros that teach at UA, including All Might, not to mention that Endeavor will likely be there because his son is in my class. We'll be fine, Horizon says casually. And speaking of your classmates, did this attack have an adverse effect on them in any way? And what can you tell us about the youngest Todoroki? UA provided counseling and medical treatment, and from what I can tell they've only gotten stronger from this experience. He recalls what he saw while skimming the group chat yesterday. And Todoroki is quiet and keeps to himself. I haven't really spoken to him much, he shrugs. I see, that's very good to hear at least, she gives a sincere smile. And lastly, are you excited about the UA Sports Festival? The entire world will be watching your class especially, and after those short clips of what the USJ Nomu was capable of, people have already been speculating about the overall winner, between you and Todoroki, although we don't know what either of your quirks are. Horizon chuckles at that. Well, winning isn't all that matters at the festival, at least not for me. What matters is that I show the public that they can trust and have confidence in me to protect them in the future. I'd like to show them and the world that everything will be okay, because I am here. The entire crowd gets chills at that, his already heroic presence constantly building, and now it felt as if they were standing in front of a future top pro. No, they knew they were standing in front of a future top pro. The reporter wipes another tear, and he rolls his eyes once again, thankful that his visor was one way. Such an incredible outlook on this situation. I'm sure you'll do great things to help everyone in the future. The press mob gives him a round of praise before settling back down. And how do you plan to show us that this is your time, your era? The woman asks. Horizon shrugs. There really isn't anything I can do to prove that. That's for all of you to decide for yourselves, right? So, just keep your eyes on me, and I'll show you what I'm capable of. Just watch me. They all look at him with stars in their eyes before he checks his watch. I'm sorry to cut this short, but it would set a bad example if the class rep was late for homeroom, he says apologetically. Oh, the woman bows respectfully, and most of the mob copies her. Thank you for speaking to us. We've been here for days without one comment. This truly was a blessing. Horizon laughs at that. Heroes are public servants. I don't mind talking to the press, at least to let you know that everything will be alright. After some polite and thankful farewells, he quickly walks into UA, for the very first time using the main entrance. Walking through the halls he sees more than a fair share of people giving him amazed and worried looks. Some were amazed by those clips of USJ Nomu and knowing that he stopped it, and some worried that a first year was that powerful. That'd he'd show them up in the future. He turned to a group of girls who were in the upper years, quietly murmuring and stealing glances at him as he walks through the halls. He gives a polite wave and half of them start blushing wildly. Okay, this is gonna be really damn fun, but I guess I'll have to keep playing up the hero bullshit for the press, whatever, it's just for a few more years. Entering through the back of his homeroom, Horizon is greeted by the sight of most of the class, standing around and chatting with each other. As he begins walking to his seat, Sato gives him a polite but somewhat awkward wave. Hey Horizon, how's the new workout going? Kirishima and Deko were standing at the back of the class with him chatting, all turning as Horizon joins them. I was just telling these guys about the UA gym. Man, they've got everything here. I can even work out while using my quirk since the weights go up to tens of tons, Sato excitedly says. Damn, Horizon says, genuinely impressed, but not really surprised. I don't like sweating in this getup, so I'll keep working out at home. I even bought a new heavy bag, one of the kinds that power types use. No way. Kirishima gets excited at the thought. Those things are crazy expensive. I wanted to ask my parents for one, but honestly I'm not that strong yet. Hardening gives more physical power but nothing like Sato and Izuku have. Deku just stays quiet, hoping and praying Horizon continues to ignore him. That's actually why he called me, Sato says. Wanted to know my bench press record to compare or something. Something about a training routine. Pretty much, Horizon nods. Figured if I can get anywhere close to your current power at least before you activate your quirk dash, that will be pretty helpful in the future, even if my quirk isn't really affected by strength in most cases. What's the record? Kirishima asks excitedly, and all eyes shift to Sato, causing him to blush a bit. I'm at 250 pounds-114 kg. Oh, Sato rubs the back of his neck. I just hit 800 pounds-362 kg, but honestly the last few years it's barely even moved at all, so I think I'm at my limit, or at least close to it. That's almost 9 of me, Ajui says as she walks over to them with Mina and Yurika. Crazy strength, Sato. I bet you're even more amazing when you use your quirk. 4,000 pounds is more than most thugs can handle, Horizon says. Pretty sure Death Arms is only at half that, but he's one of those useless D-list heroes. You can definitely aim higher than that if you're this strong at the beginning of UA. Once again everyone is genuinely surprised at Horizon for not being a complete jerk, even giving a compliment. Yeah, Yurika does a small hop as she cheers on Sato. And most rescue situations can actually be solved by your current limit, so you could already have a job out there, getting people out of car wrecks and collapsed buildings, things like that. But wouldn't this also mean you've got super strength too? Mina asks Horizon. Seems like a lot when you add it to the other things you do. But you do at least seem super muscly and big, like a smaller All Might. At least from what I can tell, since you always have on a jacket and suit. Well, yes and no, he says. My quirk makes me, well, the best way to think of it is like I'm a perfected human, meaning if someone without a quirk can do it, then I can do it better before I even use my quirk. This pretty much goes for everything, including muscles and strength. So I don't have any real super strength like Sato or All Might, nothing that crazy. Currently I can only bench 400 lbs. He shrugs. Tokoyami spins around in his chair to look over at them. It's concerning that I can't tell if you're serious or not when you call yourself a perfected human, don't you think? It's more factual than anything else, Horizon says. Nobody is sure how to respond to that. So what's the new workout? Kirishima asks, mostly to break the tension. Nothing really changes honestly, just more steaks, weights, and protein shakes. Horizon shrugs. Sato snaps his fingers. That reminds me, I already visited the support department this morning. They said they'll have the power pills ready by tomorrow for me. Thanks again for that idea, man. A with a cute and beta S. It was the least I could do. Oh yeah, Principal Nezu mentioned that, remember? Ajui says. He said you're like a super genius at quirks analysis, that you even knew how to fix Midoriya's problem by pretty much looking at a picture. That's incredible. Is that what you did for Sato? No, Horizon says. I just told him to get the support course to make sugar pills to activate his quirk so he doesn't look like a joke forcing down cupcakes before fighting villains. But you could help us if you wanted to, right? Mina asks. Easily, I already know what all of you have to do to either improve or completely change the way you view your quirks. Some of you don't even know what your quirk actually does or what class it belongs to. He turns to look down at Deku as he continues. But it's your quirk, so figure it out yourself. Can't depend on people to hold your hand for you, right? Well, I guess I won't ask you to help Midoriya, Ajui says bluntly. Smart move, Ajui. You can call me Tsu, she says. Normally only my friends can call me that, but even if you're a huge jerk, we're all in the same class and trying to be heroes, so I'm sure once we get to know you you're pretty nice. I'll take your word for it, Tsu. Oh yeah. Heigakure rushes over into the circle, grabbing Mina by the arm and both looking at Horizon. So we were wondering, what do you look like under the mask? They both yell at once. Mina continues, so Sato may have mentioned in the group chat that this whole outfit can come off and we've been curious ever since. Like, is it for your quirk like Aoyama's belt? Are you shy? What is it? Yeah, what do you look like under the mask? Jiro asks, walking over with Shoji and Momo. I must admit I've also been curious, Momo says shyly. But it's quite alright if you don't want to tell us, we won't force you to do anything. You can't force me to do anything, he corrects her. But, muscled, well-defined, tattooed, and handsome, what did you expect? All the girls in the room were currently in the large group at the back of the class, and Horizon could see them all zone in and out ogling his body. He smiles devilishly at that and enjoys it until Siro's loud groan snaps them all out of it. Man, life really does play favorites. He rests his head on his desk in defeat. Kaminari copies him and begins sulking too. I've got everything and nothing, Horizon thinks as more small conversations start up. Eventually, he finds himself sitting at his desk, Tokoyami beside him in his seat, Siro on Tokoyama's desk, and Momo leaning against his with Jiro standing in the walkway. So you really think that? Siro asks Horizon. It makes sense, Horizon shrugs. Why would the villains attack if the heroes will be on alert now? Plus they know that I can shut down the warp gates, and while I'm doing that All Might can deal with the USJ Nomu. Even if it'll take a lot out of him, UA will have a lot of other heroes at the sports festival, including his dad. He gestures back to Todoroki, who was sitting quietly and ignoring everyone. Attacking would be stupid. But they've also got whatever caused the jailbreak, Tokoyami says. The police suspect it to be a Nomu with gigantification. If the footprints are anything to go by, won't matter, Horizon says. The USJ Nomu was a very rare instance of anything taking more than one of my attacks. Without hyper regeneration nothing else can do that, not even All Might. That's a bold claim, Momo says. You may be overstepping a bit by saying that. Nah, I've spoken to All Might, among other things. I know the limits of his quirk, Horizon says confidently, but everyone else didn't believe him. Only Deku knew exactly how true this statement was, but he couldn't risk saying anything. Sitting one seat away, Shoto cast an icy glare at Horizon, and closer to the front Bakugo just sank lower in his chair. It makes sense that people would at least be worried, Jiro adds. I mean the number is in the hundreds now. Hero courses all over are either turtling up or postponing classes. It's kinda arrogant of UA to just expect not to even be attacked, even if All Might is here. Yeah, but if anywhere in Japan is safe, it's UA, Siro adds. Or Tartarus, Momo says. Those are the two places in this half of the world with the greatest security. Horizon grits his teeth, but immediately lets the feeling go, not wanting to think about Tartarus. I'm more surprised that everyone from the class got to come back, Horizon says. I figured at least some of your parents would be smart enough not to send you back here. Well, it wasn't that smooth for me, Siro says. But I managed to convince them since All Might is here. It's either this or I go wash dishes for the rest of my life. Don't really have much in the way of high-paying skills, he admits nervously. This is the only place I can train my quirk, Tokoyami says. It's too dangerous not to control the darkness in my soul. Honestly, you just need a therapist, Horizon says seriously, earning odd looks from everyone. Your problem is all mental, he shrugs. Well, in my case my parents understand how much this means to me, Momo says. They argued of course, but I was eventually able to convince them. It may have gotten a bit ugly at the end, unfortunately, she says sadly. Jiro puts a hand on her shoulder. I'm sure when they see all the good you do it'll be alright. Momo nods thankfully. Thank you, Jiro. Couldn't be me, Horizon grits out. If you were my daughter and told me some stupid shit about wanting to become a hero, I'd lock you in the mansion until you got over it. How can you even say that? Jiro takes an aggressive stance immediately. You'd stop your child from following their dream just like that. I'd rather have a living kid that hates me than a dead kid that followed her dreams. Yeah, she'd get over it. Jiro just shakes her head and scoffs. To think the only reason I got to come back was because we're in the same class. She rolls her eyes at that. Huh. My folks saw some of the clips of Nomu at USJ. They figured if my class rep could take down something like that which was built to kill All Might, I'd be safe if you're around. She grumbles reluctantly. Making sure your parents like me already. Horizon teases jokingly. Jiro blushes and turns to hide her face, only earning a fit of giggles from Siro. Those clips really were spectacular, Tokoyami says, getting them back on track. To think you were able to keep up with that monster. It was so fast and strong, truly built for destruction. True, but if I lost to some meathead brute my mom would probably beat me into the hospital, he says jokingly, completely oblivious to the concerned glances of his classmates. I mean, she's been training me since I was 5 to kick ass and I lose to the first villain at UA. That'd be a pathetic waste of her time. Complete failure. He scoffs in disgust. Everyone took what he said at face value, although truthfully this was mostly his view on the situation, not his parents'. Failing in such a manner would make him a pathetic failure, undeserving of all the years of work they put into training him, in his eyes that is, because he knew their love for him is truly unconditional. His classmates gave him sympathetic looks before quickly moving the conversation along, speaking of the protests and vigils held across Japan at various hero courses, about how faith in heroes has already begun declining. Yet only one seat away Todoroki looks at Horizon in sympathy, lifting a hand to his scar as he suddenly doesn't feel so alone. Coming to the very dangerous assumption that Horizon suffered exactly as he did, in the same situation as him, with abusive parents and a traumatic childhood, in a hate-filled household, in a loveless home. Because how else could someone be so strong, be everything his own father bred and trained him for, if not forged in hate and abuse? He opens his mouth to simply ask, but just leans back in his chair, looking forward. For a moment Todoroki considers reaching out to him, but he ultimately decides to stay put and just focus on his own issues. The best decision of his otherwise very short life. Get to your seats. Horizon announces suddenly, and everyone scrambles about with no hesitation, already used to his strange ability to sense things. Morning class, Eraser enters a minute later, not even glancing at everyone, already knowing they were seated and waiting. Horizon, Eraser immediately glares at him, then his eyes lighten up. Good job dealing with the press this morning, but the other teachers and I would rather you not make any more statements, just in case you say something wrong eventually. Gotcha, Horizon says. I guess those reporters really work fast. Perfect. Alright class, today we'll be changing up the schedule for a while. As you all know, in 2 weeks the UA Sports Festival starts. This is your first of 3 chances to impress pros, and the entire world, because everyone watches this event. Because of that, we'll be postponing your afternoon hero basic training to allow you all to do more independent quirk training. If you need access to the special training grounds, tell your class rep and he'll submit the requests to me. Remember, you're not the only people who will be training at school for this. UA has 100 hero course students who all want space to train as well, not to mention the hundreds of other students that may be training to get one of these spots. Everyone gets nervous at that. What do you mean, sir? Aitsa asks. Eraser gives him a bored look. What? You thought I was joking when I said you had to constantly prove you deserve these spots? It's basically impossible for anyone to transfer into the hero course from another course after the first semester because by then you'll be so far ahead that it would upset the lesson plan and they'd just flunk out. So this is their big chance to take one of their spots. If any of them take a podium spot, then we're making room by removing whoever gets the lowest spot between both hero course classes. He looks directly at Deku. But honestly, if any of them impress either Vlad or me, we could just instantly swap you out. So no pressure, huh? Kaminari says nervously. Just perform or have our dreams crushed. We crushed dreams by taking these spots, Horizon says. Life isn't fair, and not everyone can be a winner. There are no participation trophies in the real world. Exactly, Eraser says, noticing how much he's been agreeing with Horizon since the second day. But more than just keeping your spot, you need to impress the pros and scouts that will be watching, this year especially since we're opening the internship program up to first years. Internships? Mina asks. Think of it like being an unpaid assistant, Eraser says. You get to shadow a pro mainly to see the back end of hero work, how to run an agency and handle patrols, things like that. It's not just all fighting villains. Your options will be based on who scouts you at the festival, so put your best foot forward. Yes sir, most of the class responds, while Horizon just nods along. As Eraser leaves, everyone begins chatting and hyping each other up about the sports festival, but Horizon just takes out his phone and texts Nezu, requesting a specific spot for some more secluded training. With UA facilities and space available, I'll be able to develop a lot faster. This'll be even easier than I thought. Desh, I guess you aren't worried. Horizon looks to his right to see Tokoyami talking to him. What? About the sports festival? Nah, not really. Behind him Momo was a nervous wreck, piping up in a shaky and shy voice, I suppose you'll place highly. We'll all be fighting just to remain in the hero course. Horizon spins in his chair so his back is facing the window, leaving Momo to his right and Tokoyami in front of him. You say that like your quirk isn't creation, but honestly if I didn't compete they still wouldn't kick me out. He shrugs. Everyone around him is only half surprised by his blatant boast. Do you think Principal Nezu would allow such a blatantly show of favoritism? Tokoyami asks. Honestly no, but it would be really dumb kicking out the only counter to Kurogiri, don't you think? They all just silently agreed with his logic until Siro spoke. Damn, guess you aren't under pressure like the rest of us, so that means you'll say, maybe just take it easy on us. Horizon laughs at that. Oh no, I'm gonna win. Not just win, I'm gonna crush everyone so badly there is no doubt that I won, because when you're perfect, just winning isn't enough. And for some reason not a soul could muster the strength to argue with him. Running at full speed, Law feels the cool night air crash against him, breaking what would have been mythic Olympic records before the advent of quirks 300 years ago. Wearing just his UA blue and white PE pants and the white reinforced dress shoes from his hero costume, he sprints shirtless and without a body glove, a thick layer of sweat glistening on his body, sticking his short spiky black hair to his face and head. Sword at his side, already drawn, he rushes down street after street under the moonlight, hearing loud clanking in the distance ahead of him. Last one, he reminds himself, picking up the pace. Rounding the corner he sees a long street of 4-story buildings, unpainted, blank, as if this was an abandoned construction site. Even the roads were concrete and had no lines, just a vague form so you'd know what they were meant to be. Gotcha, he smiles viciously, looking up at the zero-pointer, a massive 60m-196 feet tall green robot with 4 legs and a rectangular head reminiscent of a cannon. Inferior? Human. The robot yells, nearly shaking the street as it rushes Law. Breaking into a full sprint once again, Law feels the soreness in his legs begging him to stop. He raises his left hand and flicks his pointer finger upward. TAKT? Chunks of concrete from the road, rough and unrefined but large boulders either way are ripped out of the ground. He runs from one to the next, ascending like a staircase until he's 30m in the air. The robot's large clawed hand comes down to slap him out of the air. Booster shot? Incision? The healing energy floods his body, not finding any wounds it once again boosts his physical might. His sword connects to the metal and cleaves the hand in two, 10m of metal and wiring slashed in one smooth motion. Flipping in the air he reaches down while upside down and grabs the robot's arm with his free hand. Booster shot? His fingers try and fail to grip into the metal, sliding off shit, he mutters, until he finds a groove between the massive plates to grip onto. He pivots and finds his footing, running up the robot's arm toward the shoulder, only for the other arm to come out to swat him like a bug. Another slash divides the massive palm, and he feels himself barely hanging on, exhaustion catching up to him. He ignores the sound of metal crashing to the ground below, falling to the roof of a building and collapsing a floor or two. Nothing Cementos couldn't fix. With diuresis nubes. Making it to the robot's head he slashes down with both hands, once again amplifying his slash as much as possible. Krong? The robot splits directly down for a dozen meters. Shit. He warps away as the now deactivated robot collapses, destroying a few buildings. On a nearby rooftop, he looks back at the collapsed robot, frowning at the damage of his last attack. My physical attacks are still so pathetic. He deactivates his quirk and begins taking a relaxing walk back to the front of this training ground. Minutes later, sitting on the roof of the 10-story concrete control tower at the entrance to this training area, Law has his feet dangling over the edge. The shirt of his PE uniform and his body glove were neatly folded beside him, both sporting Horizon's logo on the back. His sword lays sheathed beside them along with his cards as he enjoys a drink from his water bottle, accompanied by the cool night air and the sight of the full moon above this training area. A square concrete jungle 300m wide. UA's newest addition to their list of massive training areas that puts them a cut above all the other hero courses. Click. Law hears the door to the roof open behind him. He instantly opens his room, then relaxes as the door opens, deactivating his quirk once again. So how was tonight's training? Nezu asks, casually closing the door behind him and walking up to Law, standing beside him at the edge of the roof. Same as always, but getting better. Law shrugs. That's good to hear, plus I'm sure Cementos will appreciate not having to rebuild this entire training ground first thing in the morning. A welcome change I'm sure from the past week. Nezu takes out a sandwich from behind his back and hands it over to Law. Steak. Thanks, he begins unwrapping it and eating. Well, it's almost 9 p.m, you should eat something, and considering how much you eat I figured you could use it. Law swallows and takes a drink of water. Trying to bulk up is a real pain in the ass. How come you're here? Well, it's already Friday night, just one more day until the sports festival. I figured I'd come see how the new move you've been developing is going. Surprisingly well, Law admits. Usually it would take months or years to figure out a new one, but since I've got a lot of space and freedom here to move around and get rowdy it's a lot faster, but that's probably because of how simple the new move is. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Nezu sits at the edge of the roof with Law. It's certainly good that training ground Zeta is useful, since it was built to your specifications. Law takes another drink of water. No cameras or pests to bother me, that's the best part honestly, my own little playground. Especially since working out in the body glove is a nightmare, way too sweaty, it basically becomes a wetsuit. Gross. Exactly, but thanks to this place it's ready for use, just nowhere near as efficient as my other abilities. So you just, decide to do something and your quirk makes it happen. Nezu asks, still trying to understand what Hand of God does. Mystery class, beyond human and scientific comprehension, Law shrugs. As far as you need to know I can do whatever I want. Aha, but I'm not a human, Nezu points out. Still not saying. Oh well, it's not like you need help training it, so you can take care of your own quirk training. Exactly, only 3 people in the world know how my quirk works, so I'm keeping it that way. They both settle into a comfortable silence for a moment, until Law continues. Is everything ready for the sports festival in 2 days? Oh, of course, pros from all across the country have been hired as security, and even if he isn't technically working at the sports festival, Endeavor has already called me and confirmed that he'll be there. So the rank 1 and 2 heroes, assuming you can even count on Yagi. We can. He is still hellbent on being the symbol of peace, but between those two and you being present the League of Villains should be smart enough not to show their faces. MHM, and speaking of Yagi, what's up with him and Deku? Law asks without even looking over at Nezu. What exactly do you mean? Well, I noticed him using his quirk to talk to Deku a few times these past 2 weeks. Seems like a waste of his time using his energy on that loser, Law says. He's only doing that because he knows you can sense him, Nezu thinks to himself. Well, he's fulfilling his duty, Nezu says. He's trying to help Midoriya to control his quirk. He knows the importance of the sports festival, especially for Hero Corps students, and he wants all of you to have the best possible chance of leaving a good impression during your debut. Well, he should be more discreet about it, Law says. It's a bad look having the number 1 hero constantly having meetings with one student. Says the student so well connected with the school principal, Nezu points out. Yeah, but if I didn't know better I'd think All Might was his dad or something. At least with us nobody will make such a stupid mistake, Law chuckles, looking down at the bear mouse. And why couldn't Yagi be his dad? Nezu asks, curious as to exactly what Law thinks about the mentor and successor connection. Because I've seen Yagi's medical records, no kids, plus he's told me that, Law says. But if someone doesn't know better it's the logical conclusion, since at face value their quirks look identical. You think they aren't? Nezu is both curious and amused by where this is going, half expecting Law to have figured it out by now, but grateful that Midoriya has avoided physical contact with him until now. Well, they look similar, but I know Yagi's quirk makes his cells like steel that's somehow elastic and swelling to contain more and more energy. It lets him accumulate and stockpile power, right? Right, Nezu doesn't bother trying to hide that fact. Right, that means he started weak and became stronger over his lifetime, but Deku said he broke his arm as a kid using his quirk, that it's always been strong. So it can't be an accumulation if it starts that strong, because he would have had time to learn it while it was stockpiling power, but to other people who don't know about Yagi's quirk they may look the same. True, Nezu says. His quirk did start with rather insignificant and unnoticeable strength, while Midoriya has such incredible power from the beginning. A technical truth, as one for all the quirk, did start weak. Nezu simply plays along with Law's theory, realizing that the idea of trading and passing on quirks was so impossible to all but the very few who knew of all for one and one for all that even Law didn't consider the possibility. Especially since Yagi does in fact have an accumulation quirk, but Midoriya was able to skip the long accumulation process by having all the stockpiled energy transferred to him. That makes sense, Nezu says. At least you're the only one who noticed, thankful nobody else can see through walls. I can't technically see through walls, but no, everyone noticed. What? Oh yeah, he interrupted Deku and his friends in the hall and Eureka mentioned it. Pretty much everyone knows Yagi is training him. Oh, I hope they aren't jealous or resentful of it, Nezu says genuinely, making a mental note to scold Yagi for his carelessness. Doesn't matter, Law chuckles. Yagi is just one big vein of bicep. He doesn't have the brain power to figure out what Deku is doing wrong, as obvious as it is. And I still can't convince you to help. Nezu asks. I rather deep throat a whole cactus that helped that trash. That's excessive. Nezu sighs. Not like I care what happens to them at the sports festival. I'm just gonna win, have some food from the stalls, launch my career, and wave for the hero worshipping trash in the stands, Law shrugs. Gotta make sure I look good for the cameras after all. Well, if you're so confident I'm sure you'll be fine, but don't underestimate your opponents. It could cost you. Maintaining the top spot at UA is difficult for countless reasons. If you say so. Have you considered who you'd like to intern under? I'm sure the moment you start warping about everyone will flood us with requests, not to mention you're already famous with how you've worked the press thus far. Well, ideally I'd get Endeavor, but he famously never takes interns or work studies students, Law shrugs. Hawks is rank 3, but I don't think that'll go well for anyone involved. It would be a shame to lose a top 10 pro so young. Nezu nods in agreement. Genist is rank 4, him. Yeah, we'd probably get along from what I know, but I prefer people who are a bit more active. I'm starting from a better spot than the other students but I still need to rack up a lot of credit by stopping villains. Can't do that sitting in Genist office all day. So you want to go looking for trouble? Well, Endeavor has the highest number of resolved incidents in history, globally that is. Until I go pro at least. Law smirks at the thought of watching those numbers climb. But I think Mirako will be best to intern and have my work studies under next year. She isn't interested in working with anyone, Nezu says. And even if she was, I can't trust someone of her disposition with one of my students. Same with All Might. Not that teachers are allowed to host internships. Yeah, but I can handle her meathead terrible decisions. Consider it. I'll think about it. But that woman only has one brain cell and all it does is lift weights and punch villains. Not a role model for my students. Yeah, but her being a meathead will let me run around and handle villains. Law shrugs. After her would probably be Ryukyu and Gang Orca. I'd be shocked if I need anyone outside of the top 10. You forgot Edge Shot. Your quirk would be perfect for his stealthy style. Yeah, but I need cameras around to boost my popularity. Kinda works against the whole ninja thing he has going for him. That makes sense. Well, I'm sure you'll have your pick of the litter when they see what you can do. Yeah, and the gold medal will look good on me. Law chuckles. But you know, there is one thing that would really help my 4-year plan. Oh, what's that? A provisional hero license, Law says. I know normally hero courses only send second-year students to take the test, but if I get it in year 1 then the 3-year trial will be done just a few months after graduation, and I'd be able to do some freelance hero work whenever I'm not stuck in UA. Well, that is normally the case, but I intended to have you take the exam in June to get it. Really? Wait, intended? You changed your mind? Law asks. No, with the war on heroes declared by the villains we've decided to have a summer training camp for the first years. We intend for all of you to take the September exam, just a few days before that semester starts. Why not just have me take it in June anyway? Law asks. You know I'll pass anyway, so what's a few months early? Plus that way I'd get all summer to fight villains. I'd rather have your entire class take the exam together. Teamwork is an important component in passing the exam. Do you honestly think between now and September I'll suddenly want to help those idiots pass that exam? Law asks with a blank expression. Good point, Nezu says. But keeping you with them is currently vital. We believe that the main reason the villains haven't launched a second attack at UA is because you can shut the warp gate quirk down. I can't babysit them forever, Nezu, and I'd like my summer free. Nezu thinks for a moment then nods, giving Law a brilliant smile. Alright, if you can keep your word and win the UA Sports Festival, I'll let you take the license exam at the end of June. But it has to be a perfect and absolute victory. Law laughs at this easy challenge, one gold medal coming up. As the bell for lunch rings, everyone begins packing up, and Zero turns back to look at Horizon. Hey, you gonna disappear during lunch again? You can totally eat with us if you want. I'm actually gonna head down to the support department to talk to Power Loader. I need new shoes for my hero costume, Horizon says. Oh, that's too bad, Zero mutters sadly. Ugh, ignore him. Jiro walks up and says, ready to go have lunch with Momo. He just wants you to have lunch with him to get noticed by your fan club. Well, some of them are pretty cute, Horizon adds. Can't blame a guy for trying and all that. He sees Zero give him a thumbs up. It is kinda creepy the way they're always lurking around me, but that's part of the whole being famous aspect of heroics these days. Well, I'm certainly not jealous of that. Having people always watching you and following you around seems like a nightmare, Jiro mutters as she walks past them and toward Momo at the back of the room. Tokoyami nods in agreement. Unfortunately, it's the life we signed up for by attending UA. Once Horizon stops talking, head snapping to the doors on the other side of the room, there's a mob outside. Everyone remaining in the room gets on alert immediately, silently looking at the windows leading into the hallway. What the hell do these people want now? How many selfies do I need to take with students before it gets old? Horizon mutters while getting up and walking to the door at the front of class, walking past Bakugo who was still packing his bag. Pulling open the door he finds himself staring at a horde of first years, towering over them. Wow, he's huge. So he always wears the mask. Does he have the sword? I can't see. He's intense. And a dozen other lines are fired off as the crowd gets a bit rowdy. I see, only first years, so you're here because the sports festival is tomorrow, right? He asks. A few people nod nervously in response. Well, now you've seen us, so you can stop blocking the doorway now. My classmates want to go get lunch, he says casually, ignoring a few people who were blatantly taking pictures of him. ROE. Wow, a purple-haired boy with tired baggy eyes pushes his way to the front, now standing beside a short girl who was seemingly recording. I can't tell if you're arrogant or confident, but you know we've heard a lot about you. Constant chatter in our ear from the news, from clips online, from our friends. But don't think that means that we can't take your SPO. Shut up, Horizon commands, causing everyone to freeze, feeling waves of annoyance radiating from him. Whatever declarations of desires, dreams, promises, and feelings you're about to vomit at my feet, swallow it. The truth is nobody in the world cares about any of that trash. We got the speech about you taking our spots. We're over it. You want them? You want to prove to UA and whoever else that you belong here instead of us? Then shut your mouth, and get to work. He gestures to the gathered mob that was now getting annoyed. Win, he says, catching them off guard. It's literally that simple, no talk, just action. Prove you should be here instead of us, because your words don't matter if you can't back up the talk. So how about you go plan your strategy for tomorrow, or literally anything more useful than this crap. Now, get out of our doorway. Horizon immediately begins walking forward, and everyone gets out of his way, an ocean of people that were all talking parting to get out of his way. Annoyance transformed into respect, although they had to admit they didn't like his abrasive manner of speaking. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, his classmates were more than a little surprised that he was so pleasant to the visitors, but their determination only grew, now seeing the mob of people that were aiming to replace them. 20 hours later. Standing with 11 other first years, Horizon nods along to everything Ms. Midnight says, all wearing their PE uniforms, with his having his logo in black at the back of it. The shirt of his PE uniform opened to show off his white body glove beneath, his logo in blue on his chest. I expect all of you class reps to keep everyone in line out there, at least while in the stands. I want you young and hot-blooded students running wild in the games, Midnight says in a completely serious tone. Yes ma'am, everyone yells while Horizon only nods. Good, we start in 5 minutes, get to your waiting rooms, and wait for the announcements. Leaving the room, Horizon is walking beside Kendo, her PE uniform on with the arms rolled up to her elbow and legs rolled up to her knees. So you excited for this? Kendo asks, her nervousness showing as she looks up at Horizon. It's just a competition, all I've gotta do is win. Kendo frowns at that. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't be nervous, you've been in the public eye for weeks, half the people are here for you, and you're so strong, she mutters quietly. They arrive at 1B's locker room in the stadium and stop at the door. They both face each other as he speaks. No need to be nervous, just do your best, that's all you can do anyway. He raises a finger to her chin, lifting her head to get a proper look at her large teal eyes. And besides, even if the gold is mine, you'll look incredible in silver, good luck. He casually walks away, leaving her to stare at his back, her face sporting a faint blush as her mind catches up to her body. Wait a minute, that jerk. She takes a breath to compose herself before entering the room to address her class. Walking into the 1A locker room, Horizon sees Deko and Todoroki looking 1 second away from a fight, with Kirishima standing beside them, the entire room tense and silent, everyone looking at the duo. Save whatever crap this is for later, we go out in 4 minutes, he announces and closes the door behind him. Everyone started getting more nervous or excited as Horizon takes out his phone, doing one last check on his online presence. That video of my speech yesterday is trending, guess that girl was recording, not just taking pictures, and people think I was being motivational to our competition. Okay, I'll take it. He can't help but smile at that. Even when I'm not trying, this is too easy. Minutes later, they're all walking into the stadium as Present Mic announces all the classes, A through K, all 11 years 1 classes. 220 students competing for the top spot. Holy crap, Siro mutters nervously, standing toward the back with Horizon and Sato as they all walk into the arena. This is a lot more intense than it looks on TV. And in truth, it was, even for Horizon. Standing in the arena, soft grass all around, a 20-meter raise at the edges where the first row of views was sitting above. The absolutely gargantuan stadium was nearly 70 meters to 220 feet tall, with rows and floors of seats for all 200,000 spectators, including the private boxes at the top behind tinted windows. Looking around as the other classes enter the arena, he can see a few people holding up posters with his symbol on them, fans cheering specifically for him. He smiles at that, raising his hand to give a polite wave before Midnight begins talking. Now, for the student pledge, we have Katsuki Bakugo, Midnight proudly announces, and while Bakugo stalks up to the stage, both hands in his pockets, a fair amount of the students look at Horizon in surprise. He shrugs. Bakugo got first on the public entrance exam, he represents more of you, it's the logical choice, was all he said before Bakugo began talking. Bakugo opens his mouth to speak, then closes it, glaring at all the other students before focusing his gaze on Horizon at the back of the class. I'll give it my all, and I won't let anyone stop me from being the absolute best hero, not even you, Glassface. Horizon lifts a hand, and where his entire class expects a middle finger, he gives a thumbs up. Do your best, Bakugo. He cheers on his classmate. Everyone who knows him is surprised by this, until they remember exactly where they are, public appearances. They recall he's always talking about that. But they also knew exactly why he meant, do you best, it won't be enough. And clearly, Bakugo understood this too as he stumped off the stage fuming mad. Alright, time for the first game. Midnight gets the crowd stirred up once more. An obstacle race. The course is 4 kilometers around this stadium. Quirks are allowed, of course. Do whatever you'd like as long as you stay on the course. First to cross the finish line wins. It's like they're handing me that gold medal. Horizon chuckles as his classmates just glare in envy, already knowing how this will go. Now get to your starting positions. Midnight gestures to the large red hallway built into the stadium. Everyone immediately rushes for a front spot, toes against the starting line, but when the crowd moves, Horizon is just left standing alone in the middle of the arena. Midnight has to stop herself from telling him to get to the starting point, saving herself from looking foolish on TV. As everyone gets settled, the stadium falls completely silent, and the timer begins. 3. Horizon opens a room, 700 m in every direction, just enough to cover the entire track. A quick scan feeds him all the information he needs. A minefield, a horde of robots, and, when did they even have time to dig that hole, goddamn power loader. 2. He finds a pebble at the finish line, identifying the banner held between 2 posts. 1. Horizon takes one last look at the crowd, most people excitedly watching the starting hallway, some of his fans looking at him in worry. This is the first time the public will know what my quirk is. Time for the big debut. Start. Midnight announces. Shambles, winner. Present Mike immediately announces, and Horizon truly takes the stage. Appearing at the finish line, Horizon sees the stadium only 100 meters away down the dirt track. Not even a single student has made it through the gateway and onto the track, yet he grabs the banner at the finish line. Winner. Present Mick's voice rings out, reaching the crowds in and out of the stadium, like music to his ears. He drops the banner and starts taking a casual stroll back into the stadium. All the camera robots along this stretch of the course turn and focus on him, so he takes his time to give everyone a good look at their future hero. Both hands in his pockets, he listens to Mike hype him up, a wide smile beneath his visor. First place goes to Horizon. No surprise there when you put a warp user in an obstacle race, folks. Mick's voice echoes through the stadium and outside to the nearby crowds and competitors. He's the class rep for the famous Class 1A, one of the most talented sets of students UA has ever had, credited with taking down the USJ Nomu on his own, and he even acts as our counter to other warp quirks, a pillar of security for everyone around him. It's no surprise that he's favored to win this whole tournament, especially when you know his quirk can do a lot more than warping, supposedly already so skilled and talented that if he were a pro they'd have to make room in our top 10 for him. Horizon sees a large burst of frost erupt from the narrow hallway and stops, taking in the sight of a few hero course students avoiding Todoroki's attack and pulling ahead with him. He's even a world-class doctor at only 16. Mike announces loudly, catching even Horizon off guard, with hard work and talent, all bolstered by having the single most powerful heal ability in the world. He's a real tough contender for MVP in any party. Did Nezu tell him more about me? Horizon wonders. But these aren't the words of this announcer, folks. The super genius behind UA, Principal Nezu, confirmed all of this himself. This is why 1 year ago he broke his ironclad no scouting policy to get Horizon into the hero course. He's simply playing on a whole other level. Nezu definitely told him that part. He think while arriving at the frozen students. Some lament their failure, others crying, not because their feet were frozen to the ground, but because this was their only real chance to transfer into the hero course. And Horizon sees them look up at him with admiration, jealousy, and even a hint of fear and worry as he reaches where the ice is, surely shaken by Mick's announcement. Shambles? He warps back into the arena not far away from midnight. It takes a moment for people to realize what just happened, then the entire stadium shakes with uproar and applause, the public finally getting a glimpse of what his quirk is, now understanding why he was so integral in defending UA during the USJ incident. NB. Your first place winner for the obstacle race. Midnight proudly announces as his name appears on the scoreboards. Horizon waves back to the cheering crowd as Mike continues announcing what happens during the race. As everyone focuses on the race, Horizon quietly makes his way to the seats on the third level reserved for his class, aware of all the eyes on him from the pros in the audience. As he expected, and pays no mind to, even as Endeavor's fiery glare drills into his back while he walks out of the arena. Walking to his seating area, he sees Nezu already there, a large tablet in his hand with numbers constantly flowing across the screen. Don't you always act as the umpire for the third-year games? Horizon asks, taking a seat beside his principal. Normally yes, but I need to keep an eye on the security systems due to the increase in villain activity. Ectoplasm is filling in for me. AHH, makes sense, and you gave Mike how much information about me exactly? Only what he announced, Nezu says. He was the one who actually asked me about you after the obstacle race was decided. It was very obvious who the winner would be, so he wanted something to get the crowd all riled up. Always the showman, Horizon says. You're one to talk, you've been rather pleasant in the public eye. From your social media profile, to the interview you had, to how you've acted today, it's quite remarkable, and just a little bit scary. Well, it's not like I've ever lied, I just say things in more pleasant ways, even if it is really damn exhausting. Yes, but I'm sure it's worth it for you, Nezu says as Horizon takes out his phone. Shouldn't you be watching the competition? Not really, I doubt any of these people can even make me sweat. He shrugs and starts scrolling. My followers doubled, nearly 7 million already. How many people are watching the games live? Nezu fiddles with his tablet for a second. Nearly 300 million, I'm sure as more and more people get interested they'll search for you online and find your profile. Well, best to give them something to chew on. Horizon starts uploading a few files. There, just put that picture of me and the Pope on my profile, and sent some anonymous information about me to the press, all about the world-traveling miracle Dr. Horizon. The public will surely love you, a capable hero that isn't camera shy, Nezu chuckles. Most heroes don't work the popularity aspect of their job enough, even though it's a clear factor when determining hero rankings, among other things. The people need to know about you to know that they can count on you after all. By the time you graduate, your media presence should be quite good. I'm looking for better than just good, Horizon says, putting away his phone and watching the games. I plan on entering the top 10 directly after graduation. Maybe I'll make a big push and take the #1 spot. That'll surely get me what I want. I thought your plan was to win by showing how capable and dependable you are. It is, Horizon nods as he chooses his words carefully. But these people, he gestures to the crowds. They're too stupid for that. They like shiny flashy things. If being capable is all that mattered, Endeavor would be rank 1. He's got the most resolved incidents in the history of heroes after all, but clearly, it's not enough. I'll be more capable than Endeavor and more beloved than All Might, that's how I'll win. Nezu smiles and focuses on the race. I'd expect nothing less from you, as our future symbol of peace. As the other students arrive at the fall, a massive 100-meter wide pit with flat pillars littering it, all connected by heavy-duty cables, Bakugo takes the lead. Showing off his unrelenting resolve and desire to be the best, he just barely edges out Todoroki, who has to skate across the cables by simply flying across the obstacle, widening the gap between them. Flying huh? Horizon mutters, now seeing a girl with pink dreadlocks using some support equipment to hover above the ground and slingshot across the pit. Oh, I was always curious about that, Nezu says. About what? Why can't you fly? That's a weird question to ask someone, Horizon says, seeing Shoji spreading his arms to do small glides from pillar to pillar, overtaking most of the competition to get the 11th place. I just assumed you'd be able to fly like most people with telekinesis, either by holding your own body, although it's extremely rare for people with such a quirk to be able to affect living things. So I assumed you'd do the usual approach by controlling something like your clothes or shoes to fly around, Nezu explains. Tried that as a kid, Horizon grumbles. It's literally the first thing I did when I created TAKT. TAKT? Nezu asks. My telekinesis, I wasn't lying when I said it's more like I command the world to move and it obeys. Because of that, it can get messy if I try to move multiple objects in sync for delicate tasks, since it's more like I give and control a vector to an object instead of wrapping it in energy and moving it. Ah, Nezu immediately gets the picture. So you nearly pulled yourself apart with it. Something like that, and even if that doesn't happen the clothes will just get torn off me, Horizon grumbles out. But on the plus side, that means you can use it on anything while most telekinesis quirks require you to make contact first, like the 1B students. Pretty much. From any range. I'm not telling you my range, but yeah, it helps if I'm closer and can see the object at least, Horizon says. But if you were in your office right now I could throw one of the couches in there at your head, while sitting way out here, wouldn't even have to do more than flick a finger. And is there a weight limit to what you can lift? Nezu asks. Not in the same way that Uraraka has a weight limit to hers, my quirk doesn't have limits like that. So you always say, and how are the new shoes treating you? I didn't notice any difference, Nezu says. They look the same, but these are boots. Horizon pulls up the leg of his pants to show the change, dress shoes visually but providing a lot more support for his shift into being more brolic. Perfect for kicking in some teeth. Nezu chuckles nervously, don't forget you're supposed to be a hero. Katsuki Bakugo takes second place. Mike screams at the crowd, and everyone erupts into cheers as Bakugo enters the arena, followed closely by Todoroki and Aitsa. They all looked pissed, Horizon says. Well, second place isn't enough for UA students, Nezu says. Not to mention Aitsa came fourth because he stepped on a landmine. I'm sure he wanted to win since this is a race, his area of expertise, and his brother is probably watching. Oh yeah, Ingenium, guess that's where he'll be interning. Oh yes, that request came in days ago, Nezu says, hitting a few options on his tablet and bringing up a massive list. Your internship requests have already hit over 1,000, and it's only the first round. Todoroki is trailing behind with 200. Not surprising, if he ever grows a brain he'll be useful with that quirk. Too bad he's a tactless meathead like All Might. You really shouldn't be hard on them, they are still students after all. Explain that to the villains that want them dead, and things will only get harder for them when villains watch this and learn about them. In my case, when I explain my quirk, villains will start running away from me even more. Well, that remains to be seen, Nezu says as the students begin pouring into the arena. So, can you tell me what the next game is gonna be? I'm not allowed to, but since I don't think it'll matter for someone like you, it's a cavalry battle, Nezu casually says as the first 20 people arrive in the arena. Ugh, teamwork crap, actually, how specific are the rules? He turns to look down at Nezu, a mischievous aura wafting off him. Nezu gives him a curious look, not sure how to feel about this. Well, what do you have in mind?
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.